A throbbing headache jolted Lin Feng awake. Where am I? He touched his aching head and propped himself up on his arms. What the hell? A woman. As he sat up, he noticed a half-clothed woman lying on the other side of the bed. Lin Feng exclaimed, I blacked out. His mind was a chaotic mess. Could it be that men also experience such a fate? No, no, no. This must be an illusion. Turning his head again, he vaguely recalled getting drunk the previous night and thinking he saw his girlfriend come pick him up. What happened next? Lin Feng stealthily got out of bed, but suddenly the woman turned over. What the hell? Sister-in-law? No, Su. Yao. Lin Feng's head exploded with a cacophony of thoughts. How could it be Su Yao? Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly understood he could no longer refer to her as sister-in-law. At that moment, Su Yao suddenly opened her eyes. Their gazes locked. Both froze as if struck by lightning. Ah! Immediately, Su Yao let out a startled cry and wrapped herself in the blanket. You mustn't look. Turn around quickly. Embarrassment and anger flooded her cheeks, turning them a vivid shade of red. Su Yao, how? Had he mistakenly thought Su Yao was his girlfriend while drunk? That was Lin Feng's first reaction. Su Yao peeked out from the blanket. You should go to the bathroom first. Hurry. Hurry up, this is so embarrassing. In a fluster, Lin Feng quickly donned his clothes and rushed into the bathroom. After quite some time, he finally heard Su Yao calling him to come out. Trembling, he emerged from a restroom to find Su Yao standing by the window, his eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. What on earth happened? Anxiety gnawed at his heart, and shame and guilt were etched on his face. Su Yao gently shook her head, gazing out the window for a long time before turning back to him. Last night was just an accident. You mustn't tell anyone. Lin Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing the complexity in Su Yao's eyes made his heart ache like a swarm of ants. This was not the outcome he desired. Su Yao, marry me. I like you. You don't need to return to your hometown. Let's rent a place in the city, and I'll take care of you. Gathering his courage, Lin Feng confessed his hidden feelings, causing Su Yao to smile awkwardly. What did you call me? Su Yao's expression turned serious. You mustn't call me by my name. No, I want to marry you. I'll never call you sister-in-law again. I will call you Su Yao. Who am I? Don't you know? Others will talk, and their gossip could drown you. They can say whatever they want. I want to marry you. My brother has been gone for many years. We are no longer in a brother-sister relationship. Do you understand? Su Yao shook her head, unwilling to dwell on this topic, though her heart was secretly elated. For 3 years, she had worked tirelessly to support Lin Feng through college, always considering him her brother. Xiao Feng, you're still young. You will surely find someone better than me. I'm just a village girl. No, you're the best. Woman. Lin Feng's voice quivered with excitement. Su Yao felt a flutter in her heart as she gazed at Lin Feng's stubbled face, letting out a soft sigh. Xiao Feng, don't overthink this. Let's just go home. Suddenly, Lin Feng wrapped his arms around Su Yao, pinning her against the wall. Su Yao gasped, what are you doing? I love you. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lin Feng had longed to take on the responsibility of caring for Su Yao since his brother's passing. However, Su Yao vehemently opposed it, fearing ridicule. Under pressure, he had dated by Xiao Jie. Now, with the situation irrevocably altered, it seemed to be fate. He no longer wanted to let go. His voice trembled as he tightened his grip. Su Yao's face flushed instantaneously, and she attempted to push Lin Feng away, only to find her strength waning. Lin Feng's breath brushed against her face, acting like a catalyst. Xiao Feng, let go of me. Su Yao's voice trembled with panic, but Lin Feng was oblivious to her plea. Marry me. In that moment, Su Yao felt like a warm beacon in the darkness. He was unwilling to release her, not wanting to lose the warmth that remained. For 3 years, he had thought of Su Yao constantly, wishing for her happiness. Su Yao, flustered, struggled to break free from Lin Feng's embrace. Lin Feng, you're hurting me. Please let go. No, if I let go, you will run away. I'm not going anywhere. Just let me go so we can talk. Lin Feng, I promise you. Just let me go, and let's go home. No, you're lying to me. With that, Lin Feng sealed Su Yao's lips with his own. The kiss was infused with the aroma of alcohol and a boundless yearning. Su Yao's body froze, her mind blank. She was at a loss for how to react. Last night, it was just like this. The thought of last night's madness made Su Yao's cheeks burn. One mistake was already too many. Su Yao was a rational woman, Otherwise, she wouldn't have remained a widow for 3 years. Slap. Suddenly, in a moment of panic, Su Yao slapped Lin Feng's face. As she gazed at the imprint on his cheek, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Lin Feng stared blankly at Su Yao, his heart aching. Xiao Feng, we can't do this. Please don't put me in a difficult position. If you still want me, then come to me. I will never resist, and from that moment on, we shall never meet again. With a resounding slap, Lin Feng struck his own face repeatedly, fiercely cursing himself for being a beast, for treating Su Yao this way. Su Yao hurriedly grasped him, embracing him tightly. Xiao Feng, don't be like this. I'm the one unworthy of you to tea that moment. Lin Feng regained his composure, repeatedly apologizing to Su Yao like a child who had made a mistake. Su Yao managed a faint smile and turned toward the door. As she was about to leave, she looked back and called out, "What are you standing there for? Come home with me." Lin Feng was overjoyed, hurriedly turning to grab his phone. Just as Lin Feng touched his phone, a sudden surge of electricity coursed through his body. In an instant, he stood frozen, his body charred, smoke billowing from his phone. Lin Feng, Su Yao gasped in horror, rushing forward. Lin Feng had already lost his breath. When Lin Feng opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a square box, his heart racing in shock. What the hell? Am I in a coffin? Am I dead? Wait, how can I still hear Su Yao's voice? At that moment, Su Yao's voice reached him, filled with despair. My poor Xiao Feng, how could you leave me like this? Why must you suffer so? It's all my fault. I didn't take care of you properly, that I should not have rejected you. I promise, please come back. I am yours in life and will be your ghost in death. I belong solely to you. Xiao Feng, please return. As Lin Feng listened, an unsettling feeling crept over him. Could it be that he had perished? Revived from the dead? However, did Su Yao imply that I agreed? Lin Feng's heart swelled with joy. He had finally achieved his goal. Just as he was about to emerge from the coffin, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. The system is activating. System installation complete. Please check your phone. Beginner's gift package. 10 full restoration pills. Astounded, Lin Feng immediately made 3 wishes. To make Su Yao the happiest woman, to give her an unforgettable wedding, and to travel the world with her. Lin Feng wept tears of joy. Indeed, the tomato novel platform did not deceive him. Reviving from death must come with a system. A treasure hunting system? How remarkable! I am destined for great fortune. At that moment, ding! Hearing the familiar sound, Lin Feng felt exhilarated. A black pill suddenly appeared in his hand. The 10 full restoration pill. His eyes gleamed as he gazed at the pill, yet he did not rush to consume it. What he was truly concerned about was how the system would locate treasures and how to utilize it. Taking out his phone, the screen briefly lit up, revealing a brand new app. Universal Treasure Hunt. The system was something Lin Feng knew all too well. As a financially challenged student, he had little in the way of entertainment, apart from honing his typing speed. His only indulgence was reading novels on Tomato, for he couldn't afford to recharge on Qidian. All the popular novels on Tomato featured systems, didn't they? Transmigrating or being reborn always came with a system. It was the hallmark of a protagonist. Never did Lin Feng dream that one day a system would descend upon him. It seemed he needed to pay homage to his ancestors and burn more paper money. Ding! The system has detected the emergence of a treasure. Please open the treasure hunting app. The navigation will guide you to the treasure's location. High-definition AR navigation commencing. Please exit the coffin and proceed 14.8 meters to the front left. The phone automatically displayed the navigation interface, which was unlike any ordinary navigation. It was real-time AR navigation. Lin Feng climbed out of the coffin and followed the navigation prompts, heading towards the left front. A scream pierced the air as Su Yao was horrified by the scene before her. Is he back from the dead? She stared at Lin Feng, too shocked to breathe. Feeling awkward, Lin Feng scratched his head and said, Su Yao, I'm not a ghost. We are about to strike it rich. I'm taking you to find treasure. Su Yao looked at him skeptically, but Lin Feng hurried on, following the navigation. 14.8 meters to the left front. No way. What the hell? This is the outhouse. Could the treasure be inside the outhouse? Lin Feng was utterly perplexed, suspecting the system had made an error. Having lived in poverty all his life, He understood all too well the adage that without wealth, one is subservient. Resolutely, he clenched his teeth. Even if the treasure lay in the filth, he would unearth it. It was a little stench, a bit of filth after all. System, you're not playing me for a fool, are you? Navigation complete. A millennium-old jade detected, with an estimated value of approximately 8 million. Lin Feng looked around. Apart from his family's century-old outhouse, there were no other structures in sight. The treasure must be within that pit. Upon hearing the system's notification of 8 million, Lin Feng could hardly contain his excitement. Su Yao watched Lin Feng, standing at the outhouse door, grinning foolishly, utterly bewildered. Xiaofeng, is that really you? Su Yao, hurry here. I've discovered treasure. We're rich. Su Yao stood frozen, slapped herself to ensure she wasn't dreaming. Indeed, Lin Feng had returned from the dead. Xiaofeng, quickly get back in the coffin. I'll ensure you rest in peace. Su Yao, I'm not dead. There really is treasure. After saying this, Lin Feng retrieved a shovel from the house and dove into the outhouse to start digging. The millennium-old jade is located 1 meter below. Please continue digging. With each scoop, Lin Feng grew more enthusiastic, sweating profusely and reeking. Yet, the allure of that ancient jade worth 8 million dulled his senses to the foul smell. Moments later, with a clink, the shovel seemed to strike something solid. Lin Feng set it aside and began to dig with his hands. Xiaofeng, what are you doing? That's disgusting. It's full of excrement. Ha ha, Su Yao, we've really hit the jackpot. I found the treasure. Su Yao's face paled. She feared Lin Feng had gone mad, driven insane by the prospect of wealth. Their home was barely 3 dilapidated straw huts. What treasure could possibly be there? After unearthing a handful of dirt, Lin Feng suddenly burst into laughter. I found it. I found it. We're rich. Lin Feng was ecstatic, completely unanticipatedly uncovering a treasure, cradling a filthy black box in his hands. Xiaofeng, are you all right? Seeing Lin Feng covered in filth, Su Yao's heart raced. This was her first encounter with someone returning from the dead, and she was unprepared, feeling a twinge of fear. Cautiously, she approached Lin Feng from behind and tugged at him. Oh, it feels quite real, warm, not like a ghost. Lin Feng turned around, revealing his crooked yellow teeth, and suddenly embraced Su Yao, spinning her around. Su Yao, we're rich. Ah, Xiaofeng, is it really you? You're alive? Su Yao, look. This is something extraordinary. Lin Feng excitedly opened the box, revealing its contents. Wow! A flash of white light burst forth, and inside the box lay a piece of raw jade. Su Yao's eyes widened. The jade was smooth and translucent, clearly of great value. They had truly unearthed treasure from the outhouse? This must be worth a fortune, right? Su Yao exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Not just worth a fortune. This is premium ancient jade, immensely valuable. We're wealthy now. At that moment, Lin Feng's mind was consumed solely with thoughts of wealth. In their exhilaration, neither of them noticed a faint white light emanating from the jade, swiftly entering Su Yao's body, while another golden light entered Lin Feng. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing your first treasure hunting task. You are rewarded with a seaside apartment. The reward has been fully dispensed. Please accept it. The notification tone chimed, and an electronic document appeared. Wow! Is it really a seaside apartment? Lin Feng disregarded his filthy hands and hastily pulled out his phone. Opening the electronic document, he found the property deed for a seaside apartment in the Haitian community. Though scanned, it appeared authentic. Clearly written on it was the name of the owner, Lin Feng. Simultaneously, the treasure hunting app sent a message. Please collect the relevant paper documents and keys at the sales office. Leon County, situated in the heartland, is devoid of any coastal expanse. However, developers have ingeniously excavated the earth to create an inland sea from the once dry Sichuan River. The Haitian community stands as the epitome of luxury within Lyon, unmatched in its opulence. Particularly in the Seaview residential area, property prices commence at an astonishing 30,000, surpassing even those of the provincial capital by a factor of 2. A lavish property of 380 square meters, valued at over 10 million, has seemingly fallen into my lap. Lin Feng feels as though he is ensconced in a dream, still unable to grasp the reality of it all. Could the rewards bestowed by this system possibly be fabricated? A sum exceeding 10 million is something an ordinary individual could scarcely amass in 10 lifetimes. Have I truly become a millionaire? What a euphoric sensation! It is utterly exhilarating. Su Yao gently touched her forehead and then Lin Feng's, ensuring that neither of them was feverish, as she suspected that Lin Feng had lost his senses. Why are you dressed like that? Has someone passed away? Amidst his astonishment, Lin Feng gazed at Su Yao, who was adorned in a white linen garment, unmistakably attired for mourning. Su Yao, wide-eyed, caressed Lin Feng's cheek. Xiao Feng, you truly are alive? Su Yao, how could I possibly be dead? Suddenly, Lin Feng's attention was drawn to the makeshift coffin fashioned from tong wood in the center of the courtyard. It was evidently prepared for him. Was it merely a shock from an electric jolt that led to such a predicament? After a brief slumber, how could it have come to this? With an awkward smile, he pondered that perhaps a glitch in the system had occurred, explaining the advent of the treasure hunting system. With a swift kick, he overturned the coffin lid. Lin Feng, have you lost your mind? What are you doing in broad daylight? Chapter 3. Is this really a house? Su Yao's face drained of color as she stumbled back repeatedly. Since that fateful night, she had noticed Lin Feng's audacity growing bolder. What if the villagers spotted them in broad daylight? How could she possibly continue living in the village afterward? Lin Feng, with a calm demeanor, tossed the tattered mourning attire he held into the toilet. I am not dead. Wearing this garb is simply ominous. Clothing? Su Yao gazed at the mourning outfit on the ground, her complexion gradually regaining some color. It turned out she had misunderstood Lin Feng. He did not intend to engage in such activities during the day. Her heart raced uncontrollably. How could she have thought of that? Just as she exhaled in relief, a vague sense of emptiness settled within her. Lin Feng surveyed the familiar courtyard, then glanced at the 3 dilapidated thatched houses overrun with weeds and covered in dust. After half a year away, how could the home have deteriorated to this state? Su Yao had endured such hardships here for his sake. Overwhelmed with guilt, Lin Feng vowed to ensure Su Yao would lead a good life and become the happiest woman. Su Yao, I am deeply sorry. It is my lack of ambition that has caused you suffering. Rest assured, I will single-handedly support this family from now on. Just await your well-deserved happiness. And when the time comes, we shall welcome a chubby little boy into the Lin family, for you will be the pride of the old Lin household. To his surprise, Su Yao explained that the village chief had introduced her to a job in the county, and to facilitate her commute, she had rented a small apartment there. Oh, so that is how it is. Lin Feng's spirits lifted slightly as he clasped Su Yao's hands. Do not worry. I will ensure you endure no more hardship. Coincidentally, there was a seaside property available in the county, and Lin Feng intended for Su Yao to terminate her rental arrangement. Initially, he thought she would leave everything behind. But knowing Su Yao's nature, she would likely hesitate even to part with a pair of chopsticks. Su Yao, let us go to the city. I will buy you a seaside apartment. Hee. Really? I speak the truth, a spacious seaside residence for just you and me. Su Yao's cheeks flushed slightly. Though she recognized Lin Feng was merely trying to cheer her up, her heart felt sweetened by the gesture. Given their current circumstances, it was not even feasible to rent a seaside apartment, let alone purchase one. An hour later, Lin Feng initially intended to take Su Yao directly to view properties, but she insisted on retrieving her belongings from her rental. Su Yao, is this the place you rented? The scene before him left Lin Feng utterly astounded, rendering him speechless. What was the difference between this house and a pigsty? The peeling walls, the dilapidated blue bricks within, and the windows, half of which were broken and crudely covered with a plastic bag, painted a grim picture. Upon entering, a chill enveloped him, accompanied by a musty odor. A rickety little bed sat in the corner, its 4 legs precariously propped up by bricks. Su Yao's face was painted with embarrassment. Typically, she spent her days at work and returned only at night to sleep, rendering the need for such an extravagant place unnecessary. Lin Feng felt a pang in his heart, his eyes misting over. Over the years, Su Yao had devoted all her earnings to support his university education. He had thought that her life would be quite pleasant, but the reality was far from it. Su Yao, come, we shall leave this place behind. I will take you to a seaside apartment. Su Yao was momentarily taken aback, then smiled gently. Xiao Feng, I understand your concern for me. As long as you succeed, I will be content. She was well aware that Lin Feng had just graduated from university and had yet to secure a job. The thought of buying a seaside apartment, let alone staying there for a night, was beyond their means. I truly have purchased a seaside apartment, if you don't believe me. I can take you to see it right now. Lin Feng, stop joking. Lin Feng tugged at her, but she remained unmoved. If you can afford a seaside apartment, shouldn't you first settle the rent you owe me? A woman's voice from the doorway interrupted their conversation. Lin Feng turned to find a striking woman before him, appearing to be in her 30s, resembling a perfectly ripe peach, exuding an irresistible allure. As his gaze wandered lower, he noted her voluptuous figure, which swayed as she spoke. Gulp. Lin Feng had never encountered such a spectacle, his throat suddenly dry. The beautiful landlady regarded the two with disdain, unleashing a torrent of harsh words upon Su Yao, hurling every conceivable insult. Lin Feng's interest waned, and he took a couple of steps back. Su Yao, who is this woman? Why does she speak so foully? Su Yao nudged Lin Feng and shot him a glare. Xiao Feng, don't be ridiculous. This is our landlady, Sister Pan. After all, she had not paid rent for 2 months and could not afford to offend the landlord. Even if she were to be scolded, she had no choice but to endure it. Su Yao, no wonder you rejected my attempts to introduce you to suitors. It seems you are keeping a gigolo. The landlady smirked, her expression swiftly turning stern as her words grew even more abrasive. All this stemmed from Su Yao's perceived disrespect towards her. The landlady had a friend, a wealthy businessman from the county, who had chanced upon Su Yao and was immediately captivated. He had asked the landlady to arrange a meeting, offering 2,000 yuan for Su Yao's company for a night. However, Su Yao had ruthlessly declined, which caused the landlady to harbor resentment towards her, claiming Su Yao had thwarted her financial gain. Feeling a flush of embarrassment, Su Yao was about to explain when Lin Feng interjected. He forcefully pulled Su Yao aside and pointed an accusatory finger at the landlady, exclaiming, "You vile woman, who are you insulting? Watch your tongue. If you dare to utter another word, I shall slap you." The landlady, upon witnessing Lin Feng's defiance, was instantly infuriated. "I am indeed insulting you, what of it? You shameless harlot, impoverished wretch, adulterous couple. Go ahead, hit me if you dare." Lin Feng was seething with rage, raising his hand to deliver a slap. Crack. The beautiful landlord appeared utterly bewildered, covering her face and staring at Lin Feng, her words caught in her throat. "Why you, what is wrong with you? If you dare utter another foul word, I swear I will end you." Lin Feng's fists clenched tightly. It mattered not what insults were hurled at him, but to dare insult Su Yao was simply intolerable. "You dare touch her." The landlord's eyes blazed with fury as she promptly dialed the police. "You little brat, just wait. I will ensure you rot in jail." Sister, he is still young and foolish. I sincerely apologize on his behalf. Please, don't call the police." Su Yao hurriedly stepped forward, grasping the landlord's hand, her face a mask of pleading. She then pulled out a wad of cash and thrust it into the landlord's palm. "Sister, I beg you, take this money and spare my brother this time." "Humph. Are you trying to bribe me with this? This amount is hardly enough for the rent." Seeing Su Yao's desperation, the landlord's demands grew more audacious as she insisted Lin Feng must pay for his actions. With a disdainful flick, she threw the money back at Su Yao's face. Infuriated, Lin Feng delivered a swift kick, sending the landlord sprawling to the ground. "Ah, help! Someone is trying to kill me." The landlord sat on the floor, throwing a tantrum and wailing. Su Yao quickly restrained Lin Feng, scolding him loudly, before crouching down to assist the landlord. At that moment, 2 police officers arrived at the rental unit. Upon witnessing the scene, their expressions shifted slightly. "Who called the police?" "I did. They attacked me. My stomach hurts. My head hurts." The officers assessed the landlord's condition, then turned to Lin Feng. "Did you strike her?" "She insulted my sister-in-law, and I couldn't hold back. I kicked her." "Young man, regardless of whether she insulted anyone, that does not justify physical violence." After a brief inquiry with the landlord, they advised her to visit the hospital for an examination. Lin Feng and Su Yao were taken to the police station. After understanding the situation, the officers could only await the medical results. At the hospital, the landlord complained of various ailments, claiming her entire body ached. "I think you might have a problem in your head. Let us get you checked by a neurologist." The doctor, familiar with such patients, recognized the ruse for monetary gain. By afternoon, the results were in. The police approached Lin Feng, informing him that the landlord was unscathed. If they opted for reconciliation, he would need to pay her 5,000 yuan to leave. 5,000? I don't have that. You might as well detain me. Xiao Feng, what are you saying? Sister-in-law will gather the money right now. Su Yao, there's no need. She is merely attempting to extort us, and we must not fall into her trap. Do you wish to stay here? How shall I explain this to your brother? Chapter 4. The taste of first love Lin Feng felt speechless, aggrieved at the prospect of being extorted of 5,000 yuan. As Su Yao reached the entrance, a Passat pulled up right beside her. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Is there something wrong? A tall girl clad in denim stepped off the vehicle, momentarily causing Su Yao to pause. Sister-in-law, it's Lu Yan. Have you forgotten? I was Lin Feng's classmate, Lu Yan hastily clarified. It was then that Su Yao recalled Lu Yan as a high school peer of Lin Feng. So, you have come to bail someone out as well? Bail someone out? Sister-in-law, who has encountered trouble. Alas, it's none other than Lin Feng. After briefly outlining Lin Feng's predicament, Su Yao expressed her urgency to return and gather funds. Lu Yan quickly grasped her arm. Sister-in-law, I work here. Allow me to ascertain the details first. Please wait for me here. Unbeknownst to Su Yao, Lu Yan had shared a close bond with Lin Feng during their high school years. Upon learning of Lin Feng's troubles, Lu Yan hurried into the office. Zhao, what has happened to Lin Feng? He got into a fight, and now the other party is unwilling to let it go. We can only compensate for their losses. Who are they? Just a tenant from the suburbs. It's really no big deal. All right then, release him. Release him? How do we explain that to the other party? Explain? Let her come find me. I can manage a shrew. The deputy director looked flustered, struggling to articulate a response. Observing this, Lu Yan promptly turned and exited. Open the door. Miss Lu, the deputy director asked you to open it, came the retort. Just open it as instructed. Why all the chatter? Lin Feng, hearing the commotion, glanced up and froze in place. The denim outfit, seemingly ordinary at first glance, was in fact a bespoke piece from Paris Fashion Week. The light blue fabric exuded a vintage charm while remaining stylish, hugging her form and accentuating her graceful curves. Particularly, the white shirt beneath appeared on the verge of bursting, with buttons precariously hanging. Lu Yan, what brings you here? Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Encountering his first love again stirred memories of that sweet, innocent time. Lu Yan shot him a look. Had I not bumped into sister-in-law, I wouldn't have known you were causing trouble again. With that, she opened the door and pulled Lin Feng outside. But I must admit, I admire how you are willing to stand up for sister-in-law. Lin Feng, feeling awkward, could only manage a sheepish grin. Are we going or what? Do you expect to be fed here? Go. Can I even leave? I work here. I can't just walk out. Aren't you required to pay a fine? You really are something. You lack even this small amount of money, yet expect sister-in-law to gather funds. Where would she get that? Lin Feng felt a wave of shame wash over him. Lu Yan was right. He had let Su Yao down. Alas, all my money went into purchasing a house. I am truly broke now. A house? Where? Upon hearing this, Lu Yan appeared somewhat taken aback. In the county, at Haiding Community. Oh my, then we shall be neighbors. I live there too. Lu Yan's expression shifted from surprise to joy, only to darken as she pondered how Lin Feng could afford a residence in Haiding Community. As the two conversed, they were interrupted by a commotion emanating from the hall. The landlord was there, cursing vehemently, and upon spotting Lin Feng and Lu Yan emerging, he immediately rushed towards them. You little brat, pay me my medical expenses. Lu Yan stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Lin Feng, her sharp gaze fixed on the landlord. Are you attempting to extort money? Let me make this clear. Lin Feng is my friend. If you know what's good for you, you will leave immediately. Otherwise, you will regret it. You insolent little wretch. Who do you think you are, defending him? Is there no law anymore? As he spoke, he lunged forward, intending to grab Lu Yan. In response, she seized the landlord by the collar. I am a police officer. By insulting an officer of the law, I have the authority to detain you. The landlord was momentarily taken aback by Lu Yan's formidable presence, his mouth opening and closing, yet he dared not utter another curse. Forget it, I did strike him. It is reasonable to pay some medical fees, Lin Feng remarked, leaning in to whisper a few words to Lu Yan. He felt embarrassed at the thought of borrowing money from a girl. Lu Yan, I truly appreciate your help today. I will treat you to dinner tonight at the finest restaurant. Huh, Lin Feng, how can you have the audacity to borrow my money and then treat me? Lu Yan replied with a playful smirk. What is the big deal? I'll repay you double another day. I'm not short on funds right now. Lu Yan was taken aback, sensing a transformation in Lin Feng, who seemed entirely different from the person she once knew. Seeing Lin Feng and Lu Yan chatting and laughing, Su Yao paused, a twinge of envy stirring within her. What is wrong with me? Shouldn't I be happy if Lin Feng has such a girlfriend? Su Yao. Lin Feng called, waving at her. Sister-in-law. Lu Yan chimed in, following suit. I truly apologize for the trouble I've caused you. I owe you one. Sister-in-law, you're too polite. If this rascal misbehaves again, feel free to let me know, and I will handle him. Both Lin Feng and Su Yao were momentarily stunned. Lu Yin's face flushed crimson. Her words had taken on an ambiguous tone. Eager to change the subject, she inquired about Lin Feng's destination. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Having spent the last few years studying in the provincial city, he was not well acquainted with the county town. How could he invite them to dinner when his pockets were empty? He couldn't possibly expect Lu Yin to foot the bill. However, he had valuable antique jade. Su Yao tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve. Why act like a big shot when you're broke? Are you unaware that you barely have any change in your pocket? And yet, you want to treat us at the best restaurant? Lu Yin refrained from exposing Lin Feng's financial predicament, thinking that she could simply cover the bill if it came down to it. Let us first visit the antique street, then look at some properties. And I'll treat you both to dinner tonight. That is settled. Lu Yin was unsure why Lin Feng wanted to go to the antique street, yet she chose not to question his motives. The three of them climbed into the car, a Passat, which then drove out of the police station. Inside the vehicle, the two began reminiscing about high school, while Su Yao appeared somewhat despondent. Upon arriving at the antique street, Lin Feng instructed the two to wait in the car, assuring them he would return shortly. Lu Yin, puzzled, parked beside the road and observed Lin Feng hastily enter the antique street. He casually entered a shop and retrieved the antique jade. Boss, are you interested in purchasing this ancient jade? The proprietor took the jade, retrieving a magnifying glass and a powerful flashlight to scrutinize it thoroughly. After a moment of furrowed brows, he relaxed, asking, Are you jesting with me? Trying to deceive me with a fake piece? How about 100 yuan? Lin Feng was taken aback, snatching the jade back and turning to leave. What a ruse. Do you truly consider me a fool? Before the old man could react, Lin Feng had exited the door. Hey, young man, don't be hasty. The price is negotiable. Upon entering the adjacent shop, Lin Feng inquired directly, They claim it's a fake over there. Will you accept it here? The middle-aged man set down his teacup, appraising Lin Feng from head to toe. Slowly, he accepted the jade, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This is quite a remarkable piece, he exclaimed, suggesting they consult an expert for further evaluation. With palpable enthusiasm, he placed the jade down and poured Lin Feng a cup of tea. Please, enjoy your tea while I summon an expert. He ascended to the second floor, shortly returning with a young woman, dressed elegantly in a qipao. She glanced at Lin Feng before directing her attention to the jade on the table. Where did you acquire this? It appears to be quite old. The regulations of the antique street dictated that the provenance of items should not be questioned, yet the current climate demanded caution from her. Rest assured, it is an heirloom from my family, Lin Feng replied confidently. The woman carefully lifted the jade, examining it with a magnifying glass for an extended period before even licking it with her tongue. Lin Feng's mind wandered, captivated by her fiery red lips. After an extensive whispered discussion between the two, the man's face lit up with astonishment. Young man, if you were to take this jade to the provincial city, it could fetch no less than 5 million. However, he sighed, exhibiting a hint of reluctance. But what? Lin Feng questioned, puzzled. To be frank, we are currently short on funds and can only offer you 3 million at most. 3 million? Chapter 5, A Million in Hand. A house to buy. The woman's expression grew slightly awkward, yet she did not intend to deceive Lin Feng. Pleased with her demeanor, he surmised she must be facing some difficulties. She continued, however, if you trust us, there is an antique auction in Yiyang in 3 days. We could assist you with that, charging only a 10% service fee. Lin Feng felt a surge of joy. An antique auction in a small county was indeed a pleasant surprise. If the jade were to be auctioned, it would undoubtedly command a handsome price. Nevertheless, he was in urgent need of funds and could not wait 3 days. Thus, he proposed a compromise. He would leave the jade there, requiring 5 million up front, while any excess from the auction could be kept by the owner. However, he insisted on one condition. He must receive 1 million in cash immediately. The two exchanged glances, each perceiving the mutual apprehension reflected in the other's eyes. There were even doubts as to whether Lin Feng had come to dispose of stolen goods. Young man, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Fortune favors the bold, while timidity leads to demise, remarked the middle-aged man. Lin Feng nodded, and the man gritted his teeth in agreement. He promptly produced the business license and identification documents, laying them upon the table. Here are our credentials. Feel free to photograph them for your records. 1 million in cash can be transferred to you immediately, and the remainder will be settled upon the conclusion of the auction. Lin Feng handed him a bank card, without disturbing the documents on the table, merely casting a glance at the names. The woman also generously placed her ID on the table. Lin Feng was indeed putting on an act, but he committed the woman's name to memory. Chen Shooting, age 28, a resident of the provincial capital, and Chen Qiqiang, aged 56, also from the provincial capital. A wave of astonishment washed over Chen Shooting, as she could not suppress her curiosity regarding Lin Feng's identity. Could he be a scion of a hidden aristocratic family? To him, 500,000 was surely a trifling sum. Alternatively, perhaps Lin Feng possessed depths of cunning. Mr. Chen, in business, integrity is paramount. I trust you, Lin Feng said. Chen Qiqiang felt a surge of excitement and hastily instructed a transfer. Ding! A notification pinged on his phone, confirming a deposit of 1 million. Picking up the bank card, Lin Feng smiled faintly, and at Chen Shooting's request, he left his contact number. Mr. Chen, I look forward to a pleasant collaboration in the future. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I will ensure that your ancient jade fetches a splendid price. May your words prove true. I shall take my leave now. Mr. Lin, why not stay for a meal with us? Lin Feng waved his hand and exited the antique shop, unable to contain his excitement. He had suddenly become a millionaire, with tangible cash in hand. He had wanted to laugh moments earlier, but had refrained from appearing overly naive in front of them. Upon returning, Lin Feng was beaming, grinning from ear to ear, while Lu Yan looked on in confusion. Did you win the lottery? Oh, Lin Feng feigned surprise. You truly are a living oracle. To have guessed that. Lu Yan pouted and shot him a glare before turning her attention back to the road, choosing not to engage further. She felt an indescribable sensation. A man may lack wealth, but he must not be frivolous. Su Yao simply observed Lin Feng, sensing that he seemed somewhat different today, more loquacious and vivacious than before. In truth, a man without money cannot hold his head high anywhere. Only with a well-filled wallet can he speak with confidence. Such is the essence of a man's self-assurance. At Haitian's community, Lu Yan skillfully navigated the car into the complex. Where's the house you purchased? I would like to take a look. Haitian's community is a prestigious residential area in Lyon, where residents are either affluent or of noble birth. Even if Lin Feng could afford it, it would likely be through a mortgage, probably a small unit in the northern district. I'm not certain. Let us head to the sales office. The paperwork and keys are over there. Su Yao wore an expression of curiosity. Could it be that her younger brother-in-law had indeed purchased a property? She had initially assumed that Lin Feng was merely jesting, yet the current situation suggested otherwise. Lu Yan shook her head, turned around, and parked the car at the entrance of the sales office. Ladies and gentlemen, what type of unit are you interested in? I am here to collect the keys for the recently purchased Seaview apartment. Are you Mr. Lin Feng? Indeed, I am. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Qin Bing, and I have prepared the paperwork for you. Qin Bing, the manager of the sales office, felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the youthful and vibrant Lin Feng. Earlier that morning, the sales office had received a payment for a property, noted as a full cash purchase of a Seaview apartment. The client's name was none other than Lin Feng, yet everyone was left speculating about his identity. An 18 million Seaview apartment, purchased without hesitation. To their astonishment, they were now face to face with the man himself. Lu Yan was left speechless. Lin Feng had truly bought a property, and it was the finest Seaview apartment in the Haitian community. Although Lu Yan's family also resided in this community, they only owned a modest 120 square meter unit in the central area, which itself was priced over $1 million. Su Yao remained perplexed, struggling to believe her eyes. It was not until they entered the office and Qin Bing produced the property deed, revealing the familiar name, that Su Yao was truly taken aback. Mr. Lin, do you have any questions? If not, please sign here. Lin Feng promptly affixed his signature, and under Qin Bing's guidance, they proceeded toward the southern Seaview apartment area. The southern sector was distinctly separated from the others, featuring dedicated property management and security. Miss Qin, what brings you here? I am here to assist the owner with the property inspection. This is our new owner, Mr. Lin, Qin Bing introduced. Welcome home, Mr. Lin. Haitian Property is at your service. Thank you. Lin Feng nodded slightly and continued onward. Upon entering, he was greeted by an entirely different scene, lush greenery and melodious birdsong, reminiscent of the charm of Jiangnan. The landscaping was exponentially superior to that outside, adorned with high-end ornamental trees. Towering coconut palms, soft sands, and gentle streams created an ambience akin to strolling along the seaside. As he gazed around, he realized that the surroundings were comprised of independent two-story villas. Wasn't this what one would call a villa? Lin Feng found himself puzzled as to why it was labeled a sea view apartment. Sensing his confusion, Qin Bing began to explain as they walked. This area was initially intended for villa development, but the owner deemed that too commonplace and invested heavily to create this enclave of inland sea view apartments. The prices here are several times higher than those of the villas. Mr. Lin, the unit you purchased is apartment number 8, just ahead. Number 8, quite an auspicious digit. Lin Feng replied, his heart racing with excitement, though he feigned calmness. Just as the group had taken a few steps, a voice called out loudly from behind, Lin Feng? Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the source of the voice, spotting a man of similar age who looked at him with a face full of astonishment. Upon recognizing the man's features, Lin Feng could not help but furrow his brow. Lu Yan seemed to recognize him as well, and the two exclaimed in unison, Qin Hui? Make no mistake, it's not Qin Kuai. He was a former classmate from high school, known for his unruly behavior. After graduating, he did not pursue further education but instead inherited the family mine. In their school days, he had bullied Lin Feng on numerous occasions, with Lu Yan coming to Lin Feng's defense more than once. However, the expected scene of classmates embracing and weeping did not unfold. Rather, it resembled a confrontation between foes, with tensions palpable in the air. Qin Hui was perplexed, pondering how Lin Feng, whom he considered a mere pauper, had arrived in such a place. Having shared 3 years of high school, he was well aware of Lin Feng's financial situation. He could barely afford a restroom in this area. Yet, he failed to recognize Lu Yan beside Lin Feng, as years had transformed her beyond his recollection. Lin Feng, is that really you? I almost thought I had mistaken you for someone else. What brings you here? Surely, you're not applying for a security position? Qin Hui's face was adorned with a smirk. Why, yes, I'm here to purchase a property. Is that so outrageous? Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Purchase a property? Qin Hui was momentarily taken aback, as if he had swallowed a fly. You must be joking. Do you have any idea what the prices are here? Chapter 6. Fame breeds fear, and the butchers have arrived. Lin Feng shrugged indifferently. I'm here to collect the house. What does the price matter to me? If one can afford a seaside villa, who cares about the cost? His casual remark served as a striking rebuttal to Qin Hui's incredulity. Qin Hui was stunned. His mouth agape. Lin Feng has bought a house here? No. That is utterly impossible. He was acutely aware of Lin Feng's family background. Even if they sold everything they owned, it would amount to a mere few thousand. Upon noticing Lu Yan and Su Yao beside Lin Feng, Qin Hui suddenly burst into laughter, a realization dawning upon him. Lin Feng, we were classmates once. Is it really necessary to embellish your status in front of the ladies? What are you trying to prove in front of me? He preferred to believe that a rooster could lay eggs than accept that Lin Feng could afford a property. Lin Feng shot him a disdainful glance, uninterested in engaging in further banter. I'm buying a house. Do I owe you an explanation? You are truly overstepping your bounds. Yet Qin Hui persisted, trailing Lin Feng. I never imagined you to be this sort of person. There is no shame in being broke. But to seek out a wealthy woman for support? Is that truly what makes a man? Though, I must admit, that rich lady looks oddly familiar. At last, Qin Hui had seized upon a weakness, glancing towards Lu Yan as he spoke. Do you see that? The seaside villa number 8? That one is mine. Lin Feng deftly shifted the conversation, pointing towards a property ahead. Qin Hui's face morphed into one of disbelief. His family owned a mine, and he had purchased a standard seaside villa valued at 5 million. The property before them, however, was the finest of its kind, starting at a minimum of 8 million. You may boast all you like. This property is worth over 8 million, not merely 800. Lin Feng, perhaps you have yet to awaken from your slumber? Do you truly believe you can purchase this residence? How amusing. Human perception is often shackled, and once a belief is established, it becomes exceedingly difficult to alter within one's own understanding. Lin Feng resembled a performer overseeing a monkey's antics, internally scoffing at the spectacle. He continued to observe Qin Hui, while Lu Yan and Su Yao remained silent, with Qin Bing displaying a conflicted expression. Time and again, she contemplated interrupting Qin Hui, but managed to restrain herself, for he was also a proprietor of a seaside property. Lin Feng chose to disregard Qin Hui and proceeded directly to the number 8 seaside residence. Qin Bing, with a smile, began to introduce the coastal abode to Lin Feng. The architecture, steeped in traditional elegance yet infused with modern flair, featured transparent wooden railings entwined with climbing ivy. The courtyard was lush with greenery, with a neatly trimmed path leading directly to the living room of the seaside home. To one side, a pergola shaded a wooden root sculpture tea area, while on the opposite side lay an outdoor swimming pool. Lin Feng expressed his satisfaction, nodding frequently. Mr. Lin, this pool is merely a small one, suitable for children to play in. On the second-floor terrace, there is a larger pool. As Qin Bing elaborated, Lin Feng found himself increasingly eager. Upon reaching the entrance of the hall, he encountered a password lock equipped with fingerprint and facial recognition. With Qin Bing's assistance, administrator account information was seamlessly entered for Lin Feng and Su Yao. Su Yao, unable to contain her excitement, pressed her fingerprint, and with a chime, the door slowly opened, revealing her exhilaration. Qin Hui fell silent, his eyes wide in disbelief as he gazed at Lin Feng. Could it truly be that he was the owner of this seaside residence? How could this be possible? Lin Feng turned to cast a disdainful glance at Qin Hui, stating, "You are not welcome here. Perhaps you should take your leave." Lin Feng, did you genuinely purchase the seaside house? Qin Hui swallowed hard, still in disbelief, his voice trembling. Humph. Lin Feng scoffed coldly, turning to enter the seaside home. Qin Hui's face burned as if he had received several slaps. His desire to flaunt had backfired spectacularly. The sting of humiliation was palpable. As he watched Lin Feng's retreating figure, a malicious idea sparked in his mind. He pulled out his phone and began tapping away furiously, a triumphant smile gracing his face. Lin Feng, you needn't thank me too profusely. Shortly after Qin Hui's departure, a striking young woman arrived, accompanied by several men. They bore 2 potted money trees, halting at the entrance of the number 8 seaside residence. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. While Lin Feng was exploring the house, a notification appeared on his phone, displaying the scene at the entrance. This woman appeared unfamiliar. What was her purpose here? Hello, whom are you seeking? Greetings, Mr. Lin. I am Chen Zixuan, sent by my elder sister, Chen Shooting. Chen Shooting? Suddenly, Lin Feng recalled that stunning proprietress, affectionately known as Big Sister. What could she possibly want? It seems she has come to present a bonsai. How did she come to learn of my recent home purchase? As Lin Feng pondered, he unlocked the door via his mobile device and proceeded to the hall, casting a look of confusion at Chen Zixuan. Miss Chen, what does this mean? Mr. Lin, Sister Chen heard that you recently acquired a property. As she had no extravagant gifts to offer, she chose 2 bonsais to extend her congratulations to you. Please convey my gratitude to Sister Chen. Her thoughtfulness is truly appreciated. Very well, I shall not disturb you further, Mr. Lin. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Thank you. Lin Feng replied with a faint smile. Lu Yan was taken aback. Could the Sister Chen mentioned by the woman be none other than Chen Shooting of Wanbeige? She was a formidable figure in Liang, renowned as a rose with thorns. How could Lin Feng possibly know her? Lin Feng paid little mind to her astonishment and simply took a cursory tour of his new abode. The main structure consisted of 2 levels, with a row of bungalows at the back, complete with a garage and storage space. The first floor featured a living room, entertainment area, gym, kitchen, and 6 bedrooms. The second floor housed 4 master bedrooms, additional guest rooms, a study, a private cinema, a bar, and an outdoor hot tub. Lin Feng was exceedingly pleased. The money spent was well worth it. It seemed as though he had not spent a dime. How amusing. Suddenly, Lu Yan let out a startled cry as she rushed down from the second floor. Lin Feng, you must see the group chat. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. What group? Our high school classmates group. Lin Feng retrieved his phone, searching for some time before locating the class group, which he had long since muted due to the incessant boasting and mutual flattery that filled the messages. Upon opening the group, he was inundated with messages, all revolving around him, leaving him exasperated. An urgent announcement from the impoverished heir, Lin Feng, our classmate, has achieved great success. To express his gratitude, he will host a banquet tonight at Ding Wang Fu for everyone. Attendance is mandatory. We shall not disperse until we meet. Lin Feng, realizing it was Qin Hui who had sent the message, thought to himself, has he truly mistaken me for a cash cow, hoping to profit from me? Zhang Hao, is this for real? Li Jiming, Lin Feng is treating? Why would you send out the announcement? Wang Hui, indeed, today is not April Fool's Day. Lin Feng glanced at the messages and promptly closed WeChat. If Qin Hui relished in stirring the pot, so be it. He would not concern himself with such trivialities. Lin Feng, aren't you going to clarify? Those who are innocent need not clarify. Lu Yan appeared somewhat bewildered. Just as she spoke, Lin Feng's phone rang. It was a call from the class monitor. Lin Feng, is what Qin Hui said true? Have you truly struck it rich? I heard you've even bought a grand villa. As soon as the call connected, a loud bang resonated from the phone. Old monitor, what do you think? Chapter 7. Have you ever tasted the roasted sweet potatoes priced at $998? The voice on the other end hesitated, clearly taken aback by Lin Feng's response. Lin Feng, I heard you've returned to Liang. How about we gather tonight? Sure, it's settled. Let us meet at Ding Wangfu. It's my treat. Lin Feng casually accepted the gesture, merely adding another pair of chopsticks to the table. Although the relationship between Lin Feng and Yi Chun, the old monitor, was not particularly close, there were also no grievances between them. After hanging up, Yi Chun felt a sense of unease. He intended to inform the group, but hesitated, realizing that without Lin Feng's clarification, it would seem somewhat presumptuous for him to speak up. Suyo, we can take our time looking for a house. It won T run away. As he spoke, he took Suyo's hand and headed outside. Xiaofeng, where are we going next? Of course, we're going to dine. I'll treat you to the finest restaurant for a grand feast. Lu Yin watched Lin Feng and Suyo's intimate interaction, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Yet, upon reflection, it had been Suyo who had supported Lin Feng's education over the years. They were like family, and it was only natural for them to share such closeness. Lin Feng, I'm ready for a lavish meal today. Let us head to Ding Wangfu. Ding Wangfu? Lin Feng was not very familiar with the county, but Lu Yin's choice suggested a venue of considerable prestige. All right, let us go to Ding Wangfu. The place Qin Hui mentioned was indeed Ding Wangfu, and it would be a splendid opportunity to witness some excitement. Mr. Lin, I must take my leave now. Here is my number. Should you need anything, feel free to call me anytime. I'm at your service. Qin Bing, understanding the situation, prepared to depart, slipping her business card into Lin Feng's hand. Thank you. Miss Qin, I'll invite you for a meal next time. Then I shall not be polite. I look forward to Mr. Lin's esteemed presence. After exiting, Lin Feng glanced back at the house. Now he just needed a fine car. Ding Wangfu, the most upscale restaurant in Liang County, without a doubt. It was situated above the old county town of Nianxing, overlooking Lake Tower, with a breathtaking view of the hot spring river, surrounded by blooming lotus flowers. Upon his first visit to this opulent establishment, Lin Feng was profoundly astonished by the luxury that unfolded before him. The parking lot resembled a small luxury car exhibition. A Passat was hardly noteworthy. As the trio entered Ding Wangfu, two stunning hostesses promptly approached them. One of the hostesses could easily compete in a beauty pageant. Good evening. May I ask if you have a reservation? Oh no? Very well, please follow me. The young lady maintained a polite smile. Yet Lin Feng discerned a fleeting glimmer in her eyes. Dining here without a reservation was reserved for the ordinary, and only those seated in the main hall. Lu Yin arrived early at a window-side table, perfectly positioned to admire the splendid scenery of the lotus garden below. Ladies, please do order, the waiter offered, presenting the menu. Lu Yin, unreserved, selected 3 home-style dishes. Despite their simplicity, the trio of dishes amounted to a staggering 998. Lu Yin, it's my treat. Please don't hold back. Order whatever you desire. Lin Feng exclaimed generously, encouraging both women to indulge without concern for the cost. Yet, Lu Yin mused inwardly. Go ahead and play the affluent gentleman. All your money has been spent on a house. What remains for the bill? Lin Feng then took the menu and promptly ordered several signature dishes, while Su Yao watched with deep-seated apprehension. Xiaofeng, let's not go overboard, she cautioned, glancing at the menu, captivated by one particular dish. Golden lava secret cellar with amber? What kind of dish is this? Excuse me, what is this dish made of? Lu Yin inquired. The waiter, beaming, replied, Sir, it features imported ingredients, marinated for 3 days and nights, then baked to perfection. Could you simplify that? What ingredients are we talking about? Roasted sweet potato. What? Roasted sweet potato? For $9.98 a portion? Lu Yin exclaimed, turning to Su Yao. Have you ever encountered a roasted sweet potato priced at $998? The two exchanged bewildered glances, contemplating the nature of such an extravagant dish. Goodness, Lin Feng silently cursed, recognizing the absurdity of such pretentious nomenclature designed to swindle patrons. The world of the wealthy was indeed unfathomable, prompting a sigh from him. Ah, if it isn't Lin Feng. Weren't you rumored to be deceased? Bai Xiao Jie chimed in, having heard of his supposed demise and lamenting the loss of her financial benefactor. Have you quickly latched onto a wealthy woman? This must be your first time at such an upscale restaurant. Do you even have the funds to settle the bill? Gao Xiaozhong emerged from the shadows, chattering incessantly. Lin Feng frowned, astonished that a simple meal could lead to an encounter with Gao Xiaozhong. Ladies, why not accompany me? I can guarantee you a delightful dining experience, he boasted, revealing his impoverished status. Su Yao and Lu Yin exchanged glances, their expressions filled with disdain. Lin Feng, look at the company you keep. This is utterly absurd, Lu Yin blurted out. Lin Feng shrugged, responding, I don't know this madman. Waiter, kindly escort this lunatic away. We wish to enjoy our meal in peace, he instructed, directing his gaze toward the waiter, who maintained a professional smile. Sir, please follow me. I will show you to another table. Gao Xiaozhang's expression shifted, ready to protest, but then he remembered he was there to dine. Waiter, I suspect he lacks the means to pay. You should keep a close eye on them to prevent any potential dining and dashing. And bring me 2 portions of the secret cellar with amber. I can hardly resist. The waiter nodded, but Lin Feng pointed at the menu. Bring us 8 portions of secret cellar braised amber, 1 for each of us, and pack 1 to go. Ha ha, Lin Feng, you're just showing off. Let us see how you'll settle the bill. What I settle is none of your concern. Why are you whining? Waiter, you might want to check if he has the funds before serving. The waiter, feeling awkward, glanced at Lin Feng's tattered clothes, hesitating in her thoughts. If the customer were to dine and dash, she would face repercussions. Sir, could you perhaps show us your financial status? The waiter tentatively inquired. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on the waiter. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Sir, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. To avoid any further insistence from that gentleman. Huh, you believe everything he says? Lin Feng retorted, pulling out a bank card. I can show you, but consider the consequences. Don't listen to him. He's just trying to scare you. That card never has more than 3,000. Gao Xiaozhang knew Lin Feng well, as all his money had been given to Bai Xiaojia, leaving him with less than 100. Encouraged by Gao Xiaozhang, the waiter took the bank card and swiftly went to the front desk. Sister Gao, could you check the balance for me? The front desk attendant skillfully took the card and swiped it on the POS machine. Beep. A series of numbers appeared on the screen, and the waiter leaned in to take a look. Her face turned pale. 1 million? The waiter, trembling, approached Lin Feng. Sir, I apologize. Ha ha. Gao Xiaozhang, upon hearing this, burst into laughter, eagerly awaiting Lin Feng's expulsion. See, I told you he's just a pauper. Where would he find the money to dine? Chapter 8. The power of the spoiled brother-in-law. The waiter turned, politely gesturing to Gao Xiaozhang. Sir, please do not disturb other patrons. Would you kindly move to the side? Gao Xiaozhang, perplexed, replied, but I helped you avert a significant loss, and this is how you treat me? The balance on this gentleman's card is sufficient to cover the bill. I must insist you leave immediately. What? Gao Xiaozhang was taken aback, wondering when Lin Feng had become so wealthy. Could it be that this affluent lady had provided the funds? Ha ha ha, I see it now. He must be using a woman's card. Everyone, come look, we have a freeloader here. Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly, recalling the humiliation brought upon him by Gao Xiaozhang. His fists clenched. Suddenly standing up, he raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the restaurant hall. All the past humiliations converged in that single strike. Gao Xiaozhang's eyes filled with stars as he spun around, clutching his swollen face. With a fierce glare directed at Lin Feng, he pointed an accusing finger and loudly demanded, Lin Feng, have you struck me again? Unless you kneel and apologize today, I shall ensure you rot in prison. Recalling the events of the previous days, Su Yao hurriedly stepped forward and grasped Lin Feng's arm, exclaiming, Xiaofeng, quickly apologized to him. Do you truly wish to face incarceration? Upon witnessing Su Yao's anxious expression, Lin Feng's anger diminished significantly. Su Yao, I am fine, worry not. Observing Su Yao, Gao Xiaozhang immediately displayed a triumphant grin. Had it not been for Su Yao's plea on Lin Feng's behalf last time, he would not have easily let Lin Feng off the hook. Ah, I remember, you are Lin Feng's sister-in-law. Do you recall the promise you made to me last time? Su Yao's face flushed crimson, yet she stood her ground, replying, Principal Gao, while Lin Feng's actions were indeed wrong, how do you justify your provocations? You vile wretch. Turning your back when it suits you. Slap. Before Gao Xiaozhang could finish his sentence, he received a sharp slap across the face. Gao Xiaozhang, mind your language. Should you dare to insult my sister-in-law again, I shall break your legs. Lu Yin furrowed her brow, her eyes narrowing. The world is rife with those who dote on their siblings or spouses, yet this was her first encounter with one who idolized his sister-in-law. Like a chicken hand, Lin Feng seized Gao Xiaozhang and flung him aside forcefully. Gao Xiaozhang, disoriented from the fall, struggled to rise for a considerable time. Lin Feng, mark my words. You are in serious trouble. No amount of pleading will save you. I will ensure you languish in prison. Gao Xiaozhang spat, his eyes blazing with fury, almost as if they were daggers aimed at Lin Feng. Just then, with a thud, Gao Xiaozhang suddenly knelt on the ground and bowed his head with a resounding thump. How dare you threaten my friend on my turf? You must be tired of living. Gao Xiaozhang, humiliated and enraged, scrambled to his feet and bellowed, Who kicked me? Upon seeing two burly men before him, his voice immediately diminished in volume. Why did you ambush me? The two men, appearing nonchalant, exchanged glances at Gao Xiaozhang with an amused expression. Get lost as far as you can. If I see you again, I shall break 3 of your legs. Gao Xiaozhang fled the restaurant, his tail between his legs. Lin Feng chuckled coldly and returned to his seat, as if the preceding commotion had never transpired. Lin Feng, you are quite inconsiderate. I just helped you get rid of a nuisance, and you don't even invite me to sit? Humph, do you need an invitation? You sat down by yourself. The two burly men chuckled heartily, unceremoniously taking their places at the table with ease and familiarity. Ah, Lu Yan, the beautiful lady, is also present. My apologies for the oversight. Upon noticing Lu Yan, the two men immediately shifted their demeanor, greeting her with utmost respect. Waiter, please bring another portion of roasted sweet potatoes. Lin Feng called to the server, and then proceeded to introduce the two men to Su Yao. In high school, class leader Yi Chun and childhood friend Cheng Guilong exchanged greetings with Su Yao, who discreetly signaled Lin Feng. The two appeared rather unrefined, clad in garish attire that suggested they were ruffians. Su Yao, don't mind their appearance. They have always been like this, she said. Su Yao's cheeks flushed slightly as Lu Yin quickly intervened. Sister-in-law, they've been working since they finished high school. You don't really think I'm part of that crowd, do you? Su Yao hastily waved her hands in denial. Well, honestly, who dresses like that? Lin Feng interjected, just as the waiter began to serve the dishes, seizing the opportunity to invite the two to dine. Are you truly treating the whole class to a meal? Cheng Guilong asked with concern. This place is quite upscale. If all these dozens of classmates show up, it could easily cost tens of thousands. When did I say I was treating everyone? Lin Feng replied. That was Qin Hui's idea. What do you mean? Cheng Guilong inquired, perplexed. Qin Hui said you were treating everyone, he clarified. Yi Chen squinted, suddenly enlightened. Ah, I see. Cheng Guilong appeared baffled, as if questioning what exactly had been understood. Let us eat. We need our strength to enjoy the festivities. Lin Feng smiled faintly, picking up a piece of braised pork and gently placing it in Su Yao's bowl. Su Yao, you've been so busy lately, you've lost weight. Eat more meat to replenish yourself. At his words, Su Yao's cheeks blossomed with a rosy hue, her heart fluttering like a lively little rabbit. With a hint of irritation, she replied, Lin Feng, I can manage on my own. You should eat too. Though she spoke thus, her heart was sweetened, realizing how considerate Lin Feng had become. Observing Su Yao's bashful yet joyful demeanor warmed Lin Feng's heart, prompting a silent vow to always take care of her. Su Yao, eat more, he urged, adding a piece of rib to her plate before helping himself to some greens. As they dined, his gaze frequently drifted towards Su Yao, filled with concern. Lin Feng, look. Qin Hui and the others have arrived. At that moment, a group of customers entered the door, with Qin Hui at their center, surrounded by admirers. Seated in a corner, Lin Feng was difficult to spot unless one looked closely. Everyone made their way to the private room Lin Feng had reserved. The crowd encircled Qin Hui, ascending the stairs like a royal entourage. Lin Feng, what should we do? Should we go up and take a look? Yi Chen eagerly asked, setting down his chopsticks. No rush, let us finish our meal first, he replied, continuing to eat just as the waiter brought in roasted sweet potatoes. Come and taste this. It's 998 for a portion, don't let it go to waste. The group immediately took action, each grabbing a sweet potato. As they looked on, drooling in anticipation, Lin Feng couldn't resist and took a bite. Wow, wow, wow. Lin Feng cried out in surprise at the scorching temperature, but as soon as the delicacy entered his mouth, its fragrant, soft, and sticky texture burst upon his taste buds, prompting him to give a thumbs up. Delicious. As he spoke, tears began to flow down his cheeks. Su Yao's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly grasped Lin Feng's arm, her face filled with concern as she asked, Xiao Feng, what is the matter? Lin Feng's thoughts were abruptly drawn back to 3 days prior. Chapter 9. You abandoned me for your male best friend, beautiful lady. I can squeeze in. Are you ready? Squeeze in. Just look at your impatience. Can't you wait a moment longer? Lin Feng's face flushed as he gasped for breath, pleading with a tone of desperation. Yet the woman remained obstinate. Just let me in a little. I promise I won't push further. Not even a bit. The alluring woman retorted sharply, pushing Lin Feng away with an expression of disdain. Lin Feng was utterly speechless. It was unacceptable to deny him entry at such a moment. With patience wearing thin, he mustered all his strength and pressed forward. Beautiful lady, just for a moment. It will take no more than 2 or 3 minutes. Please bear with me. I will be out in no time. What is wrong with you? I said no. Look, I'm already halfway in. Just let me in a little more, just a bit. Lin Feng pleaded desperately, nearly on the verge of kneeling. The woman crossed her arms, adopting a stance of impenetrable rejection, her impatience evident. Are you out of your mind? Can't you see the elevator is packed? Why would you even try to squeeze in? Lin Feng was rendered speechless. Yes, young man, you should wait for the next one. Don't waste everyone's time, chimed in the office workers inside the elevator, who began to criticize Lin Feng. Faced with the collective ire, Lin Feng had no choice but to exit the elevator, watching helplessly as the doors closed, shaking his head in despair. He harbored an intense resentment towards that woman. In the months since graduation, he had submitted countless resumes and attended numerous interviews, yet remained without a job. As the time for his interview approached, anxiety gripped him. He dashed into the stairwell, sprinting up to the 9th floor, breathless as he burst into the company. Hello, I am here for an interview. Do you even know what time it is? Do you have any sense of punctuality? This company does not need individuals like you. The receptionist, without lifting her gaze, delivered the verdict with cold finality. Upon closer inspection, Lin Feng realized that the striking receptionist was none other than the woman who had pushed him aside in the elevator. Damn it! Fury surged within him. You vile woman, it was you all along. If it weren't for you blocking my way, would I have been late? The receptionist was taken aback, her anger barely contained as she glared at Lin Feng, her expression darkening. How dare you speak to me like that? And what if I do? I could very well strike you. Lin Feng was resolute. Since he could not secure an interview, he would not allow her to enjoy herself. It is often said that a good man does not quarrel with a woman, yet if one does not vent their frustrations, can they still be considered a man? At such a young age, why choose a path of wrongdoing? It is no wonder that you, with your unappealing looks and empty pockets, are reduced to serving at the front desk. What a pathetic existence. Lin Feng unleashed a flurry of attacks, leaving the receptionist bewildered before storming away. The front desk attendant, pointing at Lin Feng's retreating figure, was left speechless, her emotions in disarray. You just wait. Upon exiting the building, a wave of heat enveloped him. As Lin Feng walked down the street, his shirt clung uncomfortably to his back. Suddenly, the shrill ring of his mobile phone pierced the air, prompting him to hastily retrieve it, a sheepish smile gracing his face. Darling, how did the interview go? Don't even mention it. It's another dead end. That's all right. Take your time finding a job. I just wanted to let you know that I'll be working late tonight, so don't wait up for me. Sweetheart, I'll wait for you no matter how late it is. I have a surprise for you. All right, I'll hang up now. Today marked a significant occasion, the 3rd anniversary of Lin Feng and his girlfriend's relationship. He had spent all his savings to book a table at the most luxurious seafood buffet in Sheen City, where they would savor the golden abalone, her favorite dish. As night fell, Lin Feng waited at the restaurant until 9 o'clock, but there was still no sign of his girlfriend, Bai Xiaojia. After a brief phone call, she hastily hung up, and subsequent attempts to reach her were met with a deadline. Working late? That doesn't sound right. Why does she seem so breathless? Is work really that demanding? He dismissed his concerns and opened a novel to pass the time, only to stumble upon a similar narrative. A husband returning home early on their 7th anniversary to surprise his wife, only to be met with a shocking revelation. Goodness, this novel is utterly dull. A sense of unease crept over Lin Feng as he opened his social media feed, where he was struck by a recent post from his girlfriend. She was reclining on a sofa, her long legs on display, beaming with joy, a red envelope in hand. The caption read, "Received a gift from my male best friend. He truly understands me," accompanied by 2 emojis, fiery red lips, and an embrace. Lin Feng was left in a state of disbelief. A man's arm was unmistakably wrapped around Bai Xiaojie's waist. What on earth? Before I even make my move, my flag has been claimed. For 3 years, Bai Xiaojie had steadfastly refused to let Lin Feng touch her, insisting that she wished to reserve the best for their wedding night. A surge of rage coursed through him as he noted the designer label prominently displayed on the table in the photo, clearly indicating Shangri-La Hotel. Without hesitation, Lin Feng dashed out of the restaurant, heading straight for the hotel. He handed his last 100 yuan to the taxi driver. Step on it. I need to get there fast. What's wrong, buddy? Are you here to catch someone in the act? Lin Feng shot him a glare, truly hitting the nail on the head. Upon arriving at the hotel, he searched each private room, and at the last one, he peered through the crack of the door to witness his girlfriend and her male friend entwined in an embrace, their actions laden with intimacy. With clenched fists, Lin Feng's knuckles cracked ominously, realizing that she had chosen to stand him up for her male companion. Unable to endure any longer, he flung the door open and stormed inside, toppling the dining table with a crash. The sound of shattering dishes mingled with the remnants of the meal, leaving Bai Xiaojie and Gao Xiaozhang utterly astonished. This is what you call working overtime? Is your overtime spent in bed? Bai Xiaojie momentarily froze, hastily extricating herself from Gao Xiaozhang's arms, her face a mask of shock as she gazed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, have you lost your mind? What are you doing? Following me? I waited for you for 3 hours, and here you are with your male friend? Is this what makes you angry? Are you still a man? Do you even know what day it is today? Lin Feng's eyes blazed with fury, desperately suppressing his inner turmoil. After meticulously preparing for half a month, he had anticipated a candlelit dinner with his girlfriend, hoping to move her heart. Is it such a big deal that I had dinner with my male friend? Why are you so petty? Did you really have to chase me here? Is there not even a shred of trust between us? Gao Xiaozhang slowly rose, wrapping an arm around Bai Xiaojie's shoulders, provocatively remarking, "What's wrong with me inviting Xiaojie to a fine dining establishment? If you have the means, why don't you take her out yourself, you pauper?" Faced with their venomous words, Lin Feng's anger reached a boiling point. "Damn you!" he roared, swinging his fist with all his might towards Gao Xiaozhang. Unprepared for Lin Feng's assault, Gao Xiaozhang was caught off guard and struck squarely in the face. With a scream, he stumbled backward, a sharp pain shooting through his nose as blood quickly stained his face. Lin Feng, fueled by rage, did not relent after the first blow. He kicked between Gao Xiaozhang's legs, mounting him and wildly raining down punches. Gao Xiaozhang, defenseless, curled up on the ground, shielding his face with his hands. Perhaps women react a beat slower. Bai Xiaojie let out a horrified scream. "Lin Feng, what are you doing? Stop it!" Bai Xiaojie, panic-stricken and pale, rushed to grasp Lin Feng's arm. "What are you doing?" Lin Feng violently shook her off, his voice a desperate roar. "I'll kill him." Bai Xiaojie, taken aback by Lin Feng's forceful push, fell to the ground, crying out, "You've gone mad. If you don't stop, someone could die. If you continue this, I will never forgive you." Lin Feng's body froze. He had never expected Bai Xiaojie to threaten him at such a moment. Bai Xiaojie seized the opportunity to step forward, forcefully pushing Lin Feng aside, and hurriedly assisted Gao Xiaozhang to his feet. "Lin Feng, have you lost your mind? What offense did Gao Xiaozhang commit against you that warranted such a brutal attack?" Bai Xiaojie exclaimed, her eyes brimming with resentment. "I merely accompanied my male friend for a meal, and you resorted to violence? You have truly disappointed me." At that moment, Gao Xiaozhang moaned in agony, clinging tightly to Bai Xiaojie, repeatedly crying out in pain. Concern etched across her face. She expressed her worry. "Xiaozhang, are you all right?" "I'm in pain. It feels as if my nose is gone," lamented the grown man, weeping and wailing. Lin Feng felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Bai Xiaojie, her complexion pale, embraced Gao Xiaozhang, declaring, "I will take you to the hospital right now. Do not be afraid." With that, she supported Gao Xiaozhang and made her way towards the exit of the private room. "Let's break up, Bai Xiaojie." Lin Feng mustered his courage and finally uttered the words of separation. Bai Xiaojie glared at him, incredulous. "Lin Feng, you've grown bold enough to utter such words?" Lin Feng, maintaining a calm demeanor, nodded solemnly. "Indeed. You." Just as Lin Feng attempted to depart, he was intercepted by arriving security personnel. "You. What business do you have causing a ruckus in our hotel?" Before Lin Feng could respond, several security guards pinned him to the ground and delivered a series of blows, subsequently taking him to the police station. "Young man, impulsiveness is a devil," remarked an officer. "Fortunately, the victim isn't pursuing charges. Otherwise, you would be facing serious consequences." He presented a document for Lin Feng to sign. "Here, sign this for compensation to the hotel, and you may leave." "I have no money," Lin Feng replied, patting his pockets, which were emptier than his expression. "No money?" The officer looked astonished. "Then you should call your family." "I have no family." The officer found himself in a quandary. Upon checking Lin Feng's registration information, he discovered that he was an orphan, with only a distant connection to his brother's widow, as Lin Feng's brother had tragically passed away in an accident 3 years prior. At this moment, Lin Feng exemplified the adage of a dead pig not fearing boiling water. He had nothing to lose. Reluctantly, the police released him, advising the hotel to pursue legal avenues for compensation. Wandering the streets alone, Lin Feng was at a loss for direction. 3 years of hard work had vanished. Sitting on the roadside, he gazed at the city adorned with vibrant lights, yet found no refuge for himself. Checking his phone, he discovered a meager balance of 3 yuan. Lin Feng chuckled to himself. What could 3 yuan purchase? Perhaps a bottle of cheap liquor. Twisting off the cap, he tilted his head back and drank deeply. The potent alcohol burned as it settled in his stomach, igniting a fiery sensation that made his throat feel as though it were ablaze. A teetotaler, Lin Feng now felt the world spinning, as if he were floating in a euphoric haze. Just then, a warm hand gently rested on his shoulder. "Xiao Feng, come back with me," a soft, feminine voice whispered in his ear as Lin Feng slowly lifted his head. In the dim light, he beheld a familiar and beautiful visage. "By Xiaojia?" The woman remained silent, gently supporting Lin Feng. The night breeze brushed past, and Lin Feng's inebriation began to take hold, his body languidly leaning against the woman's shoulder. "Xiaojia," Lin Feng mumbled drowsily, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, Lin Feng felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. He never expected his sister-in-law to be so kind to him. In this world, only Su Yao truly cared for him. Lin Feng silently vowed to ensure a good life for Su Yao. "Su Yao, I'm fine, go ahead and eat, it will get cold soon." His eyes brimmed with tenderness. Even Lu Yin felt a pang of jealousy. Beneath the table, Lu Yin discreetly nudged Lin Feng with her foot. The tip of her shoe brushed against his leg, prompting Lin Feng to look up at Lu Yin, pondering how this girl had gained such audacity. In broad daylight, she dared to tease him? "You all enjoy your meal. I shall visit the restroom." Just then, Su Yao set down her chopsticks, smiled slightly, and rose to leave. Yi Chun and Chung Guilong immediately leaned in, their heads close together, conspiratorially inquiring of Lin Feng. "Hey, what's up? Have you really bought a big villa? Look at you two. Is buying a villa such an impressive feat?" Lu Yin retorted, pouting as she glared at Lin Feng. Observing Lu Yan's jealousy, Lin Feng was about to offer an explanation when a piercing scream from Su Yao pierced the air. His heart sank immediately, and he set down his chopsticks, rushing outside. "What are you doing? Let go of me, or I'll scream." Su Yao was being held by a man who reeked of alcohol. "You look quite charming. Come have a drink with me." The man leered, reaching out to touch Su Yao's face, then leaned in to kiss her. "Let go of me." Su Yao's complexion drained of color, her beauty marred by fear. "Ha ha ha, the more you resist, the more I like it. Just give in to me." The man, reeking of liquor, held her arms tightly. A furious shout erupted, and as Lin Feng neared the restroom door, he witnessed the man tugging at his sister-in-law. A surge of rage coursed through him, and he rolled up his sleeves, yanking the man away. In one swift motion, he swung his fist, nearly sending the man tumbling. The prey had escaped, and the man, filled with wrath and humiliation, cursed loudly, raising his fist to strike Lin Feng. "How dare you ruin my fun? I'll kill you. How dare you lay a hand on my sister-in-law?" Lin Feng dodged to the side, and, with a powerful punch, struck the man squarely in the face. The man spat blood, accompanied by a few teeth. Lin Feng felt a sharp pain in his knuckles but bore it, delivering a swift kick that toppled the man. Mounting him, he unleashed a flurry of slaps, each one echoing with fury. "I commanded you to bully Su Yao, and I shall end you for this." Lin Feng shouted amid his blows, his eyes ablaze with fury. Su Yao, shaken and with tear-streaked cheeks, hurriedly approached Lin Feng from behind, grasping his garment tightly. "Xiao Feng, cease this at once. You may cause a fatality." At that moment, the inebriated man's companions, drawn by the commotion, encircled them, each face etched with menace. "How dare you strike us? Are you tired of living, boy?" One brashly exclaimed. "Boss, are you all right?" As the man staggered to his feet, he demanded, "Who the hell struck me? Make him pay." Yi Chun and Chung Guilong rushed over, their expressions shifting drastically upon recognizing the beaten man. "Dog brother? Who the hell are you to call him that?" The man cursed. Yi Chun quickly donned a placating smile. "This is a case of a flood inundating the Dragon King Temple, a misfortune befalling one's own. Dog brother, I am Yi Chun from South Korea Street," he continued, gesturing towards Lin Feng. "This is my classmate. He does not know you, and I shall have him apologize." Lin Feng shielded Su Yao behind him, his countenance dark. Fists clenched tightly. Lin Feng, this is Dog Brother. You must apologize to him, and we can let this matter rest. Teacher, you need not involve yourself. He harassed Su Yao. Why should I apologize? Lin Feng flatly rejected Yi Qin's goodwill, leaving Yi Qin awkwardly glancing between the two parties. Boy, if you do not kneel and bow before me today, do you believe I will break your legs? Chapter 11. I have wealth. Why should I cater to you? What is this? Inciting a riot? Suddenly, Lu Yin emerged from the crowd, her formidable presence silencing all. I warn you, anyone who dares to strike shall be apprehended immediately. Displaying her police badge, she surveyed the scene before her gaze settled on Dog Brother. You are Dog Brother? After a few sips of cat urine. You've lost all sense of self, it seems. Disorderly conduct, harassment of women. Any one of these could see you imprisoned. Have you sobered up yet? Would you like me to assist you in regaining your senses? Dog Brother, sensing Lu Yin's authority, stifled his rage and managed a forced smile. Officer, it was he who struck me first. He struck you? For what reason? Dog Brother glared at Lin Feng. Indignation etched across his features. Does this mean I must endure this beating without cause? Lu Yin maintained a professional demeanor, stating that every action has consequences. One cannot simply be assaulted without justification. If Dog Brother persisted, it would necessitate formal proceedings, perhaps even leading Su Yao to testify against him for attempting to violate a woman's will. This is a woman's ultimate weapon, protected by the law. Even if one enjoys a decade of harmonious companionship, should a woman later regret it, the man can only suffer the consequences. Lin Feng's actions were undoubtedly heroic, a valiant effort to prevent an act of violence. Very well. For the sake of the officer, let us conclude this matter. Dog Brother gritted his teeth as he uttered these words, a sinister smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. As I was about to leave, I cast a glance at Lin Feng and Su Yao. That gaze served as a warning to Lin Feng, a silent message that he should be prepared. Su Yao, are you all right? Lin Feng hurriedly supported Su Yao, his concern evident. Xiao Feng, you acted too impulsively. Those individuals are clearly ruffians. Having crossed them, what will we do in the future? Su Yao, I'm fine. They wouldn't dare act recklessly, she reassured him. Lu Yin also comforted Su Yao with a few words, yet she shot Lin Feng a warning look. It was fortunate that Lu Yin intervened. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated dramatically. Yi Chun and Cheng Gue Long, having worked in Liang for some time, were well aware of the prowess of Dog Brother. They kindly advised Lin Feng to steer clear of that group in the future. Lin Feng vowed silently to strengthen himself, for how could he protect Su Yao if he remained weak? A mere Dog Brother had nearly led him astray. Suddenly, Lin Feng recalled the 10 full restoration pill rewarded by the system, which could enhance his physique. Perhaps consuming it would elevate him to the status of a martial arts master. He was in dire need of strength to safeguard the woman he cherished. All right, let us conclude our meeting here for today. Lu Yin, please escort Su Yao home. I have some matters to attend to. Finding an excuse, he sent Su Yao away. Lin Feng hastily entered the restroom, seeking an empty stall. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed the 10 full restoration pill. As it slid down, he did not experience the anticipated sensation. Instead, a surge of warmth coursed through his body. After 2 minutes, he felt his bones and muscles crackling. A stark contrast to the descriptions he had read in novels. Why was there no pain or discomfort? Nonetheless, he distinctly sensed his internal strength seemingly amplifying. Every part of his body invigorated with power. Suddenly, a pressing urgency struck him. He needed to relieve himself. Lin Feng quickly settled onto the toilet, and just as he did, an earthquake-like tremor shook the room. The restroom was instantly filled with an unbearable stench. Lin Feng covered his nose, his face flushed with embarrassment. Dude, what did you eat? That stench is unbearable. A fellow in the adjacent stall could no longer endure it, and hastily fled the restroom. Lin Feng clenched his fist, a glimmer of exhilaration flashing in his eyes. He felt as though he could fell a bull with a single punch. 3 minutes later, his bowels finally emptied, and he hastily pulled up his pants, splashed some water on his face, and noticed in the mirror that he appeared even more handsome. Wow, why do I feel like I'm striding with the wind? Yi Chun and Cheng Gue Long, upon seeing Lin Feng emerge, exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowed. Sensing that Lin Feng seemed somewhat different than before, Lin Feng quickly checked the group chat. It's about to explode. Lin Feng knew it must be Qin Hui stirring up trouble again. Let us go see how the class reunion is unfolding. As they reached the entrance of the private room on the second floor, Qin Hui's loud voice echoed through the air. Lin Feng, that rascal, is truly inconsiderate. He promised to treat everyone to a meal, yet he has mysteriously vanished. Indeed, who has his number? Quickly, call him to come over and settle the bill. Listening to the incessant chatter, Lin Feng chuckled silently. With a resounding bang, he boldly pushed open the door. Oh, you all are here, he said with a sarcastic tone. Lin Feng, you finally made it. We thought you had struck it rich and forgotten about us, your less fortunate classmates. Come, let us raise a glass to Lin Feng and express our gratitude for his generous hospitality. Fill his cup. Monkey, a high school classmate, enthusiastically urged everyone to toast Lin Feng. Seated at the head of the table, Qin Hui watched Lin Feng with a gleeful expression, secretly amused. Plotting how to take advantage of him today, Lin Feng did not accept the cup, but instead surveyed the room filled with Qin Hui's close friends. So, you all are hoping for a lavish feast, are you? Huh. You may be overestimating yourselves. Apologies, I was dining next door and lost track of time. I see you have all nearly finished eating, so I shall invite you another day. I overindulged earlier and need to take a stroll, so please continue your conversations. As Lin Feng attempted to leave, Qin Hui grew anxious. Wait, Lin Feng, don't go. We haven't even eaten yet. Qin Hui quickly blocked Lin Feng's exit, insisting he couldn't leave without settling the bill. The others chimed in, urging Lin Feng to treat them since he had promised. You said you would treat us. How can you think of leaving without paying? Indeed, you wouldn't happen to be short on cash, would you? The fox's tail has finally been revealed, Lin Feng scoffed. Did I ever say I would treat you all today? I don't recall making such a statement. As he spoke, Lin Feng took out his phone, scrolling through the WeChat group chat history. Qin Hui crossed his arms, mockingly stating, Oh, still trying to play coy? If you can't pay, just admit it. Don't make excuses. You bought a mansion. What is wrong with treating your classmates? Lin Feng shot a glare at Qin Hui, retorting, When did I say I would foot the bill? It was you who mentioned it in the group, not me. Since you brought it up, you should cover this meal. I never said I would treat. Do you think I lack the ability to voice such things myself? Me paying the bill. You think I'm some kind of fool? Lin Feng concluded calmly, directing his gaze toward Qin Hui. Stop pretending, Lin Feng. Just settle the bill quickly. We are still classmates after all. Humph. Whoever wants to pay can do so. I haven't even eaten. Qin Hui's expression shifted. He hadn't anticipated Lin Feng's response. Chapter 12. The system task arrives. Encountering ninja bandits at night, the crowd exchanged glances, but Lin Feng maintained an air of indifference, making it clear that he had no intention of settling the bill. The dishes have been served. Who will settle the bill? Just as everyone was in confusion, the waiter entered with the bill in hand. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone pointed in unison at Lin Feng. He shall pay the bill. The waiter looked at Lin Feng and handed him the bill, which he accepted with a smile. A meal costing 180,000 truly reflects an impressive appetite. The total expenditure amounted to 188,000. Sir, would you prefer to pay in cash, by card, or via WeChat? By card, Lin Feng replied calmly. He then produced another bill and handed it to the waiter. This is for my earlier consumption. Please process the payment for this. The waiter took the bill, extending his hand for the other bill Lin Feng held. But Lin Feng showed no intention of relinquishing it. Sir, what about that bill? Oh, this? I didn't consume that. Whoever ordered it should settle it, he replied, returning the bill to the waiter. The waiter was left perplexed, scrutinizing Lin Feng. Qin Hui, initially elated at finding a generous benefactor, was soon struck with a rude awakening. The waiter approached Qin Hui, presenting him with the bill. Sir, please settle the account. Lin Feng, what do you mean? You invited everyone for a meal. Why should I pay the bill? The bill felt like a hot potato to Qin Hui, who hastily distanced himself. Qin Hui, your family has wealth. Surely you can afford a meal? Lin Feng observed him with keen interest, a look of bemusement on his face. If it's too difficult, then let us split the bill. After all, we all enjoyed the meal. What? Split the bill? Had I known, I wouldn't have come. I only had a couple of bites. Why should I share the cost? Indeed, you gentlemen ordered the drinks. Why should we ladies split the bill? Young Master Qin, my family's old sow is about to give birth. I must take my leave. My dog, Ah Huang, has caught a cold. I need to buy some medicine. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, everyone began to murmur complaints and quickly concocted various excuses to depart. In a flurry, only Qin Hui remained, his expression resembling one who had just swallowed a fly, utterly ghastly. You all ha, young Master Qin. It seems your social connections are lacking. Upon hearing about paying, they fled faster than rabbits. Lin Feng struck a nerve with Qin Hui, who typically boasted with confidence, but now found himself abandoned in a moment of need. Lin Feng, how about we split this meal evenly? Qin Hui suddenly softened, yet was met with Lin Feng's unyielding refusal. As I said, I didn't consume it. Why should I pay? Old Ban, Gui Long, could you lend me a little? We have no money. We were just mooching off Lin Feng's meal. Qin Hui patted his pockets. His father's business had been struggling lately, and his credit card had long been cut off. Lin Feng, even if I borrow from you, I'll repay you double. Oh, having wealth yet still needing to borrow? Who would believe that? Ha ha ha. Lin Feng laughed heartily and turned to leave the private room. Waiter, I'll defer the payment for today. I'll settle it in a couple of days. Mr. Qin, the Dingwang mansion never allows debts. It would be best if you settled the bill now. I truly have no money at the moment. No money? Then leave your hand. Upon hearing Qin Hui's roar from behind, Lin Feng and his companions were filled with delight. In the evening, Lin Feng purchased a fruit-themed mobile phone and several outfits for Su Yao. Having endured so much hardship, it was high time for her to enjoy some comforts. Whistling a cheerful tune, Lin Feng's spirits were exceptionally high. Ding! The system has detected a significant opportunity. Will the host choose to accept it? A voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind, momentarily catching him off guard. What opportunity? Since it was indeed an opportunity, he naturally decided to accept it. 100 meters ahead lies an unfinished building. Rescue the injured inside, and the host will be rewarded with a grand opportunity. Lin Feng gazed ahead and indeed spotted a dilapidated structure. After consuming a comprehensive restorative pill, he realized that his vision had improved significantly. At a distance of over 100 meters, everything was crystal clear, and his sensory system had also become increasingly acute. Every movement around him, if he focused, could not escape his sixth sense, as if he were endowed with extraordinary abilities. As he approached the vicinity of the unfinished building, Lin Feng heard a series of scattered footsteps. Listening closely, it seemed there were quite a few individuals. In the past, such subtle sounds would have gone unnoticed by him. With darkness descending and the streets nearly deserted, Lin Feng glanced around, found a phoenix tree, and hung his belongings on a branch. Navigating in the dark, he approached the unfinished building and, following the system's guidance, climbed to the second floor. The target lay in the northernmost room on that floor. Leaning against a pillar, Lin Feng strained to listen. There appeared to be 5 individuals present. Judging by their movements, he discerned they were skilled fighters. System, you expect me to rescue someone from these 5? Are you trying to get me killed? I have no ability to take on 5. Lin Feng felt a twinge of fear, recalling that he had never won a fight in the past. Having come this far, he steeled himself and cautiously approached the target. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He quietly retreated a few steps, leaped up to the 3rd floor, and then on to the 4th. He sprinted to the northernmost part of the 4th floor. Clinging to a pillar, he slipped back down to the 2nd floor and stealthily approached the target along the balcony. Pressing against the edge of the outer balcony, he peered into the target room. A middle-aged man leaned against the wall, his face pale and his chest stained with blood. The man anxiously glanced towards the door, and Lin Feng could already hear the voices of the 5 black-clad figures. Zhao Bowen, I know you are here. Come out and surrender. You have fallen victim to our hidden weapon, and escape is futile. The man appeared gravely injured, one hand clutching his chest while the other wielded a kitchen knife. Were enemies pursuing him? That name sounded vaguely familiar. Lin Feng did not ponder long. He sensed that the man was likely a martial artist, exuding an elusive aura akin to the formidable heroes depicted in television dramas. At that moment, 5 figures clad in black had arrived outside the room. They crouched low, their faces obscured by black cloth, blending seamlessly with their surroundings. Each held a long blade that resembled a Tang's sword. Goodness, could they be the legendary Japanese pirates or ninjas? Lin Feng was taken aback, never expecting to encounter ninjas from the realm of fiction in real life. How brazen these intruders were to wreak havoc in Liang. As a fervent patriot, Lin Feng harbored a deep-seated animosity towards these marauders. He thought to himself that he would either rescue the man or depart without putting himself in jeopardy. Upon realizing they were indeed the enemy, his fists tightened in resolve. Not a single one of these scoundrels would escape. Lin Feng stealthily entered the room, appearing beside the injured man without a sound. Gently, he tapped the man on the shoulder, causing him to react as if struck by lightning. With a sudden roll, he swung the knife towards Lin Feng. Swiftly, Lin Feng made a shushing gesture and quickly covered the man's mouth. Do not utter a sound. I am here to save you. Who are you? The man's face was etched with anxiety, completely unaware of how Lin Feng had approached him. Chapter 13. Japanese Marauders. What purpose is served by their survival? Zhao Bowen furrowed his brow, sensing no hostility from Lin Feng, which allowed him to relax slightly. Upon closer inspection, he noted the young man, barely in his 20s, whose silent approach had astonished him. Zhao Bowen was taken aback. How could a young lad possess such prowess? After a lifetime of military service and 30 years of rigorous training to reach his current level, it was shocking to find someone who seemed even more capable. Who exactly was Lin Feng? Had he not tapped his shoulder, he would have remained oblivious to Lin Feng's presence. Had this been a foe, he would have perished countless times over. In that instant, a chill ran down Zhao Bowen's spine, replaced by a sense of admiration for Lin Feng. In the realm of martial arts, mastery commands respect. Yet, Zhao Bowen was no stranger to grand occasions and quickly regained his composure. Young brother, may I inquire who your master is? I have no master. Why do they seek to kill you? Lin Feng felt the nearness of the 5 marauders, poised to strike. The 5 shadows approached their room with utmost caution. I will take you outside. It will be easier to deal with them there, Lin Feng declared, and with that, he lifted Zhao Bowen onto his back and leaped from the balcony. Come on, you sons of Japanese marauders. I am right here. Lin Feng shouted as he descended from the 2nd floor. Zhao Bowen was taken aback. How could one be so careless as to expose their whereabouts? Was this not courting disaster? Before he could finish his thought, Lin Feng dashed off with him, sprinting 100 meters to a nearby grove. There, he placed Zhao Bowen beside a sturdy tree and quietly gazed into the distance. Little brother, we must hurry. They outnumber us, he urged. What is there to fear? The pirates are nothing more than a herd of swine. No matter how many there are, they are merely destined for slaughter. If they come, we shall fight. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the pirates felt a surge of confidence and charged forward, only to catch a glimpse of the 2 figures retreating. After them. They went that way. 5 pirates momentarily hesitated before regaining their senses and shouting as they pursued Lin Feng. The pirates were remarkably swift and soon found themselves encircling Lin Feng in a fan formation. Lin Feng was astonished. He had not anticipated such speed from the pirates and immediately heightened his vigilance. Simultaneously, he found himself unable to gauge the true strength of his adversaries. Although the system indicated that these 5 pirates were weak, this was the first time Lin Feng had encountered such a situation. Brother, your end is nigh. One pirate taunted. How dare you? Call me grandfather instead. Lin Feng retorted, casually placing his hands behind his back, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. He remained still, refraining from making any move until he could ascertain the pirate's true capabilities. This indecision troubled Zhao Bowen. He had thought they might escape, preserving his own life. Yet Lin Feng had inexplicably halted. Little brother, why put us in this predicament? He exclaimed, startled by Lin Feng's erratic behavior, even questioning if Lin Feng had allied with their foes. Unable to contain himself, Zhao Bowen pressed forward, wincing from the pain. Together, we shall vanquish the invaders. Uncle, you should rest. I can handle these buffoons alone. Lin Feng dismissed Zhao Bowen, gesturing for him to observe from a distance. He then began to stretch and warm up, performing wrist rotations and leg stretches with an air of confidence. Zhao Bowen was taken aback. These were 5 formidable ninjas, elite assassins among the pirates. Do not underestimate them. These are the top-tier ninjas of the pirates. Their strength is not to be trifled with. Zhao Bowen insisted, believing that having an extra ally would be advantageous. Yet, Lin Feng paid him no heed, continuing his warm-up routine. Zhao Bowen found himself at a loss for words, hoping desperately that his subordinates would arrive soon. Suddenly, one pirate vanished in a flash, only to reappear beside Lin Feng like a specter, brandishing a katana in a swift strike. Lin Feng tensed, halting his warm-up. With a sudden leap, he evaded the pirate's attack effortlessly, countering with a lightning-fast kick. Thud! His foot connected with the pirate's lower back, eliciting a wretched scream as the pirate soared away like a kite severed from its string. Thump! The pirates halted their advance 20 meters away, one of them rolling lazily to stabilize himself. Zhao Bowen stood in stunned silence, while Lin Feng was equally astonished. He had not anticipated the sheer force of that kick. Gaining a preliminary understanding of his own strength, he realized that consuming the revitalizing elixir had transformed his body, significantly enhancing both his speed and power. Brushing off the dust from his attire, Lin Feng proclaimed with a sense of pride, "Uncle, how was my kick?" Zhao Bowen gave him a thumbs up. his previously tense demeanor finally relaxing. The other 4 pirates seemed to sense that Lin Feng was not as simple as they had presumed. "Sir, we bear you no malice, and we hope you will not interfere in our affairs," one of the pirates said, his Mandarin clumsy and broken. "Why should I turn a blind eye? As long as you are pirates, it is the duty and responsibility of every child of China to eliminate scoundrels like you. No, to call you beasts would be an insult to beasts," Lin Feng retorted through gritted teeth, expressing his true sentiments. "Do you truly believe we fear you?" one of the ninjas exclaimed, drawing his blade and trembling with rage. However, another ninja restrained his companion, suggesting, "Sir, let us take a step back. You depart, and we shall not trouble you." "Ha ha, I implore you to challenge me. I can hardly wait," Lin Feng brazenly declared, simultaneously giving the pirates a defiant gesture. "How dare you?" the lead pirate shouted, immediately launching into a rapid-fire stream of incomprehensible words. The 5 pirates swiftly encircled Lin Feng. He remained vigilant, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. As the 5 pirates moved in unison, their blades aimed at Lin Feng, he felt a surge of tension, yet in his eyes, their attack trajectories appeared remarkably clear, and he perceived everything with precision. Effortlessly evading the lethal strikes, he swung his fist toward one of them. Whoosh! For the first time, Lin Feng heard the rush of wind from his own punch, his heart racing with exhilaration. With a fierce cry, his fist struck directly at the pirate's face. The pirate, caught off guard, stumbled backward in a panic. As he attempted to slash with his blade to force Lin Feng to alter his attack, he was too late. Lin Feng's speed was astonishing. He darted past the pirate. The pirate watched as Lin Feng's fist loomed larger, transforming in his vision into an imposing mountain. Bang! The pirate's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape, as Lin Feng's punch landed squarely on his nose. The impact felt as though he had been struck by a speeding tank, his nose crumpling visibly. His body was propelled backward, crashing into a large tree 10 meters away, which splintered upon impact. Crack! The tree broke, and the pirate was left in 2 pieces. With a single punch, a marauder was obliterated. Lin Feng was astounded. Zhao Bowen was taken aback, and the remaining 4 marauders stood in utter shock. In disbelief, they witnessed their companion's demise, igniting a furious rage within them. The quartet split into 2 groups. 2 advanced towards Lin Feng, while the other 2 charged at Zhao Bowen. Chapter 14. Confronting marauders with a single blow, Lin Feng furrowed his brow, realizing he possessed immense strength, yet lacked any combat techniques. He had no choice but to rely solely on brute force, believing that sheer might could overcome any skill. As he observed the 2 ninjas rushing towards him, Lin Feng deftly sidestepped and evaded their advances. The marauders, having learned from their previous encounters, opted not to engage in close combat, but instead wielded their blades from a distance, harassing Lin Feng. Damn it, the little devils are quite cunning. Zhao Bowen, a true martial arts master, quickly discerned Lin Feng's vulnerabilities. He sidestepped and executed a sweeping leg kick, targeting their lower defenses. Lin Feng instantly understood. He sidestepped and countered with a sweeping kick of his own, prompting the marauder to leap into the air. At that moment, suspended in midair and unable to evade, Lin Feng unleashed a devastating punch aimed at the marauder's abdomen. The force behind this blow was formidable, akin to the impact of Halley's Comet colliding with Earth. The punch sliced through the air, creating a sonic boom that reverberated in the surroundings. With a resounding impact, the marauder, caught off guard, could not react in time. In a frantic attempt to shield his midsection, he hastily dropped his weapon. Yet, fate was unrelenting. A dull thud echoed as the marauder's belly caved in. His internal organs misaligned, and he spewed forth a fountain of blood, his body plummeting to the ground. After witnessing this twice, Lin Feng began to grasp the rhythm of battle. The 3 remaining marauders, disregarding Zhao Bowen, charged straight at Lin Feng. The leading ninja, the strongest among them, wielded his blade with lethal intent aimed at Lin Feng. Should this strike land, even Diamond could be cleaved in 2. With no time to evade, Lin Feng seized another marauder, using him as a shield. The marauder met a gruesome fate, cleaved in 2 by the leading ninja's blade, blood splattering everywhere. The leader, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, found himself drenched in his comrade's blood, his fury igniting into a blaze. Damn it! Upon realizing he had slayed his own companion, the leader nearly succumbed to rage. He shouted incoherently, but Lin Feng felt no pity for him. Damn your ancestors. Call me Grandpa. With a newfound sense of mischief following his success, Lin Feng swiftly lunged for another ninja. The second ninja, quick on his feet, attempted to evade Lin Feng's grasp. However, Lin Feng was well prepared. With a deft move, he caught hold of the Marauder's collar. Just then, the enraged leader swung his blade towards Lin Feng. In a cold sneer, Lin Feng thrust the ninja forward, who screamed as he became an unwitting shield against the leader's lethal strike. The leading pirate, wielding a katana, struck once more at his companion, producing a resounding crack as the blade became lodged in bone. Seizing the fleeting moment as the pirate withdrew his sword, Lin Feng launched a swift kick. With a thud, his foot connected with the pirate's chest. The last of the marauders was sent flying, crashing against a nearby tree and spewing a copious amount of blood. Lin Feng swiftly approached, grasping the pirate by his hair and lifting him up. "Now call me grandfather." The pirate trembled in fear, glaring back and uttering incomprehensible words in a foreign tongue. Lin Feng, as a dutiful student, had watched countless educational videos from Teacher Tsang, becoming exceedingly familiar with the phrase yammied, yet he comprehended none of the other gibberish. With a series of sharp slaps, the pirate's visage became a grotesque mess. "Little brother, spare him." Zhao Bowen rushed forward, hoping to glean the circumstances behind the attack. Alas, he was a moment too late. The final pirate had already been cast to the ground, lifeless. "Apologies, it was my first time confronting these invaders, and I miscalculated my strength. Next time, I shall ensure a captive." Zhao Bowen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his gaze toward Lin Feng shifting, pondering whether this individual was truly human. "Little brother, what may I call you? I am immensely grateful for your timely intervention." Zhao Bowen had not anticipated that Lin Feng would so effortlessly dispatch 5 pirates. His feelings of gratitude now mingled with curiosity. "Lin Feng, why did they seek to kill you?" Lin Feng brushed his hands together, noticing the bloodstains and feeling a twinge of annoyance. This attire, after all, was brand new, purchased earlier that afternoon. Zhao Bowen appeared to be deep in thought, considering that only a select few in the entire Qin province possessed the capability to summon such skilled assassins. However, with the upcoming auction in Liang, he could not ascertain which entity had set their sights on him. These pirates were well-trained professionals, unattainable by ordinary means. "Lin Feng, they were hired assassins from my enemies. I nearly fell victim to them. I owe you my life. You do not seem to be a local. Are you from the provincial capital? You have keen insight, brother. I have come to Liang for the auction." "The auction?" Lin Feng was taken aback. "You know of the auction, brother Lin?" Zhao Bowen inquired, his expression one of intrigue. "Oh, I heard about it from a friend. Brother Lin, here is my number. I, Zhao Bowen, have some standing in Qin City. So should you encounter any insurmountable troubles in the future, do not hesitate to call me." Zhao Bowen produced a card from his pocket, shimmering like pure gold, inscribed with the character for Zhao, followed by a series of numbers. Lin Feng accepted the card, tempted to bite it to verify its authenticity. "This card must be worth quite a sum." "Hee." Zhao Bowen chuckled softly. "Such kindness need not be quantified. I am aware that Brother Lin is not driven by greed. Offering money would be an affront to your character." Zhao Bowen's intention was clear. Offering money was far too pedestrian. The card itself embodied a significance that transcended monetary value. At that moment, Lin Feng remained unaware of the card's true power, still musing to himself, "Please, insult me with money." Apart from his affection for Su Yao, Lin Feng harbored a love for wealth. He weighed the card in his hand, estimating its mass to be at least several grams. Based on current gold prices, it was worth no less than 10,000 yuan, a considerable sum. Lin Feng thought to himself, and with a knowing smile remarked, "Wealth is merely an external possession, insignificant in the grand scheme." Zhao Bowen chuckled softly, then suddenly recalled something, his expression turning serious as he inquired, "By the way, young brother, I see you are also a practitioner of martial arts, seemingly following an unconventional path. Am I correct?" "Unconventional path?" Lin Feng replied, his face a mask of confusion. Zhao Bowen recognized Lin Feng's bewilderment, realizing he likely lacked knowledge of martial arts forms. Yet he saw potential in Lin Feng as a promising martial artist. With a bit of training in martial arts techniques, he could undoubtedly become a genius in the field, with achievements on the horizon. "I have opened a martial arts school in the provincial capital. Would you be interested in joining?" "A martial arts school?" Lin Feng's heart leapt with excitement. "What is your current level? Are you at the Qi refinement stage or the foundation establishment stage? Can you leap over rooftops?" Upon hearing Zhao Bowen practiced martial arts, His interest piqued immediately. Zhao Bowen's expression darkened. Internally, he thought, this lad seems to believe martial arts is akin to cultivating immortality, leaping rooftops, and establishing foundations. The essence of martial arts lies in strengthening the body, honing one's inner energy and outer resilience, emphasizing the harmony of yin and yang, inhalation and exhalation. Consequently, Zhao Bowen demonstrated a set of Tai Chi movements for Lin Feng. Young brother, you must have read too many novels about immortals. This is the true essence of martial arts. Stance training, horse stance, practicing punches and kicks. Lin Feng engaged earnestly, quickly mastering several moves. Just as he was getting into the rhythm, a sudden cacophony erupted nearby. Dark figures appeared, wielding bright flashlights. Quickly search. They must be nearby. Chapter 15. A frightening encounter in the bathroom. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Feng was about to lead Zhao Bowen to safety, but Zhao Bowen wore a reassuring smile. No need to panic. They are our people. Since you are safe, I shall take my leave. I prefer to remain unnoticed. Lin Feng, wishing to avoid the limelight, hastily explained, do not let anyone find me. Please take care of the corpse of that little devil. Rest assured, young brother, this matter will not implicate you. Zhao Bowen replied, just as Lin Feng vanished from sight. Leave me a phone number, Zhao Bowen said, feeling somewhat embarrassed by how swiftly Lin Feng had fled. Master. At last, I have found you. Are you all right? Zhao Bowen's young disciple, Qian Degui, accompanied by several men resembling bodyguards, finally located Zhao Bowen. Upon seeing his master covered in blood, he immediately expressed his concern. I'm quite well. You all should dispose of the corpses of the pirates, but do so discreetly. Qian Degui's expression shifted slightly as he observed several bodies on the ground, 2 cleaved in half and 3 obliterated by a single punch, their deaths horrifically tragic. Internally astonished, he thought to himself that his master's prowess had evidently advanced once more. You lot, hasten to take care of this. I shall escort my master away first. As a direct disciple, Qian Degui deemed such trivial matters beneath his dignity and turned to instruct a few attendants to handle it. Master, allow me to take you home first to tend to your wounds. Zhao Bowen nodded, feeling an overwhelming discomfort and pain throughout his body. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene of the pirates, Qian Degui couldn't help but speculate whether his master had transcended into the legendary realm. Given his master's abilities, such lethality seemed improbable. Master, who could have done this? Such remarkable strength. Qian Degui couldn't restrain his curiosity. Zhao Bowen chuckled softly, a young brother, exceptionally skilled. Qian Degui felt a chill run down his spine. A youth possessing such formidable strength was indeed a rarity. For the sake of caution, Zhao Bowen refrained from revealing Lin Feng's name, fearing that knowledge of him might bring harm. He resolved internally that such an individual must be befriended. Lin Feng returned to the seaside villa number 8, the clock striking midnight. Setting down his tote bag, he wandered through the house, noting the silence on the first floor. He quietly ascended to the second floor, discovering that Su Yao's door was ajar and the light was on, yet she was nowhere to be found. Puzzled, he wondered where everyone had gone. After changing his clothes, he still caught a faint whiff of blood in the air. Lin Feng frowned. The scent of blood would not dissipate easily, and a shower was urgently needed. As he made his way to the bathroom, he began to undress, preoccupied with the thought of cleansing himself, entirely oblivious to the commotion within the bathroom. At such a late hour, he mused, where could Su Yao have gone? Luyan was also missing. Engaging in self-talk, he casually pushed the bathroom door open. Ah, he exclaimed, immediately followed by a woman's scream. The bathroom was steamy, and Lin Feng could only discern a blurred figure, yet he recognized Su Yao by her voice. Scoundrel? Little Feng? Earlier in the day, Su Yao had been startled, and upon returning home, Luyan had stayed by her side. Having waited for Lin Feng's return without success, she decided to shower and retire for the night. Just as she was applying body wash, someone burst in unexpectedly, causing her to scream in surprise. Upon realizing it was Lin Feng, she quickly turned away. Little Feng, when did you return? You startled me. Please, step outside quickly. Lin Feng stood at the threshold, captivated by the indistinct figure, momentarily frozen in place. Shall I help you scrub your back? He suggested. No. Men and women should not engage in such intimacy. You must leave. Su Yao hurriedly pushed Lin Feng out, but inadvertently stepped into empty space. Lin Feng quickly caught her. Otherwise, she would have fallen and severely injured herself. Suddenly, with a swish, Lin Feng accidentally brushed against the shower switch, dousing both of them in cold water, extinguishing the flames of their passion. Just then, a frantic knocking echoed from the door. "Sister-in-law, are you done? I need to use the bathroom." It was Lu Yan. Lin Feng and Su Yao froze, their eyes meeting in sheer terror. Su Yao hastily pushed Lin Feng away and shouted towards the bathroom door. "Yinner, go to the restroom on the first floor. I need a little more time." Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Su Yao. Why was Lu Yan still at their home? "I'm scared alone. Let her stay with me," she whispered urgently, biting Lin Feng's ear. Sensing her anxiety, Lin Feng pondered the dire consequences if Lu Yan discovered their secret rendezvous. Su Yao would certainly struggle to cope, and perhaps they would never have another chance. "What should I do?" "I will go out first. Wait until we're back in the room before you sneak out." With that, Su Yao wrapped herself in a towel and stealthily approached the bathroom door, reminiscent of a child caught in wrongdoing, cautiously cracking the door open. She saw Lu Yan descend the stairs and quickly slipped out of the bathroom. Before leaving, she cast one last glance at Lin Feng, who now sensed her newfound calmness. She no longer wished to continue down this treacherous path. "Xiao Feng, this is the last time. If it happens again, I will no longer acknowledge you." As a widow, she did not want Lin Feng to bear the burden of disgrace. Lin Feng wiped his body, sat on the toilet, and smoked a cigarette. Hearing Lu Yan return to her room, he finally stood up and dressed. He quietly opened the door, ensured no one was around, and slipped back into his room. Lying alone in bed, sleep eluded him. His mind was consumed by thoughts of Su Yao, tossing and turning restlessly. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Zhao Bowen, inviting him to meet the next day. Lin Feng thought it would be a good opportunity to check on Zhao Bowen's situation and agreed. After replying, the unquenchable fire within him threatened to turn him to ash. Struggling to contain his inner turmoil, Lin Feng began counting sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. He counted all the way to 18,888. Yet sleep remained elusive. "Alas, this is driving me to the brink." He decided to rise, standing by the window to practice Ba Duan Jin. Though it appeared simple, its endurance over millennia suggested otherwise. This was a discipline for strengthening the body. After practicing it 18 times, Lin Feng felt invigorated. The fiery turmoil within him dissipated, leaving only tender affection for Su Yao. He vowed to ensure that, after enduring so much hardship, Su Yao would lead a life of comfort and happiness. One must never betray the sincerity of another's heart. As a principle, one should not forget their origins. This is Lin Feng's creed. Chapter 16. The thoughts of Su Yao. The following day, Lin Feng rose early, unaware of precisely when slumber had claimed him the night before. Yet, upon awakening, he felt no fatigue, his spirit remarkably invigorated. Pondering over this phenomenon, he wondered if it was the result of that particular cultivation technique, which seemed to possess extraordinary effects. However, he chose not to dwell on it. Now that he had a new home, it was imperative to usher in a new atmosphere. Lin Feng entered the pristine kitchen, resolute in his decision to prepare a heartfelt breakfast for Su Yao. He fried several eggs, warmed some milk, and, noticing that time was still on his side, made 2 scallion pancakes. At 7 o'clock, Lu Yan and Su Yao emerged from their bedroom, clad in pajamas. Upon seeing Lin Feng standing in the dining area, Lu Yan instinctively tugged at her pajama dress, surprised to find him there. Her gaze shifted to the breakfast on the table, her face a canvas of disbelief. "Lin Feng, when did you return last night?" she exclaimed, astonished. "You can cook?" She promptly snatched a piece of scallion pancake and placed it into her mouth, chewing with evident excitement. "Where did you buy this?" "PSH, as if I can't cook myself. Go, wash up." Lin Feng wore a proud expression as he turned to Su Yao. "Su Yao, hurry and wash up for breakfast." Their eyes met, and her heart raced anew, recalling the passionate moments from the previous night in the bathroom. Su Yao's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded and hurried to the bathroom, splashing her face with cool water. Lu Yan hastily consumed a couple of bites before rushing off to work, leaving Lin Feng and Su Yao alone. Su Yao took bites of the scallion pancake, her small face a mixture of emotions. For many years, she had never experienced the sensation of being cherished by a man, yet last night had awakened something within her. "Su Yao," Lin Feng called gently. "Oh," she replied, not daring to meet his gaze. "Su Yao, I bought you some clothes. Let me get them for you." Su Yao paused, caught between surprise and joy, her heart a tempest of conflicting voices. "Su Yao, you must boldly pursue your own happiness. No, you are a harbinger of misfortune. Love cannot be yours. You are a woman deserving of affection. You are fated to live in solitude. You do not deserve happiness. For the sake of love, open your heart and embrace him. No, you cannot afford to make another mistake. As the voices clashed within her, Su Yao felt a growing sense of anxiety. Su Yao, what are you thinking? Quickly, try on the clothes. At that moment, Lin Feng approached with the garments he had purchased the day before. Su Yao instinctively accepted them. Xiao Feng, are you wasting money again? In the future, do not buy for Su Yao. Save for yourself to wed a bride. After speaking, Su Yao suddenly felt a wave of melancholy as she stepped into the bedroom. Gazing at the vibrant array of new clothes, a hint of sweetness returning to her heart. This was the moment, and the final one. There could be no further mistakes. Resolutely, she made up her mind and began to try on the outfit, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. How could she wear this? It left her thighs entirely exposed. With the short skirt in hand, she felt both astonished and delighted, reluctant to put it on. Ever since that night, when she and Lin Feng had crossed the threshold, Su Yao sensed that she had unlocked a magical door. It led to an entirely new existence, revealing that she too could embrace the essence of being a true woman. Su Yao, have you changed yet? I'm coming in. Lin Feng's voice interrupted her reverie at the door. Wait, I'm not ready yet. Don't come in. Su Yao hastily donned the garment, tugging at the hem of the skirt, reasoning that there was no one else at home, so if Lin Feng saw her, so be it. Just as she adjusted her attire, Lin Feng pushed the door open. Upon seeing Su Yao clad in the figure-hugging skirt, he was momentarily entranced. Indeed, one's appearance can significantly alter perception. How had he never noticed Su Yao's beauty before? Her fair, long legs subtly revealed beneath the short skirt exuded an allure of mature femininity. Feeling shy under Lin Feng's gaze, Su Yao playfully chided, "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen this before?" Lin Feng snapped back to reality, his face reddening as he replied, "Su Yao, you look truly beautiful today." A sweet warmth blossomed in Su Yao's heart, yet she feigned indifference, retorting, "You're just good at flattering people." With that, she lowered her head. A silence enveloped them, thick with a unique tension. Suddenly, Lin Feng took Su Yao's hand, speaking earnestly, "Su Yao, I mean it." A shiver coursed through Su Yao as she met Lin Feng's intense gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Feng's eyes shimmered with unspoken emotions. Flushed with shyness, Su Yao gently pushed him away, her heart a tumult of conflicting feelings. She resolutely reminded herself that such moments could not continue. Observing Su Yao's reaction, Lin Feng's brow furrowed, his heart sinking. He abruptly recalled that if his elder brother were aware, would he blame him? He believed that if his brother were watching from above, he would wish for Su Yao's happiness, longing for her to live joyfully. Unbeknownst to her, Su Yao began to sob. Lin Feng's heart melted at the sight. Su Yao had endured hardships for 3 long years, often denying herself even a single piece of clothing, saving every penny for him. As a woman and as Lin Feng's sister-in-law, she bore no obligation to do so. Now, after enduring suffering, it was time for her to reap the rewards. Lin Feng resolved that he would not allow Su Yao to live in hardship any longer. He wanted her to become the happiest woman. "Su Yao, you have suffered for so many years," he silently vowed, hoping that his brother would not blame him. Nor would he hold Su Yao accountable. After all, it was fate that had taken his brother away, leaving Su Yao alone. Since the departure of his elder brother, Lin Feng has regarded Su Yao as his closest companion, unwittingly falling in love with her. Young and resilient, Su Yao has endured numerous hardships, and Lin Feng cannot bear the thought of her remaining in solitude. He yearns to provide her with a home. He shudders to imagine a life devoid of Su Yao, fearing the prospect of her remarrying and finding solace in another man's embrace. "Mother, father, brother, allow me to care for Su Yao for a lifetime. I hope your spirits in the heavens will bless me," he murmurs, tightly embracing her, unwilling to let go even for a moment. "I love you. Promise me, will you?" Su Yao gazes up at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with affection, yet societal expectations begin to weigh heavily upon her. "What will others think if I do this?" Lin Feng sighs and responds, "If my brother is watching from above, he too wishes for your happiness, does he not? Xiao Feng, I am an ill-fated woman, having inadvertently caused your brother's demise. I cannot bear to bring you more sorrow." Su Yao shakes her head, still ensnared by the chains of her heart and the judgmental gaze of society. Chapter 17. A Princess's Embrace. Overjoyed, Lin Feng senses that Su Yao harbors feelings for him, albeit overshadowed by her concern for external opinions. In the realm of reality, one cannot exist solely within their own world. Women, in particular, are often preoccupied with how they are perceived by others. Su Yao, you possess the right to pursue happiness. Your brother has departed. No one can hinder your quest for joy. Really? Can I? Lin Feng's earnest words bring Su Yao immense joy, though a trace of uncertainty lingers in her heart. She gazes at him with hope, and Lin Feng nods affirmatively. Xiao Feng. Su Yao nestles against Lin Feng's warm embrace like a gentle lamb, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Am I a bad woman? She muses, recalling the night she sought refuge in a hotel, burdened by her circumstances, away from Lin Feng. In that room, Lin Feng had become insistent despite her numerous refusals, and she had succumbed to his drunken advances, a decision that now brings a blush to her cheeks. Lin Feng, observing Su Yao, feels a pang of sorrow. For so many years, she has endured hardship, and he longs for her to experience a life filled with joy. Su Yao, you are the finest woman in this world. In my heart, you are my goddess. Ah! A shiver runs down Su Yao's spine, and she buries her face in her chest, overcome with embarrassment yet elated. Xiao Feng, do you truly mean that? A rosy hue graces her cheeks. I am not as wonderful as you say. I am merely a widow. At this thought, her smile fades. I cannot accept your feelings. It would be better for you to seek someone unblemished. Lin Feng stands in stunned silence, bewildered by the swift change in her demeanor. Why, Su Yao? I am aware of your love for me, and I reciprocate it. Two souls genuinely in love. Why can we not be together? Upon hearing Lin Feng's confession, Su Yao felt a surge of joy, yet a hint of sorrow clouded her brow. The fear of public opinion and the harm caused by gossip are indeed formidable. Lin Feng, if I marry you, how will I ever return to the village? What will others say? Lin Feng understood that Su Yao's heart had wavered, yet she needed time to convince herself. Su Yao, as long as we are genuinely in love, the opinions of others are inconsequential. We live for ourselves, do we not? Despite his words, Su Yao hesitated. All right, Su Yao, there is no but. With that, Lin Feng assertively lifted Su Yao into his arms and carried her towards the bedroom. Su Yao was well aware of what was to unfold next. Lin Feng, if you truly wish for this, I could consent. But, Su Yao, Lin Feng interrupted, his embrace prompting her to cling tightly to his neck. I understand your concerns, and I will not pressure you. However, you are the woman I cherish most. Ever since the day my brother departed, I vowed to care for you. Su Yao, you are so young and beautiful. You cannot possibly remain a widow for life. Moreover, women are like water, needing the nourishment of a man. Have you not noticed how much more radiant you have become since that night? In an instant, Su Yao's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. She buried her face in Lin Feng's chest, unable to lift her gaze in embarrassment, while her heart swelled with sweetness. Since marrying Lin Feng's brother, she had not experienced a single day of true happiness as a woman before he left her alone. They had not even shared a marital chamber, leaving her a widow. For 3 years, she preserved her chastity until Lin Feng's night transformed her into a true woman. Though Lin Feng was 3 years her junior, Su Yao had always regarded him as the pillar of the family. He was the sole support of the Lin household, and his presence meant home. Lin Feng gently embraced Su Yao, feeling the warmth of her heart. Their eyes locked. Lin Feng, can you grant me some time? Su Yao, I can offer you that, but I need time as well. Lin Feng understood. What she desired was to willingly give her heart, even if he possessed her body. Su Yao's heart would ache otherwise. Su Yao, I promise you, one day, I will make you willingly climb into my bed. How dare you? What do you take me for? You are my little pup, and I am your devoted admirer. What are you saying? Have we turned into dogs? Hee hee. Su Yao, please stop scratching. Su Yao donned a new outfit, leaving Lin Feng mesmerized. Is this real? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Why would I trick you? Su Yao twirled in front of the mirror, ultimately deciding on a fitted skirt, for it was what Lin Feng adored. Lin Feng lifted Su Yao into his arms and spun her around the room. For 3 years, this has been the happiest moment for Su Yao. The sounds of laughter and joy encapsulate the home she has always yearned for, a residence brimming with love and warmth. All right, put me down. Su Yao extricated herself from Lin Feng's embrace, her smile illuminating her face, rendering her even more enchanting. Su Yao, shall we go shopping? Yes. It's been ages since I've been out shopping. Without hesitation, they set off, Lin Feng filled with delight. A radiant smile adorned Su Yao's face. Su Yao, Haven T, you always wanted to buy a watch. At the Yuyang Vientiane city, they arrived at the watch counter. where Lin Feng recalled Su Yao mentioning her desire for a watch. Upon glancing at the prices, Su Yao immediately tugged at Lin Feng, eager to leave. The least expensive one was 18,000, while the most extravagant was a staggering 168,000. Su Yao was instantly deterred. Who said I wanted to buy a watch? I can check the time on my phone. Wearing a watch is just wasteful. Su Yao? What do you think of this one? Lin Feng pointed to the most expensive women's watch. Excuse me, could you take that one out for Su Yao to try on? Lin Feng, are you out of your mind? That costs 168,000. Is it worth it to buy a watch? Su Yao repeatedly waved her hands in refusal. Lin Feng chuckled and gestured for the attendant to bring it forward. He took Su Yao's wrist and adorned it with the exquisite timepiece. As Su Yao gazed at the elegant watch on her wrist, her eyes sparkled with admiration, yet her heart ached at the thought of the price. Xiao Feng, it's too expensive, we shouldn't buy it. However, Lin Feng, with a smile, addressed the attendant. I'll take this one. Please wrap it up. Sir, are you certain? Have you checked the price? The attendant wore a polite smile, but inwardly mused about the naivete of this country bumpkin. Wait, I'll take that watch. Please wrap it up for me. Just as Su Yao hesitated, an unpleasant voice broke the moment. A burly man, flanked by a heavily made-up woman, strode directly to the counter. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Before he could respond, the man arrogantly declared, Rube, do you even know how much that watch costs? Are you buying it? Don't embarrass yourself here. Chapter 18 The Joy of Wealth. Lin Feng scrutinized the man, noting the odor of cheap cologne and the gaudy gold chain around his neck, clearly a counterfeit. Turning his attention to the woman beside him, he detected the offensive scent of low-quality perfume that seemed to repel all nearby insects. Sir, you have a keen eye. This watch is the latest model of the year. The attendant, noticing the man's ostentatious attire, eagerly began to extol the virtues of the watch adorning Su Yao's wrist. This is the Patek Philippe 24 in stainless steel, the first sports watch designed specifically for women. The bezel is set with 36 diamonds, approximately 0.73 carats, with a price tag of 168,800. It's just 168,008? Wrap it up for me. The man sneered, then lifted the woman's chin. Darling, this is the one. It perfectly matches your elegance. Thank you, brother Hu. I have just learned a new technique called ice and fire duality, and I shall demonstrate it to you shortly. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, the waiter beamed with delight and approached, intending to remove the watch from Su Yao's wrist. Humph. With a grunt, Lin Feng slapped the waiter's hand away. What do you think you're doing? The waiter recoiled, anger etched on his face as he confronted Lin Feng. You hurt me. What do you think you're doing? Who gave you the audacity to snatch a watch from my sister-in-law? Lin Feng glared at the waiter, taking Su Yao's delicate hand in his own. This watch was custom-made for her. It could only reveal its true value when adorning her wrist. This watch belongs to our store. Do you intend to rob us? The waiter bellowed furiously, seizing his walkie-talkie to summon assistance. Moments later, several security guards rushed in. Sister Jean Lian, who dares to cause a ruckus here? The waiter pointed at Lin Feng, and then at the watch on Su Yao's wrist. They are robbing. This gentleman has his eye on that watch. And they refused to hand it over. The guards immediately surrounded Lin Feng and Su Yao. Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over the watch. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Lin Feng chuckled coldly, shielding Su Yao behind him. We were the first to lay eyes on this watch. Why should we relinquish it? Humph. You haven't paid for it. The watch belongs to our store, and we can give it to whomever we please. The waiter seized the moment to interject, growing increasingly agitated. Besides, you clearly look like a country bumpkin. Can you even afford it? The waiter, becoming more emboldened, pointed a finger at Su Yao and shouted, And you, looking like a village girl, are unworthy of wearing such an exquisite watch. Take it off immediately. Slap. The moment the waiter finished speaking, Lin Feng could no longer contain his fury and slapped her across the face. It was one thing to insult him, but to demean Su Yao was utterly intolerable. Mind your words. You're merely a watch-selling attendant, not some global billionaire. He retorted. It's just a watch. I can afford it. Go, summon your manager. Lin Feng tossed his bank card onto the counter with a flourish. I have over $1 million in my account. Can't I afford a measly watch? I could buy two, one to wear and one to smash for fun. Su Yao tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve, her eyes betraying a hint of worry. The waiter's expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated someone would dare to slap her. Why you actually hit me? And what of it? If you utter another foul word, I shall tear your mouth apart. The waiter, clutching her face, seethed, Fine, just wait. I will call the manager and see how you resolve this. With that, she left the security guards to watch over Lin Feng and Su Yao as she stormed off to fetch the manager. Xiaofeng, I don't want this watch anymore. Let us leave. 16,000 is too expensive. Su Yao, rest assured, we have money now. We are not short of this sum. As they were conversing, a middle-aged man accompanied by a waiter approached. The waiter immediately pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Feng, exclaiming, Manager Han. It was he who assaulted me and attempted to steal our watch. Manager Han scrutinized Lin Feng, noting his unassuming attire, while Su Yao beside him appeared equally ordinary. His brow furrowed. After all, the wealthy often defy conventional expectations. A person strolling in flip-flops and shorts could very well be a millionaire. Sir, I am the manager here. If you are dissatisfied with the service, please feel free to express your concerns. Adhering to the adage of not striking a smiling face, Lin Feng recounted the events with candor upon witnessing Manager Han's courteous demeanor. Upon hearing this, Manager Han shot a disapproving glare at the waiter. Is what this gentleman says true? Manager Han, he looks like a pauper. How could he possibly afford a watch worth over 100,000? Very well. You are terminated. Leave immediately and settle your account with the finance department. Manager Han, why? Why? As a service staff member, judging others by appearance is inherently wrong. You are the one causing a disturbance, so I ask you to leave at once. Manager Han rebuked the waiter, instructing security to escort her out. The waiter, seething with anger, glared menacingly at Lin Feng. Manager Han smiled slightly. Sir, I sincerely apologize for our inadequate service. To express our regret, we would like to offer you a 10% discount on that watch. Thank you for your kind gesture, Manager Han. After saying this, Lin Feng presented his card, and Manager Han promptly facilitated the transaction. He summoned another waiter to carefully package the watch for Lin Feng. We welcome you to visit us again. Please take care on your way out. Su Yao linked her arm with Lin Feng's, her heart racing with excitement. Could this watch on her wrist truly be worth 168,000? She dared not imagine the quantity of rice one could purchase with such an amount. For instance, at the supermarket, bulk rice costs 3 yuan per jean. With 168,000 yuan at 3 yuan per jean, one could acquire 56,000 jean, which equals 28 tons of rice. For a family of 5 consuming a 50 jean bag of rice monthly, that would last for nearly 3 years. Just as Lin Feng and Su Yao prepared to leave, a furious shout rang out. Stop! Tiger brothers stormed forward, blocking their path. Pointing at the watch on Su Yao's wrist, he bellowed, I just said I wanted that watch. Did you not hear me? All eyes turned toward Tiger brother, while Manager Han's expression tightened slightly. Sir, that watch has already been sold to Mr. Lin. If you are interested, please feel free to explore our other styles. Tiger brother, brimming with aggression, pushed past Manager Han. Kid, hand over the watch and leave while you can, or I assure you, you won't see the sun rise tomorrow. Lin Feng chuckled coldly, astonished that in today's society, there were still those bold enough to attempt robbery in public. What is this? Are you attempting a blatant theft? Hu Gu was momentarily taken aback by Lin Feng's words, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Boy, do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that? I may not know who you are, but I am certain of one thing. I am not your father, and the watch I purchased cannot simply be given to you. In the past, Lin Feng had been timid and averse to confrontation, primarily due to his empty pockets. A man without money is often looked down upon wherever he goes. Even in marriage, he may face disdain from his wife. Money, indeed, serves as a man's backbone. Now, with nearly $1 million in his account, Lin Feng felt emboldened. He had no reason to fear anyone. If there was discontent, he would respond with action. Hu Ji's expression shifted drastically. His fists clenched tightly as he pointed angrily at Lin Feng. You are courting death. Chapter 19. Hu Ji's hasty retreat. Zhao Qingcheng makes an entrance. Accustomed to being domineering, Hu Gu raised his hand to strike Lin Feng. As a prominent figure in Liang, he would not tolerate anyone attempting to take something from him, especially an inconspicuous individual, which incensed him further. A sharp slap echoed throughout the mall, leaving the crowd in shock and disbelief. Was this boy truly seeking his own demise? Hu Gu, the notorious figure of Liang, had been struck? This promised to be quite a spectacle. The boy was about to gain notoriety. Lin Feng, understanding the importance of striking first, seized Hu Ji's wrist with one hand while pointing at his nose with the other. I care not who you are. If you dare to strike, be prepared to be struck in return. You dare hit me? Hu Gu glared, his face etched with rage. No one in Liang had ever dared to strike him. Lin Feng was the first. Several of Hu Ji's subordinates immediately surrounded Lin Feng, their eyes gleaming with malice, ready to pounce. You dare to touch our Hu Gu? You shall not leave this mall unscathed today. Unless you kneel and bow to Hu Gu, we will break both your legs. One of the lackeys snarled. It's too late for bowing. Unless you let this woman beside you spend the night with me, Hu Gu spat, his mouth stained with blood from Lin Feng's slap, which had nearly knocked out his teeth. If you seek a woman, go home and find your mother. Su Yao was Lin Feng's Achilles heel, and Hu Ji's words ignited a furious rage within him. With swift slaps, Hu Gu was left dazed, as Lin Feng grasped his collar. Dare to lay a hand on Su Yao, and I will end you. You wouldn't dare? Hu Gu blustered, though his body involuntarily trembled. Huh? You think you can intimidate me? Lin Feng released his grip, causing Hu Gu to stumble back, nearly losing his footing. You lot, attack. Teach this boy a severe lesson. Break his legs. At Hu Ji's command, his subordinates charged at Lin Feng, shouting threats. With a piercing gaze, Lin Feng sidestepped a punch from one man, swiftly delivering a kick to his abdomen. A scream erupted as the man crumpled to the ground, clutching his stomach. At that moment, another thug launched an attack from behind. Lin Feng remained stationary, swiftly swinging his right elbow backward, delivering a powerful blow to the thug's face. With a resounding thud, the man staggered back, blood gushing from his nose as he clutched his face. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 thugs lay sprawled on the ground. Brother Hu trembled in disbelief, astonished to discover that Lin Feng was a formidable fighter. Just then, a commanding voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone, stop. The crowd turned to see a young man, impeccably dressed in a suit, striding purposefully toward them. Brother Hu's face turned pale at the sight, his legs trembling as he nearly fell to his knees. Mr. Zhao, what brings you here? Mr. Zhao furrowed his brow, surveying the scene with a cold gaze. Hu, have you lost your mind to cause trouble on my territory? Brother Hu, quaking with fear, hurriedly stammered. No, Mr. Zhao. It was this brat who struck first. Mr. Zhao, uninterested in his excuses, interrupted him with a curt command to leave, a reprieve that sent Brother Hu fleeing the mall in haste. Lin Feng glanced at Mr. Zhao but chose silence, pulling Su Yao along as he attempted to exit. Young man, you think you can cause a ruckus in my mall and just walk away? Mr. Zhao's expression darkened, his brow furrowing as he sensed Lin Feng's disregard. Lin Feng turned back, a slight smirk gracing his lips. What? Are you inviting me to dinner? Anyone who could instill fear in Brother Hu was undoubtedly not a mere businessman. To manage such a shopping center in Liang, the backing must be formidable. Yet, this was of little consequence to Lin Feng. He had no need to seek favors from him, nor did he fear him. Don't think that just because you possess some meager skills, you can act like a big shot. Dare to create chaos in my mall. And if I don't receive an explanation today, be prepared to face the consequences. In Liang, few would dare to disregard Zhao Qingqing's authority. What misfortune had befallen this young man to offend both Brother Hu and now Mr. Zhao? Qin Sheng, the reckless youth, seemed unafraid of death. Perhaps he was simply tired of life. However, the woman by his side was indeed a rare gem, exquisite among the finest. Hearing the surrounding whispers, Lin Feng shot a piercing glare at the man who had spoken, causing him to hastily retreat into the crowd, shaken by the intensity of Lin Feng's gaze. With a hearty laugh, Lin Feng gently patted Su Yao's back, reassuring her not to worry. He then turned to Zhao Qingcheng, nonchalantly stating, "In your establishment, I have been assaulted. As the responsible party, you certainly owe me an explanation, or perhaps you should reconsider operating this mall." What? The crowd gasped in shock, utterly taken aback by Lin Feng's audacity. This young man was clearly courting disaster, daring to demand an account from Mr. Zhao. It seemed a spectacle was about to unfold. Witnessing how this fool would meet his end, Mr. Zhao, taken aback by Lin Feng's boldness, felt his expression darken with fury. The air around seemed to chill a few degrees. Young man, you likely underestimate the prowess of Mr. Zhao. It would be wise to admit your mistake and depart swiftly, for not even the heavens can save you from his wrath. A man beside Zhao Qingqing glared with eyes full of menace. Yet, in the face of this intimidation, Lin Feng remained unfazed, calmly stating, "The notion of admitting fault does not exist in my lexicon." The man was momentarily at a loss for words, and Zhao Qingcheng was filled with indignation. "You have successfully provoked my ire," he declared, turning to signal several security personnel who promptly surrounded them. Wielding electric batons and some brandishing rubber clubs, it was evident these individuals were seasoned enforcers, ruthless and unyielding. You still have time to apologize. Once they strike, you will likely be carried out today, Zhao Qingqing boasted, arrogance radiating from his every word. Kneel and admit your fault, and I shall spare you. Lin Feng, shielding Su Yao behind him, wore a dark expression that signified his growing anger. You should not be so defiant. Zhao Qingqing sneered coldly, waving his hand dismissively. Go on. Attack him. If he dies, I will take responsibility. With a scoff, Lin Feng, while protecting Su Yao, charged at the security personnel without holding back. He swiftly disarmed one, sending the electric baton flying, and then executed a sweeping kick that knocked several guards to the ground. Seizing the rubber club, which was a formidable tool for inflicting pain without external injury, he prepared to retaliate. Zhao Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding scene. So you can fight? I shall summon someone who can deal with you. He immediately reached for his phone. Third brother, I'm being attacked in the mall. Hurry and rescue me. What? Who dares to lay hands on you in my establishment? I'm on my way. Zhao Qingqing's third brother happened to be nearby, declaring he would arrive momentarily. Ha! You claim to be formidable. My brother is a martial arts master, the champion of Qin City. He will be here shortly. Prepare to face your demise. Lin Feng scoffed at this bravado, loathing such individuals who, upon finding themselves outmatched, summon reinforcements. He advanced step by step toward Zhao Qingqing, who recoiled in fear. Grabbing Zhao Qingqing, he delivered a resounding slap. Are you waiting for someone to save you like a helpless child? Go fetch a chair and sit here while you wait for your allies. You may revel in your arrogance now, but soon you shall suffer for it. Despite the slap, Zhao Qingqing's arrogance persisted. He wriggled free and instructed a nearby guard to bring a chair. You'd best call for more people. Summon your strongest allies. Lin Feng sat down on the chair with a thud, crossing his legs and gazing at Zhao Qingqing. Su Yao's face turned pale as she tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve. Xiao Feng, why are you still sitting here? We must leave quickly. To her surprise, Lin Feng remained firmly seated, unmovable. Su Yao, do not be afraid. These people are bullies who prey on the weak. They will not yield unless they are thoroughly beaten. But Xiao Feng, they are powerful figures. We cannot contend with them. Fear not. The more power they wield, the more they fear death. Yet Su Yao wore a look of urgency, and Lin Feng held her small hand with deep affection. Su Yao, trust me, I am confident. Despite Lin Feng's reassurances, Su Yao remained deeply worried. The surrounding crowd buzzed with speculation, unanimously believing Lin Feng was courting disaster. Who was Zhao Qingqing? He was the third generation of the Zhao family from the provincial capital, a family renowned for its martial arts prowess. Lin Feng had undoubtedly stepped into a perilous situation, facing potential ruin. After a brief moment, a man in his 30s, dressed like a martial artist and exuding an air of calm authority, approached. Who dares to cause trouble in my Zhao family's marketplace? His voice boomed like thunder, resonating with the power of a martial arts master. Third brother, you have finally arrived. It was that brat who struck me. Zhao Qingqing eagerly pointed at Lin Feng. Recognizing his savior, the man addressed as third brother was none other than Zhao Qingshan. Boy, state your name and your martial lineage. And who are you to make such a ruckus upon your arrival? Lin Feng retorted, unimpressed. Does raising your voice make you more formidable? Humph. I am Zhao Qingshan, the champion of the Qin City martial arts competition. Unaware of Lin Feng's background, Zhao Qingshan refrained from attacking impulsively, adhering to his usual cautious demeanor. A champion? You must be quite formidable. Lin Feng scoffed, pleased that a professional had finally arrived to serve as his sparring partner. He stood, stretching and loosening his wrists. Come, let us engage in a friendly contest. Wait. A middle-aged man beside Zhao Qingshan stepped forward to interject. Third young master, allow me to handle this. Not every stray cat or dog warrants your attention. Zhao Qingshan observed Lin Feng, suspecting he was a self-taught fighter, and decided it would be prudent to let Zhao Sanclaw test his strength first. Very well. I, too, am curious to witness the prowess of Sanclaw. Zhao Sanclaw limbered up, revealing a fierce grin as he lunged towards Lin Feng. His hands were claw-like, moving with remarkable speed, creating a gust of wind. Unfazed, Lin Feng sidestepped effortlessly, narrowly avoiding Sanclaw's strike. Angered by his failure, Zhao Sanclaw attacked again, his hands reaching for Lin Feng's throat like eagle's talons. Unexpectedly, he switched tactics mid-strike, executing a move known as the Black Tiger pounces on the heart. In a moment of panic, Lin Feng could not evade in time and was struck on the back. A sharp, searing pain radiated from the impact. as if 3 bloody holes had been punctured into his back. Through adversity comes wisdom. Lin Feng, after all, is not a professional martial artist and lacks experience in combat. One successful strike only served to inflate Zhao San's pride. Capitalizing on his agility, he deftly maneuvered behind Lin Feng, and, before Lin Feng could pivot, struck at his throat with a clawed hand. Lin Feng retaliated with a horizontal punch, repelling Zhao San's assault. However, the true attack was a ruse. Zhao San's real intention lay in his legs. With a slight smirk, he swiftly lifted a foot and kicked Lin Feng squarely on the backside. Lin Feng nearly lost his balance, stumbling before regaining his composure. Laughter erupted from the onlookers, mocking Lin Feng's audacity. He had not anticipated such a humiliating predicament. It was evident that there existed a significant gap between the practiced and the unpracticed. Resolute, he silently vowed to train diligently upon his return. Humph, I merely allowed you 3 moves. You boast, young man, but now you shall experience my 5-claw bone technique. With that, Zhao San shifted tactics, launching a flurry of alternating strikes. Get lost, Lin Feng bellowed, suddenly extending his hand without any formal technique, directly grasping Zhao San's wrist. To his surprise, Lin Feng's grip proved effective. Summoning all his strength, he hurled Zhao San away, sending him spinning like a top. Thud! After flying several meters, Zhao San crashed to the ground, unable to rise for a time. Zhao Qingshan's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Zhao San to be so easily defeated. With a cold snort, he advanced, a glint of menace in his gaze. Let me show you what I can do. No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Qingshan's hands morphed into claws, the joints cracking ominously as he stomped, causing the marble floor to fracture like a spider's web. With a swift motion, he executed a hungry tiger pouncing technique, aiming directly at Lin Feng's lower regions. Lin Feng's pupils constricted, instinctively retreating. Zhao Qingshan's lethal claws grazed Lin Feng's waist, tearing through his clothing with a hiss. You've got some skill, Zhao Qingshan sneered, suddenly transforming his claws into a palm aimed squarely at Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng let out a peculiar laugh, standing his ground and allowing the oncoming force to approach. Just as Zhao Qingshan's palms were about to make contact, Lin Feng sharply raised his left knee, driving it forcefully into Zhao Qingshan's elbow. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Zhao Qingshan's right arm went limp, falling to his side. Ah! A cry of anguish escaped Zhao Qingshan as he swung his left hand, striking Lin Feng's shoulder, his palm brushing past Lin Feng's face. Blood trickled from Lin Feng's mouth, yet his eyes shone with a fierce determination. A blow exchanged for a blow, both parties suffered, yet Lin Feng emerged at a distinct advantage, having incapacitated Zhao Qingshan's arm. Foolish boy, you seek death. I shall kill you. Zhao Qingshan seethed with rage, never anticipating that Lin Feng would seize the opportunity in a moment of carelessness. Despite having only one hand at his disposal, Zhao Qingshan was no stranger to fame. Suddenly, he tore off his belt, revealing a soft sword in his grasp. With a swift motion, he executed a wicked slash, the soft sword grazing Lin Feng's ear and severing a few strands of his hair. Zhao Qingshan, emboldened by his advantage, wielded the soft sword with lethal intent. Let us see how long you can evade this. Abruptly, Zhao Qingshan retracted the soft sword and pressed a button on its hilt. Whoosh! 3 bone-piercing darts shot forth, aimed directly at Lin Feng's chest. Chapter 21. After striking you, you should thank me, hidden weapons? Lin Feng was taken aback, realizing Zhao Qingshan's treachery. With the darts launched, Lin Feng had no time to evade, compounded by his inexperience in combat. He found himself in dire straits. Accepting his fate, Lin Feng resolved to take someone down with him. He advanced rather than retreating, determined to pull the emperor down from his pedestal. His left hand reached for the soft sword, while his right swung fiercely towards Zhao Qingshan's temple. The two were merely a meter apart, and Lin Feng could see the sinister smile on Zhao Qingshan's face. Lin Feng, be careful, Su Yao shouted, her face paling in alarm. As the bone-piercing darts drew closer, Lin Feng twisted his neck, one dart barely missing the back of his head. The other 2 grazed his face, igniting a fiery pain on his skin. Curse you! I will crush you! Lin Feng, having narrowly escaped death, let out a primal roar. His right fist connected with Zhao Qingshan's head, swiftly followed by his left. Thud! The punch struck Zhao Qingshan's temple, causing his features to contort and his temple to sink. The subsequent blow landed squarely on Zhao Qingshan's chest. Crack! Crack! Lin Feng heard the sound of ribs fracturing, followed by Zhao Qingshan spitting blood and staggering backward. He was hurled through the air, crashing heavily onto the marble floor. Seizing the moment of his adversary's weakness, Lin Feng leapt onto Zhao Qingshan, unleashing a flurry of punches. As the saying goes, one should not strike the face. Yet Lin Feng aimed directly for it. Smack! Smack! You dare to use hidden weapons? Disregard martial ethics? Then do not blame me. He shouted as he continued to rain blows down upon Zhao Qingshan, who was left bloodied and unrecognizable. Cease this at once. Just then, a group of burly men in black stormed into the mall, surrounding Lin Feng. The leading man was imposing, his gaze piercing, with a face chiseled like stone. Will you not stop? He bellowed, his voice booming like thunder on parched earth. Lin Feng halted his assault, slowly lifting his head, a glint of ferocity gleaming in his eyes. Huh, are you here to avenge this scoundrel? Lin Feng scoffed, rising to brush off the dust from his clothes and wipe the blood from his lips. The surrounding men in black clenched their fists, glaring with fury, the atmosphere thick with tension. Young master, are you all right? One of the burly men hurriedly assisted Zhao Qingshan. Zhao Qingshan's face was swollen, with several bruises forming on his forehead, a pitiful sight indeed. Kill him for me. I want him dead. Zhao Qingshan, being trained in martial arts, was not at risk of death from such injuries. Regaining his composure, he furiously pointed at Lin Feng and yelled, "You will pay for this." Lin Feng tightened his fists, ready to fight once more. Su Yao rushed to his side, her face filled with urgency and concern. Xiao Feng, are you okay? Should we call the police? Su Yao? If a fight breaks out, you leave first. If anyone tries to stop you, just call Lu Yan. No, I want to leave. What will you do if I go? Su Yao, I'm fine. They wouldn't dare harm me. As their argument continued, a middle-aged man approached, surrounded by a throng of people. Lin Feng patted Su Yao on the back. Su Yao, everything will be fine now. She looked at him in confusion, then glanced at the newcomers. Third uncle, what brings you here? Zhao Qingxing and Zhao Qingshan immediately moved forward to stand respectfully at his side. Qingshan, Qingxing, what is going on? The two brothers embellished the story, pointing at Lin Feng, saying, this brat is bullying us, attacking us over a mere casual remark. Third uncle, you must help us get revenge. The man turned his gaze to Lin Feng, his expression shifting dramatically. Ignoring the two, he hurried toward Lin Feng, forcing a smile. Brother Lin, what brings you here? They haven't caused you any trouble, have they? I'm fine, but who are they to you? Lin Feng was surprised to see Zhao Bowen, realizing the Zhao family's influence was formidable. Brother Lin, if these two have offended you, I apologize on their behalf. Uncle Zhao, you flatter me. It's nothing serious. Zhao Bowen looked awkwardly at Zhao Qingshan and Zhao Qingxing. You two, come here. His thunderous voice made the brothers' faces pale, observing their uncle's respectful demeanor toward Lin Feng. They knew they were in trouble. As they approached Zhao Bowen, he swiftly delivered 2 resounding slaps. Each brother received a strike. You two rascals dare to lay a hand on Brother Lin? You're grounded for a month. Now, come here and kneel before Brother Lin to apologize. Third uncle. The brothers wanted to protest, but upon seeing the fierce look in Zhao Bowen's eyes, they quickly silenced themselves. Turning to face Lin Feng, they prepared to kneel in apology. Lin Feng quickly extended his hand to stop them. Uncle Zhao, it's all right. Let bygones be bygones. Thankfully, there were no serious consequences. Lin Feng was acutely aware that if the two were to kneel, it would be the Zhao family's reputation that would suffer. Although Zhao Bowen had shown Lin Feng considerable courtesy, from that moment on, their hearts were divided. Brother Lin, this cannot stand. These two rascals are acting recklessly, taking advantage of the Zhao family's name. They must be punished severely. All right, Uncle Zhao, do not let your temper flare. It is only natural for the young to have their moments. Lin Feng spoke, while subtly signaling the two to depart hastily. Zhao Bowen ceased his insistence and regarded Lin Feng with newfound respect. He understood the balance of give and take, preserving the dignity of both parties. Despite having struck Zhao Qingshan should still express gratitude towards Lin Feng. This young man is destined for greatness. His mind is evidently broader. Brother Lin, as fate would have it, allow me the honor of hosting you for lunch today. Haha, Uncle Zhao, you are too kind. I shall not be polite then. The two exchanged knowing smiles, as if the earlier unpleasantness had never transpired. Uncle Zhao, allow me to introduce you. This is my sister-in-law, Su Yao. Sister-in-law, this is my friend, Uncle Zhao from the provincial city. Hello, Uncle Zhao. After introducing Su Yao, Lin Feng naturally took her hand. Zhao Bowen paused momentarily, Perceiving the underlying significance, the young lady is fortunate. Brother Lin is destined for remarkable achievements. Su Yao's cheeks flushed slightly as she quickly withdrew her hand. Lin Feng, are you all right? Suddenly, two police officers burst through the door, leading with Lu Yin, who brandished a firearm. Lin Feng, bewildered, stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin? What is the meaning of this? My sister-in-law called to inform me that you were under attack, and I happened to be passing by. The matter has passed. Everything is fine now. Lin Feng, do not be afraid. Did they threaten you? Lu Yin aimed her gun at Zhao Bowen, her expression one of vigilance. While a male officer behind her appeared anxious. Lu Jia quickly put away the gun. Why? Chapter 22. The secret of the ancient jade. Lin Feng hurried forward to explain the situation to Lu Yin, who eventually lowered her weapon. Su Yao, is everything truly all right? Su Yao nodded, and Lu Yin's tension eased, but she insisted on accompanying Lin Feng for his safety. Lin Feng, at a loss for words, received a slight smile and nod of agreement from Zhao Bowen. Lin Feng and Zhao Bowen shared a vehicle, while Su Yao and Lu Yin took another. The convoy, with two imposing vehicles leading, sped toward the outskirts of the city. Lin Feng found it puzzling why they needed to leave the city for a meal. Half an hour later, the convoy halted at the foot of Phoenix Mountain. Lin Feng gazed at the familiar peak. Uncle Zhao, why have we come here? Brother Lin, there is little to eat in the city. Today I will treat you to some wild delicacies, he said, guiding Lin Feng toward a nearby farmhouse. From the outside, it appeared dilapidated, resembling an ordinary rural dwelling. Upon entering the courtyard, one discovers a hidden paradise. Pavilions and towers reflect in the jade waters, adorned with an air of ancient elegance, while various exquisite flowers and plants embellish the scene. In the center lies an artificial lake, with a gazebo poised elegantly atop its shores. Zhao Bowen, well acquainted with the surroundings, guided Lin Feng directly into the interior. The room was remarkably spacious, furnished entirely with redwood, and at its heart stood a table valued at no less than 100,000. Old Zhao, it truly is you, remarked a modestly dressed elder, who entered with a pipe clamped between his teeth. It has been a while since your last visit. How have you been? Brother Yi, I have indeed come, Zhao replied. I have been longing for your roasted rabbit. Ah, you're in luck. I happen to have one today. Zhao Bowen introduced Lin Feng and others to the elder, who nodded and smiled in acknowledgement. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I will attend to matters in the back. Thank you, Brother Yi, Lin Feng pondered. Bewildered by the opulence of such a small establishment, could it possibly sustain itself? Sit down, Brother Lin. Let us enjoy some tea, Zhao urged, as a server brought forth an antique iron kettle, placing it upon a nearby stove. Uncle Zhao, let us stick to the usual. A pot of Maojian, he proposed. Very well. After a few moments of casual conversation, the kettle began to emit a bubbling sound. The server expertly lifted the kettle, pouring boiling water into the pot containing the Maojian leaves. Instantly, the room was suffused with the fragrance of tea, a refreshing and elegant aroma that seemed to carry the essence of the mountains, enveloping the entire space. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, entranced by the scent. The first infusion was for rinsing the tea utensils, while the second marked the commencement of the tasting. Having previously only indulged in tea priced at 3 yuan per pound, Lin Feng was taken aback by the exquisite flavor of this brew. How delightful tea could be! The rich taste lingered on his palate, descending smoothly down his throat. What a splendid tea! Brother Lin, do you enjoy tea as well? I know little about tea. I simply find it enjoyable. Enjoyment is all that matters. Zhao Bowen replied with a slight smile, turning to the server. Young lady, please prepare a small package of this tea for Brother Lin. The server's expression shifted subtly. Hesitating as though to speak, Zhao Bowen shot her a knowing glance, and after pouring the tea, she discreetly departed. Before long, the server returned with a small jar, offering the tea leaves to Lin Feng. He was momentarily taken aback, pondering if Zhao Bowen was overly stingy, such a meager amount for a gift. The jar could scarcely contain 2 taels of tea. Just then, the server began to serve the dishes. And soon the table was laden with a plethora of culinary delights: roasted wild rabbit, stewed turtle, braised mountain chicken, and an array of wild delicacies and vegetables. Lin Feng found himself confronted with several dishes he had never seen before, unable to recognize them at all. Come, let us sample these wild flavors, Zhao Bowen beckoned. Lin Feng picked up his chopsticks, and so did Lu Yin and Su Yao, their eyes sparkling with excitement at the sight of the sumptuous feast before them. Beauty has an innate appreciation for exquisite cuisine, much like a man's fondness for fine spirits. Lin, would you care for a drink? This establishment boasts its own brew, which is quite delightful. As he spoke, he poured a glass for Lin Feng. Typically, Lin Feng abstained from alcohol, but unable to refuse the hospitality of Zhao Bowen. He lifted his glass. Uncle Zhao, I raise my glass to you. No, dear brother Lin, it is I who should toast you, Zhao Bowen insisted, quickly raising his glass to ensure its rim was lower than Lin Feng's. With a slight smile, Lin Feng lowered his glass accordingly. He tilted his head back and downed the drink, displaying the bottom of his glass. Uncle Zhao, what makes this auction in Liang so special that you made the journey here? Zhao Bowen set down his glass, explaining that his motivation for attending an auction in a small county stemmed from a whisper of news regarding a treasure. To the average person, it may hold little significance, but for martial artists, it is considered a priceless gem, a millennium-old jade. It is said that donning this ancient jade enables martial practitioners to advance their skills at an astonishing pace. A year of training with the jade surpasses a decade of ordinary practice. Not only does it enhance physical strength, but it also promotes longevity. Uncle Zhao, are you certain such a treasure exists? Lin Feng inquired, intrigued, wondering if this sounded like the jade he might be selling. Is it truly that remarkable? Wouldn't that be a tremendous loss? In matters like these, it is wiser to believe than to doubt. Once one reaches a certain level in cultivation, breaking through becomes an arduous task. It was the first time Lin Feng realized that martial arts indeed had levels of mastery. Uncle Zhao, what are the stages of martial cultivation? He could not help but ask. Zhao Bowen set down his chopsticks, responding earnestly. They are generally divided into 4 stages: Entry, Mingjin, Onjin, and Huajin. Each stage contains smaller levels, and the further one progresses, the more challenging it becomes. As for the realms beyond Huajin, they belong to the realm of legends. Zhao Bowen had never contemplated this and did not share it with Lin Feng. Lin Feng listened intently, discovering the intricate layers of martial arts. Just then, a commotion erupted in the courtyard. Zhao Bowen frowned and rose to investigate, prompting Lin Feng's curiosity to follow. In the yard stood a group of ruggedly dressed men, led by a sullen-faced middle-aged man. Old Yi, bring me the finest game. I hope you haven't run out. The middle-aged man exuded arrogance, his eyes filled with disdain. Zhao Bowen furrowed his brow, taken aback by the man's presence. Old Yi, clutching a pipe, appeared equally grim. Today's game has sold out. Please return tomorrow. The middle-aged man's expression darkened, and he scoffed. You're inviting trouble by refusing me. He moved to act aggressively. Zhao Bowen quickly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Old Yi. Qin Yun, don't overstep your bounds. Qin Yun glanced at Zhao Bowen, his face twisted in contempt. Zhao Bowen, who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly. How daring to confront Zhao Bowen so boldly? Who is this Qin Yun, one might wonder. Qin Yun, out of respect for your father, I can overlook your transgressions. But let it be known that this is not a place for your unruly behavior. Zhao Bowen's countenance darkened. Qin Yun was notorious in Qin City as a debauched scion. His father held significant power and influence. Zhao Bowen, others may regard you as a person of stature, but in my eyes, you are not but inconsequential. Qin Yun pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Bowen, brazenly proclaiming his disdain. Just as Lin Feng was about to intervene, he was restrained by Zhao Bowen. If you are dissatisfied, why not come and confront me? Qin Yun, noticing Lin Feng's clenched fists, leaned forward, prodding Lin Feng's chest with his finger. Clearly, you are nothing but a coward. Aside from glaring at me, what else can you do? Chapter 23. The millennial jade is swapped. Zhao Bowen stood resolutely in front of Qin Yun, fearful that Lin Feng might act impulsively, which could complicate matters. Qin Yun, regardless of your stature in Qin City, do you not feel a sense of shame with such a boorish demeanor? Ha ha. Qin Yun laughed heartily, his face etched with contempt. Zhao Bowen, do you know why I have come to Liang? Qin Yun said mysteriously. I am here to seize the ancient jade. I am aware of your desire for it, and I advise you to relinquish your hopes. At these words, Zhao Bowen's expression shifted dramatically. After 40 years of martial training, he had reached the pinnacle of the dark strength stage, a mere step away from entering the transformation realm. Once in the transformation realm, one's inner energy can be projected outward, allowing one to strike from afar and even soar through the air. However, he had been unable to break through this plateau for nearly a decade. Guided by a sage, he learned that the ancient jade was his sole opportunity, and Zhao Bowen was resolute in his pursuit of it. He was taken aback to discover that the Qin family was privy to such a clandestine matter. The Zhao and Qin families had been bitter rivals for decades, engaging in both overt and covert competition. Now, the Qin family, with its elevated status, overshadowed the Zhao family. If Zhao Bowen could not transcend his limitations, the Zhao family would inevitably be gradually consumed by the Qin family. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that the Qin family was also after the ancient jade, and a mischievous smile crept across his face. Uncle Zhao, let us continue our meal without paying him any mind. Zhao Bowen glanced at Lin Feng, astonished by his sudden shift in demeanor. Qin Yun, as for the ancient jade, let our abilities speak for themselves. If you desire it, it shall depend on your prowess. With that, Zhao Bowen disregarded him and returned to the room with Lin Feng. He believed that, should Qin Yun possess any semblance of intellect, he would refrain from provoking old Master Yi. Uncle Zhao, regarding the ancient jade, I am willing to assist. However, I have a request of my own. After sitting down, Lin Feng raised his glass in a toast to Zhao Bowen. Brother Lin, do not stand on ceremony. I shall give my all to anything within my capacity. The life-saving grace bestowed upon me by Zhao Bowen is beyond repayment. Just when he longed for an opportunity, Lin Feng presented him with one. Lin Feng had no monumental request. He merely wished for Zhao Bowen to spare some time to teach him martial arts. He now possessed great strength, yet lacked the knowledge of its application and techniques. Lin Feng, do you wish to practice martial arts? Lu Yin suddenly interjected. Then you should come to me. I am quite adept at the 18 styles of seizing hands. Lin Feng was taken aback, gazing at Lu Yin with a perplexed expression. How could this seemingly delicate young woman possibly possess martial arts skills? The 18 styles of seizing hands is a distillation of martial expertise, emphasizing speed, precision, and lethality with each strike. Zhao Bowen smiled faintly, instantly perceiving Lu Yan's interest in Lin Feng. Miss Lu, how did you come to learn the 18 styles of seizing hands? He inquired. Uncle Zhao, I am a graduate of the police academy, and the 18 styles of seizing hands is a required course, Lu Yan replied. Oh, Zhao Bowen nodded in understanding. But why would a young lady like you practice martial arts? Lin Feng muttered, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Lu Yan, indignant, placed her hands on her hips, her expression one of anger. What of it? If you doubt my skills, shall we have a spar? Zhao Bowen quickly intervened, chuckling. Since Miss Lu possesses this skill, perhaps she could teach Lin Feng a thing or two. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression shifted between uncertainty and reluctance, though he ultimately acquiesced. Very well. But I must inform you that I have no funds to pay for lessons. That's all right. You can owe me for now, Lu Yin replied cheerfully. Lin Feng, what made you think of practicing martial arts? Aren't you planning to find a job? Su Yao inquired while eating, fully aware that Lin Feng had sold the ancient jade. Yet the money from the sale would likely not suffice for his living expenses. If you don't seek employment, how will you afford to eat? Su Yao, I will find work later. Right now, I wish to focus on my physical fitness. A sound body is the foundation of all endeavors. What use is wealth without health? It would merely serve to enrich others. Even if one marries a beautiful wife, in old age, would one wish to sit in a wheelchair, watching her with another? Just as their conversation flowed pleasantly, Lin Feng's phone abruptly rang. Mr. Lin, please come to the shop. There has been a situation with the jade. Big sister. Oh, I mean, Sister Chen, what has happened? Lin Feng queried, alarmed by the urgency in Chen Shooting's voice. Come quickly. It's difficult to explain over the phone, she urged, causing Lin Feng to feel a sense of foreboding. After hanging up, Lin Feng furrowed his brows. Brother Lin, what is amiss? Zhao Bowen asked, puzzled. Lin Feng hesitated before responding. There is an issue with the ancient jade. I need to head to the antique shop. Zhao Bowen was taken aback. Why would the antique shop seek Lin Feng's assistance regarding the jade? Brother Lin, we must not delay. I shall accompany you. Lin Feng glanced at Su Yao and Lu Yan. Su Yao, Lu Yan, please return home once you finish your meal. Do you want me to accompany you? Lu Yan asked, setting down her chopsticks. But Lin Feng quickly gestured for her to refrain. It's fine. You both finish your meal, and I shall see to this matter. Zhao Bowen arranged for a car to take the two women home, and then the two men sped towards Liang. Sister Chun, what exactly has transpired? Lin Feng hurriedly arrived at the antique shop, and upon entering, he was greeted by a scene of disarray. Chen Shooting wore a distressed expression, standing dejectedly to the side. Lin Feng, you're here. It's all my fault. The ancient jade has been stolen, she lamented, her face a portrait of grievance and embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a jolt of alarm. Earlier that afternoon, a group had visited the shop, led by a middle-aged man who seemed to possess inside information about a piece of millennium-old jade in Qin Shooting's possession. He was willing to offer a handsome sum for it, which left Qin Shooting somewhat puzzled, as she had confided the existence of the ancient jade to no one, intending to auction it instead. "I'm sorry, but we do not have any millennium-old jade. Perhaps you should visit other shops," she replied firmly. "Miss Chen, here is a cash check for 6 million from Lu Baimian. If you feel the price is inadequate, we can negotiate further." Qin Shooting was momentarily taken aback. The 6 million was indeed tempting. However, she understood that one should not flaunt wealth. Unsure of the man's background, she resolutely declined. "Miss Chen, I can add another 2 million. 8 million? Qin Shooting was startled. If the deal went through at that price, she would easily make a 3 million profit, which made her slightly waver. "Sir, I'm afraid we truly do not possess the jade you seek. Miss Chen, you must understand the adage, possessing a treasure invites trouble, don't you?" Qin Shooting felt a chill run down her spine as she scrutinized the man. He smiled slightly, claiming to be from the provincial capital. If he had learned of the jade, soon many others would too, making Qin Shooting a target of unwanted attention, possibly leading to sinister intentions. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately revealed the ancient jade. The man's eyes lit up as he examined it closely. Qin Shooting could tell he was quite taken with the artifact. "Miss Chen, may I borrow your magnifying glass?" Without a second thought, she turned and retrieved the magnifying glass for him. The man donned reading glasses and scrutinized the jade once more, occasionally frowning or shaking his head. "Miss Chen, this is rather unkind. I am sincerely interested in purchasing your ancient jade, yet you present me with a piece of glass." "Glass?" Qin Shooting was baffled. And as she took back the jade to inspect it, her countenance changed drastically. The man's displeasure was evident as he set down the magnifying glass, snatched up the check, and exited the antique shop without a word. Qin Shooting was left in utter confusion. How could the jade have transformed into glass? Alarmed, she realized too late that the man had already vanished. Lin Feng finally grasped the situation. "Sister Chen, are you saying that the jade was switched?" Qin Shooting nodded in affirmation. Chapter 24. "Beautiful lady, may we exchange WeChat?" Lin Feng furrowed his brow, realizing that such a swift switch of the jade indicated that these individuals had come prepared. Looking around, he noticed the shop was equipped with surveillance cameras. "Sister Chen, is the surveillance system functional?" "Surveillance?" Qin Shooting paused for a moment, then quickly regained her composure. "All right, I will take you to view the surveillance footage." The surveillance system was located on the second floor. Upon entering the monitoring room, Lin Feng immediately sensed something was amiss. The air was thick with the acrid stench of something burnt, and the storage device had been irreparably damaged. Qin Shooting's expression darkened, clearly indicating that there was a traitor within the establishment. The staff had not reported for duty today. It was certain that one of them had betrayed her. As she spoke, Qin Shooting took out her phone to call a staff member. The response on the other end was a dead line, prompting Qin Shooting to stomp her foot in frustration. This ingrate. Lin Feng furrowed his brow in thought when suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. "System has detected the movement of the ancient jade. It is currently heading rapidly towards Qin City. The system has synchronized the location information to the mobile device. Chen Jia, do not inform anyone about this matter for the time being. I will pursue those individuals." "Lin Feng, should I send someone to accompany you?" "No need. A larger group would only risk exposure." With that, Lin Feng and Zhao Bowen exited the antique shop and promptly hopped into a car to give chase. Inside the vehicle, Lin Feng informed Zhao Bowen that the culprits had headed towards the provincial capital after their heist. Zhao Bowen was taken aback, astonished at how swiftly Lin Feng had obtained this intelligence. In such a short span, they had already tracked down the lead on the ancient jade. His curiosity about Lin Feng deepened. Was there a formidable force lurking behind him? The off-road vehicle sped along the highway, with Zhao Bowen at the wheel while Lin Feng sat in the passenger seat, fixated on the navigation system. They were drawing closer to their target, catching glimpses of Qin City in the distance. The target did not exit the highway but instead merged onto the ring road, heading towards the Qinling Mountains. "Uncle Zhao, take the ring road towards the Qinling direction." "Understood. Hold on tight." The engine of the off-road vehicle roared as it accelerated once more. Lin Feng confirmed that the target vehicle was just ahead. It was a delivery truck. The off-road vehicle closely trailed behind, and the two red dots on the navigation screen converged. "Uncle Zhao, slow down. Just follow that truck." "How do you know they are in the vehicle?" I have a friend in the network. I had him access the Tianwang system. Zhao Bowen was astonished. Anyone who could enter the Tianwang system was undoubtedly a person of significance. If Lin Feng knew such an influential figure, what kind of power lay behind him? Lin Feng inwardly chuckled, grateful for his extensive reading of novels, which had equipped him with the skills to navigate such situations. Before long, the delivery truck entered a service area and parked in a lot alongside several other identical trucks. Lin Feng's brow furrowed. It appeared that the opposing party had made thorough preparations. Is this a case of a cat swapping places with a prince? A true or false Monkey King? Lin Feng scoffed and, without hesitation, he and Zhao Bowen walked directly into the restroom. Zhao Bowen wore a worried expression, fearful of losing track of the delivery truck. Don't worry, Uncle Zhao, they won't escape. When they emerged, they found that the dozen or so delivery trucks had already left. As Lin Feng glanced at the navigation, he noticed that the target remained stationary. He casually retrieved a cigarette and offered one to Uncle Zhao. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, the red indicating the target began to move. Following the navigation's direction, Lin Feng spotted a stunningly attractive woman, clad in a short skirt and carrying an LV handbag, strutting towards a Maserati with a feline grace. Uncle Zhao, follow that Maserati, Lin Feng instructed. Zhao Bowen, taken aback by the alluring woman, wondered if Lin Feng had forgotten his purpose and was instead preoccupied with flirting. Lin Feng chuckled to himself, a sudden idea forming in his mind. He halted Zhao Bowen and took the wheel himself. With a roar, the engine came to life, and the SUV surged forward like a beast unleashed. Zhao Bowen instinctively gripped the armrest, praying for Lin Feng's driving skills to be adequate. In a flash, the SUV zipped past the Maserati, which abruptly braked, creating a considerable distance between the two vehicles. Do you even know how to drive? The woman in the Maserati shouted, regaining her composure and flooring the accelerator. The Maserati swiftly caught up, and both cars raced side by side on the highway. You foolish boy, do you even know how to drive? You're asking for trouble in that clunky vehicle. Lin Feng couldn't hear the woman's words, but sensed they were far from flattering. Moments later, he rolled down the window and waved at the Maserati. Hey beautiful, let us connect on WeChat. Are you serious? Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? What did you say? Are you suggesting we go to a hotel? Get lost, you idiot. What? 3,000 for the night? Lin Feng feigned shock. Wow. So you're in that line of work? Shut up. You're the one who is selling yourself. Your whole family is. Ignoring her, Lin Feng pressed the button to roll up the window and accelerated the SUV. The Maserati, unwilling to concede, pursued closely behind as Lin Feng playfully whistled, alternating his speed as if he were walking a dog. Each time the Maserati attempted to overtake, Lin Feng would deliberately block her path, infuriating the woman who honked incessantly. Approaching the Zhujiang exit, Lin Feng extended his hand and gave her the middle finger. With a swift turn of the steering wheel, he exited the highway. Brother Lin, what are you doing? Aren't you going to keep following her? Why should I? That jade artifact, just look behind you. Zhao Bowen turned to see that the Maserati had also exited the highway, confusion etched on his face. What kind of maneuver is this? The world of the young is beyond my comprehension. Upon leaving the toll booth, Lin Feng pressed the accelerator on a narrow road, with the Maserati hot on his heels. Suddenly, Lin Feng slammed on the brakes, and the Maserati, unable to stop in time, collided with the rear of the SUV with a loud thud. Lin Feng chuckled softly. Uncle Zhao, please cooperate. With that, he swung open the car door and stepped out, leaving Zhao Bowen in a state of bewilderment, wondering what he was supposed to cooperate with. The woman from the Maserati stormed out, her high heels clicking angrily against the pavement. Dressed in a short skirt, her long legs were particularly captivating, instantly drawing the gaze of the men around. How on earth do you drive? She exclaimed, hands on her hips, her face a canvas of fury as she pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Feng. He glanced at her, then at the rear of the car, and with a look of resignation replied, Miss, you were the one who cut in from behind. I am the victim here. If you hadn't slammed on the brakes, I wouldn't have collided with you. What do you suggest we do? I'm on a tight schedule here. You've damaged my car. How am I supposed to drive it now? Chapter 25. Are you flirting with me? Lin Feng secretly chuckled, pleased that everything was unfolding according to his plan. How about this? We both have insurance. As he surveyed the woman, he noted her alluring figure, curvaceous and precisely his type. To express my apologies, may I invite you for a cup of coffee? The woman appraised Lin Feng in return, noticing his handsome features and pleasant demeanor. A slight smile graced her lips as she consented. All right then. I must admit you are rather gentlemanly. Seeing her agreement, Lin Feng signaled to Zhao Bowen. Uncle Zhao, please contact the insurance company. Even if we are fully at fault, have the car sent to the dealership. I'll accompany this lovely lady for a coffee to calm our nerves. Zhao Bowen's expression darkened, realizing he was being treated like a mere housekeeper. With no other choice, he nodded in compliance. Lin Feng led the woman to a nearby cafe. What flavor do you prefer? Cappuccino, she replied. It seemed she appreciated the finer things in life, a kindred spirit. He summoned the waiter and ordered 2 cups of coffee, then engaged her in conversation. My name is Lin Feng. May I ask how to address you? You can call me Chen Hui. Huijie. You bear a striking resemblance to someone I know. Little brother, you're not suggesting I resemble your future girlfriend, are you? Chen Hui laughed, her vibrant demeanor captivating, especially with her impressive figure that made Lin Feng's heart race. Lin Feng felt a slight flush creep to his cheeks, akin to a child caught in a fib. Huijie, you must be a celestial being descended from the heavens. You can even see through my thoughts. His flattery seemed to delight her even more. Oh, what a pity. I have lost my appetite for coffee. Suddenly, Lin Feng's expression shifted, displaying a look of despondency. Chen Hui's smile faded as curiosity took hold. Leaning in closer, all he could see was a breathtaking expanse before him. She appeared to be at least an E-cup. Little brother, what's wrong? Alas, we are from different worlds. A romance between us is impossible. I am heartbroken. Really? Chen Hui was momentarily taken aback. Was this fellow teasing her, or did he harbor feelings for her? Little brother, do not be disheartened. Could it be that you have developed an affection for your elder sister? Indeed, I do fancy my elder sister. What is it that you like about her? We have only just met. Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon Chen Hui's chest and said with utmost seriousness, I admire your robust physique and your gentle demeanor. You are crossing a line, little brother. Chen Hui's cheeks flushed slightly as she instinctively covered her neckline. I did not expect you to be such a little rogue. Sister Hui, I am merely speaking the truth. I genuinely appreciate your strong muscles. Is that a crime? Lin Feng maintained his earnest expression, his eyes clear and devoid of any lewdness. Chen Hui found herself at a loss for words. Lin Feng had not spoken incorrectly. Was it wrong to admire a woman's assets? Hee. While others focus on faces, you boldly observe the chest, Chen Hui remarked, feeling a tinge of embarrassment herself. Discussing such matters in broad daylight with a man she had just met was quite bewildering. In a moment of reverie, Chen Hui felt as though she had returned to her youthful days. Gazing at Lin Feng's innocent visage, she was struck by a daring thought. Little brother, you cannot be doing this on purpose, can you? She had heard numerous tales of wealthy heirs who would go to great lengths, even staging accidents, to get closer to their romantic interests. Ahem. Lin Feng quickly lifted his coffee cup. Sister Hui, please have some coffee. Chen Hui suddenly understood, a smile gracing her lips as she playfully punched Lin Feng's arm. You little rascal. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng grasped Chen Hui's fist and brought it to his nose. Inhaling deeply, a look of bliss adorning his face as he gently closed his eyes. How fragrant. Is this the scent of a fairy? Chen Hui burst into laughter, the first genuine smile she had worn in quite some time. Little brother, are you flirting with your elder sister? Sister Hui, how could you say such a thing? I speak from the heart. With deep affection, Lin Feng began recounting his story. He shared how after graduating from university, his family had arranged a blind date for him, intending to unite their families through marriage, which would benefit both businesses. Unfortunately, the girl was not to his liking. He had once yearned to elope with the girl he loved, but his parents had vehemently opposed it. Today marked the final deadline set by his family. If he did not marry the girl, they would sever their relationship completely. Reluctantly, he agreed to comply, wishing to avoid causing his parents distress. Sister Hui, do you know? If the girl possessed even a fraction of your beauty, I would not refuse. Little brother, that is quite a statement. Sister Hui, you must understand, Lin Feng said, gripping Chen Hui's hand tightly. She is a square. Can you comprehend that? A square? What do you mean by that? Chen Hui inquired, perplexed. Using the term square to describe a woman was quite unusual. Lin Feng released her hand and gestured in the air, forming a square shape. Standing at 1.5 meters tall, 1.5 meters wide, and weighing 150 kilograms, Chen Hui suddenly burst into laughter. No wonder Lin Feng exhibited such resistance. Poor little brother, she teased. Sister Hui, I feel like I could die. Fortunately, I encountered you today. You are my savior. Lin Feng continued his performance, causing a faint blush to rise on Chun Hui's cheeks. Little brother, you truly wish to flirt with me, don't you? Sister, I genuinely adore you, he professed. Do you fancy my bosom? Chun Hui playfully retorted, then waved her hand dismissively. We are simply not compatible. Sister Hui, do you think I am too young to satisfy you? Go away, what nonsense are you spouting? Chun Hui's cheeks flushed slightly. Lin Feng, with a sullen expression, fell silent, merely focusing on his coffee. After finishing one cup, he ordered another. One cup followed another, each drained in a single gulp. Finally, on the fourth cup, Chun Hui intervened. Little brother, what are you doing? Sister actually likes you quite a bit, but we truly are not a match. Chun Hui refrained from revealing to Lin Feng that she was already married. However, her marriage was merely a facade, and the couple had become as strangers. Under Lin Feng's affectionate teasing, Chun Hui's heart began to flutter. Seeing Lin Feng's sorrowful expression, she suddenly took his hand and led him outside. Lin Feng, bewildered, allowed her to guide him. To his astonishment, Chun Hui brought him to a nearby hotel and directly requested a room with a king-sized bed. Upon entering, she acted as if possessed, wrapping her arms around Lin Feng and pinning him against the door. Their eyes locked, and Lin Feng could sense Chun Hui's burgeoning emotions. Suddenly, she kissed him, and Lin Feng felt her body tremble at the moment their lips met. Sister Hui, Chapter 26. This mature woman is quite warm. Chun Hui's bold actions startled Lin Feng. She was exceedingly proactive and fervent. Little brother, tonight I shall accompany you. Cherish me well. The age-old adage that a man pursues a woman, separated by mountains, a woman pursues a man, separated by a thin veil no longer held. The veil had long since vanished, and it seemed Chun Hui was more eager than Lin Feng. They had laid their cards on the table. Lin Feng paused, momentarily forgetting his purpose. In such a scenario, who could remain indifferent? An unspoken battle commenced silently. After a considerable time, Lin Feng exhaled deeply, feeling invigorated. He gazed at Chun Hui with an expression of puzzlement, sensing something amiss. Logically, a woman of Chun Hui's caliber would never lack for male attention, yet she seemed to embody the innocence of a young maiden. This was unexpected. Chun Hui rose, her hair tousled enticingly. Perhaps out of shyness, she turned her back to Lin Feng, resting her hands on the railing, gazing out at the night. The blush on her face had yet to fade. Sister Hui, the young man exclaimed, I finally understand. Understand what? She inquired. Life is but a play, and the play mirrors life. Sometimes, it is comically absurd. Chun Hui found it amusing as well. Her heart inexplicably fluttered upon her initial encounters with Lin Feng. Bewilderingly, they arrived at the hotel. Was this merely impulsiveness? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, pondering the meaning behind her words. Chun Hui turned her head, a knowing smile gracing her lips, and on tiptoe, she kissed Lin Feng's lips. Gurgle. At 8 o'clock, Lin Feng's stomach audibly protested, indicating his hunger had reached an unbearable level. Sister Hui, I am famished. He lamented. Oh, silly brother, how can a man declare himself incapable? She teased. I truly am hungry. He insisted. Chun Hui laughed heartily, and Lin Feng embraced her, lying down on the bed, where he soon drifted off into sleep. A woman in her 30s, indeed, possessed a fierce allure that Lin Feng could not help but admire. Seeing Lin Feng utterly exhausted, Chun Hui ordered him a restorative meal, scrambled eggs with chives, roasted lamb testicles, and a nourishing soup. After tending to these matters, she took a hot shower and donned her attire. Planting a gentle kiss on Lin Feng's forehead, she quietly exited the hotel. Just as she closed the door, Lin Feng opened his eyes. Upon noticing a stack of cash beside him, he felt an odd sensation, as if he had been solicited. 30,000. I never expected Chun Hui to be so generous. He reached into his pocket, where an ancient jade artifact appeared in his hand, leaving him with a twinge of guilt towards Chun Hui. Sister Hui, I hope you won't hold this against me. With the fatigue of earlier dissipating, Lin Feng felt invigorated and content as he indulged in a hot shower. No sooner had he finished than the takeout arrived. To his surprise, it was delivered by a considerate woman, which he regretted was a missed opportunity for connection with Chun Hui. He dashed out, handing the delivery person 2 red bills as a tip. Thank you, boss. Wishing you great fortune. You're welcome. You've worked hard too. Do you have the number for ordering takeout? Lin Feng inquired. Brother, this receipt only has the address, no phone number. The delivery person replied, leaving Lin Feng feeling a bit dejected as he waved them off. After a long day, Lin Feng truly felt hunger gnawing at him. The grilled meat was especially delectable. At precisely 9 o'clock, Zhao Bowen appeared at the hotel entrance. As Lin Feng settled into the car, Zhao Bowen eagerly asked, "Brother Lin, how did it go?" "Rest assured, I will handle the matters. We can discuss it further back in Liang." Zhao Bowen felt a surge of joy. The ancient jade was of utmost importance to him. And this time, he had gained the upper hand. At Wanbao Pavilion, Chen Shooting anxiously awaited, her stomach growling with hunger, yet she dared not leave the shop. Her eyes remained fixed on the entrance. Each time a vehicle approached, she would rise to look. Suddenly, the screech of tires pierced the air, prompting Chen Shooting to spring to her feet. The moment she laid eyes on Lin Feng, an excited smile illuminated her face. Neglecting her ladylike demeanor, she hurriedly dashed out. "Lin Feng, have you found the ancient jade? If it truly has been lost, I would be ruined beyond repair. Perhaps, if it comes to that, I would have to offer myself as compensation." Lin Feng chuckled, casually wrapping an arm around Chen Shooting as they strolled into the antique shop. "Sister, how do you intend to repay me?" Chen Shooting's cheeks flushed slightly. It seemed the ancient jade had indeed been recovered, and her anxious heart was finally at ease. "Now that I have nothing left, only this wretched body remains. If my brother doesn't mind, I can only offer myself in return." Lin Feng was taken aback by her directness. "Sister-in-law? Oh no, I mean, sister, are you serious?" Chen Shooting blushed even deeper and playfully shoved Lin Feng away. "What are you thinking? What do you take me for?" With a laugh, she made a silly face. Suddenly, Chen Shooting launched a surprise kiss on Lin Feng's cheek and swiftly darted behind the counter. She retrieved 2 bottles of chilled Wanglaji and handed them to Lin Feng and Zhao Bowen. "It's hot. Drink a bottle of Wanglaji to cool down." Her words carried a double meaning as she cast Lin Feng a flirtatious glance, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. Lin Feng produced the ancient jade. "Uncle Zhao, take a look at this. Does it truly have any use for martial arts?" Zhao Bowen eagerly took the jade, and a warm, harmonious energy emanated from it, causing his spirit to stir in resonance with his internal power. An expression of undeniable delight crossed his face. "Indeed, this is it. This ancient jade, imbued with mysterious energy, is like a miraculous elixir for martial artists, capable of swiftly enhancing one's internal strength." Just by holding it, he felt the constraints on his cultivation loosening somewhat. If he could continue to practice with it, he was certain he would break through within a month. Zhao Bowen was exhilarated. This ancient jade was a treasure of a lifetime. Chen Shooting, seeing that the genuine jade had been recovered, was also exceptionally thrilled. "Wonderful. This auction will surely fetch a handsome price." Upon hearing the word auction, Zhao Bowen quickly understood. It turned out Lin Feng intended to auction the jade. Since Lin Feng had already promised Chen Shooting, he would naturally not go back on his word. "Miss Chen, can I buy this jade directly from you?" Zhao Bowen inquired tentatively, not wanting to miss such a golden opportunity. "Master Zhao, I'm afraid I can't. The news has already been released, and everyone is coming for the jade. It must be auctioned." Chen Shooting politely declined, as this was a matter of necessity. In the world of antiques, integrity is paramount. Otherwise, who would dare to do business with you? "Sister, make sure to keep it safe this time. If you lose it again, you'll belong to me." Lin Feng joked, handing the ancient jade to Chen Shooting. Chen Shooting glared at Lin Feng, her complexion evidently tinged with a shade of crimson. "Sigh, do you know a woman named Chen Hui?" Suddenly, Lin Feng appeared to recall something, interjecting abruptly. Chen Shooting paused momentarily, shaking her head, then added, "It's hard to say just by the name. Do you have a photograph of her?" Lin Feng shook his head. He had been too preoccupied with enjoyment to remember to take a photo or save her contact information. "Forget it, I'm leaving." "Wait, let me treat you to a meal." Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, for his sister-in-law was waiting at home. He had been back for several days, but had yet to spend quality time with her. Chen Shooting looked somewhat dejected, pouting softly as she muttered a few words under her breath. Zhao Bowen had intended to see Lin Feng off, but Lin Feng insisted on walking alone. It seemed it was time to purchase a car, otherwise, nothing would be convenient. Although Lin Feng hailed from Liang, he seldom visited the county town. Without navigation, he would struggle to find his way home. He had brought his sister-in-law her favorite roasted meat, ice cream, and a brand new fruit-themed mobile phone. This was money he had earned through hard work, and it was only right to spend it on the woman he cherished most. Humming a cheerful tune, he strolled along the quiet streets. Suddenly, a furious voice rang out, "Stop right there." Almost instantly, a group of individuals rushed from the roadside, blocking Lin Feng's path. A dozen ruffians brandished steel pipes, with Dog Brother and Tiger Brother swaggering over, smoking and exuding arrogance. Kid, we finally found you. Let us see where you think you can run now. Lin Feng frowned, surprised that these two had the audacity to come after him again. What? Was the beating you took during the day not enough? You're looking for another round? Tiger Brother inhaled deeply, exhaling a puff of smoke. Had it not been for the Zhao family intervening earlier, Lin Feng would have been reduced to a bloody pulp. The mere thought of it irked him. If it weren't for Zhao Qingshan, you'd be lying in a hospital bed right now. Is that so? Lin Feng chuckled softly, setting down his belongings by the roadside and clapping his hands together. I'm in a bit of a hurry. Why don't you all come at me together? You're asking for death. Tiger Brother could not endure the feeling of being belittled. Raising the steel pipe, he pointed it threateningly at Lin Feng's nose. Who do you think you are to talk to me like that? Listen up, kneel down and give me 10 kowtows, or I'll break your legs today. Lin Feng let out a cold scoff. Don't call me old man in my presence. I don't appreciate it. Though he had yet to master any particular techniques, Lin Feng was confident he could handle this group of thugs solely with his strength. He regarded them with utter disdain. Make your move. Tiger Brother and Dog Brother could no longer tolerate Lin Feng's insolence. He still had the audacity to be so defiant. Without giving Lin Feng a taste of fear, he would remain oblivious to its meaning. With a thunderous roar, a dozen thugs began to swing steel pipes, launching an assault upon Lin Feng. Brother, who was the first to raise his steel pipe, aiming it directly at Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng deftly dodged to the side, causing the pipe to crash against the ground. Seizing the moment, he swung his fist, stepping to the left, and landed a blow to Brother Hu's occiput. Boom. Brother Hu felt stars dancing before his eyes, his head spinning. He let out a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, the pipe slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. Though he had never seen a pig run, he had certainly observed their antics. From a young age, Lin Feng had been enamored with martial arts dramas, captivated by the likes of Hui Yuanjia, Chen Zhen, Wing Chun, and Tai Chi while he lacked formal training. He had gleaned enough to emulate their moves. Striking at the vulnerable points was paramount. In combat, one must aim to incapacitate the opponent swiftly. Noticing Brother Hu being overwhelmed, Dog Brother, without a moment's hesitation, seized a steel pipe and charged in wildly. Lin Feng picked up the pipe from the ground and smiled faintly at Dog Brother, then began to wield it. Clang! The two pipes collided midair with a resounding crash, sending jolts through Dog Brother's wrist, causing him to lose his grip and send his pipe flying. Lin Feng swiftly grasped Dog Brother by the throat, constricting it, leaving him gasping for air. Cough, cough. Let go, what do you want? Dog Brother struggled fiercely, unwilling to succumb so easily. What do I want? What do you think? Lin Feng responded, delivering 2 sharp slaps that left Dog Brother disoriented. He then raised a foot and delivered a kick to Dog Brother's abdomen, sending him sprawling on the ground. If you lack the skill, stay out of the fray. Should I see you again, I shall strike you down once more. Dog Brother lay on the ground, panting heavily. Under Lin Feng's relentless assault, the thugs could not withstand even 3 minutes. Brother Hu's heart was filled with hatred. He picked up another steel pipe and, seizing the moment while Lin Feng was distracted, swung it down heavily from behind. I'll finish you. Thud. However, the steel pipe did not meet its intended target, instead being firmly caught in a powerful hand. Lin Feng slowly turned around, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. I gave you a chance, and yet you dare to ambush me? With a flurry of punches raining down upon Brother Hu's face, he soon became unrecognizable. Please, stop hitting my face. Brother Hu finally surrendered, pleading for mercy. As Lin Feng released his grip, Brother Hu collapsed to his knees. I beg for mercy. I shall not dare again. Lin Feng discarded the steel pipe, surveying the scene littered with thugs, feeling a sense of inadequacy wash over him. To achieve great things in the future, one must have a few loyal followers. It is impractical to handle everything alone. I could spare you, but what are your terms? Speak freely. As long as it does not involve money. It seems you are all rather impoverished. I am not lacking in funds. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Although these individuals were lacking in talents, they could serve as expendable pawns for unsavory tasks. Very well, you may all rise. Lin Feng withdrew a pack of cigarettes and tossed one to Brother Hu, taking one for himself as well. After finishing a cigarette, Lin Feng stood up. Let us depart. Brother Hu and Brother Go, trembling, inquired, where to? Naturally, I shall escort you to the hospital. From now on, as you follow me, you shall be under my protection, and it is my duty to ensure you receive proper care. The two exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused. Lin Feng led the group of ruffians to a small clinic across from the bank. Upon seeing the injured gang members, the doctor inside was so frightened that he hid away, refusing to come out. "What do you want? Leave at once, or I shall call the police," he shouted. "Fear not, just tend to their wounds," Lin Feng reassured him, tossing a wad of cash onto the table. The doctor glanced at Lin Feng, then at the money, which appeared to amount to 3,000 or 4,000. Cautiously, he opened the door and retrieved a first aid kit. "Do not be afraid, they will not cause trouble," Lin Feng said, turning to the gang. "Behave yourselves. Once you are patched up, return home. Should anyone act out, I shall break their legs." "Yes, Lin Yi. We will be obedient," they promised. Just as Lin Feng exited the clinic, a van came to a halt outside. 5 or 6 men clad in black emerged, hands tucked into their coats, as if concealing something. The black-clad figures scanned their surroundings before storming into the clinic. "What do you want?" Brother Hu and the others turned pale at the sight of them. "We are here to send you on your way," one of the assailants sneered, revealing a cruel smile as he brandished a handgun. A series of muffled gunshots rang out, and several gang members collapsed into a pool of blood. Upon reaching Yama's realm, "Do not blame us. Your fate lies in your own transgressions against Lin Feng." The assailants arrived swiftly, and just as quickly vanished into the night. Chapter 28. A night of agony. When Lin Feng returned home, it was already past 10 o'clock. Su Yao sat alone in the living room, watching television. Upon seeing Lin Feng enter, she hurriedly switched off the screen. "Xiao Feng, why are you so late? Have you eaten? What would you like? I shall prepare it for you." A radiant smile graced Su Yao's face. Ever since her husband passed away 3 years ago, the two had relied on each other. Lin Feng had become her closest companion. His joys and sorrows were her own. Likewise, Lin Feng was always attentive to her needs. They had never quarreled nor raised their voices at one another. Lin Feng set down his meal and beckoned Su Yao to take a seat, having brought back her favorite dishes. "Do not fret, I have brought you plenty of your beloved food." Su Yao's heart swelled with joy upon seeing the abundance of delicacies Lin Feng had returned with. "How did you manage to bring so much? We can hardly finish it all," she exclaimed, accepting the lunchbox with a smile that illuminated her face, albeit with a slight frown as she playfully admonished Lin Feng about spending wisely for future prospects. In the past, during their humble days, both had learned to be frugal. Now, with financial stability, Su Yao was still cautious, as was Lin Feng. Perhaps this was the destiny of the less fortunate, who, when unable to earn, held money in high regard. "You eat first. I shall take a shower," he said. "All right, I will wait for you to join me," she replied. Lin Feng picked up a roasted chicken wing and playfully stuffed it into Su Yao's mouth, urging her, "Do not wait for me. Enjoy it while it's hot." What is happiness? At that moment, Su Yao felt an overwhelming sense of bliss. Her cheeks flushed slightly as the roasted chicken wing was delectably fragrant, akin to being glazed with honey. Lin Feng entered the bathroom, quickly disrobing and turning on the shower. After finishing his shower, he realized he had forgotten to bring a change of clothes. Hearing no commotion outside, he presumed Su Yao had returned to her room. Without a second thought, he yanked open the bathroom door. "Ah!" Lin Feng gasped, startled to find Su Yao standing at the entrance, her big, watery eyes fixed on him. A fleeting look of panic crossed her face, and her cheeks blossomed with a deep crimson hue as she lowered her gaze. "Why you? How could you?" Su Yao's face turned beet red, her eyes darting aimlessly. Lin Feng instinctively grabbed a towel to cover himself, mortified at his lack of decorum. Having grown accustomed to living alone, he quickly shut the bathroom door, leaving Su Yao on the other side of the glass. His heart raced, feeling utterly embarrassed. Su Yao stood before the glass door, gazing at Lin Feng's blurred silhouette, her heart fluttering like a frightened deer. Her already flushed face seemed on the verge of bursting with color. Internally, she chided Lin Feng for emerging unclothed. "What were you thinking, you rascal, at this hour?" Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Su Yao felt a peculiar happiness welling within her. In a flurry, she placed the clothes she had brought for Lin Feng at the door and dashed back to her room. Leaning against her door, she clutched her heart, her cheeks still ablaze. Lin Feng, regaining his composure, peeked out to retrieve the clothes, hurriedly dressing himself. Su Yao had been thoughtful, bringing him all his intimate garments, which appeared to be freshly purchased. A warmth spread through Lin Feng's heart. Su Yao truly cared for him the most. After tossing his dirty clothes into the washing machine, he lit a cigarette before stepping out of the bathroom. Upon noticing a faint light seeping through the crack of Su Yao's door, Lin Feng understood that she was feeling shy. Approaching the door, he gently rapped on it. I apologize, I did not mean to earlier. The sound of the knock resonated in Su Yao's heart, as if it were a gentle tap on her delicate emotions. Xiaofeng, it's late. You should go to bed. Please open the door. I wish to converse with you, he implored. It had been quite some time since he returned. Yet they had not had a proper discussion. Let us talk tomorrow. I am already in bed. Su Yao, please unlock the door. I wish to share my innermost thoughts with you, and I shall leave once I have spoken. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, his cheeks flushed crimson. What was he saying? It felt oddly familiar. Su Yao's face slightly reddened as well. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately declined Lin Feng's request. In her heart, she mused that Lin Feng had grown bolder. After all, just last night in the bathroom, he had lingered late. If he were to enter her room, it would indeed be akin to a sheep entering the lion's den. With a decisive click, she turned off the light in her room. Xiaofeng, I am going to sleep. We can talk tomorrow. Su Yao remained silent as Lin Feng retreated to his room. Only after she heard him enter did she return to her bed. Lying there, an emptiness enveloped her heart. The earlier scene replayed in her mind. She couldn't help but touch her face, which felt feverishly warm. She was becoming emotionally stirred, yet she had been suppressing those feelings. She dared not confront them, fearing the loss that might ensue. The deeper the love, the greater the fear of losing it, and the more daunting it became to face those emotions. Su Yao found herself in turmoil. At that moment, sleep eluded her, and she rose to stand before the mirror, gazing at her flushed cheeks. Her nightgown slipped to the floor, revealing her perfect figure, devoid of any excess. Even she felt a flutter of attraction at her own reflection. Xiaofeng, this is fate. Do not blame me. I am so much older than you. You cannot harbor feelings for me. If it is merely desire you seek, I might acquiesce. As she gazed at her reflection, she murmured to herself. Though she was not inferior to those younger girls, she felt unable to reciprocate Lin Feng's feelings. He was her first man and would also be her last. In her heart, she belonged solely to Lin Feng. Quickly, she shook her head. She could not be Lin Feng's girlfriend, for that layer of identity could never change. For both of them, the greatest obstacle was not their emotions but that intangible identity, unrecognized by society. Returning to her bed, sleep continued to evade her. She opened her phone's photo gallery and stared at pictures of Lin Feng. Her heart a tumult of love and resentment, entwined with sweetness. One particular photograph captured him inebriated from that night. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Su Yao let out a sigh, recalling the indulgence of that fateful evening. Her previously calm visage flushed anew with warmth. Biting her lip, Su Yao's gaze became hazy, her entire being radiating heat. Meanwhile, Lin Feng returned to his room, tossing and turning in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. His mind was consumed by the image of Su Yao, a tormenting sensation enveloping him. The woman he adored was so near yet so far, rendering conversation impossible. Ultimately, Lin Feng could no longer restrain himself and found his way back to her door, gently tapping upon it, his heart brimming with anticipation. After a moment, when no reply came from Su Yao, he felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He shook his head in resignation, acknowledging that he could not press her too fervently. Just as he was about to depart, he heard Su Yao's voice from behind the door. Xiaofeng, it's quite late. Why are you still awake? Lin Feng found her tone somewhat stifled, but the mere sound of her voice rekindled his spirits. Su Yao, I miss you. I can't sleep, he exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. There was a brief silence before Su Yao replied. Xiaofeng, do you not remember what you promised me yesterday? I need some time. Su Yao, I remember, but Lin Feng rushed to clarify, though a shadow of disappointment lingered in his heart. Su Yao, I cannot help but think of you. It has been 3 years. All right, I understand. You should go to sleep now, Su Yao interjected, fearing she might give in and open the door. Lin Feng's affection for Su Yao surged within him, akin to a dam bursting forth. The very thought of her absence pained him deeply. He was uncertain of his own emotions, yet he yearned to see her. What do you want? Su Yao's voice rose, tinged with impatience. I simply wish to see you. Just one glance. Lin Feng implored through the door, his tone laced with desperation. Su Yao fell silent again, seemingly torn and contemplative. Soon, her voice emerged once more. Xiaofeng, if you desire only my body, I will open the door immediately. Lin Feng was rendered speechless. After a lengthy pause, he slipped his bank card through the crack of the door. Su Yao, this is my hard-earned money. I entrust it to you. From now on, you shall be the mistress of this household. Xiao Feng, legally we share no ties. You need not give me your money. I reside here, which makes it akin to a shared lease. Since you purchased the house, I should contribute. I will take responsibility for utilities, considering it my rent, Su Yao asserted, her heart aching. She cherished Lin Feng, yet their circumstances forbade her from taking a decisive step. Shared lease? Su Yao, you wish to cohabit with me? Lin Feng was taken aback, intoxicated by the revelation. He wished to spare her any discomfort, unable to bear the sight of her sorrow. Dragging his weary body, Lin Feng returned to his bedroom as if his soul had been lost. Su Yao leaned against the door, murmuring softly, Xiao Feng, I am so sorry. Noticing the silence outside, she wept as she returned to bed. Xiao Feng, I will always be who I am, and you will surely encounter a better girl. Realizing it was getting late, she urged him to sleep early. Concerned that Lin Feng might be in despair, she sent him a message on WeChat. Upon seeing Su Yao's message, Lin Feng understood that she held feelings for him. It simply required time to unravel. Su Yao, I love you, and I shall forever love you. The next day, Lin Feng was jolted awake by the piercing sound of his phone ringing. Who on earth is calling so early? It's unbearable. He glanced at his phone and was surprised to find it was Lu Yan. Hello? As soon as he answered, Lu Yan's urgent voice echoed, Lin Feng, you must climb over the back wall right now. I am waiting for you here. Be quick, or it will be too late. Beep, beep, beep. The line went dead as Lu Yan hung up abruptly. Confused, Lin Feng wondered what was happening so early in the morning. Peering out the window, he spotted Lu Yan not far from the back wall, waving at him. Just then, he heard a frantic knocking at the door. Upon checking the video doorbell, he was taken aback to see a squad of fully armed police officers standing at his door. What on earth is going on? Why are the police here? Glancing at Lu Yan's anxious expression, Lin Feng suddenly remembered she was a police officer. She must have known something. Without hesitation, he opened the window and jumped out. Covering a distance of 3 meters, Lin Feng felt as if he were flying, landing swiftly outside the wall. Lu Yan, what is happening? Why are the police here? Follow me. It's not safe here, Lu Yan urged, pulling Lin Feng as they sped through the garden. After running about 300 meters, they dove into a police car parked by the roadside. Lin Feng, where were you last night? Lu Yan asked, her face etched with concern. Lin Feng, bewildered, replied, I was at home sleeping. I came back around 10 and went straight to bed. Before coming home, where did you go? I encountered a few thugs and gave them a beating, Lin Feng recounted. What happened? Is there a problem? Lu Yan remained silent as she drove onto the outer ring road, stopping in a quiet location. Last night, the command center received a report of a homicide at a clinic on Lianhu North Road, she explained. When the police arrived at the scene, everyone gasped in shock. In that small clinic lay a dozen corpses, all victims of gunfire. Through investigation and interviews, it was confirmed that the deceased were members of the Tiger and Dog gang. Along with the clinic's doctor, 10 individuals in total. This is a major case, sending shockwaves through Liang and even the entire Nanwei city. Following an overnight investigation, we quickly zeroed in on you, Lin Feng. At dawn, a survivor unexpectedly emerged to accuse Lin Feng. By chance, he had been positioned behind others, rendering him invisible to the bullets and feigned death. He had overheard the group declare that it was Lin Feng who intended to kill them. As a member of the police force, Lu Yan sensed that something was amiss. Why would this dubious witness flee and then return to testify? What do you mean they are all dead? Lin Feng was taken aback, his mouth agape, a chilling sensation coursing through him. I kindly escorted them to the clinic. How could they possibly be dead? Lu Yan discerned that Lin Feng's reaction was genuine. He recounted the events of the previous night in meticulous detail, leaving no stone unturned. Lu Yan furrowed her brow, leaning back in her seat, deep in contemplation. It appeared that someone was deliberately framing Lin Feng. Lin Feng, your current predicament is exceedingly precarious. You must brace yourself mentally. Do you suspect that I killed them? It is not mere suspicion. All evidence currently points to you. Lu Yan, now assuming considerable risk, pondered for a moment before making a phone call. She succinctly explained Lin Feng's situation, and there was a moment of hesitation on the other end. Take Lin Feng back with you and state that he has come to report a case. I will handle the rest. Can we bring him back to the station? As a police officer, you should understand our principle, to never wrongfully accuse an innocent person, nor to let a guilty one escape. Lu Yan fell silent. Lin Feng, I will accompany you back. Running is not a viable option. Lin Feng was acutely aware that cooperating with the police was his only prudent choice. Very well. I shall assist you in clearing your name. The innocent will ultimately clear themselves. Do not place undue burdens upon yourself. Lin Feng's mind raced as he pondered who might be orchestrating this scheme against him, questioning their motives and objectives. Chapter 30. An attempt to deceive roommate. The seaside view. Su Yao was jolted awake by a thunderous knock at the door. Xiao Feng, go see who is knocking. Are they about to demolish our home? Xiao Feng, hurry up. After a lengthy bout of knocking with no response from Lin Feng, Su Yao opened the door to find no trace of him within the room. Where could he have gone at such an early hour? Confused, Su Yao listened as the knocking grew increasingly frantic, prompting her to rush downstairs and open the front door. Upon encountering a squad of fully armed police officers, she was utterly taken aback. Su Yao had never witnessed such a scene, her complexion drained of color. The average citizen rarely interacts with the police, and with trepidation, Su Yao inquired, "What are you doing? Do not move. We are ordered to apprehend the suspect Lin Feng." Several officers surged into the house, searching high and low, yet Lin Feng was nowhere to be found. "Where have you hidden Lin Feng?" I do not know." Su Yao was filled with trepidation. Could it be that Lin Feng had committed an offense? "You must accompany us," they insisted. "But why are you arresting me?" Su Yao suddenly realized that she had done nothing wrong. There was no justification for her apprehension. Instinctively, she reached for her phone, intent on calling Lin Feng. But then she recalled Lu Yan. Lu Yan had informed her that a group of police officers was coming to apprehend Lin Feng, and they were also after her. Upon returning to the station, Lu Yan answered Su Yao's call with urgency. "Su Yao, do not be afraid. The police do not arrest without reason. Just go with them. Speak of what you know, and remain silent on matters you do not." "All right," Su Yao replied, ending the call. She mentioned needing to change her clothes, and the officers did not hinder her, accompanying her to the second floor. Once in the police vehicle, Su Yao remained anxious throughout the journey. Upon arriving at the precinct, she was ushered into an interrogation room. The officers began questioning her about Lin Feng, and following Lu Yan's advice, she only divulged what she was aware of, firmly stating her ignorance regarding Lin Feng's whereabouts. During a break in the interrogation, Lu Yan arrived, offering her a few words of comfort before conversing with the officers. She then took Su Yao away from the station. "Sister-in-law, I have learned of Lin Feng's situation. Do not worry. He will be fine," Lu Yan reassured her. Su Yao nodded, confident that Lu Yan, being a police officer and a close friend of Lin Feng, would assist him. "Lu Yan, tell me what you need me to do." "Sister-in-law, first, seek a lawyer and follow the proper procedures. I will handle the rest," Lu Yan instructed. After swiftly returning Su Yao home, she hurriedly drove to find Zhao Bowen. There were many matters she could not directly address, leaving her with no other option than to consult Zhao Bowen. "Uncle Zhao, Lin Feng is in trouble," she declared. Zhao Bowen was taken aback, surprised by the rapid turn of events that had unfolded overnight. It seemed someone had set their sights on Lin Feng. Could it be related to the ancient jade? "Lu Yan, what can I do?" he inquired. Lu Yan scanned the surroundings and quietly informed Zhao Bowen of the next steps to take. His expression fluctuated between concern and determination as he nodded repeatedly. "Very well, I will arrange for assistance immediately. Remember, do not act recklessly, as it may endanger Lin Feng." Lu Yan understood that operating a martial arts school in the provincial capital required certain discreet methods. "Understood. This time, I will only search for clues and will not act impulsively." She left her contact information and hurried away. Zhao Bowen sent a message on WeChat, prompting Zhao Qingxing and Zhao Qingshan to react with alarm. Within 10 minutes, both brothers stood before Zhao Bowen. "Kneel before me and confess honestly. What were you two doing last night?" Zhao Bowen commanded. The brothers exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused. "Uncle, we did nothing. We merely went for a foot bath," they stammered. "Is that all you did?" Zhao Bowen retorted, his expression darkening as their faces shifted to one of apprehension. Hesitating to speak further, "Uncle San, we also invited a foreign girl." Zhao Bowen's face flushed with embarrassment as he raised his hand and slapped the two individuals. "Have you engaged in any other activities?" "Uncle San, I swear, we only dealt with one foreign girl, nothing else." The two raised a hand to the heavens, solemnly vowing. "Did you cause any trouble for Lin Feng?" "Lin Feng." The duo looked bewildered and shook their heads. Observing their apparent honesty, Zhao Bowen furrowed his brow even tighter. At that moment, he received a text message, and his expression darkened considerably. It seemed the situation was more complicated than anticipated. Someone was attempting to take advantage of the chaos. Someone has fabricated evidence to frame Lin Feng, accusing him of stealing their ancient jade, Zhao Bowen murmured, while Zhao Qingqing and Zhao Qingshan looked on in confusion. Uncle San, what on earth is happening? Zhao Bowen explained that someone had forged evidence to implicate Lin Feng in the theft of their millennium-old jade. Uncle San, is it the piece of jade that is about to be auctioned? Zhao Bowen nodded, and Zhao Qingshan's eyes widened. It appeared someone was coveting the ancient jade. Could it be those few families from the provincial city? To orchestrate such a series of actions in such a short time was beyond the capability of ordinary individuals. The millennium-old jade would undoubtedly incite a storm of bloodshed. After all, transcending that realm held profound significance. Zhao Bowen fell into deep contemplation, facing those prominent families. The Zhao family had no guarantee of victory. He had to consider the Zhao family's interests. In the interrogation room, Lu Yen stood furiously at the door, being pulled by the chief. Lu Yen, this matter is serious. It has already attracted the attention of higher authorities, so stop throwing a tantrum. This is obviously a frame-up. Aren't you going to intervene? My dear aunt, how can a mere 18th rank official like me manage a 3rd rank dignitary? Lu Yen pouted, refusing to leave the doorway. Inside the interrogation room, Lin Feng, it's best you confess. We have ample evidence. Confess to what? To the details of your theft of the millennium-old jade. Then tell me, from where did I steal the millennium-old jade? Lin Feng was engulfed in confusion. He had initially thought he was being framed for murder, only to find himself accused of stealing ancient jade. It appeared that the adversary was targeting the jade. An ominous premonition arose within him. Chen Shooting was in danger. Lin Feng, do not attempt to resist. Chen Shooting has already confessed. As expected, Lin Feng's fears materialized. At that moment, Chen Shooting sat in another interrogation room. Chen Shooting, you are suspected of stealing the millennium-old jade. Please share the details regarding you and Lin Feng. Chen Shooting's face turned pale. She had been abruptly awakened and dragged here by several police officers. She had anticipated profiting handsomely from the upcoming auction, never expecting such a turn of events. The matter is straightforward. Lin Feng entrusted me with the auction of that jade, and I am unaware of anything else. Chen Shooting was accustomed to grand spectacles, and she could discern such trivial tactics with ease. The antique shop, under the employer's commission, had taken items for auction without any fault. As for your claim that the items are stolen goods, that is a matter for the employer and has no bearing on the antique shop. The shop lacks the capacity to investigate each entrusted item. You still wish to deny it. You and Lin Feng are in cahoots. Huh. I would even assert that you are complicit with those who have pilfered the ancient jade. At last, Chen Shooting realized that someone sought to deceive others for personal gain. Chen Shooting, refrain from your nonsense. It is time to address your issues. Chapter 31. The turmoil of ancient jade, understanding the gravity of the situation. Chen Shooting let out a cold laugh and then fell silent. Lin Feng, however, retorted, you allege that I stole a millennium-old jade. From whom did I steal it? Who is the rightful owner of this ancient jade? And where is it now? What evidence do you have to claim I am the thief? A barrage of rhetorical questions left the interrogating officer speechless. Lin Feng, we are the ones questioning you. Please recognize your position. The officer speaking was named Wang Defa, sent from the provincial capital to handle the case. What position? If you have evidence, then sentence me directly. If not, spare me your bluster. Lin Feng was acutely aware that unless the true millennium-old jade was produced, all suspicions would be baseless. With a disdainful smirk, he crossed his legs and regarded Wang Defa with keen interest. As the saying goes, one captures a thief by seizing the stolen goods. Where are the stolen items? Where is the owner? Where are the witnesses? With nothing at hand, you accuse me of thievery of the millennium-old jade? Once again, I ask, from whom did I steal this jade? Enlighten me. An absent owner seeks to claim the jade from Lin Feng, who is no fool. At that moment, a police officer hurried in and whispered something in Wang Defa's ear. The expression on Wang Defa's face darkened. Lin Feng, I will give you one last chance. Where is the millennium-old jade? Huh, have you ever seen a millennium-old jade? Even if I produced it, would you recognize it? Lin Feng, do not resist any further. It will not benefit you. Thank you for your concern. Have the owner of the jade come speak with me. Wang Defa, exasperated, stormed out of the interrogation room, instructing that no one be allowed to see Lin Feng. The situation was becoming complicated. The jade presented by Chen Shooting was a counterfeit. What? A fake? How could this be? After leaving the police station, Wang Defa immediately made a phone call. He had anticipated that capturing Chen Shooting would secure the millennium-old jade, only to discover it was a mere imitation. The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment before murmuring something. Wang Defa nodded repeatedly. Once concluding the call, Wang Defa swiftly dialed another number. Act immediately. Bring Su Yao directly to the provincial capital for detention. With that simple directive, Wang Defa hung up the phone. At this moment, Lin Feng remained unaware of the unfolding events. In the provincial capital, within a villa in Zhujiang, a man in his 30s, dressed impeccably in a suit and exuding handsomeness, sat on the sofa, coldly gazing at Chen Hui. Chen Hui, did you not tell me that the items you retrieved were never shown to any outsiders? Qin Yinshan, you instructed me to bring something back. I have done so. Yet you now cast doubt upon me? He opened the box to reveal a piece of ancient jade, regrettably a counterfeit. The antique shop had executed a switch, all orchestrated under Qin Yinshan's directive. However, the whereabouts of the genuine jade remained a mystery. He had suspected Chen Hui, yet she genuinely had no knowledge of the contents. In such a brief span, it was implausible to have substituted the real item for a fake. Though they were husband and wife, each harbored their own secrets. Chen Hui, coerced into marrying Qin Yinshan for the sake of her family's interests, had lived in a facade of marital unity for years. Did you encounter any strangers yesterday? Qin Yinshan inquired. Strangers? If you must know, I did meet someone. I accidentally rear-ended their vehicle. Chen Hui's heart raced. Was Lin Feng involved in something sinister? Had he approached her with the intent of swapping the ancient jade? The more she pondered, the more fear gripped her. Could it be that the only man she had ever felt a spark for was merely seeking to exploit her? Do you remember the license plate? Qin A194SB. She blurted out. Qin Yinshan immediately ordered a check, only to discover that it was a cloned plate. A cloned vehicle? Chen Hui's suspicions about Lin Feng intensified. The Qin family wielded significant power in Qin City. The third son of the Qin family, known as Qin San, was a renowned figure in martial arts. The second son, Qin Heir, was a formidable capitalist dominating the business realm. The eldest, Qin De, held immense political sway. Qin Yinshan, being Qin San's son, had trained in martial arts from a young age, mastering his father's teachings. Chen Hui despised violence and had always looked down upon Qin Yinshan. Apart from the consummation of their marriage, they had not shared a bed since. Qin Yinshan made a call to his cousin, Qin Yun, and they conversed animatedly for quite some time. Chen Hui found herself in a bind, anxious and unable to leave. After several minutes, Qin Yinshan departed the villa, prompting Chen Hui to hastily return to her room. She dialed Lin Feng's number, only to find it switched off. What on earth is Lin Feng up to? Lin Feng's refusal to cooperate left Wang Defa at a loss. Ultimately, he had no choice but to detain Lin Feng in the holding facility. It was Lin Feng's first experience in such a place, and everything appeared remarkably novel to him. Once inside, if you do not confess promptly, do not expect to be released, Wang Defa warned, giving Lin Feng a shove. Lin Feng merely smiled faintly. As he stepped through the iron gate, he noticed 3 bald men seated inside, their eyes fixed on him with predatory intent. Ah, a newcomer. What trouble have you landed yourself in? At that moment, a man across the room sat against the bed leg. Lin Feng cast a glance his way, but chose to ignore him, making his way directly to an empty bunk where he plopped down unceremoniously. Hey, newcomer, do you understand the rules? The man known as Donkey asked, addressing Lin Feng. When Lin Feng continued to disregard him, another lackey stepped forward to confront him. Are you talking to me? Lin Feng replied with a look of disdain, thinking, you've all entered this place, yet you still act so formidable? If it's not you I'm addressing, am I conversing with a ghost? The man retorted, aiming a kick at Lin Feng. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, narrowing his eyes. How dare they bully the new arrival? With a swift motion, before the man could land his kick, Lin Feng retaliated, delivering a sharp kick to the man's abdomen. Ah! The man yelped, clutching his stomach as he collapsed to the floor. Donkey sprang from his bed, eyes wide with shock, while the other man glared at Lin Feng with fury. Kid, you're quite bold, daring to strike first upon your arrival? Donkey rolled up his sleeves and approached Lin Feng's bunk with deliberate slowness. Put away your bravado. I'm just here to rest. Don't provoke me. Lin Feng patted his leg, casting a cold glance at Donkey, silently warning him. Oh, so you're a tough one. Donkey smirked, as the 3 of them encircled Lin Feng, eager for a fight. Lin Feng closed his eyes, completely ignoring their presence. Donkey signaled to the other 2, and they discreetly produced toothbrushes, exchanging knowing glances. Kid, today Donkey will teach you the rules for newcomers. With that, the trio brandished their toothbrushes, lunging menacingly towards Lin Feng's waist. Chapter 32. Those who dare to touch my woman will meet their demise. As Lin Feng lay down on his bed, an unsettling chill crept up his spine, a sense of impending danger enveloping him. Upon opening his eyes, rage ignited within him as he swiftly executed a sweeping kick, toppling all three men. You seek death. Lin Feng rose and unleashed a flurry of blows, leaving the trio battered and bruised. Big brother, please stop. We were wrong, they pleaded, realizing that their audacity to strike at this moment was clearly instigated by someone else. Halting his assault, Lin Feng pressed his foot against Donkey's chest. Speak. Who sent you to attack? Donkey, with a sorrowful expression, stammered, Big brother, truly no one instructed us. Humph. Lin Feng scoffed, surveying the trio. You three. Do you even comprehend your own capabilities? How dare you challenge me? Suddenly, the door swung open, and two prison guards entered, taking Lin Feng away without uttering a word. Lin Feng, stirring trouble upon your arrival warrants solitary confinement. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled into a slight, disdainful smile. I fear you may be disappointed. As he was confined to the small, dark room, he found solace in the solitude. How delightful, indeed, to have peace. Lin Feng collapsed onto the makeshift bed, surrendering to slumber. Suddenly, a notification chimed. System detects that the host is in peril, initiating emergency protocol. Rewarding the host with a set of martial arts techniques. Please check your inventory. As the system's voice faded, Lin Feng felt an influx of knowledge within his mind, a comprehensive combat skill, one-strike kill. This was akin to discovering a treasure for Lin Feng. The system's offerings were invariably of the highest caliber. Moreover, the system explained that this technique had been tailored specifically to Lin Feng's physical attributes, uniquely suited for his cultivation and perfectly aligned with the demands of this era. After all, being rewarded with a sword technique would be impractical if one were to carry a sword everywhere. Such a burden would be cumbersome indeed. Wow, dear system, I adore you, Lin Feng exclaimed, elated by the timely arrival of this technique. In his excitement, he eagerly began to study one-strike kill. Closing his eyes, a diminutive figure materialized before him, demonstrating each move in succession. In a mere 10 minutes, Lin Feng grasped the essence of it. The so-called one-strike kill aimed to eliminate foes using the simplest and fewest techniques possible, coupled with breathing exercises. It promised not only to strengthen the body, but also to prolong life. With renewed vigor, Lin Feng jumped from the bed and stood on the floor. As he closed his eyes again, the figure reappeared, and he followed its movements meticulously. After a single practice session, he felt a refreshing clarity. A second round invigorated him further, while a third filled him with an overwhelming sense of strength. After several more repetitions, Lin Feng sensed a warm flow surging within his dantian, as if his meridians were brimming with energy. Overjoyed, he marveled at the miraculous nature of this technique. At that moment, the demonstration figure sat cross-legged on the ground, hands resting on its knees, palms facing upward. Lin Feng mirrored its posture, focusing his mind as instructed. He envisioned all the pores of his body opening wide, allowing the ambient spiritual energy to gradually enter and flow through his meridians into his dantian. After several cycles, he felt a gentle warmth in his abdomen. Incredible, Lin Feng mused, lost in the wonder of his cultivation, unaware that day had turned to night and back again. Hours slipped by swiftly, and Lin Feng was abruptly jolted from his reverie by a sensation of bloating and heat in his abdomen, causing his expression to sour. Glancing around the small, dark room, he noted the absence of any furnishings beyond the bed. Help! Someone please! He shouted while pounding on the iron door. What's all this commotion at such an early hour? The guard barked, opening a small window in the iron door. Just hold it, if you can't. Then relieve yourself in your trousers. It's not a big deal. With that, the guard yawned and turned away. Lin Feng was left in a state of bewilderment, grappling with the absurdity of being denied a trip to the restroom. Oh no, I can't hold it any longer. Regardless of the consequences, Lin Feng took 2 steps back and unfastened his belt. With a loud roar, he turned on the faucet. A stream of slightly yellow water gushed forth from the small window in the iron door. It was not until 3 full minutes had passed that Lin Feng finally pulled up his trousers. Oh, what a relief. While others might relieve themselves with the wind at their backs, Lin Feng defied the elements, standing firm against the breeze. Suddenly, as Lin Feng reveled in his triumph, a thud echoed from outside, followed by a man's anguished scream. Who the hell spilled water in the corridor? I've just slipped and nearly broken my neck. What kind of water is this? It reeks of urine. Lin Feng stifled a laugh, tossing and turning on his bed. Moments later, with a clang, the iron door of the confinement room swung open, and an irate guard stormed in, accompanied by a man. "That's the one," the man exclaimed, clutching his backside and pointing at Lin Feng. The guard glared fiercely at Lin Feng. "You've got some nerve, urinating in the corridor." Lin Feng regarded him with a sidelong glance, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. "One must answer nature's call, and when you refuse to open the door, what choice do I have?" The guard snorted disdainfully and raised his rubber baton, preparing to strike Lin Feng. "Do you dare to retort? Do you even know where you are?" Lin Feng's eyes widened, and with a swift motion, he seized the baton from the guard's grasp and tossed it to the ground. "I care not where I am. Provoke me, and I will make you regret it." Kindness is often mistaken for weakness, and I have learned that humility invites contempt. If one does not stand firm, they may find themselves trampled underfoot. "Stop!" The man began to retaliate, but Wang Defa intervened, commanding the man to cease. "Take Lin Feng to the 8th interrogation room." Lin Feng huffed in response, following the attendant into the room, where only Wang Defa awaited. Wang Defa offered Lin Feng a cigarette, igniting it for him. "Lin Feng, surrender the ancient jade. It would be beneficial for both you and everyone else." "I could relinquish the jade, but you must first tell me who desires it," Lin Feng countered, his gaze fixed coldly on Wang Defa. He deemed such individuals pitiable, mere pawns in someone else's game, destined for a grim fate. "I cannot divulge that information. I can only tell you that this is a person you and I cannot afford to cross." "Ha ha, what is so amusing?" Wang Defa's brow furrowed. "Those with nothing to lose fear nothing. If you push me too far, none shall find peace." Suddenly, a chill enveloped Wang Defa, and he squinted at Lin Feng, realizing that the hatred emanating from Lin Feng's eyes was lethal. "Look at this." After a moment of hesitation, Wang Defa produced his phone and played a video. The instant Lin Feng laid eyes on the footage, a wave of murderous intent surged within him. The temperature in the interrogation room plummeted, and a thin layer of ice formed on the walls. Wang Defa shivered, nearly dropping his phone. In the video, Su Yao finds herself bound tightly and imprisoned in a dimly lit room, her face etched with terror. "If you dare to harm my sister-in-law, you shall all face dire consequences," Lin Feng declared through clenched teeth, his murderous intent almost palpable. Chapter 33, The Dragon's Reverse Scale. Touch it and face death. In the face of Lin Feng's wrath, Wang Defa's expression shifted slightly, yet he feigned composure. "As long as you surrender the ancient jade, I assure you she will remain unharmed." Lin Feng took a deep breath, striving to regain his calm. This was not a moment for impulsiveness. "I can provide you with the ancient jade, but I must see Su Yao first." After a brief contemplation, Wang Defa made a phone call and acquiesced to Lin Feng's demand. "Very well, I shall send someone to bring your sister-in-law immediately." Lin Feng retrieved the ancient jade from his pocket and tossed it to Wang Defa without hesitation. To him, the ancient jade paled in comparison to Su Yao's safety. Wang Defa swiftly departed the interrogation room with the ancient jade, and moments later, Lin Feng was released. As he stepped out of the detention center, a taxi came to a gradual stop at the entrance. "Xiao Feng." Su Yao dashed out of the taxi, her hair disheveled and her voice hoarse. She clung tightly to Lin Feng, who, upon seeing the swollen bruises on her arms and the distinct marks on her wrists, felt a surge of rage within him. The dragon has its reverse scale. To touch it is to invite death. "Su Yao, I am so sorry for your suffering," Lin Feng uttered coldly, enveloping her in a tight embrace, his hands soothingly caressing her in an attempt to provide her with the utmost comfort. Upon their return to the seaside villa, Lu Yin and Chen Shooting had been waiting for them. "Lin Feng, are you all right?" Lu Yin rushed forward, scrutinizing him from head to toe, her hands searching for any signs of harm. Lin Feng managed a faint smile, gently grasping Lu Yan's hands. "Is it appropriate for a young lady to greet someone in such a manner?" His jest instantly lightened the oppressive atmosphere, and he signaled that he was unharmed. "Chenjia, I truly apologize for dragging you into this," Lin Feng said. "Lin Feng, you are not to blame. Those scoundrels are utterly shameless. What they have taken from me, I will ensure they return," Chen Shooting replied. Lin Feng spoke with quiet determination. The ancient jade would not be surrendered without a fight, and he had already devised a plan. Chen Shooting regarded Lin Feng, hesitating before speaking. "Lin Feng, regarding the auction of the ancient jade, everything proceeds as planned," Lin Feng replied, reclining on the sofa, crossing his legs, and lighting a cigarette. "The auction will take place tomorrow as scheduled, with the starting price set at 8 million. As for the ancient jade, rest assured, I will provide it to you when the time comes. He inhaled deeply, exhaling a smoke ring. Wang Defa, having secured the ancient jade, left Liang without delay, heading towards the provincial capital. Since they dared to extend their reach, it was only fitting that they should suffer the consequences. Lin Feng, you mustn't act recklessly. Wang Defa's associates may belong to powerful families, Lu Yin urged anxiously. The members of such families were ruthless and could kill without leaving a trace. Lin Feng was by no means their match. Rest assured, I am no fool. I won't act recklessly. Lin Feng extinguished his cigarette and turned to Su Yao, attempting to ease her worries with a smile. Su Yao, everything is fine now. I am craving the noodles you make. I'll go prepare them for you, Su Yao replied, regaining her composure. Lin Feng had grown up. He was no longer that little child. He had his own path to follow, and worrying was futile. She believed that Lin Feng remained the same Lin Feng. Sister-in-law, let me assist you in the kitchen, Lu Yin cheerfully said, pulling Su Yao along as they headed to the kitchen. Chen Shooting sat in the living room, feeling somewhat awkward amidst the solitude of a man and a woman, unsure of what to say. Chen Jia, why not stay here for a while? It would be good company for them. Is that really appropriate? Chen Shooting's face flushed slightly as she thought to herself. Does this young man wish to take care of me? What could possibly be wrong with that? After all, there are plenty of rooms. Lin Feng's only concern was her safety. He harbored no ulterior motives. Had he known Chen Shooting's thoughts, he would have reprimanded her thoroughly. What would others think of a single woman living in a young man's home? Chen Shooting felt her cheeks grow warm. As Lin Feng savored the noodles Su Yao had prepared, he found them exceptionally delicious. Su Yao, these noodles are exquisite. With this level of skill, you could easily be a 5-star chef. Eat up, there's plenty more in the pot. Do you take me for a pig? I've already had 3 bowls. What's wrong with being a pig? Observing the playful banter between Lin Feng and Su Yao, Lu Yin felt something was amiss. Their relationship seemed too harmonious. They looked like a married couple. Sister-in-law, I've noticed that Lin Feng only behaves himself around you. Not at all. Su Yao's face turned slightly red. Lu Yin chuckled. But a pang of jealousy stirred within her. As she consoled herself, perhaps it was just the vinegar from the noodles that was affecting her mood. Lu Yin, I truly must thank you this time. You have been a great help, Lin Feng said while enjoying his meal. Who needs your thanks? I did it for your sister-in-law, Lu Yin replied defiantly. Typically carefree, Lu Yin appeared somewhat shy when it came to matters of the heart. Chen Shooting kept her head down, focusing intently on her noodles. Moving into the seaside villa, this was their first meal together. The simple noodles tasted particularly delightful, marking the first time Lin Feng and Su Yao dined together. In a tea house, the fragrance of Bai Luo Chun tea filled the air as Zhao Bowen sat at an octagonal table. A set of celadone tea ware rested on the table, with emerald green tea in the cups. Lin Feng, the waters in the provincial city run deep. It is highly likely that the Qin family is behind this. Zhao Bowen took a sip of tea and began recounting the affairs of the provincial city. The Qin, Zhao, Yin, and Chun families were regarded as the 4 prominent families of Qin City, with the Qin family holding the foremost position. The Zhao family is a lineage of martial arts, while the Yin family remains aloof from worldly affairs. Yet, none dare to underestimate them. The Chun family has engaged in commerce, but in recent years, their fortunes have waned. Only the Qin family, with their prowess in martial arts, business acumen, and considerable influence, commands respect. For many years, they have consistently overshadowed the other 3 great families, displaying a remarkable dominance. Beyond these 4 families, numerous smaller clans exist, most of which are vassals to the 4 prominent families. However, a few smaller families, although discreet, possess strength that cannot be disregarded. These matters were entirely unknown to Lin Feng. He had never encountered such information before. If I am not mistaken, the one who initiated this action is likely the 3rd son of the Qin family, as they have consistently pursued the path of martial arts. The last individual, Qin Yun, is indeed from the Qin family, being the son of the 2nd son and part of the 3rd generation. Lin Feng lifted his teacup and downed the contents in one go. What an exquisite tea. As dusk fell, Lin Feng borrowed a vehicle from Zhao Bowen. Alone, he drove towards the provincial city. The navigation indicated that Guyu was in a stationary state, and upon examining the map, Lin Feng recognized it as a villa area. Yunling residence, nestled at the foot of the southern mountain, is surrounded by water and hills, boasting excellent feng shui. My Guyu is not easily obtained. Wait for me. I shall arrive shortly. Chapter 34. A child arrives at midnight. The moonlight was resplendent, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Lin Feng drove swiftly into the provincial city, gradually making his way along the winding mountain road to a wooded area 3 miles from Yunling residence. After stepping out of the car to smoke a cigarette, he followed the navigation prompts and arrived outside the villa a short while later. The villa sprawled across a vast expanse, occupying over 10 acres. Ding! The system has mapped out a route, effectively avoiding surveillance cameras. The target is directly ahead. Please proceed along the designated path. Lin Feng was taken aback. The treasure hunting system possessed such a function? With a leap, he effortlessly scaled the 3-meter-high wall, landing softly on a large tree branch, gazing at the illuminated structures in the distance. Treading lightly in the moonlight, he quickly approached the vicinity of the building. Timing his movements, Lin Feng quietly descended onto the second-floor balcony. Through the glass, he could hear the sultry sounds emanating from within, prompting him to tear a strip of cloth and bind it around his face. Peering through the window, he was met with a shocking sight: 2 lifeless bodies entwined in a passionate embrace, an intensely provocative scene. 10,000 words omitted here. Unbelievable. They are still engaged in such activities. A gust of wind swept through. The occupants of the bed sensed the chill behind them, and, illuminated by the moonlight, Lin Feng recognized the woman's familiar visage. It was the renowned host from television. To his astonishment, she was currently in a compromising position beneath the man. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng struck the woman, rendering her unconscious, then seized the man. The man, terror-stricken, was about to scream when Lin Feng swiftly shoved a foul sock into his mouth. "Make a sound, and your life will be forfeit." The man nodded, and Lin Feng inquired, "What is your name?" "Qin Yunshan." "Which faction do you belong to?" "Qin Yunshan, a member of the Qin family?" "You dare to confront me knowing that?" "Ha, what's it to you? I came specifically for you." Unbeknownst to the moment, Qin Yunshan discreetly pressed the alarm, and instantly, the villa was engulfed in a cacophony of sirens. Security personnel rushed in, armed with electric batons. "Release young Master Qin." Caught off guard, Lin Feng, witnessing the increasing number of guards, swiftly incapacitated Qin Yunshan with a single strike. "You seek death," he exclaimed, charging into the throng. With a flurry of fists and kicks, he dispatched them with lethal precision. In less than 3 minutes, over 20 guards lay unconscious on the ground. Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the safe, delivering a powerful strike that caused it to crack open. He retrieved an ancient jade, inspected it briefly, and tucked it into his pocket. A glass of water was splashed onto Qin Yunshan's face. Upon observing the chaos in the room, Qin Yunshan was paralyzed with fear. These guards were hired at a high price by the Qin family, and he never anticipated they would be so easily defeated. "Do you know why I spare your life?" Lin Feng tightened his grip around Qin Yunshan's neck, gently patting his cheek. "If you kill me, you won't survive either. The methods of the Qin family are beyond your imagination. The Qin family is formidable, so what? I could end your life with ease right now. Please don't kill me. I will pay you double whatever you ask." "Money? Can it buy a life? Then what do you want?" "What do I want? You will soon comprehend." With that, Lin Feng picked up a fruit knife from the table and deftly sliced open the front of Qin Yunshan's trousers. "What are you doing?" Qin Yunshan panicked, thrashing his legs as he felt the chill of the blade. "You'd best not move," Lin Feng said coldly. Instantly, Qin Yunshan froze, his face etched with terror. Remember, some actions bear a price. Upon finishing his words, the knife glided swiftly, and Qin Yunshan felt a sudden chill in his lower body. Before he could utter a sound, he succumbed to unconsciousness. "I shall leave you a glimmer of hope, lest your thoughts be entirely severed." Lin Feng had not completely severed the connection, leaving a small remnant intact. At that moment, the wail of sirens echoed from outside the villa. Lin Feng smiled faintly, casting a casual glance out the window. A wedding photo caught his eye, or rather, the woman in it captivated him. Seeing the familiar face, his expression darkened. How could it be her? As the sirens grew closer, Lin Feng swiftly exited the villa. Guided by his navigation, he soon returned to his vehicle. Subsequently, he drove into the city, stealthily infiltrating a residential complex and scaling to the 8th floor via the drainage pipe. Wang Defa, still lost in slumber, felt an unexpected chill below and fainted instantly. At 3 in the morning, Lin Feng returned to his seaside residence. After indulging in a warm bath, he had barely settled into bed when he heard the door gently creak open. Almost immediately, a shadow slipped inside. Before Lin Feng could utter a word, The figure burrowed beneath the covers, leaving him with a soft sensation. It felt reminiscent of Lu Yin, yet also reminiscent of Su Yao. As he reached out to touch, the door swung open once more, revealing a small head peeking in. The figure on the bed instantly froze, quietly pulling the blanket over itself. Lin Feng was taken aback. Observing the shadow inch closer, panic gripped him as he realized that what had once appeared to be an adult was, in fact, something otherworldly. A petite head nestled against Lin Feng, revealing itself to be a 5 or 6-year-old girl. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she sweetly exclaimed, "Daddy, I'm afraid of the dark. I can't find Mommy. I want to sleep with you." Lin Feng's face contorted in shock, disbelief washing over him. How could a little girl suddenly appear in the dead of night? Whose child could she possibly be? Lu Yan's? Chen Shooting's? Or perhaps a ghost? "Hey, I'm not your father. Where's your mother?" The little girl, unfazed, climbed onto the bed and snuggled against Lin Feng. Meanwhile, the shadow under the covers remained tense, not daring to make a sound. After a while, the girl fell asleep, her breath steady and rhythmic. The shadow gently nudged Lin Feng, whispering, "Xiao Feng, is she asleep?" Upon recognizing Su Yao's voice, Lin Feng inquired curiously, "Su Yao, whose child is this?" Su Yao slowly emerged from the covers. Gazing at the adorable sleeping face of the girl, a hint of tenderness flashing in her eyes, accompanied by a blush. In the dead of night, sneaking into Lin Feng's bed, if word got out, how could she ever face anyone again? Hurriedly, Su Yao leaped from the bed, flicking on the bedside lamp with a decisive click. "Xiao Feng, this is Chun Jia's child." "Chen Shooting has a child?" Lin Feng mused. Poor Chen Jia. Raising a child, all alone. Just then, a series of gentle knocks echoed from the door. "Lin Feng, may I come in?" Chen Shooting called softly from outside. Her voice hushed. As Lin Feng began to respond, Su Yao quickly placed a hand over his mouth. "Don't make a sound. If she sees me here, how will I ever show my face again?" Panic etched on her face. She seemed desperate to find a mouse hole to hide in. What were they to do? Lin Feng grasped Su Yao's hands, signaling for silence. "Su Yao, what are you afraid of? There is nothing shameful here." With that, he stepped down from the bed and boldly opened the door. "Chen Jia, come in. Su Yao and I are just looking after the child. It turns out this is your daughter." As Chen Shooting opened her mouth to speak, she was taken aback upon seeing Su Yao sitting at the bedside. Her expression filled with confusion. "Su Yao, you're here too?" Upon concluding his words, he approached to embrace the child, exclaiming, "This little one runs about during the night, disturbing you all." "Sister Chun, no, it does not bother us. I merely fear the child may be shy and wanted to take a look." Chapter 35. The Great Surgery. Su Yao, feeling the discomfort of a dental ache, was at a loss as to where to place her hands. Nervously twisting the drawstrings of her pajama top, as if trying to weave an endless great wall, Lin Feng, equally bewildered, had not anticipated that Chen Shooting would be divorced and raising her daughter alone. "Sister Chen, if the child is asleep, let her stay here to rest. Indeed, it matters not where she sleeps." In a rush, Su Yao averted her gaze and made her way outside, leaving Chen Shooting in a state of shock and confusion. What exactly was the nature of this relationship between uncle and niece? "Sister Chun, you should return home to rest. I will watch over the child," Lin Feng reassured, patting the child gently. "If you are worried, you may also sleep here. After all, the bed is sufficiently spacious." Bang! Chen Shooting's face flushed crimson. What did Lin Feng mean by that? Was it a peculiar confession or an invitation? Her heart raced uncontrollably. What to do? What to do? In Qin City, at the Jingxi Hospital, the most prestigious medical institution in the city, renowned even nationwide. What are you all doing? How can so many of you fail to protect one individual? I pay you handsomely. Am I providing you with a salary for nothing? A middle-aged man, youthful in appearance yet gray-haired with distinct features, reprimanded a group of security personnel. "Third Master, we encountered a skilled opponent. We didn't even see his face before a gust of wind swept through, and we were all taken down. You cannot blame us." The head of security protested, visibly aggrieved. They had been fortunate for years without incident, and yet last night they were utterly overwhelmed. Get out, you bunch of useless fools." The irate man was none other than Qin Yunshan's father, Qin San. Meanwhile, Qin Yunshan had been in the operating room for 3 hours. Qin San took out his phone and spoke into the receiver. "Search every inch of the earth. Find me the culprit who dared to wreak havoc in the Qin family. I will eradicate his entire lineage." "Third Master, we are reviewing the nearby surveillance footage. Rest assured, We will apprehend the perpetrator swiftly. Do not alert the boss just yet. This is a critical moment, and we must not distract him. Very well, I understand. As soon as he hung up, the operating room doors swung open, and 3 doctors emerged. Who is the patient's family? A nurse inquired softly, scanning the surroundings. Qin San hurried forward. I am the father of the patient. How is my son faring? Third Master Qin, the situation is quite grim. The doctor succinctly relayed the condition of Qin Yunshan, explaining that his genitalia had been severed, and due to the delay, the tissue had already necrosed. What do you mean? My son has been rendered a eunuch? Qin San's expression darkened considerably. He had yet to hold his grandson, and now his son faced such a fate. He could not accept this reality. The Qin family must not face extinction. Third Master, there may be a solution. What method shall we employ? Speak swiftly. We must locate an organ donor, should the individual be willing to donate. We can immediately proceed with the transplantation for the young master. Time is of the essence. Qin San, the doctor, stepped forward and whispered into Qin San's ear, very well. Prepare for the operation. I shall arrange for the necessary personnel. In less than half an hour, a robust man, shackled and hooded, was escorted into the operating room. The Jingxi Hospital had summoned the nation's foremost urology expert, Professor Hu Weilai, renowned for his groundbreaking achievement in successfully transplanting the reproductive organ of a donkey onto a human male, thereby setting a worldwide precedent in genital transplantation. The patient was a young heir to a financial empire, barely in his 20s, possessing wealth that could last for millennia. The surgery was remarkably successful, and within 10 days, the patient had returned to normalcy, capable of standing to urinate. The man was elated. All functions appeared to be operating as intended. However, complications arose 2 weeks later. The man's wife developed a profound sense of aversion and repulsion towards him, while he himself succumbed to psychological distress. After all, the sensation was disconcerting, grasping something that was not inherently his own. The wife felt as though she had been violated. Unable to endure the situation, the couple opted for removal. Professor Hu himself performed the procedure, which was once again a success, leaving Qin San envious and exceedingly satisfied with the outcome. Upon learning this news, Qin Yun hurriedly made his way to the hospital, only to discover en route that Wang Defa had similarly undergone the procedure, igniting a fierce rage within him. Third uncle, I suspect Lin Feng is involved. Qin San looked perplexed. Qin Yun hastily recounted the events surrounding the Liang auction to Qin San. Qin Yunshan originally intended to acquire an ancient jade as a birthday gift for Qin San's upcoming 50th birthday, just a month away. The millennia-old jade would undoubtedly be the finest present, akin to a refreshing spring in the desert for Qin San. Possessing the jade would surely elevate the Qin family to legendary heights. In this regard, Qin Yunshan was indeed a filial son. Qin San appeared somewhat intrigued, yet questioned whether a mere Lin Feng possessed such capabilities. Prepare the vehicle. We shall depart for Liang at once. I must ascertain the true nature of this Lin Feng. Noticing the time, which was already 10 o'clock, he realized that the auction would commence in 2 hours. Third uncle, are you truly attending the auction? Qin Yun was taken aback, as his uncle, a revered figure in the martial arts community, seldom made public appearances. Should Qin San attend the auction, acquiring the ancient jade would be effortless, and dealing with Lin Feng would be akin to crushing an ant. Qin San nodded, and Qin Yun felt a surge of excitement. Third uncle, Wang Defa encountered trouble last night as well. The color drained from Qin San's face, his fists clenched tightly, the joints cracking ominously. This was a provocation against the Qin family. The auction was set to begin in half an hour. Lin Feng languidly rose from his slumber, only to find that the little girl had vanished without a trace. As he stepped out of his room, his tousled hair was met by the sight of 3 women seated in the living room, all gazing intently in his direction. Good morning. You all are up quite early, he exclaimed. Oh please, just look at the time. Early is hardly the word. Lu Yin shot him a glare, retorting with irritation. What has got you all riled up so early in the day? Have you been forbidden from drinking anything cold these past few days? Lin Feng was utterly perplexed, having done nothing to provoke Lu Yin. Lu Yin paused, a look of confusion crossing her face as she glanced at Su Yao and Chen Shooting, before suddenly having an epiphany. Grabbing an apple from the table, she hurled it at Lin Feng with a resounding smack. Go to hell, she yelled. Lin Feng effortlessly caught the apple, a slight smile forming on his lips as he took a bite. This apple is rather good. Where did you buy it? Xiao Feng. Stop fooling around and hurry up to freshen up. It's nearly noon. Ah, Realizing the time, Lin Feng promptly set the apple down, finished his grooming in a minute, and grabbed a steamed bun filled with pickled vegetables. Sister Chen, let us go. We'll be late. We're coming too, Lu Yin interjected, rising and pulling Su Yao along. My sister-in-law and I have yet to experience an auction. We wish to broaden our horizons. Chapter 36. First Love versus Ex-Girlfriend. Which is mightier, Liang, Tianshang Rin Jian Entertainment City. The triannual antique auction was about to commence in this very location. At the entrance of the entertainment complex, the crowd bustled with life, and luxury cars were in abundance. Lin Feng, Su Yao, and Lu Yin arrived on shared bicycles. Hey. You can't leave your bike here. Move it to the side. I'm talking to you, you country bumpkin. Is this really a place for you? Just as they had settled on their bicycles, 3 security guards rushed over, barking orders at them. Lin Feng was taken aback, casting a disdainful glare at the guards, choosing to ignore them. Hey, what kind of security are you running? Letting just anyone in while that piece of junk bike blocks my car? If it scratches my Benz, can you afford to pay for it? Just as he spoke, a Mercedes-Benz pulled up in front of the bicycles, and the driver leaned out, unleashing a torrent of insults at the security guards. The guards, their faces flushed with embarrassment, hurriedly nodded and bowed to the irate driver. Calm down, sir. We'll take care of it right away, one of them said, moving towards Lin Feng's bicycle. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and stepped forward to block the guard. Try touching my bike, I dare you. The guard's eyes widened in fury. Oh really? You think you can threaten me? I'll toss you out of here. At that moment, the driver of the Mercedes exited his vehicle, clad in designer attire, looking down his nose at Lin Feng. With your pitiful appearance, you dare to attend an auction? Have you no self-awareness? Su Yao and Lu Yan's faces flushed with anger, poised to retort, but Lin Feng merely raised a hand, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Just then, a Rolls-Royce glided into view, coming to a halt beside the Mercedes. The door opened, and Zhao Bowen stepped out. Upon seeing Lin Feng, they were taken aback and exclaimed, Mr. Lin, you arrived on a bicycle? The security guards were astonished, their faces reflecting disbelief. They had not anticipated such respect from the Zhao family towards Lin Feng. Who could this young man be? Uncle Zhao, am I not embracing environmentally friendly travel? Lin Feng chuckled. Zhao Bowen approached Lin Feng, casting a stern glance at the security guards, and led Lin Feng inside. The guards lowered their heads, bowing and scraping. Lu Yin and Su Yao shot them disdainful looks, playfully nudging each other as they followed behind. Inside the auction venue, the decor exuded an antique charm. A rockery adorned the entrance, complemented by flowing water, as those engaged in business often pay heed to feng shui. The presence of water symbolizes wealth, and seeing it upon entry signifies prosperity from all directions. At this moment, many attendees had already arrived, gathering in small clusters, their faces adorned with smiles, exhibiting gentlemanly demeanor, and engaging in lively conversation. This was Lin Feng's inaugural experience at an auction, and he felt it bore resemblance to a grand ball. Zhao Bowen encountered a few acquaintances and intended to introduce Lin Feng, but Lin Feng declined the gesture. Meanwhile, Lu Yin and Su Yao found a secluded corner to sit. Chen Shooting, clad in an elegant gown, navigated through the crowd, occasionally greeting those around her. Yet, her gaze seemed to wander, as if searching for someone. Upon spotting Lin Feng, she raised her glass in acknowledgement, offering a slight nod. Oh, is that not Lin Feng? How did you manage to sneak in? Suddenly, a sharp voice interrupted. Lin Feng looked up, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain. Bai Xiao Jia, entwined with Gao Xiao Zhang, stood before him, both dressed impeccably. Bai Xiao Jia furrowed her brow slightly, a fleeting look of surprise crossing her face upon seeing Lin Feng. Lin Feng, do you possess an invitation? In Bai Xiao Jia's mind, Lin Feng was merely a penniless nobody. How could he possibly attend such an auction? The attendees of today's event were prominent figures. He surely lacked an invitation. Gao Xiaozhang triumphantly waved his invitation, his demeanor arrogant. Lin Feng, you didn't actually sneak in, did you? You must have slipped past the guards unnoticed. Just a country bumpkin hoping to mooch off the food and drink. Lin Feng merely smiled, treating the pair as if they were invisible. Lu Yin offered Lin Feng a glass of champagne, asking, Lin Feng, who are these two? They seem like wealthy heirs. Could they belong to some illustrious family? Lin Feng accepted the champagne, clinking glasses with Lu Yin, while noticing Su Yao's puzzled expression. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yin linked her arm with Lin Feng's, with Su Yao following suit, positioning themselves on either side of him. Bai Xiao Jia's expression shifted slightly. and Gao Xiaozhang furrowed his brow, casting furtive glances at Lu Yin and Su Yao. He felt a surge of excitement. Either of them was 100 times superior to Bai Xiaojia. Is anyone sitting here? I don't seem to see anyone. Lin Feng feigned a casual glance around, his gaze lingering upon Lu Yan's face. I seem to have only heard 2 dogs barking. Did you not hear it? A sudden burst of laughter escaped Lu Yan, who nearly spat out the champagne she had just sipped, hastily covering her mouth. Lin Feng, you are truly mischievous. Their expressions shifted dramatically, faces flushed with indignation. Gao Xiaozhang pointed an accusing finger at Lin Feng. You scoundrel! Who are you calling a dog? Speak up. His countenance darkened with fury. Do you believe I could summon security to have you removed? Lin Feng set down his champagne, crossed his legs nonchalantly, and regarded him with disdain. Is that so? I doubt you possess such authority. Bai Xiaojie glanced at Lu Yin beside Lin Feng, and then at Su Yao, secretly amused. Having attached themselves to 2 affluent women, did they genuinely believe themselves to be significant? The auction was not an event for just anyone. She promptly tugged at Gao Xiaozhang, urging him not to stoop to Lin Feng's level, and declared her intent to call the organizers to have them expelled. No, 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 Gao Xiaozhang waved his hand, a lascivious grin spreading across his face. Darling, expelling them would be too dull. Since he has come to the auction, let us see what treasures he can acquire. A pauper like him, clinging to 2 naive women, could never afford the items here. Ha ha ha, that is not necessarily true. Perhaps he possesses an innate charm that attracts women. You are incorrigible. Bai Xiaojia's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully leaned against Gao Xiaozhang. He harbored a sinister plan in mind, intent on making Lin Feng a spectacle. Should Lin Feng wish to bid on something, he would surely intervene. Let us depart. We'll buy something for you later. Gao Xiaozhang and Bai Xiaojia linked arms, presenting themselves as a couple of mischief makers, departing from Lin Feng's sight. Lin Feng maintained a smile, viewing Bai Xiaojia as a mere relic of the past, devoid of significance to him. Lin Feng, who are those 2? They seem to bear a grudge against you, Su Yao remarked, her face reddening as she hurriedly released Lin Feng's arm. Xiao Feng, could it be that she is? Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon Su Yao, pondering if she was feeling envious. Sister-in-law, indeed, she is my ex-girlfriend, a green tea bitch who discarded me for her male friend. What? Such a woman truly exists? Lu Yin exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 37. If I say it is false, then it is false. As the strains of Good Days resonated through the venue, a woman clad in a qipao gracefully ascended the podium. With a smile gracing her lips, she approached the microphone, her hands gently folded at her abdomen, and nodded slightly. Esteemed guests, I am Yen Rui, the host of this auction. I hereby declare the Liang Antique Auction officially commenced. A chorus of cheers erupted from the audience, eager anticipation filling the air as the long-awaited auction finally began. Following the applause, a procession of qipao-clad beauties entered, each elegantly carrying a tray. They placed their trays upon the table and unveiled the red cloth covering them, revealing 8 meticulously arranged sandalwood boxes displayed before the audience. The venue fell into a hushed silence, with all eyes fixated upon the box. Lin Feng also turned his gaze towards the stage, pondering the contents of the mysterious box. Yen Rui approached the first box and gently opened it, revealing an exquisite vase. Isn't this merely a broken vase? Lin Feng remarked softly, prompting a nearby woman to glance at him, her lips curling into a knowing smile before she redirected her attention to Yen Rui. Yen Rui lifted the vase, showcasing it to the audience, her voice as melodious as a lark. Esteemed guests, this is a Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain, a rarity adorned with landscape motifs. Observe the graceful lines and vibrant colors on the vase. As she elaborated, laughter and murmurs rippled through the crowd. It is widely acknowledged that the fame of Ming blue and white porcelain stems from the foreign trade during the Ming Dynasty, which exported these pieces overseas, serving as vessels of culture. Furthermore, the imperial kiln produced blue and white porcelain exclusively for the royal family and nobility, symbolizing the majesty of imperial authority. In contrast, the folk kilns lacked quality assurance and differed stylistically from the imperial variety. Consequently, the stock of imperial blue and white porcelain is exceedingly scarce, with rarity conferring value. Amidst warfare and the ravages of time, intact blue and white porcelain is extraordinarily rare, often fetching astronomical prices at auctions. Yen Rui paused momentarily, her gaze sweeping across the audience. The starting bid for this Ming blue and white porcelain is 5 million, with increments no less than 100,000. Lin Feng found himself perplexed. Why would so many people be willing to pay such a high price for what seemed to him a mere vase? The atmosphere was charged with speculation, yet there was no fervent bidding in sight. In the realm of antiques, there exists an unspoken rule. At auctions, the authenticity of the items is left to chance. Should one acquire a counterfeit, they must simply accept their misfortune. Thus, everyone awaited the first bid, anticipating the emergence of a discerning buyer. In the front row sat prominent figures, including esteemed veterans of the antique world and some of the most formidable bidders. Notably, several silver-haired gentlemen occupied the central seats. Among them were two renowned antique masters, whose authenticated pieces had once commanded prices soaring to 18 billion. All eyes were fixed on these two, eagerly awaiting their words. The elder on the left, with a youthful visage and a radiant complexion, skillfully manipulated a string of prayer beads, stroking his beard with one hand while the other played with the beads. "Old Jian, what is your perspective on this blue and white porcelain?" inquired a middle-aged man with utmost respect. Jian Chaohua, a celebrated figure from Shiyuanmen, had navigated this field for 5 decades, amassing a fortune through his discerning eye. "Well, I believe it would be prudent to consult Master Li for his expertise," replied old Jian, referring to the elder seated to his right, a member of the Kyoto Antique Association, a titan in the antique community of Yanzhou. Known as the poisonous Li Yuanshao, at the age of 80, he appeared as youthful as a man in his 50s. "Ah, dear Jian, you are far too modest. My aging eyes can no longer discern clearly. Master Li, you truly flatter me. How could I dare to display my meager skills before you?" Although Jian Chaohua is over 60, in Master Li Yuanshao's eyes, he remains but a mere youth. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they both rose and approached the exquisite blue and white porcelain. The two men meticulously examined the piece, whispering softly to one another. The authenticity of antiques is notoriously elusive. Neither could assert with absolute certainty whether it was genuine. Experts often misjudge, declaring a piece authentic only to discover it is a forgery. "Brother, do you think this is genuine?" Lin Feng squinted, observing the vase in Jian's hands, as a nearby beauty leaned in slightly, whispering her inquiry. Turning to her, Lin Feng was captivated by the deep curves of her décolletage, which was adorned with a delicate jade pendant. She wore a strapless gown that left him quite apprehensive. Would it suddenly slip away? Upon closer inspection, she was indeed a ravishing beauty, her allure undiminished by age. Though her true age was indiscernible, her visage and skin suggested she was at least 30. As she swirled her glass of red wine, she became even more enchanting. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, "It is a forgery." "Oh." The woman appeared momentarily taken aback, her eyes wide with surprise. Setting down her glass, she glanced at the stage and then back at Lin Feng. "From such a distance, how can you claim it is false?" Lin Feng merely smiled, opting for silence. The woman, receiving no further engagement, allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips and ceased her inquiries. After thorough deliberation, Jian Chaohua and Li Yuanshao exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement. "Ladies and gentlemen, after our examination, Master Li and I share a unanimous opinion." At his words, the room fell into an expectant hush, for the forthcoming statement would determine the true value of the porcelain. There is a 99% probability that this piece is authentic. We cannot guarantee absolute certainty. After all, we are but mere mortals. Applause erupted from the audience, a palpable excitement filling the air. "I bid 8 million. With the endorsement of 2 experts, the auctioneer was instantly invigorated. Barely had Jian's words faded when a voice called out a lofty price. 8.5 million. 9 million. 10 million. The prowess of the masters lent credence to the bids, allowing participants to bid with confidence. Even should they secure a forgery, it would be deemed genuine, for the validation of Jian Chaohua and Li Yuanshao rendered it so. This is the essence of antiques. As the two elders settled back into their seats, the bidding had already surged to 15 million. At this juncture, the frequency of bids began to wane. The initial item often attracts inflated prices, yet this was merely a prelude to the auction's crescendo. Finer treasures awaited ahead. 15 million going once. Is there anyone willing to increase their bid? Yen Rui made a timely appearance. 15 million was not the price they had anticipated. This piece of blue and white porcelain was remarkably intact. While it may not be a masterpiece, it is indeed quite rare. 16 million. Yen Rui had only uttered a couple of sentences when the bidding began to escalate once more. At that moment, a woman suddenly stood up, and Yin Rui assumed she was about to place a bid. To everyone's astonishment, her subsequent words sent shockwaves through the room. The woman smiled gently and declared loudly, "This vase is a forgery." Like a thunderclap, the room fell into an eerie silence, as if the very earth beneath them trembled. Thousands of eyes converged on the woman. Lin Feng was taken aback, inwardly cursing, wondering what was wrong with her. Xianyuan Dai? Is she Miss Xianyuan? Yin Rui's expression changed drastically. Not expecting such an unforeseen turn of events, she hurriedly forced a smile and asked, "Miss Xianyuan, what do you mean? Are you claiming this item is not genuine?" The Xianyuan family was shrouded in mystery, and Yin Rui dared not offend Xianyuan Dai lightly. Jian Xiaohua and Li Yuanchao's faces turned ashen. It was the first time someone had so brazenly challenged their authority. Their expressions faltered under the humiliation. "Young lady, are you questioning the authenticity ascertained by me and elderly?" The crowd found it hard to believe that a mere girl had the audacity to publicly question two esteemed masters. Xianyuan Dai remained unfazed, her smile unwavering. She gently swirled the wine glass in her hand, downing the last drop of red wine. "It is not I who claim it to be fake," she continued, just as the crowd began to breathe a sigh of relief. "Rather, it is this handsome gentleman who asserts that the blue and white porcelain is a forgery." With a playful gesture, Xianyuan Dai pointed at Lin Feng, her voice ringing out. The crowd followed the direction of her finger, their gazes landing squarely on Lin Feng. Chapter 38, Defeated. Call me grandfather. After a brief silence, the auction hall erupted into chaos. Who is this? Where did this fool come from, daring to question the master's judgment? Murmurs of disbelief echoed through the room. Is this lad out of his mind? Perhaps he has gone mad with the desire for fame? Jian Xiaohua turned to glare at Lin Feng, his eyes flashing with malice. Yet Li Yuanchao remained still, a sly smile curling at the corners of his lips. Lin Feng looked at Xianyuan Dai, his heart brimming with doubt. He thought to himself, "I have not wronged you. Why are you putting me in such a predicament?" Xianyuan Dai, with a mischievous grin, winked at him, as if to say, "Young man, your moment of fame has arrived. It is up to you now. Little brother, everyone is waiting for you to speak. Did you not just claim that it was a forgery? Please enlighten us." Xianyuan Dai wore a look of delight, reveling in the unfolding drama. Lin Feng shot her a glare, but found no immediate recourse to address her provocations. Xianyuan Dai shrugged her shoulders in feigned innocence, adopting a look of mock dismay. Xianyuan Dai? The Xianyuan family? Lin Feng found himself quite intrigued by this woman, in such a setting. Her audacity to jest indicated she must possess considerable influence. "Oh, you already know my sister's name? Are you planning to woo her?" Lin Feng chuckled inwardly, thinking to himself, "You are rather narcissistic, aren't you?" He cast her a sidelong glance before turning to face the crowd, taking a deep breath. Lu Yin and Su Yao exchanged uneasy glances, initially intending to dissuade Lin Feng, but upon witnessing the unfolding situation, they resigned themselves to let him handle it. Jian Xiaohua, filled with indignation, abruptly stood up and coldly demanded of Lin Feng, "Who is your master, and who are you?" Lin Feng responded, "You may not recognize my master, but I can tell you my name is Lin Feng, not Kid." He had previously held a modicum of respect for the two masters, as reputation was paramount in the antiquities realm. However, Jian Xiaohua's haughty demeanor irked him greatly. An unknown individual. Jian Xiaohua had never heard of Lin Feng, and there was no prominent Lin family, prompting him to bellow in anger, "You insolent brat, on what grounds do you claim this blue and white porcelain is counterfeit? Do you realize how many people you have offended with that remark?" Lin Feng rose slowly, cast a glance at Jian Xiaohua, and strode confidently towards the podium. Upholding the traditional virtue of respecting elders, he addressed them, "I shall call you Jian Lao and Li Shifu." Standing on the stage, Lin Feng looked down upon the two, speaking with an air of nonchalance. Xianyuan Dai felt a surge of disappointment, as she had not anticipated Lin Feng to be so meek, resorting to soft words upon taking the stage. Nevertheless, the blue and white porcelain was indeed a forgery. As the crowd exhaled in relief, their hearts immediately raced again. Xianyuan Dai was taken aback. She had assumed Lin Feng might retract his statement, yet he remained steadfast in his assertion of its falsity, deepening her curiosity about him. "You insolent fool." Jian Xiaohua froze for 3 seconds before his fury ignited. "Clarify your statement and present your evidence. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to blacklist you in the antiquities community. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, I demand you kneel here and apologize." Jian Xiaohua was genuinely enraged. "Kid, If you don't clarify your stance today, we will not let this go. What sort of people are these, allowing any Tom, Dick, or Harry to question the two masters? Humph, throw him out. Many in the audience began to echo the sentiments, clamoring for Lin Feng's expulsion. Lin Feng merely smiled faintly, shaking his head in resignation. Sister-in-law, what does Lin Feng intend to do? I have no idea. He is usually so composed, but today seems different. Lu Yin and Su Yao felt a pang of anxiety for him, knowing he was utterly unfamiliar with the world of antiquities. Darling, Lin Feng is doomed this time. Indeed, having offended Master Jian and Master Li, he won't know how he met his end. Gao Xiaozhong and Bai Xiaojia reveled in their satisfaction. Lin Feng approached the blue and white porcelain, but Yin Rui hastily intercepted him. Mr. Lin, this blue and white porcelain is worth over 10 million. If it were to be damaged in your hands, you would be held accountable. A mere imitation vase, at most worth 100 or so, is something I can afford to lose. Yin Rui appeared visibly embarrassed. Miss Yin, let him take a look. I am curious to see what he might discern. Jian Xiaohua discreetly gestured to Yin Rui, prompting her to step aside. Lin Feng picked up the blue and white porcelain, weighing it thoughtfully in his hands. Since you insist on my opinion, allow me to elaborate. Appraising blue and white porcelain requires a meticulous approach: observation, olfaction, inquiry, and touch. Laughter erupted from the audience at his words. Do you think this is a traditional Chinese medical consultation? Why not take the vase's pulse? Ignoring the jeers, Lin Feng was aware that the louder the laughter now, the harder the slap of reality would be later. Observation entails examining the vase's color and texture, ensuring the hues are uniform and translucent. Olfaction involves detecting the scent of the porcelain. After thousands of years, its aroma must be distinctive. Inquiry can be omitted, as auction houses typically maintain confidentiality for sellers. Touch, akin to taking a pulse, involves physical examination. As Lin Feng spoke, Master Li's expression grew increasingly dark. The 4 diagnostic methods for antiques were legendary, and he had yet to fully master them. Few had even heard of such techniques. How could this young lad possess knowledge of the antique for diagnostics? This Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain appeared to be exceptionally thick in glaze, with a profound hue. And the vase's body was delicately crafted, seemingly flawless. It is exceedingly rare to find such a counterfeit in the current market. It was obvious that this was an authentic piece. After all, the current production costs make it nearly impossible to reach such quality. Jian Chaowan nodded in approval. This was the basis for his appraisal. If he could not recognize this, what right did he have to claim expertise in antiques? Xian Yuan Dai looked on in confusion. Was Lin Feng not undermining himself? Lin Feng's assertion stemmed from a revelation just 10 minutes prior, when the system had informed him that this blue and white porcelain was a fake. The deception lay in its striking authenticity. Master Jian, am I incorrect? You possess a keen eye. What next? Shall we wager? If it is genuine, I will kneel and call you grandfather 3 times. If it is false, I shall do the same. A stunned silence enveloped the audience at Jian Chaohua's declaration, with Master Li's face darkening further. Young Jian, you are being rather reckless. You shouldn't have agreed so hastily. Master Li, do you also doubt the authenticity of this blue and white porcelain? Jian Chaohua was taken aback, glancing anxiously at Li Yuanchao. Not at all. This young man is simply peculiar. Jian Chaohua found himself in a predicament. Words once spoken cannot be retracted. I believe this lad lacks any genuine skill in appraisal. He is merely courting ridicule. After all, being scolded by 2 masters would grant him some notoriety. Indeed, who does he think he is to attempt appraisal? It is all mere theatrics. Amidst the murmurs, Lin Feng raised the blue and white porcelain high, a sly grin spreading across his face. What was this young man up to? Could it be that one must shatter a vase to leave no witnesses? With a resounding crash, Lin Feng hurled the vase to the ground, transforming the exquisite Ming blue and white porcelain into a mere heap of shards, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. What are you doing? Yin Rui, her face drained of color, gazed anxiously at Lin Feng. Chapter 39. The bet continues. As you wish. Lin Feng's action struck like a bolt from the blue, rendering the crowd speechless. What is this young man thinking? Jian Chaohua appeared utterly bewildered. He has truly acted recklessly. Master Li sighed heavily. Lu Yin and Su Yao widened their eyes, holding their breath. This is a calamity, a grave misstep indeed. Good heavens, this young lad is extraordinarily bold. Xian Yuan Dai was both shocked and delighted. Principal Gao burst into laughter, giving Lin Feng a thumbs up and mockingly exclaiming, Lin Feng, You are truly remarkable. I admire your audacity. My dear, it seems we need not intervene. The organizers will not let him off lightly. With this act, he has offended everyone. Firstly, such brazen destruction is an affront to the venue. How can the organizers save face? Secondly, it is a blatant slap in the face to the two masters present. Do they still have any dignity left? Thirdly, it has undoubtedly angered the seller, resulting in substantial losses. Henceforth, Lin Feng will find no standing in the antiques world, nor in Qin City. From his corner of the venue, Qin Hui watched Lin Feng, who appeared exhilarated, and couldn't help but envision the young man's impending disgrace. Lin Feng, you must be enjoying yourself now. Let us see how you extricate yourself from this situation. Lin Feng surveyed the entire room, a slight smile gracing his lips, as though this was merely his final revelry. Young man, do you believe that such an act can obscure the truth of your deceit? Having destroyed the vase, do you think there will be no consequences? Can you afford to make reparations? Perhaps if you were to kneel and beg for forgiveness now, you might mitigate your losses. Jian Chaohua, confident in his victory, exuded an air of triumph. Unfazed by the crowd's condemnation, Lin Feng regarded Jian Chaohua's suggestion as nothing short of an insult. Shaking his head resolutely, observing Xinyuan die, he silently vowed to draw her into his scheme. Picking up 2 shards from the ground, Lin Feng examined them closely and inhaled their scent. Dear lady, could you kindly present these fragments to several experts? Yen Rui hesitated momentarily before gesturing for the attendant to deliver them to the specialists. Ladies and gentlemen, please scrutinize these shards carefully. Jian Chaohua and Li Yuanchao held the fragments, intently studying the cracks and broken edges. After a brief interlude, Jian Chaohua and Li Yuanchao exchanged solemn glances, their expressions grave. How peculiar! Why are there faint black lines on the broken edges? Master Li, could this be evidence of repairs? There is a possibility. It appears to be genuine. But this vase is not in its original pristine condition. I concur with Master Li. The 2 men then conferred quietly with the other experts for an extended period. After our thorough investigation, we have reached the conclusion that this blue and white porcelain is undoubtedly authentic. However, it bears a minor flaw, as the body of the vase shows signs of repair. Jian Chaohua stated earnestly, which indisputably pronounced Lin Feng's death sentence. Ha! No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Feng burst into laughter. Jian Chaohua was taken aback. What are you laughing at, young man? If you still believe it to be fake, please present your evidence. The host, Yen Rui, approached gracefully, maintaining her professional demeanor. Mr. Lin, if you fail to provide evidence, by customary practice, you shall owe us 18 million in damages. Evidence. I shall certainly present it. But before that, allow me to tell you a story. Lin Feng stepped forward and began. A decade ago, an extraordinary event occurred in Country M, which many have heard of. An 18-year-old high school student was apprehended by the FBI and sentenced to life imprisonment for counterfeiting. He meticulously divided $100 bills into 10 segments each, then reassembled them to create $1,000 from 1,100. He exchanged this money at a bank without arousing suspicion. It was not until 3 years later that the bank discovered over 100 million of these flawed bills, incurring losses amounting to tens of millions. What does this story have to do with the blue and white porcelain? A man questioned from the audience, while Jian Chaohua and Li Yuanchao turned pale, immediately recognizing the gravity of the situation upon recalling the black lines on the fragments. Are you suggesting that this Ming blue and white porcelain was similarly pieced together? That is impossible. Who possesses such skill? Jian Chaohua could hardly believe it. If such expertise existed, the world of antiques would be transformed. Lin Feng glanced at Jian Chaohua and turned to Yen Rui, inquiring, Beautiful lady, can you confirm whether there is another such vase available? Yen Rui was momentarily stunned, as was a man at the back of the venue. I am unaware, but I can call the seller to inquire. She immediately dialed a number, only to find it switched off. Young man, stop rambling. This is merely your word against ours. What evidence do you have? Evidence is paramount, is it not? Produce your evidence. A man beside Jian Chaohua stood up to accuse Lin Feng. Evidence. Lin Feng scoffed. Old Jian, do you still wish to continue with the wager we discussed earlier? Jian Chaohua hesitated, glancing at Master Li, but ultimately decided to take the gamble. The wager continues. I invite you to present solid evidence. Very well, as you wish. Lin Feng granted him a chance, since Jian Chaohua was obstinate. Lin Feng had no intention of showing him mercy. In truth, the seller was fully aware that putting this counterfeit up for auction was a gamble in itself. Regrettably, the The seller has suffered a significant loss, sacrificing much for a trivial gain. The seller must be a treacherous individual. For the skilled artisan who crafted the vase was denied their rightful remuneration. With a shake of his head and a sigh, Lin Feng expressed his disapproval. The man seated in the corner wore a face of fluctuating emotions, hastily tugging at his collar. He harbored suspicions that Lin Feng might be in cahoots with the forger. Master Jian, please come to the stage. The evidence lies before us. Jian Chaohua was momentarily taken aback, and the audience held their breath, while the man grew exceedingly tense. What could this mean? Evidence on stage. In an instant, the atmosphere became charged with anticipation, as countless eyes were magnetically drawn to the podium. Those in the back rose on their toes, straightened their backs, and craned their necks, eager to discern the whereabouts of the evidence. Yin Rui, too, wore an expression of expectation, her heart racing with anxiety. Jian Chaohua ascended the stage, a magnifying glass in hand. Where's the evidence? Lin Feng smiled faintly at the audience. Since I shattered the vase, have I left this spot? He asserted that cameras were present, recording the entire event. Master Jian, please pick up that piece of the vase's base from the ground. Noticing Zhao Hua's bewilderment as he surveyed the scattered shards, he selected a larger fragment, which indeed was the base of the vase. Surely, Master Jian can recognize Chinese characters? Perhaps you should examine it closely. As Jian Chaohua retrieved the fragment, a high-definition camera followed his every move. At that moment, the large screen displayed the shard in his hand, and as the lens zoomed in, the piece became increasingly clear. An astonished gasp rippled through the crowd. Chapter 40. The consequences arrive swiftly. Betrayal and evasion could not escape the reckoning. Upon seeing the 8 characters inscribed on the vase's base, Jian Chaohua's face drained of color, his hands trembling uncontrollably. In that instant, the crowd fell into a collective silence. Some might argue that this alone did not prove anything, but Lin Feng interjected, pointing at the fragment and continuing, "Host, please bring forth some ink and pour it upon the shard for examination." An attendant promptly brought a bottle of ink. Yin Rui unscrewed the cap and cautiously poured the ink onto the ground. As the ink soaked in, the white base transformed into a deep black, gradually revealing a sequence of numbers, 2016101. The venue fell into an eerie silence. The fragment in Jian Chaohua's grasp slipped from his fingers, clattering to the ground. This marked his first failure in authentication, and it was instant karma. A lifetime of reputation tarnished in a moment. Below, Li Yuanshao coughed up a mouthful of blood, nearly forfeiting his life. Lin Feng had initially made his remark offhandedly, never intending to expose this matter, as the victim was not himself. However, he had unwittingly fallen into a trap set by Xianyuan Dai. Master Jian, Master Li, I did not intend to involve myself in this matter. I was merely directed by Xianyuan Butterfly. Everything I spoke was relayed to me by her. If you have any inquiries, I suggest you address them to her. Lin Feng concluded, subtly gesturing towards the Xianyuan Butterfly behind him. You have deceived me. Thus, I shall repay you in kind. What? Lin Feng, you speak nonsense. When have I ever instructed you? Xianyuan Butterfly's expression shifted dramatically as she rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Feng. Ah, Xianyuan Butterfly. If you claim there was no such instruction, then so be it. Lin Feng did not bother to argue further. At this point, to do so would merely be theatrical. Silence would serve them better, allowing them to ponder the implications themselves. Laughter erupted, and all eyes turned to Xianyuan Butterfly. Her face flushed, she stammered, struggling to articulate a response. A man in the corner glared at Xianyuan Butterfly with a fierce intensity, lost in his own thoughts. You will regret this, he muttered, before quietly exiting the venue. The Xianyuan family possesses remarkable tactics. They are effectively slapping the faces of us experts. Jian Chaohua stated coldly, harboring a deep resentment towards Xianyuan Butterfly. Master Jian, it is not as you perceive. I truly have not enough. We cannot provoke the Xianyuan family any further. I shall take my leave from the antiques world henceforth, Li Yuanshao declared, rising and striking his cane heavily upon the ground. Jian Chaohua supported Li Yuanshao as the two slowly departed the auction venue. Xianyuan Butterfly wished to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. Master, I truly did not. Xianyuan Butterfly's explanation sounded feeble as she glared menacingly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, why do you wish to harm me? Harm you? How have I harmed you? It was you who insisted I come forward. When did I ever request you to take the stage? You proclaimed to everyone that I claimed that vase was a fake. Was it not your assertion? Did I say that? Do you possess any evidence? Lin Feng chose to ignore Xianyuan Butterfly, asserting, just because you are beautiful does not grant you the right to cast blame upon me. I refuse to bear this burden. As the two masters had taken only a few steps, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the hall. A group of individuals surrounded a man who strode inconfidently. Ha! I have heard there are those who dare disrupt the two masters. I am eager to witness such audacity. Who possesses such boldness? Upon catching sight of the two masters, the man hastened forward. Masters, please return to your seats. Engaging in a quarrel with a mere child would only reflect poorly on us, he stated. Master Qin, what wind has brought you here? Jian Chaohua exclaimed, his face lighting up with a beaming smile as he greeted him with obsequiousness. Indeed, Xiao Sanzi, it has been quite some time. Your skills have evidently improved. Master Jian, masterly, thank you for your continued concern. My father often speaks fondly of you both. With that, the three returned to their seats, engaging in amiable conversation. Masters, a single misstep is inconsequential. Who in the antiques world can always be accurate? Upon learning the sequence of events, Qin San immediately sought to comfort the two individuals. After Lin Feng's commotion, the auction was briefly interrupted before resuming. The subsequent items were modest trinkets, with bidding prices hovering around 1 to 200,000, and the highest jade piece fetched slightly over $1 million. Then came a rather exceptional item, a final masterpiece from a distinguished master. After Yen Rui's announcement, the attendant opened the box to reveal a pair of exquisite mandarin duck pendants, instantly captivating the attention of the young talents present, as these were indeed tokens of love. Su Yao's eyes lit up, and Lin Feng astutely detected that glimmer. However, to his dismay, he noticed the same look mirrored in Lu Yan's gaze. This posed quite a dilemma. Mandarin ducks symbolize love and lifelong companionship. Without further ado, the starting bid for the pendants was set at 300,000, with each increment no less than 10,000. Yen Rui smiled gently and struck the gavel, officially commencing the bidding. 350,000, 380,000, 400,000, 450,000, 500,000. The price swiftly soared beyond 500,000. Su Yao cast a hopeful glance at Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Meanwhile, Lu Yin gazed at Lin Feng with affectionate eyes. Lin Feng found himself in a quandary. Should he bid? For whom? Naturally, he wished to acquire it for his sister-in-law, yet he feared she might feel uncomfortable accepting it. Giving it to Lu Yin would seem abrupt. He decided to set his worries aside and focus on whether he could secure the item first. 520,000. Lin Feng raised his hand, marking his debut bid at the auction. 550,000. Lin Feng called out the price, only to be met with a provocative remark from Xianyuan Dai, who raised the stakes. 600,000. Before Lin Feng could respond, another man in the back increased the bid. He glanced over to find it was Gao Xiaozhang. If they wished to play, he would join in the game. 1 million. Lin Feng blurted out, catapulting the bid to 1 million. Despite the pendant's actual value being around 500,000, Xianyuan Dai was taken aback, and Gao Xiaozhang stood stunned. A brief silence enveloped the room as murmurs erupted among the attendees. Xiaofeng, have you lost your mind? That is 1 million. Su Yao, although eager to obtain the pendants, was daunted by the staggering price. Lu Yin also wore an expression of deep concern. 1 million was no trifling sum. Lin Feng appeared sheepish, muttering to himself, 1 million and no one else bids? Is this going to fall into my lap? Where on earth would I procure 1 million? Xianyuan Dai, overhearing Lin Feng's words, was filled with delight, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Bai Xiaojia's expression fluctuated. How could Lin Feng possibly produce 1 million? Had he been deceiving himself all along? Principal Gao, I want that pendant. Please raise the bid. 1 million? That's not just 10,000. Do you seriously think you're worth 1 million? Gao Xiaozhang initially intended to provoke Lin Feng, but to his astonishment, Lin Feng boldly declared a bid of 1 million. Gao Xiaozhang hesitated, fearing that should he raise the price further, he might end up with the item himself, which he could not sell for 1 million. Gao Xiaozhang, don't even think about approaching me again. Do you really believe I cherish your presence? Go away. Bai Xiaojia felt a wave of despair wash over her. Yen Rui, brimming with excitement, surveyed the audience, delivering a passionate appeal. 1 million, going once. Is there any further bidding? This is a rare opportunity. Perhaps winning this pendant could lead to winning the heart of a beauty. 1 million, going twice, and this is your last chance. The crowd fell silent as Yen Rui raised the wooden gavel. The bid had reached the anticipated price. Lin Feng's expression soured. It appeared the item might indeed fall into his hands. Xian Yuan Dai eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. Chapter 41. Authenticity of Ancient Jade. As Yen Rui prepared to bring the gavel down, a sudden voice interrupted. 2 million. Instantly, she withdrew her gavel, turning towards the sound, where a middle-aged man sat in the VIP section. A mere 2 million to claim what one desires. I am more than willing to spend this amount. I relish witnessing the disappointment of others. The man cast a provocative glance at Lin Feng, as if challenging him to raise the bid. Upon seeing the man, Lin Feng's expression shifted slightly. Qinyan? I must express my gratitude to this gentleman for placing a bid. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't have been able to muster 1 million. You've saved me indeed. Lin Feng wore a smug grin, seemingly unfazed. Why wouldn't he be pleased to see Qin Yun pay over 4 times the price for a worthless item? Qin Yun's demeanor darkened, realizing that his good intentions had inadvertently aided Lin Feng. With a scowl, he shot a fierce glance at Lin Feng. We'll see about this. Su Yao's expression reflected disappointment. Although she worried Lin Feng lacked the million, she had grown fond of the pendant. Su Yao, worry not. I won't spend a single cent on that pendant. Someone will gladly deliver it to me. Xiao Feng, what nonsense are you speaking? What does your sister-in-law want that for? Su Yao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, as if her thoughts had been laid bare. The auction continued, yet Su Yao appeared somewhat preoccupied. Lin Feng discerned her sentiments, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he formulated a plan. After an hour, Chen Shooting approached Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, our next item is up for auction. The Ancient Jade. Excellent. Lin Feng replied decisively, producing a small box. The box appeared quite dilapidated, the sort that no one would bother to pick up if discarded on the ground. Is the price still as we agreed? No. The starting bid is set at 10 million. What? Chen Shooting gasped in surprise. Rest assured, there will be bidders. Chen Shooting was filled with skepticism, yet she believed that Lin Feng must possess some confidence in his assertion. She approached the organizers and entrusted them with the Ancient Jade. The representative of the organizers, a man of around 50, exhibited a slight change in expression upon witnessing the dilapidated box. Chen girl, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Uncle Lu, how could you say such a thing? When have I ever misled you? Upon opening the box, Uncle Lu's eyes sparkled with astonishment. This is truly magnificent jade. It seems that today's crowd is here solely for the Ancient Jade. Uncle Lu, there has been a shift in circumstances. The employer demands a starting bid of 10 million. No problem. That's wonderful. A mere 10 minutes later, Yen Rui once again ascended the podium, her smile radiant and her poise unblemished. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is nearing its conclusion. We now present the final item for bidding. The attendant, bearing the shabby box, placed it directly on the table. The audience gaped in astonishment. Was this truly the piece de resistance? Is this a jest? Regarding this item, we have no information and will provide no introduction. As Yen Rui spoke, she unveiled the box, revealing the ancient jade that had re-emerged into the world after a millennium. Qin Sen narrowed his eyes, feeling an overwhelming surge of energy even from such a distance. For those who had cultivated martial arts to a certain level, their perception was magnified manifold compared to ordinary individuals. Those who had initially planned to depart now brightened at the sight of the ancient jade. What is this? The organizers are quite dismissive, offering no introduction whatsoever. This is truly a remarkable treasure, yet alas, we cannot afford it. The final item must surely be exceptional. But what exactly was this treasure? Some were exhilarated, others disheartened, while many simply reveled in the spectacle. Jian Chaohua toyed with the prayer beads in his hands, his eyes betraying his excitement. This ancient jade was evidently no ordinary artifact. Yet, he could discern little else. Ladies and gentlemen, I leave the rest to you. The starting bid is 10 million, with increments no less than 100,000. With that, Yen Rui signaled the commencement of the grand finale. 1,100,000. 1,200,000. 1,500,000. 1,600,000. 1,800,000. 2 million. The entire venue erupted in a frenzy, akin to an explosion in a frying pan. The bidders were electrified, as if the increments were not monetary at all. Lin Feng was equally astonished by the jade's immense popularity. Upon hearing the bid reach 20 million, Zhao Bowen furrowed his brow and glanced at Lin Feng, who subtly shook his head, signaling him not to follow the crowd. At that moment, Jian Chaohua suddenly rose, turning to face the participants in the bidding. With hands clasped in salute and a slight smile, he addressed the assembly. Gentlemen, Please hold for a moment. I have something to say. Instantly, all eyes turned to Jian Chaohua, brows furrowed in curiosity. Yin Rui also stepped forward slightly, her expression tinged with doubt. Old Jian, what do you wish to convey? This ancient jade, is it genuine or not? Surely there must be an answer. Simple. Our auction house does not provide explanations. Very well. I would like to inquire about Lin Feng. Jian Chaohua turned to Lin Feng. What is your opinion on the authenticity of this ancient jade? Lin Feng was taken aback that Jian Chaohua would speak up at this moment. What audacity! Young man, why are you silent? Noticing Lin Feng's reticence, Jian Chaohua smirked and pressed on aggressively. Lin Feng scoffed, retorting with irritation, what does its authenticity matter to me? If someone wishes to buy it, what of it? Ha ha. Little one, are you perhaps too timid to voice your thoughts? Jian Chaohua was convinced that Lin Feng would not dare to reveal the truth if he declared it false. Why would so many be willing to bid? And if it were true, he would surely declare it false, as the authenticity of ancient jade relies solely on human assertion. Old man, the wager we made earlier remains unfulfilled, and yet you come forth to gloat. In that case, let us settle the wager. If you wish to renege, I believe everyone present would be eager to witness it. Personally, I am indifferent. The atmosphere surged with excitement. Lin Feng was prepared to confront Master Jian directly. Jian Chaohua's expression stiffened. He had intended to embarrass Lin Feng regarding the jade's authenticity, yet Lin Feng deftly redirected the discussion to their wager. Humph. I shall certainly honor the wager, but now, you must clarify the authenticity of this jade. Jian Chaohua evaded the subject, clinging to the ancient jade. Lin Feng let out a cold laugh, fully aware that Jian Chaohua would not fulfill the wager. Fine, since you insist on discussing the jade, I shall inform you that this ancient jade is indeed a counterfeit. Ha ha. Jian Chaohua laughed heartily, ready to speak, but Lin Feng interrupted him. But what if the jade is fake? They enjoy purchasing fakes. Do you not find that rather vexing? I would like to ask the bidders from earlier. Knowing this jade is fake, would you still wish to buy it? As Lin Feng's words fell, a chorus of bidders eagerly responded. We would. We would. Ha ha. Lin Feng laughed, gazing triumphantly at Jian Chaohua. Master Jian, how does that answer strike you? Or perhaps you might inquire who would not wish to purchase. Jian Chaohua's expression darkened. Lin Feng was relentless. This individual beside Master Jian must surely be the renowned Qin San. Am I correct? Lin Feng shifted his gaze to Qin San, who frowned slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. Young friend Lin, you are remarkably bold. Thank you for the compliment, Master Qin. I presume you are here for this ancient jade as well? Qin San was momentarily taken aback, finding himself in the spotlight. Indeed, I have come for this ancient jade. And if it is false, would you still buy it? Qin San was seething inwardly at Lin Feng, who was forcing him to offend Jian Chaohua. Chapter 42, Little Brother. I can only assist you this once. It seems Master Qin is not inclined to make a purchase, a revelation many would be delighted to hear. Lin Feng continued, casting a sweeping glance across the venue, fully believing that many would be exceedingly pleased. No, no, no. Even if it is a counterfeit, I am resolute in my pursuit. He chuckled heartily. Jian Chaohua's expression soured considerably. He had not anticipated that Qin San would speak in Lin Feng's favor. Lin Feng, with an air of triumph, regarded Jian Chaohua, saying, Old man, is it time to settle our wager? Jian Chaohua's face darkened, his lips twitching in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Qin San would make such a declaration over a piece of fake jade. Accustomed to a position of superiority, where no one dared to contradict him, he found it audacious that Lin Feng would challenge him so openly. On what grounds do you assert that this jade is counterfeit? Would the auction house risk its reputation by presenting a fake? Jian Chaohua's words provoked immediate discontent from Yin Rui, whose expression shifted slightly. Old Jian, I implore you to choose your words with care. Master Li hastily signaled Jian Chaohua, advising him to accept the situation and refrain from implicating the auction house. The forces backing the auction house were not to be trifled with, even by experts like them. Should the auction house blacklist them, their livelihoods would be at stake. Jian Chaohua, momentarily dazed, grasped the gravity of Yin Rui's warning. Old Jian, I made it abundantly clear prior to the auction that our responsibility lies solely in conducting the auction, not in authenticating the jade. The authenticity is beyond our purview. Those who are discerning naturally comprehend the value of the jade. Although Yin Rui was not a martial artist, she possessed an inkling of the jade's significance. The bidders present were all seasoned practitioners, having been bested, Jian Xiaohua felt his pride wounded and, casting a venomous glance at Lin Feng, turned on his heel and exited the venue. The auction proceeded. 20 million, Qin Sin declared boldly, unabashedly stating, "I shall take this jade." With that, he surveyed the room, his gaze finally resting on Lin Feng. Upon hearing Qin San's proclamation, the audience fell silent. No one dared to bid further. Yen Rui, feeling the weight of the moment, initially intended to stir emotions once more, but, upon witnessing the sly grin on Qin San's face, decided against it. In Qin City, the Qin family held dominion. No one dared to offend them. Lin Feng's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated the Qin family's formidable influence would render others mute. "So, you believe you can simply take the jade?" Lin Feng mused inwardly, a smirk forming. 50 million. A sudden bid sliced through the silence, capturing everyone's attention. Lin Feng turned towards the source, his brow furrowing slightly. "Little brother, I can only assist you this once," Xianyuan Dai said, making a face at Lin Feng, who was left utterly confused. Had this woman lost her mind? The crowd, upon realizing it was Xianyuan Dai making the bid, was rendered speechless in astonishment. The Xianyuan family has always been shrouded in mystery, their residence unknown to many. However, no one dares to underestimate them. I have a fondness for this stone. Anyone who shares my enthusiasm may place their bids, and let us engage in fair competition, Xianyuan Dai declared earnestly, waving her hand. Beside her, a woman tugged at Xianyuan Dai's sleeve. "Dai, you're spending 50 million on a mere rock. Where do you even have that kind of money? Dear sister, just wait and watch. If no one raises the bid, I am eager to see how you will handle this. Worst case, I could sell you off. That young man would surely be delighted, considering you're still an unmarried maiden. Impudent girl, are you perhaps smitten? Have you taken a liking to that young man?" Lin Feng, standing nearby, overheard their conversation clearly. Turning his gaze toward them, he locked eyes with the woman. "Since Miss Xianyuan has called for a fair competition, I shall raise the bid by 5 million. 55 million. At this moment, a dashing young man stood up and waved at Xianyuan Dai. "An increase of 5 million? That is quite a sum. You must be the young master of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Jian, am I correct? Is there a hidden secret to this jade stone that belongs to such an ancient family? It appears we may have no chance. 50 million is not a trivial amount." The martial artists whispered among themselves. Qin Sin smirked, raising the bid to 65 million, directly upping the price by 10 million, casting a provocative glance at Dongfang Jian. Xianyuan Dai nudged the woman beside her with delight. "Sister, the show is about to begin." The woman looked on in confusion. Dongfang Jian's expression shifted as he hesitated, then gritted his teeth and declared, 70 million. He did not wish to lose face in front of Xianyuan Dai. Lin Feng felt perplexed, pondering if the jade truly held some secret. Otherwise, why would these prominent families vie for it at such extravagant prices? Just when everyone anticipated Xianyuan Dai would raise her bid again, she suddenly smiled. "Please continue. I genuinely find myself out of funds." Dongfang Jian breathed a sigh of relief, a smug expression crossing his face. Qin San was infuriated, and as Yen Rui prepared to announce the outcome, he resolutely raised his hand and shouted, 80 million. Dongfang Jian was taken aback, glancing between Xianyuan Dai and Qin San. "Uncle Qin, since you are interested, I shall concede." Lin Feng sensed something amiss. Qin San frowned, looking around, clearly irritated. "Young man, my 80 million is not so easily claimed." Seeing that the bidding had reached its conclusion, Yen Rui rushed to announce, "Thank you all for participating. Today's auction has been successfully concluded. Next, please proceed to the dining hall, where a sumptuous dinner awaits you." Su Yao looked bewildered, staring at Lin Feng, her heart racing in her throat. She could hardly believe that the jade stone had fetched such a staggering price. 80 million. A lifetime's worth of wealth. Indeed. Lu Yen rose to leave, glancing back to find Su Yao seated there, unbudging. Calling out yielded no response, prompting her to hastily approach and grasp Su Yao's arm. "Sister-in-law, what are you pondering?" she asked. "Sister-in-law, why are you lost in thought?" Lin Feng turned with a gentle smile. Su Yao appeared delighted. "Come, Su Yao. Let us indulge in a grand feast," he urged, offering his support. "Xiao Feng, am I dreaming? Pinch yourself to ascertain," he suggested. "Ah," as the words left his lips. Lin Feng, clutching his waist, sprang up in surprise. "Su Yao, why did you pinch me?" So it truly is not a dream." Lu Yen, with a hint of exasperation, pulled Lin Feng and Su Yao aside. "You two, confess, what is the nature of your relationship?" Su Yao's cheeks flushed slightly, resembling a child caught in mischief. Lin Feng, with a serious demeanor, touched Lu Yan's forehead and remarked, "You feel no fever. Could it be that you are simply unaware of our relationship?" Chapter 43. 80 million instills confidence in a man. As the auction concluded, the news that the antique jade had been acquired by Master Qin for 80 million swiftly spread across the land. Chen Shooting felt an unsettling anxiety. She never anticipated the jade would command such a price. Clearly, the terms she had previously discussed with Lin Feng were rendered null and void. Lacking the courage to offer Lin Feng a mere 5 million, she deliberated and made a bold decision. After deducting the auction house's commission, she transferred the remaining 75 million to Lin Feng's account. Upon receiving the bank notification, Lin Feng smiled. In the banquet hall, located on the 5th floor of Heaven and Earth, Lin Feng entered with the two women, finding the venue already filled with guests. As they settled into their seats, Chen Shooting approached. "Lin Feng, did you know this all along?" "Sister Chen, I am truly grateful. I assure you that you shall not be neglected," Lin Feng replied. He was a man of gratitude, and Chen Shooting's willingness to remain unmoved by monetary allure solidified their friendship. "How will you express your gratitude?" she inquired. Just then, Xianyuan Dai and Dongfang Jin approached. As the pair walked together, Lin Feng felt a momentary daze, for they resembled a pair of celestial lovers. "This gentleman must be your brother-in-law?" Lin Feng did not respond, instead smiling at Dongfang Jin. Xianyuan Dai's face flushed, and her smile vanished. "Lin Feng, what nonsensical talk is this? I have no connection with him." Dongfang Jin shrugged. He wished to acknowledge it, but lamented that affection is often unreciprocated. Lin Feng feigned astonishment. "He is not your brother-in-law? Why not? What grounds do you have to deny it?" Xianyuan Dai glared at him. "Ha ha." Dongfang Jin laughed heartily, quickly stepping in to mediate. "Brother Lin, please refrain from teasing me. I would gladly assume that role, but alas, it is not my fate. Oriental Sword, relinquish your hopes. Even if I were to marry a pig, I would still choose you." "Ah, this sister's ambition is indeed unique." Oriental Sword was momentarily taken aback. Xianyuan Butterfly suddenly raised her foot and aimed a kick at Lin Feng's lower body. Lin Feng hastily dodged. "You dead, Lin Feng, just wait. One day, you shall fall into my hands." All right, enough with the jesting," Lin Feng interjected, "but truly, I must express my gratitude to both of you for your tremendous assistance today. Butterfly, I told you my younger brother Lin Feng is not one to forget his benefactors. You have a good heart." Lin Feng pulled out chairs, inviting the two to sit, and introduced them to his sister-in-law and Lu Yan. "Sister-in-law, you must keep a close eye on this rascal. He is quite the troublemaker." Xianyuan Butterfly, feeling at ease, immediately began to complain to Su Yao. Su Yao appeared embarrassed, unsure of how to respond. Oh, that's my sister-in-law. Do refrain from calling her like that. Besides, you might even be older than her." Lin Feng spoke with a teasing tone, nearly inciting Xianyuan Butterfly's ire. "I am 28 this year. Who are you calling older?" "Oh, your sister-in-law is also 28. So who is older?" "I was born in June." "Ah, my sister-in-law is also born in June. I was born on June 25th. Heavens, could this be a coincidence? My sister-in-law is also June 25th. Lin Feng, do you find this amusing? You would stoop so low as to make such remarks to mock me?" Xianyuan Butterfly was furious, her expression darkening, taken aback by Lin Feng's shamelessness. "I truly was born on June 25th at 2:30 in the afternoon." Su Yao, filled with curiosity, was astonished to discover that she shared the same birth date as Xianyuan Butterfly. "What?" Xianyuan Butterfly exclaimed, leaping up in disbelief. "Sister-in-law, could it be that we were born at the same time? This is too coincidental." Su Yao found it hard to believe as well. The two clasped hands, excitedly conversing. Lin Feng pondered. Is this coincidence a stroke of luck? "Lin, my young brother, I see you also practice martial arts. Why then did you part with that ancient jade?" Oriental Sword, noticing Xianyuan Butterfly no longer pressed the matter, turned to Lin Feng and voiced his curiosity. "Oh, you too practice martial arts, Brother Oriental?" Lin Feng, intrigued, wondered how Oriental Sword discerned this. "Well, I suppose you could say that." Oriental Sword was clearly being evasive, and Lin Feng chose not to press further. In friendships, if someone does not wish to share, inquiries will yield no answers. What they wish to convey will be shared without prompting. Lin Feng picked up his chopsticks, setting his sights on the delicious food before him, and placed a piece of braised pork into his mouth. This braised pork is delightful. Lu Yan, do give it a try?" He then placed a piece onto Lu Yan's plate. Lu Yan's cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled awkwardly. Thank you. Excuse me, Mr. Lin. Our boss wishes to meet you. Lin Feng, thoroughly engrossed in his meal, noticed Yin Rui, now clad in a different outfit, striding directly towards him. Your boss? Wants to see me? Indeed. He has a matter he would like your assistance with. Ah, very well. Then let him come over. Lin Feng responded while continuing to eat, a hint of displeasure brewing within him. Your boss wishes to see me. Must I oblige? This isn't the Qing dynasty. He is merely a boss. And if he needs help, he should come himself. Yin Rui was taken aback. This was the first instance someone had outright refused, even going so far as to demand the boss come in person. Her expression shifted slightly, and she inwardly chastised Lin Feng for his lack of appreciation. Just as she was about to express her ire, Qin San and a group of individuals approached. Lin Feng, do not be ungrateful. Do you even know who the owner of the auction house is? And what does that concern me? Ha, Lin Feng, you are utterly unaware of your own insignificance. The owner of the auction house is a prominent figure in the city. Her mere word can shake the very foundations of Qin City. And so what? I have no obligation to adhere to her whims. Obligation? Qin San was momentarily speechless, while Qin Yun and Jian Chaohua immediately chimed in, criticizing Lin Feng's ignorance. Zhao, the owner, is extending a rare honor to you. Do not disrespect it. Exactly. To be invited by Zhao is an immense privilege. Lin Feng set down his chopsticks and turned to face Qin San and his companions, disdain evident in his gaze. Qin Yun, how about that pendant you purchased for 2 million? Interested in acquiring it? I could let it go for 20 million. 20 million? Too low. I'll offer you 80 million. What? 80 million? Qin San's expression shifted dramatically as he glanced at Xianyuan Dai and Dongfang Jian, a dawning realization hitting him. They had indeed been duped. The three of them had conned the Qin family out of 80 million. Very well, Lin Feng, I shall remember you. Ensure you safeguard that pendant. It is valued at 80 million. Ha ha ha. At that moment, a commotion arose from behind. As a woman clad in a qipao approached Lin Feng, flanked by a host of dignitaries from Qin City, Qin San hurriedly stepped aside to clear a path for her. Ah, Master Qin San is also present. Congratulations on acquiring the Jade Stone, a delightful achievement. Zhao, my apologies for the interruption. The woman was none other than Zhao Jingyi, the legendary owner of the auction house. Mr. Lin, I hope my sudden appearance hasn't disrupted your meal. Where is your sister-in-law headed? With newfound wealth. Is it to treat her to a foot bath? Or perhaps a trip? Chapter 44. Lin Feng, the son of a notable figure, as Zhao Jingyi's words echoed. The surrounding crowd held their breath in astonishment. You? Zhao had opted for the formal you instead of the informal thou. Heavens! To be addressed so respectfully by Zhao. What manner of identity does Lin Feng possess? The crowd gasped, while Qin San's expression fluctuated, his eyes darting in contemplation. If this offends Zhao Jingyi, it would indeed be a case of losing more than one gains. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, fixating on Zhao Jingyi without uttering a word for a considerable time. A subtle smile graced the corners of Zhao Jingyi's lips, her eyelashes fluttering gently, her eyes seemingly capable of ensnaring one's very soul. The form-fitting qipao enveloped her breathtaking curves, with 3 black pearls adorning the neckline, quivering slightly with her breath. The high slit of the dress revealed glimpses of her long, elegant legs, shrouded in sheer black stockings. Zhao Jingyi felt a twinge of displeasure. Lin Feng was the first man bold enough to gaze at her in such a manner. Suddenly, Lin Feng burst into laughter, his voice ringing with a hint of mischief. Boss Zhao, your arrival has taken me by surprise. The legendary woman is not someone one encounters every day. Although Lin Feng was unaware of Zhao Jingyi's intentions in seeking him out, he surmised that their paths should not ideally cross. Brother Lin, may I be so bold as to call you little brother? I imagine having a sister like Boss Zhao is a dream for many men. Zhao Jingyi, a woman of extraordinary allure, not only possessed a captivating beauty, but also a figure that could drive even the most introverted admirer to madness. Lin Feng's ambiguous compliment caused a faint blush to appear on Zhao Jingyi's cheeks. Qin San, observing this, felt an uncomfortable shift in his expression. Zhao Jingyi took a deep breath and smiled gently. Brother Lin, I have a favor to ask of you. What do you think? Lin Feng was taken aback. Pondering for a moment, what is it that Boss Zhao wishes for me to do? I do not engage in any unlawful activities. I am a law-abiding citizen. Zhao Jingyi chuckled softly, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. You jest, dear brother. I, too, am a law-abiding citizen. How about we discuss this further upstairs? Upon hearing Zhao Jingyi's invitation for Lin Feng to ascend to the 6th floor, the onlookers exchanged incredulous glances. How could this be? The 6th floor of Tianshang Renjian was a man's forbidden realm. Why would Zhao Jingyi allow Lin Feng to ascend? Could it be that Lin Feng was indeed the son of a significant figure, prompting Zhao Jingyi to curry favor? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng nodded. He was curious to discover what Zhao Jingyi had in store. Qin San, consumed by jealousy, dared not show his feelings. Accompanying Zhao Jingyi to the 6th floor, he found her seated before a tea set, personally preparing tea. Rui, please keep watch outside and ensure we are not disturbed. Yes, boss. Once seated, Zhao Jingyi dismissed Yan Rui. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng surveyed the tea room, which boasted an elegant and ancient decor, infused with a faint fragrance that mirrored that of Zhao Jingyi. Brother Lin, to be candid, I have heard of your expertise in antique appraisal. I possess a painting that many experts have found difficult to authenticate, and I would like to enlist your assistance in examining it. Zhao Jingyi said earnestly as she poured a cup of tea for Lin Feng. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. His understanding of antique appraisal was virtually non-existent, relying solely on the treasure hunting system for guidance. Boss Zhao, I can give it a try. Brother Lin, it's just the two of us here. You need not be so formal. Just call me sister. Sister? Lin Feng echoed, surprised. Zhao Jingyi smiled gently. Since this is our first meeting and I haven't prepared a gift, consider this card a token of our introduction. As she spoke, she produced a sleek black card and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was taken aback. He hadn't even agreed yet, and Zhao Jingyi had already taken the liberty. Haha, Boss Zhao certainly knows how to seize an opportunity. A mere utterance of sister has earned me a black card. It seems I have come out ahead. He joked, and the atmosphere between them lightened considerably. Ding. The system has detected a malevolent artifact. Prolonged possession poses significant harm to one's health. This cursed object drains one's vital energy, leading to lethargy and mental disarray within a year. Suddenly, a notification from the system echoed in Lin Feng's mind, startling him. He discreetly opened his phone, and the navigation interface displayed a rather peculiar view, Zhao Jingyi's chest. What on earth does this mean? Is there something wrong with Zhao Jingyi's assets? Upon closer inspection, the system was actually indicating the pendant she wore. Lin Feng glanced up and indeed, there was a beautifully crafted pendant, its crystalline surface exuding a cool aura. Zhao Jingyi seemed to sense Lin Feng's gaze and looked down, her cheeks flushing slightly. Little brother, do you wish to touch it? Is it permissible? Of course. Why not give it a try? Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Lin Feng reached out, causing Zhao Jingyi to instinctively retreat. Are you serious? Didn't you invite me to? I was merely jesting. You took it literally? Jesting? Lin Feng was momentarily dumbfounded. Observing Zhao Jingyi's rosy complexion, he suddenly realized the misunderstanding that had occurred. Oh, I meant to touch the pendant, not. You thought otherwise? The pendant? Zhao Jingyi blinked, her face now a deep crimson. I thought you were referring to something else. The air turned palpably awkward, and the room became charged with a subtle tension. Lin Feng lifted his teacup, took a sip, and inhaled deeply. How long have you worn this pendant? This one. Zhao Jingyi held the pendant, a puzzled expression crossing her face. My fiancé gifted it to me 3 months ago. Is there a problem? Have you been feeling unusually fatigued lately? Lacking energy during the day and having trouble sleeping at night? Zhao Jingyi's expression shifted, her demeanor growing tense. How did you know? I have indeed felt this way. And the hospital found nothing wrong. Lin Feng's expression turned grave. It seemed the system's warning was accurate. This pendant is problematic. If I am not mistaken, it harbors malevolent energy, and prolonged wear will damage your vital essence. Zhao Jingyi widened her eyes and hurriedly removed the pendant, gazing at it in disbelief. This was a gift from my fiancé. How could there be an issue? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, pondering whether Zhao Jingyi's fiancé intended to harm her. He took the pendant and weighed it in his hand, noticing its chilling temperature. Typically, jade possesses a gentle warmth, indicating that someone had tampered with it. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a rush of cold air emanating from the pendant, seeping into his palm. He was startled as a sudden chill enveloped him. Could there be a spirit within the pendant? Upon closer inspection, the pendant appeared even more translucent, and it no longer felt as cold in his hand. Lin Feng was taken aback. Zhao Jingyi reclaimed the pendant, her expression tightening noticeably. The pendant, which had been icy, now felt warm to the touch, leaving her puzzled as she looked at Lin Feng. Brother, what is happening? Chapter 45. The True Masterpiece of Tang Bohu in the Western Outskirts of Kyoto. An ancient courtyard bore witness to the passage of time. Within a pavilion, an elderly man and a young man leisurely sipped tea. Master Lu, it has been 3 months. Yet there is no sign of progress, the youth said, his fingertips tracing the surface of the Celadon teacup, reflecting the urgency in his eyes. Patience, my dear boy. Do you doubt my capabilities? Outside, the cicadas suddenly fell silent, and the elder erupted into a thunderous cough. Before the young man could rise, the elder spat out a mouthful of blood. At the third watch, changes arise in the Sun direction. The elder steadied himself, his withered fingers forming a series of incantations, before biting his finger to draw a blood sigil in the air. This is dire. Someone has broken my curse. The young man's pupils constricted. Impossible. Zhao Jingyi is merely an ordinary woman. Not so. The elder's hair stood on end as the talisman on the divination board ignited spontaneously. The heart-eating curse within the pendant has been disrupted. What is happening? The youth was frantic. After a few breaths, the elder regained his composure and slowly rose. It seems something has occurred in Qin City. Zhao Jingyi has discovered the pendant. What should we do? Will she suspect me? That remains to be seen. You must hasten to Qin City and ascertain whom Zhao Jingyi has been in contact with recently. Understood. I shall leave at once. The young man immediately departed from the courtyard. The elder gazed towards Qin City, murmuring to himself, who could have thwarted my plans? How could such a formidable individual exist in Qin City? Humph, regardless of who you are, for obstructing my grand scheme, I will ensure your demise. Zhao Jingyi sensed the transformation of the pendant, feeling both astonished and elated. Sister Zhao, this matter must remain confidential. Surely. Those who intend to harm you will not relent easily. Lin Feng harbored concerns, finding himself inexplicably entangled in this conspiracy, fearing for his own life. Brother, are you all right? Seeing Lin Feng's grim expression, Zhao Jingyi inquired with concern. Lin Feng waved his hand, urging Zhao Jingyi to exercise caution and to conduct any investigation into certain masterminds discreetly. Instantly, Zhao Jingyi's admiration for Lin Feng surged. She led him to a secret chamber. Brother, could you take a look at this painting for me? Zhao Jingyi retrieved a painting from her safe, a piece she had purchased for a substantial sum from the black market a month prior. It was said to have originated from abroad and cost her a staggering 100 million. Lin Feng examined the scroll, which was a hanging silk painting in ink and color, also known as Quanglu Map or Lushan Three Gorges Bridge. The artwork depicted layered mountains, ancient trees, and a bridge amidst the landscape, exuding an air of antiquity that Lin Feng found unappealing. Being somewhat ignorant of calligraphy and painting, Lin Feng considered Zhao Jingyi's extravagant purchase rather reckless. Sister, you certainly got quite a bargain with this painting. Brother, are you suggesting this is an authentic piece by Tang Bohu? Lin Feng nodded, then shook his head. Brother, your mixed signals are confusing me. The seller of this painting must have passed it off as a forgery. To determine whether the Lushan waterfall view is truly an original by Tang Bohu, one must assess various aspects, including artistic style, historical documentation, and material craftsmanship. The cascading waterfall and rugged mountains in this piece align with Tang Bohu's signature style. His works are known for their harmonious composition of foreground, middle ground, and background. Furthermore, the signature reveals that Tang's character often appears as a vertical line connecting to the mouth, rather than a horizontal line. All signs suggest this painting is indeed an original. However, the paper and mounting technique raise concerns. The paper appears somewhat coarse, and the mounting is rather thick and clumsy. After hearing Lin Feng's analysis, Zhao Jingyi was left bewildered and conflicted. Brother, what exactly are you implying? Is this painting genuine or not? Lin Feng burst into laughter, rolling up the scroll. Sister, I can assure you it is authentic. Really? Then what about the issues you mentioned regarding the paper and mounting? Lin Feng leaned closer, whispering a few words into Zhao Jingyi's ear. Overcome by the faint fragrance, he couldn't resist licking her earlobe. Ah! Zhao Jingyi exclaimed in surprise, her face flushing crimson as she gazed at Lin Feng in disbelief. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Brother, you're taking advantage of me. Zhao Jingyi feigned anger, playfully punching Lin Feng's chest, though her demeanor betrayed no signs of true ire. Ahem ahem. Lin Feng cleared his throat, eager to shift the topic. Sister Zhao, please keep this painting safe and do not disclose it to anyone. Zhao Jingyi nodded. Since it is an authentic piece, it must be preserved well. Conservatively estimating, making a profit of 200 to 300 million is not an issue. Just then, Zhao Jingyi's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon seeing the caller ID, her expression shifted slightly. Hello. What prompted you to call me? Jingyi, I have some free time lately and wish to accompany you in Qin City. You should attend to your own matters. I will be returning to Kyoto in a couple of days. Is that so? That's wonderful. I shall pick you up at the airport. There's no need for such trouble. Lin Feng, overhearing their conversation, felt a twinge of jealousy. Was it possible that he was envious? But why would he feel that way? After Zhao Jingyi hung up, she noticed Lin Feng's despondent demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. Brother, what's wrong? You look so glum. Lin Feng, feeling embarrassed, quickly turned his gaze elsewhere. What could possibly be bothering me? Your room's decor is quite nice, indeed. Zhao Jingyi paused briefly, then approached Lin Feng and playfully poked him. Oh, still being stubborn. I see. It's clear to me that you are feeling jealous. Lin Feng's face flushed crimson. He was about to retort when suddenly, the lights in the room flickered. Moments later, the sole window in the wall shattered with a loud explosion. Startled, Zhao Jingyi ducked behind Lin Feng, her heart racing with fear. At that moment, a shadowy figure surged through the broken window with incredible speed. Lin Feng instinctively pulled Zhao Jingyi behind the safe. When the figure came to a halt, Lin Feng could finally discern the individual, a man clad in a black robe, his visage menacing. Hand over the Guanglu map, and I shall spare your lives. The man fixed his icy gaze upon Lin Feng and Zhao Jingyi, his voice laced with a threatening chill. Lin Feng protectively shielded Zhao Jingyi, speaking loudly. You need to leave immediately, or I will call the police. The man sneered. If you wish to die, then go ahead and call the police. Who are you? I do not possess the Guanglu map. Zhao Jingyi timidly peered from behind Lin Feng. Who am I? You shall learn soon enough, he cackled ominously, his hands waving as two streams of dark energy surged toward the pair. Chapter 46. The cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Lin Feng had no time to ponder. He swiftly pulled Zhao Jingyi aside. The dark energy whizzed past him, leaving a charred mark on the wall behind. Zhao Jingyi, pale with fright, clung tightly to Lin Feng. Is that a flamethrower? Lin Feng took a deep breath, his body tense as he regarded the man. You came to steal that painting, didn't you? It seems you had this planned all along. Lin Feng quickly assessed the situation. It appeared that Zhao Jingyi had fallen into someone else's trap. The seller had orchestrated a clever deception. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the man paused momentarily before vanishing from sight in an instant. Just then, Lin Feng felt a chill on his back as the man reappeared behind him, wielding a sharp blade aimed directly at Lin Feng's heart. In that perilous moment, Lin Feng hurled himself forward, cradling Zhao Jingyi in his arms, rolling on the ground to evade the man's attack. At that moment, he disregarded all notions of decorum, prioritizing safety above all else. He swiftly tucked Zhao Jingyi beneath the bed and propelled himself into the air. Mid-flight, he clenched his fist and struck down fiercely at the man. Before the man could react, Lin Feng's punch landed squarely on his head. With a pained cry, the man rolled away and hastily fled through the window. Lin Feng considered pursuing him, but feared it might be a ruse to draw him away. You're lucky this time, you wretched little devil, he thought, deducing from the man's agility that he was likely a ninja of the invading forces. Encountering a ninja for the second time made Lin Feng furrow his brow in concern. Are you all right, Sister Zhao? He inquired. Noticing Zhao Jingyi's pale complexion and the unintentional revealing of her Chi-Pao's neckline, leaving Lin Feng momentarily speechless. Realizing Lin Feng's heated gaze upon her, Zhao Jingyi quickly covered her chest with her hands. Thank you. You've saved me once again. How do you intend to repay me? Lin Feng teased, gently lifting her chin with a finger. Zhao Jingyi's cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly swatted his hand away, playfully retorting, You little rascal, always taking advantage of me. Do you wish for me to offer myself in gratitude? If you are willing, I wouldn't mind, he replied with a smirk. At that moment, Yen Rui burst into the room with her bodyguards, alerted by the sounds of the earlier scuffle. Upon witnessing the disarray in the room and the open window, everyone wore expressions of shock. Boss, are you all right? Yen Rui asked, her surprise evident, while the bodyguards appeared tense. Zhao Jingyi composed herself, still shaken internally, yet maintaining a facade of calm. It's fine now. Relay the orders to heighten security from this moment onward. Also, retrieve the surveillance footage from the past 2 days to check for any suspicious individuals nearby. Despite being a woman, Zhao Jingyi was no stranger to high-stakes situations, and this sudden event hardly fazed her. Rui, keep this matter under wraps. No one should learn of it. After issuing her commands, She opened the safe and retrieved an authentic painting by Tang Bohu. Lin Feng, accompany me to a certain place. All right, I'll inform Su Yao, he replied. Lin Feng called Su Yao, explaining that he needed to assist Zhao Jingyi, and asked Lu Yin to escort her home after the banquet. Su Yao readily agreed. Sister-in-law, what did Lin Feng say? He mentioned that we would return on our own shortly, as boss Zhao had requested his assistance. Thus he could not come back for the time being. Lu Yin wore a puzzled expression, sensing that Lin Feng had been behaving oddly these past few days. Markedly different from his usual self. Sister-in-law, could it be that something is going on between them? What could possibly happen? It is indeed a fortunate circumstance for Lin Feng to be acquainted with such a prominent figure. Lin Feng would undoubtedly seek employment in the future. Knowing more influential individuals could potentially lead him to a good job. Su Yao's thoughts were remarkably innocent, as in her mind. Lin Feng and Zhao Jingyi belong to entirely different realms. Sister-in-law, why do I feel that boss Zhao is rather formidable? Might he harbor ulterior motives towards Lin Feng? Lu Yan's eyes sparkled. Although Zhao Jingyi was slightly older, her allure and captivating charm remained intact, stirring feelings within Lu Yan. Moreover, could a passionate young man like Lin Feng withstand such temptations? Su Yao was momentarily taken aback, shaking her head. She looked at Lu Yan and couldn't help but smile. Lu Yan, do you still have feelings for Lin Feng? Would you like me to assist you? Lu Yan and Lin Feng were classmates. Having developed mutual feelings during their school days, if they were to become a couple, it would be a classic tale of childhood sweethearts. Su Yao felt they were quite compatible, while she could only ever be Lin Feng's sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, what nonsense are you talking about? Oh, are you blushing now? If you don't want to, I can arrange a marriage proposal for Lin Feng. Sister-in-law you. Lu Yin grew anxious, while Su Yao covered her mouth, giggling. At that moment, in the underground parking lot of Tianshang Renjian, 5 Hongqi sedans arrived, all with identical license plates, halting at the elevator entrance. Ding! The elevator doors opened, revealing a team of bodyguards wielding black umbrellas. The doors of the 5 vehicles swung open simultaneously, each accommodating a man and a woman. Following them was a luxury van filled with bodyguards. The 5 cars exited in succession, each heading in different directions, leaving onlookers unable to discern who was inside which vehicle. Half an hour later, another elevator door opened. Lin Feng and Zhao Jingyi stepped out, making their way directly to an SUV. After circling the parking lot a few times, they exited the basement and merged into the flowing traffic. Sister Zhao, aren't you being overly cautious? Better safe than sorry. The audacity of the other party indicates they are not to be trifled with. The SUV cruised slowly along the street, weaving through numerous turns before finally entering a narrow alley in a city village. The night in the city village was exceptionally vibrant, with the sounds of street vendors and prostitutes calling out in a cacophony. The vehicle came to a stop in front of a modest eatery, Changzi Jianbing. Sister Zhao, what brings us here? Of course, to eat. You must try the pancakes here. They are absolutely delicious. Lin Feng was taken aback that a wealthy lady from Kyoto would dine in such a humble establishment. What would you two like to have? Please, come inside. 2 servings of pancakes, 2 bowls of rice, and 2 bowls of soup. 2 servings of pancakes, 2 rice bowls, and 2 bowls of soup will be ready shortly. As Zhao Jingyi's words faded, the boss bellowed cheerfully and made his way into the kitchen. Soon, the pancakes arrived. The pancakes, unlike those Lin Feng usually consumed, were thin and delicate, reminiscent of transparent parchment. Wrapped within were succulent pieces of pig's head meat, offering an invigorating taste. Boss, everything appears safe inside, no anomalies. The two finished their meal, and the pancake shop owner approached, speaking softly. Lin Feng felt a jolt of surprise as Zhao Jingyi smiled and stood up, leading him into the kitchen. They ascended to the 2nd floor through the back door, where a hidden world awaited. In stark contrast to the chaos outside, the interior was opulently decorated, with security measures meticulously in place. Little brother, what do you think of this place? Lin Feng was reminded of the idiom about a cunning rabbit having 3 burrows, suggesting that great concealment exists within the bustling city. Sister Zhao, what have you brought me here for? Chapter 47. A candid encounter. Zhao Jingyi smiled without replying, guiding Lin Feng into a secret chamber. She opened a concealed compartment revealing a red button. Upon pressing it, a wall opposite them slid open, unveiling a passage that led underground, constructed entirely of reinforced concrete. Zhao Jingyi led the way while Lin Feng followed, and after approximately 3 to 4 minutes, they arrived in a grand hall. Strictly speaking, It was a square space surrounded by 8 identical doors. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Such security measures made him wonder if the apocalypse was imminent. Sister Zhao, isn't this a bit excessive? Take a guess. Which door do you think will open? How would I know? They all look the same, Lin Feng replied. Zhao Jingyi approached one of the doors, placing her palm against it. A mechanical voice resonated. Fingerprint scan successful. Please enter the dynamic password. Lin Feng was taken aback. This encryption was akin to that of a high-security briefcase. Password correct. The security lock has been disengaged. With a click, the door swung open, and Zhao Jingyi pulled Lin Feng inside. The interior resembled a labyrinth, and Lin Feng felt dizzy before they finally reached a room. Observing the purple and pink decor, he turned to Zhao Jingyi. Is this where you reside? Sort of. It's also where I store some antiques and artworks. The auction house has many valuable items, and it's unsafe to keep them out in the open, so I quietly crafted this safe haven. Inspired by her penchant for apocalyptic novels, she had a sudden burst of creativity. As she spoke, Zhao Jingyi removed her outer garment, revealing her alluring figure, causing Lin Feng's throat to feel warm. And he quickly averted his gaze. Zhao Jingyi glanced at him, suppressing a chuckle. Little brother, I'm going to take a shower. Feel free to look around. Look around? What should I look at? Lin Feng felt a tingle of curiosity. Should I admire the artworks? However, as soon as Zhao Jingyi said this, her face flushed crimson. The implication of her words was rather suggestive. In a hurried manner, she slipped into the restroom, closed the door, and leaned against it, her heart racing uncontrollably. Zhao Jingyi, what on earth are you doing? Have you succumbed to a fit of infatuation? How could you utter such embarrassing words? Lin Feng paced back and forth in the room, occasionally glancing towards the restroom door. After a while, the sound of running water emerged from within, as if it possessed a magical allure that captivated Lin Feng's very soul. His heart ignited with fervor. He endeavored to redirect his attention to the antiquities adorning the walls. Yet, every figure depicted in those artworks seemed to embody Zhao Jingyi's tantalizing form. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered several times before plunging the entire space into darkness. Startled, Lin Feng instinctively called out, Sister Zhao. The sound of water ceased abruptly. With a creak, Zhao Jingyi pulled open the bathroom door, her voice filled with trepidation. Lin Feng, where are you? He groped his way toward the restroom, but after taking just 2 steps, a soft hand suddenly grasped his arm. Instantly, a delicate body nestled into his embrace. Zhao Jingyi, her face drained of color, gasped, This is bad. There's danger. In the pitch black, Lin Feng enveloped her in his arms. What the hell? He thought, feeling a surge of anxiety. It was his first encounter with such a situation. This could be the end of me. His exclamation was not a curse, but an expression of his excitement. In the darkness, they clung to each other tightly, their hearts beating in synchrony. Just as Lin Feng uttered Sister Zhao, he felt his lips sealed. It was sweet, warm, and a bit overwhelming. His mind went blank. In that moment, if it weren't for the darkness, they would have been utterly exposed to each other. Just then, the overhead lights flickered back to life, illuminating the room once more. Ah! Zhao Jingyi exclaimed, hastily tugging at Lin Feng's shirt in an attempt to shield her body. Regrettably, he was clad only in a t-shirt. In the chaos, she broke free from his embrace and dashed back into the restroom. Lin Feng, on high alert, scanned the surroundings, finding nothing amiss. He stood there, his face aflame, heart pounding like thunder. After a considerable time, the restroom door swung open again, and Zhao Jingyi emerged clad in denim. Her cheeks flushed, and her gaze evasive. It seems it was merely a power outage. The backup generator kicked in, she said, her voice trembling slightly. Lin Feng awkwardly nodded in agreement. It's possible. Power cuts are common in the urban village. An awkward silence enveloped them, punctuated only by their breaths. Gradually, the temperature in the room began to rise. Perhaps having just emerged from her shower, beads of sweat glistened on Zhao Jingyi's forehead, and her body radiated warmth. Lin Feng dared not gaze directly at Zhao Jingyi. Each glance at her alluring figure intensified his inner turmoil. He could only redirect his attention to the antiques and calligraphy surrounding him. Suddenly, a grayish-white stone caught his eye. It resembled jade, yet was not, evoking an inexplicable warmth as if something within it radiated heat. Sister Zhao, what is this? Lin Feng inquired with curiosity. Zhao Jingyi's cheeks flushed slightly as she leaned in for a closer look. I'm not entirely sure. It seems to have been acquired at a low price during a previous auction and has just been sitting here. Lin Feng felt a tinge of disappointment as he examined the stone from every angle, unable to discern its significance. Yet, deep within, he sensed an uncanny connection to this stone. If you like it, take it. It's just sitting here anyway, Zhao Jingyi remarked, noticing his fascination. Is that appropriate? You saved my sister's life. This stone is nothing in comparison. Take whatever you fancy, she declared generously, acknowledging Lin Feng's heroic act. Really? I can take anything I desire? Lin Feng replied with a mischievous grin. Sister keeps her promises, Zhao Jingyi affirmed, patting her chest. In that case, Lin Feng exclaimed, grasping her hand. You shall be mine from now on. Ha ha ha. Zhao Jingyi paused momentarily, playfully swatting his hand away, her face tinged with a hint of shyness. All right, sister was just joking. At that moment, a shrill alarm pierced the air, and the room's warning lights began to flash. Zhao Jingyi's complexion drained of color as she hurried to check the monitor on the wall. Lin Feng's expression turned anxious. How could such a secretive place be discovered? The surveillance quickly locked onto suspicious individuals. A young couple appeared on the large screen. Where's this? Lin Feng asked, intrigued. It's outside. They must be standing over a ventilation shaft, she replied. What could they be up to? As they both stared at the screen, their faces grew increasingly flushed, and the atmosphere shifted uncomfortably. Did the couple drive onto the highway? Would Lin Feng slam the brakes for his sister-in-law? Stay tuned. Chapter 48. Kiss Me. Zhao Jingyi deactivated the alarm, her gaze fixed on the couple on the screen, filled with contempt. Sister Zhao, what are they planning? Lin Feng asked. You naughty brother, are you thinking the same? Sister, I swear I'm not. Look at that woman. She clearly appears to be a streetwalker. I wouldn't dare provoke them. Get out, get out. Zhao Jingyi hastily turned off the screen. Though she had seen such videos before, this was her first encounter with reality television. Were Lin Feng not present, she would not have minded observing. However, with him beside her, she feared the potential for an awkward situation. Lin Feng, noticing that she had closed the screen, jestingly remarked, Why have you stopped watching? Zhao Jingyi shot him a glance, saying, It's too much for the eyes. Nothing compares to the charm of a short video. Despite her words, her cheeks flushed involuntarily. Lin Feng continued to admire the antique calligraphy and paintings, but nothing piqued his interest. He glanced at the stone in his hand and asked, Sister Zhao, shouldn't we be leaving? Wait for me a moment, Zhao Jingyi replied, retreating to her room to retrieve a set of Armani sportswear and a pair of sneakers. You've gotten your clothes wet. Change into this, she suggested. Lin Feng, puzzled, inquired, Why do you have men's clothing here? What is wrong with having men's clothes? She retorted playfully, You stingy soul, this is new, unworn attire. With a smile, she playfully poked his forehead, feigning annoyance. After donning the outfit, Lin Feng found it fit him perfectly. Zhao Jingyi approached him, linking her arm with his. Are you satisfied now? Let us go. The pressure of her arm against his stirred something within him. In his youth, he had failed to appreciate the allure of an older woman, mistakenly valuing the superficial. Regret gnawed at him, having squandered 3 years on someone unworthy. As they stepped onto the street, the moon hung high in the sky. Lin Feng was somewhat perplexed as to why Zhao Jingyi had brought him here. On their way back, they opted for a taxi instead of driving. Zhao Jingyi rested her head on Lin Feng's shoulder, gazing out the window, her face devoid of its earlier smile, replaced by an expression of melancholy. Sister Zhao, what troubles you? He asked. Lin Feng, do you know today is the happiest day of my life? His heart skipped a beat. How could a glamorous heiress from Kyoto feel anything but joy? As the legitimate daughter of the Zhao family, Zhao Jingyi bore immense burdens. Though others envied her, the internal struggles were hers alone to bear. Her marriage was not her own to dictate. For the sake of family interests, she was expected to sacrifice her feelings. Despite her ongoing resistance, it was merely a stalling tactic. At 30, time was not on her side. In 3 months, she would wed. Sister Zhao, he called, and she abruptly turned, enveloping him in a tight embrace. At that moment, the taxi's radio played a song by Kai Qin, Once I Longed for a Beloved, only to let fate slip away. Waiting endlessly until the end of time, you arrive late only to knock on the door, but I must now become another's bride. Lin Feng's presence rekindled the dormant spirit within Zhao Jingyi. In the instant he saved her, she contemplated surrendering herself to him. Yet, hesitation gripped her. In the enveloping darkness, she summoned the courage to consider giving Lin Feng her first, but fear held her back. Perhaps, such actions could spell disaster for Lin Feng. The 4 prominent families place great importance on reputation. If, on the wedding night, it were discovered that she was not a paragon of virtue, the repercussions would be too severe for Lin Feng to bear. The turmoil, The helplessness, the uncertainty, all of it could only manifest as tears. Zhao Jingyi wept. Lin Feng, kiss me. Sister Zhao, kiss me. Lin Feng lowered his head and pressed his lips against hers, feeling a subtle briny taste. In a world of dazzling lights and indulgent pleasures, the nightlife that belonged to the youth had only just begun. Lin Feng stood at the doorway, gazing at Zhao Jingyi, who returned his gaze with deep affection. Ah, sister, after a few days apart, have you found yourself a young suitor? A discordant voice shattered the intimate moment between them. A fashionably dressed girl with a statuesque figure, clad in a form-fitting dress, abruptly appeared between them. Zhao Qinghe, what brings you here? Zhao Jingyi asked. What? Am I interrupting your romantic escapade? The intricate relationships of the four great families were intertwined through marriage. Zhao Qinghe's mother was Zhao Jingyi's aunt, and she was also the fiancé's aunt. Thus, Zhao Qinghe was both Zhao Jingyi's cousin and her fiancé's cousin. Lin Feng looked bewildered, glancing from Zhao Qinghe to Zhao Jingyi. Kid, you have quite the audacity to flirt with a woman from the Zhao family, Zhao Qinghe remarked, turning her gaze toward Lin Feng with palpable hostility and disdain. Look at you, so young yet so foul-mouthed. Zhao Qinghe's face flushed with anger as she placed her hands on her hips and glared. You scoundrel! How dare you insult me? She moved forward as if to strike. Zhao Jingyi swiftly stepped in front of Lin Feng, her expression cold as she addressed Zhao Qinghe. Have you made enough of a scene? He is my friend, and you have no right to act so unruly. Zhao Qinghe stomped her foot in frustration and shouted. Zhao Jingyi, you dare to defend him? I'll call my brother right now and let him deal with you and this wild brat. With that, she pulled out her phone, intending to call her cousin. Lin Feng seized her wrist, raising his hand as if to slap her, though he merely intended to intimidate her. Halting his hand midair, you can make your call, but dare to speak recklessly, and I swear I will slap you. Zhao Qinghe trembled at the fierceness in Lin Feng's eyes, yet she refused to back down. You think you can threaten me? Ouch, you're hurting me. As she spoke, she feigned pain, and taking advantage of Lin Feng's momentary distraction, she bit down on his wrist. Ah, Lin Feng exclaimed, instinctively swinging his hand to retaliate. However, he refrained from striking her face. After all, one should not hit a girl. Instead, his hand landed squarely on Zhao Qinghe's backside. With a resounding smack, Zhao Qinghe jumped in surprise. Zhao Jingyi and Zhao Qinghe stared in astonishment, unable to comprehend Lin Feng's actions. Zhao Qinghe, clutching her backside, tears welling in her eyes, cried out, Sister, he hit me. I can't go on living. Zhao Jingyi hurriedly embraced her, saying, Qinghe, he's just teasing you. With a sharp glare directed at Lin Feng, she admonished, How could you strike Qinghe? She is a girl. Instantly, Zhao Qinghe buried her face in Zhao Jingyi's embrace. Weeping and mumbling incoherently, Lin Feng felt a twinge of regret, realizing his earlier behavior had been rather reckless. But she bit me first. I merely reacted in the heat of the moment. He defended himself. You're being a bully. No one has ever struck me in my entire life. You must take responsibility. Zhao Qinghe wailed, pointing an accusing finger at Lin Feng. Responsibility? How am I supposed to take responsibility? The most I can do is cover your medical expenses. As Lin Feng spoke, Zhao Qinghe's cries intensified. Sister, he is tormenting me. He touched my backside. You must stand up for me. Zhao Qinghe's sobbing left Zhao Jingyi exasperated. She shot Lin Feng a fierce glare. Lin Feng, there are many places you could have struck. Yet you chose to hit Qinghe's backside. Now look what you've done. You've made her cry. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, ready to explain, but noticed Zhao Qinghe smirking mischievously as she winked at him. Moments later, she feigned a sorrowful expression, lamenting, Sister, my innocence is lost. I can't go on living. Lin Feng's head buzzed, and Zhao Jingyi felt helpless. Lin Feng, be magnanimous and apologize to Qinghe. At that moment, Zhao Qinghe seized the opportunity, making a face at Lin Feng while he was distracted. Lin Feng sighed inwardly, recognizing the girl as talent for theatrics. Yet, he didn't wish to dwell on the matter with Zhao Qinghe. He said calmly, All right, I admit my fault. I shouldn't have struck your backside. I promise I won't do it again. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qinghe's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Zhao Jingyi frowned. Zhao Qinghe had a notorious reputation in Kyoto, where few dared to provoke her. Her arrival in Qin City was certainly troubling. Zhao Jia, I shall take my leave now. Very well. Shall I send a car to take you home? No need. I can take a taxi. Lin Feng suddenly realized he ought to purchase a car, otherwise, his outings would be inconvenient. He turned and hailed a taxi, as the nightlife in Tianshanren drew many cabs to the area. To Haitian community, he instructed the driver as he settled into the back seat. All right, make yourself comfortable. Just as the taxi was about to set off, the opposite door swung open, and a woman climbed in. Hey, Lin Feng began to protest, but paused upon recognizing Zhao Qinghe. What do you think you're doing? Driver, let us go? The driver glanced at Lin Feng, mistakenly assuming they were companions, and promptly started the car. Hey, why are you following me? Lin Feng sighed in resignation. I've already apologized to you. What more do you want? Zhao Qinghe crossed her arms, pouting angrily. Is an apology sufficient? What purpose does the law serve then? I'm sticking to you. The driver caught a glimpse of the two in the rearview mirror, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, a black sedan sped past the taxi, barely missing it. The driver slammed on the brakes, causing Lin Feng and Zhao Qinghe in the back seat to lurch forward. Instinctively, Lin Feng wrapped his arms around Zhao Qinghe, who inadvertently fell into his embrace. A fleeting blush crossed her cheeks before she quickly regained her mischievous demeanor. What are you doing? Taking advantage of me again? Lin Feng shot her an exasperated glance, feeling unappreciated for his kindness. Damn it, why are you driving so fast? I'm in a hurry to visit your father's grave. The driver shouted in frustration, leaning out to berate the car ahead. Master, let it go. Let us move on. Lin Feng advised the driver, suggesting that there was no need for road rage, especially with so many reckless drivers around. At that moment, the black sedan reversed and parked in front of the taxi. 3 burly men emerged, their expressions menacing as they approached. The driver turned pale with fear, thinking it was the end. Big brother, you're too timid, aren't you? Zhao Qinghe exclaimed, stepping out of the car with her hands on her hips. Are you blind? How do you drive? You scared me half to death. The 3 men paused momentarily before breaking into lewd smiles. Oh, it's a little firecracker. I like firecrackers. They have flavor. The leader, a robust man, leered at Zhao Qinghe and reached toward her chest. Ah! Startled, Zhao Qinghe screamed, stepping back while shouting. What are you doing? Are you being a pervert? I'm calling the police. A hint of fear crept into her expression as she unconsciously glanced at Lin Feng in the car. Lin Feng frowned and quickly stepped out to shield Zhao Qinghe. Gentlemen, it's late. Don't create trouble. The trio's demeanor shifted to one of hostility upon seeing Lin Feng. You think you can play the hero? You're a bit too green for that, they sneered. Lin Feng noticed the black sedan bore a provincial license plate, and he recognized a figure inside. Lin Feng. Hit him. He just touched my chest, Zhao Qinghe urged, gripping Lin Feng's arm and pointing at the middle man. If you help me teach him a lesson, I'll let you touch. Lin Feng was taken aback, staring at Zhao Qinghe in disbelief, internally questioning her motives. I'm serious, if you don't believe me. Touch now. Lin Feng was left speechless. Little sister, let big brother touch you. I've learned massage techniques, why no? Our 3 skills are absolutely top tier. We'll definitely make you feel on cloud 9. Look at this little sister-s figure. TSK, TSK, TSK. The 3 burly men wore lewd grins, rubbing their hands as they slowly closed in on Lin Feng. Without a word, Zhao Qinghe stepped right in front of the 3, puffing out her chest. Sure. Come and touch then. The 3 men froze. Was this one actually throwing herself at them? Ha! They exchanged glances, let out lewd laughs, and reached out their hands. SSSS. Suddenly, Zhao Qinghe pulled a small bottle from her bag and sprayed it straight at the 3 men's faces. Caught off guard. The 3 burly men had the unknown liquid sprayed all over their faces and instantly let out howls like slaughtered pigs. Humph, you want to touch me? Go home and touch your mom instead. How's the taste of my pepper spray, huh? Zhao Qinghe said triumphantly, tossed the pepper spray aside, and kicked at the man closest to her. I'll kick you to death. Unfortunately, a 300-pound brute was no match for a weak woman like her to move. After kicking him, she almost stumbled. If Lin Feng hadn't reacted quickly to catch her, she would have fallen to the ground. Whoa, slow down. You're still wearing high heels and trying to be tough? Heh, who told you a big guy like you was useless? I had to step up as a girl. Zhao Qinghe wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck, putting on a coquettish look and making a face at him. Just then, the man in the black car got out. Lin Feng looked closely, and what bad luck. It was Qin Yun. Qin Yun looked at Lin Feng, then at Zhao Qinghe in his arms, and sneered. Oh, got some money and immediately found a pretty girl like this? Where do you pick her up? How much does she cost for a night? Lin Feng gently pushed Zhao Qinghe away. She also sensed something was wrong. You bastard. Who are you calling a prostitute? You're the prostitute. Your whole family are prostitutes. You were even born to a prostitute. Zhao Qinghe quickly figured out what he meant and immediately pointed at Qin Yun, yelling insults. Lin Feng held back a laugh and said nothing. Qin Yun was clearly stunned, his face turning the color of pork liver. No one in Qin City had ever dared to talk to him like that. You damn bitch, you dare to curse me? I'll let these three take turns with you later. At that moment, the three burly men climbed back up, tears streaming down their faces, and glared fiercely at Zhao Qinghe. Qin Yun, do you know who she is? Lin Feng, she's just a damn slut. What do I have to fear from her? Qinghe, do you know the Qin family of Qin City? He asked their young master. Lin Feng smiled slightly and introduced Qin Yun to Zhao Qinghe. The Qin family is nothing. I can make old ghost Qin come wash my feet with just one phone call, Zhao Qinghe said in a domineering tone. Lin Feng quickly gave her a thumbs up. Chapter 50. I'm sticking to you. Old ghost Qin was the founding ancestor of the Qin family. At the age of 80, he was still the backbone of the Qin family. Upon hearing the insolent words of a mere girl daring to insult his ancestors, Qin Yun was instantly consumed by rage. Bellowing with fury, "Seize her! Hold her down! I shall end her!" The three burly men, filled with deep-seated animosity towards Zhao Qinghe, charged at her with baseball bats in hand upon receiving Qin Yun's command. However, Lin Feng swiftly positioned himself in front of Zhao Qinghe, executing a quick step forward to kick the bat from the nearest man's grasp, followed by a powerful left hook that sent the brute crashing to the ground. The remaining two thugs attempted to flank Lin Feng, launching left and right hooks at him. With remarkable agility, Lin Feng felled both adversaries with a flurry of punches, sending one sprawling several meters away with a well-placed kick. Qin Yun, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, hastily reached for his phone to call for reinforcements. Yet, Zhao Qinghe, with remarkable quickness, dashed forward to snatch the device and smashed it onto the ground with a resounding crack. Upon recognizing her, Qin Yun's face turned a sickly green with rage as he lunged toward her, shouting, "You filthy woman! How dare you break my phone? I'll make you pay dearly." Zhao Qinghe, however, evaded him with the nimbleness of a fox, darting away. Lin Feng advanced, delivering a forceful kick that sent Qin Yun tumbling to the ground, then stepped forward to pin him beneath his foot. Spit! Lin Feng contemptuously expelled a glob of phlegm beside Qin Yun's ear, sneering, "Do you wish for death? Do you think you can provoke anyone? Do you even know who she is? She is a woman of the Zhao family from the capital, and you dare lay a hand on her? Qin Yun, you've landed yourself in serious trouble. I relish the spectacle of how the Qin family will respond to the Zhao family." Despite the Qin family's might, in the eyes of the Zhao family, they were insignificant. Prepare to meet your end. With that, Lin Feng released his grip on Qin Yun. "Qinghe, how should we deal with this scoundrel? Just say the word, and I shall dispatch him immediately." Zhao Qinghe paused, gazing intently at Lin Feng, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her features. She mused to herself that Lin Feng was quite eloquent and might make a fine subordinate. Qin Yun, upon hearing the threat against him, was left utterly dumbfounded. How could this wretch dare to speak of killing him? However, the Qin family reigned supreme in Qin City. Even a powerful dragon could not suppress a local snake. What could the Zhao family possibly do? What of the Zhao family? This is Qin City, my territory, he retorted defiantly. Lin Feng, with a cold laugh, was eager to witness how Qin Yun would behave when the Zhao family arrived. He had no intention of departing. Zhao Qinghe, as a member of the Zhao family, could not simply venture out alone. As they spoke, several sleek Mercedes vehicles sped towards them from the distance, their doors flinging open to reveal a cadre of black-clad bodyguards, led by a stern-faced middle-aged man. Upon seeing the newcomers, Qin Yun's complexion drained of color. The gravity of the situation dawned on him. Lin Feng had not been merely threatening him. This wretched girl was indeed from the Zhao family. "Fourth miss, I have arrived late. Are you unharmed?" The leading man, Lu Nong, the sixth steward of the Zhao family, exclaimed, his expression shifting drastically upon hearing her retort, "If you hadn't arrived sooner, I might have been violated." Although Zhao Qinghe was not the legitimate daughter, she was still a member of the Zhao family. How could she be subjected to humiliation? "The dignity of the Zhao family is inviolable. My apologies, I am at fault." Lu Nong hurriedly admitted his mistake, then turned to gaze at the prostrate Qin Yun and the three burly men lying on the ground. "Bring them forth and break their legs," Lu Nong commanded coldly. "As for the Qin family scion, you had better provide the Zhao family with an explanation. Otherwise, the wrath of the Zhao family is something the Qin family cannot withstand." The bodyguards of the Zhao family stepped forward, swiftly shattering the legs of the three men, eliciting a chorus of anguished cries. Terrified, Qin Yun collapsed to his knees, his face a mask of despair as he pleaded, "Miss Zhao, it was my folly not to recognize your stature. Please, show mercy and spare me this once." "Humph. Call your elder," Lin Feng said leisurely, taking a drag from his cigarette while observing the commotion. Zhao Qinghe snatched the cigarette from his hand and took a puff. Cough, cough, cough. After just one puff, she was seized by a fit of coughing. "Lin Feng, what kind of dreadful cigarette are you smoking? It's choking me." Lin Feng, looking embarrassed, glanced at the cigarette he held, which was a brand costing 70 yuan per pack, wondering what was wrong with it. Lu Ning quickly retrieved a cigarette from the car and handed it to Zhao Qinghe. She accepted it and casually shoved it into Lin Feng's hands. "Here, smoke this. Is this the 9.5 Supreme? A custom edition?" Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. This was a cigarette that could not be purchased even with wealth on the black market. It fetched upwards of 10,000 yuan per pack, rare and elusive. "It's just a cigarette. What is all the fuss about?" Zhao Qinghe replied nonchalantly, urging Lin Feng to unwrap it. The two lit up and began to smoke. Once they finished a cigarette, Zhao Qinghe climbed into a taxi without hesitation. Lu Neng rushed forward. "Miss, please, stop this nonsense and come back with us." "I want to go back. I want to go with Lin Feng." Lin Feng, visibly awkward, protested, "Why would a young lady like you want to accompany me?" He gestured for Lu Neng to handle the situation quickly. Unfortunately, Lu Ning found himself at a loss. "Xiaofeng, you're back." As soon as they entered the house, Su Yao eagerly approached, but her expression shifted slightly upon seeing Zhao Qinghe behind Lin Feng. "This is Su Yao, a wild girl I picked up on the road." "Picked up on the road?" Su Yao exclaimed in astonishment. "Sister-in-law, my name is Zhao Qinghe. He tried to take advantage of me and now wants to leave. You must help me." Zhao Qinghe reverted to her usual tactics. Upon hearing this, Su Yao's face changed dramatically as she gazed at Zhao Qinghe and then at Lin Feng. "Xiaofeng, did you sleep with this girl? You must take responsibility. You cannot just walk away after putting on your trousers." Lin Feng's expression darkened, casting a glare at Zhao Qinghe. "Su Yao, don't listen to her nonsense. She bit me, and I merely taught her a lesson." To prevent any misunderstandings, Lin Feng hurriedly explained to Su Yao. "So that is how it is." Su Yao's anxiety finally subsided. "You scare me to death." In the latter half of the sentence, Su Yao refrained from voicing her thoughts. "Humph. If you do not bully me, why would I bite you?" Zhao Qinghe retorted defiantly. Su Yao hastily grabbed Zhao Qinghe's hand, pleading, "Sister, do not be upset. If Xiao Feng has wronged you, I shall take care of him." Zhao Qinghe made a playful face and, with the familiarity of close friends, strolled into the living room hand in hand with Su Yao. The two sat in the living room, chattering incessantly. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng ascended to the second floor, immersing himself in a warm bath to relish the moment. In Qin City, at a dilapidated and abandoned building. "What are you all doing?" Repeated failures. A man clad in black, his face obscured by a mask, reprimanded several subordinates. "Commander, we have uncovered that both incidents are linked to someone named Lin Feng. He has thwarted our grand plans." "Lin Feng? Is he the one from the auction?" "Indeed. How could such a mere youth possibly be a match for you?" The commander began to doubt whether they were merely concocting excuses for their failures. Chapter 51. Does she have a boyfriend? The men in black lingered in the abandoned building until just before dawn. As they departed, a man and a woman appeared at the site. The man was charming and debonair, while the woman possessed striking beauty. Dressed in athletic attire, they observed the departing figures of the men in black. These intruders seemed to have grand ambitions in Qin City. "Third brother, I say we should eliminate them outright. All you know is to kill, kill, kill. Even if we eliminate them, more intruders will come. Without understanding the truth, what purpose does killing serve? This is Huaxia. We simply deal with intruders as they come. One by one, two by two. It's not that complicated." The woman, in her 20s, with large eyes and a round face, had only one shortcoming. Her future children might not be well fed. "Since they mention Lin Feng, let us investigate him first. All right, perhaps this Lin Feng holds unexpected treasures." The following day, a weekend, Lin Feng did not rise until noon, and surprisingly, Su Yao had not awakened him. Where has Su Yao gone so early? Zhao Qinghe wondered, having searched both upstairs and downstairs without finding her. Just then, Lin Feng's phone rang. Upon seeing the word sister flash on the screen, he quickly answered. "Su Yao? Where are you?" "Xiao Feng, I saw you sleeping so soundly this morning that I decided not to wake you. Qinghe and I are shopping at Jinzheng Plaza. Would you like to join us?" Su Yao's voice resonated cheerfully through the phone. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng considered accompanying Su Yao on her shopping excursion a top priority. Su Yao, wait for me. I shall be there shortly. As women shop, they indulge in retail therapy, yet Su Yao had no money to spend. Lin Feng, disregarding breakfast, dashed out in a hurry. In the esteemed residential community of Haitan, located in Liang, the inhabitants are either affluent or of high social standing, and there are no taxis readily available at the entrance. Upon realizing that time was of the essence, Lin Feng swiftly opted for a shared bicycle, scanning the code and pedaling furiously towards Jinjing Square. He sped along, reaching an astonishing speed of 180 kilometers per hour, instantly making headlines. Headline: Liang discovers unidentified flying object. Allegedly someone riding a bicycle at speeds exceeding 200 kilometers per hour. Douyin promptly followed suit, with the public fervently seeking the truth. Yet, Lin Feng was oblivious to all this. His sole focus was on hastening to meet Su Yao. Upon arriving at Jinjing Square, he hastily abandoned the bicycle and dashed towards the entrance, his demeanor calm and collected, without a trace of sweat. Unable to find Su Yao on the first floor, he ascended to the second, where he finally spotted her. Just as he was about to call out, he noticed a dapper gentleman in a suit standing beside her, appearing to be in his 30s and possessing a charming demeanor. The two were engaged in jovial conversation, seemingly quite familiar with one another. Su Yao, adorned with a radiant smile, appeared genuinely happy, provoking an inexplicable pang of discomfort in Lin Feng's heart. Has his sister-in-law begun dating? From an unknown point in time, Lin Feng had felt an unsettling sensation whenever he observed Su Yao interacting with other men, akin to a small blade scraping against his heart. After a moment's hesitation, he strode towards her. Casting a glance at the gentleman, he turned to Su Yao and inquired, "Sister-in-law, is this your friend?" Although Lin Feng managed to muster a semblance of a smile, it was a grimace more akin to sorrow, his heart racing with trepidation at the thought of her responding. "This is my boyfriend." That would be the end of him. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Su Yao's face lit up, and she stepped closer, exclaiming, "Xiao Feng, you finally made it. I don't know this person at all. He claims to be from an MNC and that his company is recruiting female anchors, promising to elevate my career." Lin Feng was taken aback. Hearing Su Yao say this, the weight on his heart finally lifted. "Su Yao, this is undoubtedly a scam. You must be cautious, as they could deceive you into something perilous." "Hey, what do you mean by that? Who is a scammer? We are a legitimate company," the gentleman retorted, brandishing a promotional flyer that boasted large letters declaring their organization as a top-tier MNC with hundreds of million-follower anchors. Such tricks might fool naive young women, but you cannot deceive me, Lin Feng thought. MNC? What sounds appealing is merely a euphemism for sleazy dealings. How dare he set his sights on Su Yao? Lin Feng was incensed. She was his Achilles heel. "Su Yao, go buy a bottle of water. I need to speak with him." "All right, you two talk," she replied, hastening towards the convenience store. As soon as she was out of sight, Lin Feng seized the man's collar. "I must express my profound displeasure at your deceitful actions that have now reached my sister-in-law. You scoundrel! If you do not receive a lesson today, how many more innocent girls will you continue to deceive?" Although the man was quite tall, he appeared emaciated, and with a mere exertion, Lin Feng lifted him effortlessly. Brother, this is all a misunderstanding. I harbor no ill intentions towards your sister-in-law. I merely wish to guide her towards a prosperous path," the man stammered, visibly trembling with fear. "Misunderstanding?" Lin Feng chuckled ominously. "Come, let us retreat to a more secluded area. I wish to have a serious conversation with you. Brother, I assure you, I speak nothing but the truth. Why not join us instead?" Lin Feng's anger ignited, and with a swift motion, he struck the man, leaving him dazed and disoriented. "Do not presume that I am naive. Confess the extent of your misdeeds." Brother, they were all willing participants. With a heavy sigh, Lin Feng lamented the materialistic nature of society, where poverty is mocked, yet vice is overlooked. He then released the man, saying, "Begone. Do not let me see you again." The man, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped a dire fate, cast a glance at Lin Feng, cursing him inwardly. This fellow was undoubtedly not to be trifled with. Remaining in his presence for even a moment longer would be perilous. He hastily gathered the scattered leaflets and fled. Once a considerable distance away, he turned back to observe Lin Feng, spitting in disdain. "What a piece of work! Based on my extensive experience with women, It is evident that Lin Feng harbors feelings for his sister-in-law. With that level of recklessness, he must be enamored with her. If they are not entangled in an affair, I shall eat my words. What a pity for such a wonderful sister-in-law to be sullied by this scoundrel. Alas, the potential of that aspiring streamer is truly wasted. As he continued to curse and lament, Su Yao returned, carrying 2 bottles of water. Seeing Lin Feng alone, she cheerfully inquired, "Has that person left?" Lin Feng's anxiety finally subsided as he smiled at Su Yao. "I chased him away. He was clearly a fraud. You must not believe him, for we are not in need of money." As he spoke, he produced a bank card and pressed it into Su Yao's hand, whispering, "This card contains 1 million. Spend it as you wish." Su Yao chuckled, playfully poking Lin Feng's forehead. "Am I not old enough to discern a fool? I already knew he was a scammer." Lin Feng's earlier nervousness did not go unnoticed by Su Yao, who felt a warmth in her heart. Recognizing his concern for her well-being, she opened a bottle of drink and aimed it toward Lin Feng's mouth. "Thirsty, are you? Drink up." Lin Feng tilted his head back, taking a sip. Although it was merely mineral water, it tasted sweeter than honeyed water. Just as the two were reveling in their affection, an incongruous voice suddenly interrupted them. "Hey, what are you two doing?" Su Yao hastily released her hold, and in a moment of distraction, Lin Feng inadvertently sprayed the water he had just consumed. Fortunately, he managed to turn his head just in time. Immediately following was a woman's startled cry. "Lin Feng, what are you doing?" Lin Feng and Su Yao stood in stunned silence, staring at Zhao Qinghe, who was drenched like a drenched chicken. The two were rendered speechless by the awkwardness. Su Yao hastily produced a tissue to wipe the droplets from Zhao Qinghe's body. "Qinghe, you startled us. Lin Feng did not do it on purpose." "Humph, he did it intentionally. I truly did not mean to." Lin Feng, gazing at the expanse of white before him, felt an overwhelming urge to assist in wiping away the water droplets. However, upon meeting Zhao Qinghe's fierce glare, he wiped his mouth and fell silent. Zhao Qinghe, her face flushed with anger, placed her hands on her hips. "Lin Feng, you did this on purpose, didn't you?" Lin Feng scratched his head, looking quite embarrassed. "It was an accident. I didn't expect you to appear suddenly." Zhao Qinghe scoffed. "An accident? I believe you are deliberately taking advantage of me." Su Yao interjected to ease the tension. "Qinghe, don't be angry. Lin Feng truly didn't mean it. Let us head back. You should change into some dry clothes." "No way. I want Lin Feng to compensate me for my entire outfit." All right. I will compensate you. Let us go buy some now. Is that acceptable?" "Humph. That is more like it." Zhao Qinghe pouted, waving her small fist. "Sister-in-law, let us go. We are off to purchase clothes." With that, she flashed a sly grin at Lin Feng, playfully sticking out her tongue, secretly vowing to make him pay. Su Yao smiled softly, surprised to see Lin Feng so obedient to this girl. Lin Feng felt a sense of relief and chuckled. "Su Yao, you should pick up a few new outfits as well. The women's clothing store is on the 3rd floor." Lin Feng glanced around, noting the ordinary women's apparel. Suddenly, Zhao Qinghe exclaimed, "Wow, I never imagined this small, obscure county would have a boutique for affluent ladies." Affluent ladies? Lin Feng seemed unfamiliar with the term. He had only heard of beautiful women, such as Meng Shuya and Qian Hui. Let me tell you, affluent ladies' clothing is top tier. Even the most inexpensive outfit costs 30 to 50,000. Zhao Qinghe, brimming with excitement, dashed ahead, calling out as she ran. Su Yao was taken aback. 30 to 50,000 for a single outfit? My heavens, is it made of gold? Lin Feng shook his head but felt no aversion. After all, as long as it was for Su Yao, no amount seemed excessive. Su Yao, with 80 million in your account, the daily interest alone is several tens of thousands. What is the harm in buying a few outfits? He said, pulling Su Yao along to catch up with Zhao Qinghe. Su Yao's cheeks flushed slightly, and she struggled momentarily, but Lin Feng held on tighter. "Welcome. We are delighted to have you." As they reached the entrance, a male and female salesperson greeted them with wide smiles and exaggerated expressions. "Esteemed guests, please come inside." Lin Feng nodded and stepped into the boutique for affluent ladies, immediately greeted by a kaleidoscope of colorful women's lingerie. As he surveyed the various styles and designs, he felt his cheeks flush. Among them was a design he had only seen in short videos. The stockings, which were perfectly fine, had been altered to feature an open-crotch design, leaving Lin Feng perplexed. Was it perhaps intended for standing urination? Su Yao's cheeks flushed slightly as she discreetly glanced at Lin Feng, her thoughts inscrutable. "Su Yao, Qinghe, why don't you two browse for a bit? I'll wait outside." Just call for me when you're ready to check out. Lin Feng averted his gaze, fearing that if he looked any longer, something unexpected might emerge. Zhao Qing, he chuckled, casting a disdainful look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I didn't know you were so conservative. We women aren't afraid, yet you seem so shy. Su Yao, feel free to look around. Pick whatever you fancy and have it wrapped up, Lin Feng advised, knowing well her frugal habits would make her reluctant to indulge. And what about me? Zhao Qing, he chimed in. You can only pick one outfit, and it shouldn't exceed 500. Come on, there's nothing here that costs 500. Zhao Qing, he retorted, playfully tossing her hand at Lin Feng, who had already braced himself and deftly dodged. You wait, Lin Feng. Zhao Qing, he exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Lin Feng, feeling quite pleased with himself, stepped out of the women's clothing store and lingered at the entrance. A man adorned with a large gold chain strolled by, accompanied by a woman dressed in revealing attire. As they brushed past Lin Feng, an overpowering scent of perfume enveloped him, prompting an involuntary sneeze. Goodness, that fragrance is overwhelming. Hastily, he moved to a more spacious area to inhale some fresh air. Zhao Qing, he and Su Yao, meanwhile, were busy selecting matching sets of lingerie. Sister-in-law, what on earth are you holding? Is that really lingerie? Aren't you afraid of getting rashes? It appeared that Su Yao had picked an outdated style, which Zhao Qing he snatched away, replacing it with an alluring purple lace version. This is something young women wear. I couldn't pull it off. Sister-in-law, you're too old-fashioned. Trust me, just try this set. Women must treat themselves well, especially when it comes to lingerie. Comfort is paramount. With that, she ushered Su Yao into the fitting room. Sister-in-law, I didn't expect you to have such a great figure. If I were a man, I'd surely fall for you. You silly girl, what are you saying? Don't look so much. Zhao Qing, he playfully scrutinized Su Yao, causing her to blush furiously. Sister-in-law, you must have a 36D cup. Share some of that with me. Su Yao's face turned crimson as she hurriedly donned the new lingerie. Zhao Qing, he, on the other hand, boldly disrobed and slipped into the new outfit, admiring herself in the mirror repeatedly. Sister-in-law, let us go show Lin Feng. Huh, isn't that inappropriate? What is wrong with that? We women dress beautifully to please men, don't we? Just as they finished dressing, the fitting room door swung open, revealing a rather unsavory man. Ah, Su Yao gasped, while Zhao Qing he swiftly grabbed a shoe and hurled it at the intruder, shouting, Pervert! You voyeur! Neither of them had anticipated that a man would invade their space. The man hastily exited the fitting room, a lewd smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his gaze fixated on the direction of the dressing area. What are you doing? Peeping, are you? With your appearance, how could you behave in such a manner? Zhao Qing has stormed out, pointing an accusatory finger at the man. The man, adorned with a gaudy gold chain, wore a lascivious grin, drool pooling at his feet. Beautiful lady, I had no idea there were two people inside. He retorted nonchalantly. Had no idea? Who would believe that? Zhao Qinghe exclaimed, hands on her hips, berating him fiercely. Su Yao, equally humiliated and furious, sought refuge behind Zhao Qinghe. Unfazed, the man leaned closer to the two women, his playful demeanor unyielding. Ladies, there's no need to be so angry. Why not join me for some fun? He reached out to grab Zhao Qinghe. With a swift sidestep, Zhao Qinghe retaliated with a kick. The man, caught off guard, was struck in his lower regions, turning his face pale as he cried out in agony. Damn it, I was just trying to enjoy the view. Don't push your luck. He grimaced, raising his hand to strike Zhao Qinghe. In a moment of urgency, Su Yao pulled Zhao Qinghe aside, halting the man's hand midair. Su Yao? What are you doing here? The man, now recognizing Su Yao, exclaimed in surprise. Upon closer inspection, Su Yao noted the man's lascivious demeanor and realized who he was. You scoundrel, it's you. A rogue who never changes his ways, even in a different setting. The man, Lu Jun, was notorious in the village for his lewd antics. He had previously been caught peeping on widows and had faced the wrath of the villagers more than once. One night, he had sneaked into a widow's home, resulting in a bloodied escape, leaving him too embarrassed to remain in the village. Su Yao was taken aback to encounter him here, now seemingly prosperous, adorned with a chain fit for a dog. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm not the same person I was. I've never crept into your bed at midnight. Lu Jun replied, his eyes gleaming with lust as he regarded Su Yao, practically unable to tear his gaze away. It's been years, and you've become even more alluring. I find myself increasingly drawn to you. He reached out, attempting to touch her. Su Yao recoiled, her voice firm as she commanded, keep your distance. You disgust me. Hearing her, Lin Feng rushed into the women's clothing store. Su Yao, what is going on? He glanced at Lu Jun, confusion etched on his face. Who are you? What do you want? Who I am is none of your business. Su Yao is mine. Stay out of this and don't hinder my pursuit, Lu Jun snapped, oblivious to Lin Feng's identity. However, upon realizing that Lu Jun intended to pursue Su Yao, Lin Feng's expression darkened. Pursuing? You dare to target Su Yao? He positioned himself protectively in front of Su Yao and Zhao Qinghe, a fierce glint of anger in his eyes. I cannot interfere with your pursuits. Yet this concerns my sister-in-law and a friend. You have misidentified your target. After all, we find ourselves in a clothing store, and Lin Feng has no desire to disrupt their business. However, at that moment, Lu Jun wore a knowing smile. Observing that Lin Feng was accompanied by two beautiful women, he could not help but compare them to the less appealing woman beside him, which made him feel uncomfortable. Such is human nature. Others' partners always seem more appealing. A flower at home cannot compare to a wildflower. Lu Jun's envy and resentment clouded his judgment, and he recognized Lin Feng. He then chuckled, oh, I thought it was someone else. It turns out to be the second son of the Lin family. No wonder the widow Lin is thriving. It must be your doing. Little uncle, how delightful it is that the good fortune remains within the family. Lu Jun's face gleamed with lasciviousness, and he fantasized about being with Su Yao. Lin Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Upon closer inspection, Lu Jun's visage became increasingly familiar. Wasn't he from the same village? By the heavens, you insufferable scoundrel, engaging in such nefarious activities. You truly cannot change your ways. Wolves may travel far to feast, but dogs only find refuse. Lin Feng finally understood that this vile creature harbored lingering desires for Su Yao. Have you fallen back into your old habits? Would you like me to tighten your skin? Lin Feng retorted, I am now prosperous. You are nothing to me. Hand over Su Yao, and I will arrange a good job for you. What do you say? Lu Jun toyed with the gold chain around his neck, deliberately flaunting it before the trio. Mind your words, scoundrel. That is my sister-in-law. Speak again, and I shall teach you a lesson. Lin Feng raised his hand, gesturing menacingly at Lu Jun before taking Su Yao towards another section of women's clothing. Being from the same village, Lin Feng wished to avoid escalating the situation. Oh my, you two seem quite chummy now. Have you truly become inseparable? Lin Feng, I never imagined you'd let your brother wear the green hat. Aren't you worried he'll rise from his grave to confront you? A little uncle and a widow, truly a family affair. This statement incited Lin Feng's fury, and the temperature in the clothing store plummeted. Speak those words again. Meanwhile, Su Yao's face flushed crimson, wishing to vanish into the ground. Lin Feng's fists clenched, his face a mask of rage, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Lu Jun scoffed coldly, disdainfully regarding Lin Feng. And what if I do? Your brother is dead, leaving behind a beautiful widow. What is it to you if I pursue her? Does it concern you? Or do you intend to keep her for yourself? A widow is a widow. Who does not seek companionship? Lu Jun provocatively puffed out his chest, standing defiantly against Lin Feng. You insolent wretch, I will end you. In Lin Feng's heart, Su Yao was a pure lotus, beyond reproach. Lu Jun dared to insult Su Yao, and Lin Feng erupted with the fury of a cornered tiger. With a thunderous roar, he lunged forward, seizing Lu Jun by the collar and delivering a resounding slap. The strike, however, did little to quell Lin Feng's wrath. Lu Jun, not one to back down, immediately engaged in a fierce struggle. He had not anticipated that Lin Feng would dare to retaliate, and began to tear at Lin Feng's clothing in a frenzy. How dare you lay a hand on me? Lin Feng retaliated with a powerful kick to Lu Jun's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. How dare you pursue my sister-in-law? A flurry of punches and kicks ensued, and Lin Feng, feeling unsatisfied, continued his assault. What gives you the audacity to covet my sister-in-law? Let this be a lesson to you. Despite Lu Jun's imposing stature, he was no match for Lin Feng, who left him battered and bruised, unable to lift his head in the aftermath of the beating. Please, stop. I won't ever think about your sister-in-law again. Lu Jun, realizing the severity of Lin Feng's ferocity, began to regret his actions. If he did not plead for mercy soon, he might be beaten to death by Lin Feng. Su Yao rushed forward, grasping Lin Feng's arm, not out of concern for Lu Jun, but fearing that Lin Feng might strike too hard and inadvertently cause a tragedy. Xiao Feng, stop. It's not worth it. He's just a mad dog. Lin Feng brushed off his hands and kicked Lu Jun aside. Zhao Qinghe regarded Lin Feng with newfound admiration. Glancing at Su Yao, perplexed by their relationship, Lin Feng, you're quite impressive, she remarked with a playful smile, giving him a thumbs up. Su Yao's face flushed crimson. A mix of anger from Lu Jun's words and concern for Lin Feng. What if something happened to him? How would she explain it to her deceased husband? Xiao Feng, you must be more cautious. If you seriously injure him, we will be the ones to suffer. I know my limits, Lin Feng replied confidently. Zhao Qinghe interjected, pulling Su Yao's arm. Sister-in-law, Lin Feng did well, that guy deserved it. Lu Jun, now rising to his feet, answered a phone call, his demeanor shifting back to arrogance. Lin Feng, you better watch out. My brother is on his way. He has a big shot in the provincial capital. Taking you down will be as easy as squashing an ant. If you have any guts, wait right here. After boasting, Lu Jun completely disregarded his earlier humiliation, reveling in his newfound bravado. Su Yao, wishing to avoid further trouble, urged Lin Feng to leave. You are just a rabid dog. What is your brother to me? A lapdog? Zhao Qinghe's large eyes twinkled with mischief as she earnestly questioned Lu Jun. You'll regret this. Just wait until my brother arrives, and you'll see. Oh, I'm so terrified. Zhao Qinghe retorted playfully, quickly positioning herself behind Lin Feng, feigning fear. The ladies' attendants, each one quite shrewd, stood at a distance, merely observing the commotion without intervening, fearful of incurring any trouble themselves. Lin Feng chuckled inwardly, lamenting that Zhao Qinghe was missing out on the opportunity to perform. The girl, after making a face, pulled Su Yao aside, whispering while admiring the new styles on the rack, expressing how comfortable the new lingerie felt. Lin Feng felt hesitant to interject. At that moment, several men in suits strode in with purpose. Upon seeing the newcomers, Lu Jun immediately appeared as if he had found a refuge, pointing at Lin Feng and exclaiming, "Big brother, they are bullying me." The leading man cast a disdainful glance at Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng merely smirked, taken aback to discover that the leader of the ruffians was none other than Qin Yun. Truly, it was a case of enemies crossing paths. Lin Feng, what brings you here? Qin Yun sneered. Oh, young Master Qin, so you have taken in a stray dog. He scoffed. Humph, do you really think I fear you? Today, I will teach you a lesson, and let us see who can come to your rescue. Qin Yun harbored a deep-seated hatred for Lin Feng. Had it not been for him, he would not have been humiliated by Zhao Qinghe and subsequently reprimanded by his father last night. Before Lin Feng could respond, Zhao Qinghe sprang forth with a playful grin, hands on her hips. Oh, so you are the stray dog's master, a mere lapdog? You don't seem all that impressive. Qin Yun's expression darkened, taken aback to find Zhao Qinghe present as well. Su Yao hastily approached, tugging at Lin Feng's arm, whispering, let us leave. Miss Zhao? Qin Yun paused, his eyes brimming with resentment. Just as everyone anticipated an outburst from him, unexpectedly, with a thud, Qin Yun knelt before Lin Feng. Big brother, why are you kneeling? Get up. Lu Jun was startled and rushed forward to assist Qin Yun. Qin Yun forcefully pushed Lu Jun aside. Stay out of this. It's none of your concern. Su Yao looked on in disbelief, glancing around in confusion. Even Lin Feng was taken aback, staring blankly at Qin Yun. Young Master Qin, what is the meaning of this? Qin Yun's face was darkened with shame as he fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, gritting his teeth and declaring, Miss Zhao, I was in the wrong last night, and I sincerely apologize. I bow my head now to admit my mistake, and you may deal with me as you see fit. What a complete turnaround. Such an unexpected development left everyone dumbfounded. Lin Feng quickly stepped aside, as it was not him who was being bowed to, but rather Zhao Qinghe who was the focal point. Zhao Qinghe blinked her large eyes in confusion, a smirk playing on her lips. Heh, weren't you quite arrogant last night? Planning to have someone deal with me, and now you show fear? Qin Yun's temples throbbed with suppressed rage. Yet he managed to force a smile. Miss Zhao, I was rude last night, and I recognize my fault. I hope you can forgive my transgressions. Last night, after Zhao Qinghe and Lin Feng departed, the butler Lu Neng delivered a series of slaps to Qin Yun's face. He personally called Qin Yun's father, old Qin Heir, who, terrified, rushed to Liang overnight to apologize to Lu Neng in person. Only then did Lu Neng state, have your son apologize to our young lady. If she does not forgive him, you may await the punishment from the Zhao family. In front of Lu Neng, old Qin Heir gave Qin Yun a severe beating. The Zhao family's influence is not something the Qin family can contend with. The elder of the Zhao family is indeed a powerful figure, capable of ending old Qin Da with a single word. Once old Qin Da is out of the picture, the Qin family will lose its standing. Thud, thud, thud. Qin Yun incessantly knocked his head against the ground, the sound echoing loudly. Lin Feng let out a cold laugh. Qin Yun, your ability to change your demeanor is rather impressive. You weren't this way when you competed with me for the pendant last time. Qin Yun gritted his teeth, refraining from retorting. When one is under a roof, one must bow their head. Although Qin Yun is a prodigal son, he understands the wisdom of recognizing the situation. All right, I know you are reluctant, but given your sincere attitude, I shall forgive you. However, pack up about 10 sets of clothes for me from this store and have them delivered to Lin Feng's home. Qin Yun, though pained, quickly nodded. No problem, Miss Zhao. Choose whatever you like. Lu Jun looked on in astonishment, bewildered by his brother's sudden submission. Su Yao tugged at Zhao Qinghe's sleeve and whispered, why send so many clothes to my house? Oh, don't concern yourself with that. Just pick what you like, Zhao Qinghe replied. Isn't that inappropriate? Su Yao questioned. Just choose what you like, Zhao Qinghe insisted. Lin Feng reassured Su Yao. After all, someone is footing the bill. It would be a waste not to choose. It wasn't he about the clothes. It was a signal for everyone. Qin Yun watched the departing figures of Lin Feng and the others, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes, unable to swallow this humiliation. Brother, who is that woman? Qin Yun glared fiercely at Lu Jun, who trembled under the weight of that hostile gaze. Lu Jun had never imagined that his flattery would backfire so dramatically. As Lin Feng walked several hundred meters away, the anguished cries of the dog echoed behind him. Su Yao found herself increasingly perplexed by Lin Feng, sensing that he was not the same as before. As the three stepped outside, Lin Feng once again lamented the necessity of acquiring a vehicle. Let's take a taxi and head to Ding Wang Fu for a meal. Sure. I've heard their roasted sweet potatoes are excellent, Zhao Qinghe exclaimed, excited at the prospect of trying the renowned dish, having not had the chance since her arrival in Liyang. The trio stood at the entrance, waiting for quite some time. Yet no taxi appeared. As the three were deliberating whether to ride a shared bicycle, a Rolls-Royce Phantom smoothly came to a halt before them. It was unexpected to see such a luxury vehicle in the small town of Liyang. Zhao Qinghe's expression was one of astonishment. Such opulence was typically found only in major cities, and one would hardly expect it in a small county of the 18th rank. At that moment, a middle-aged gentleman emerged from the car and walked directly up to Lin Feng. Lin, my calls to you went unanswered. I didn't expect to run into you here. How about we head to Ding Wang Fu for a meal and a chat? Chapter 55. The beauty's affection for luxury cars upon seeing Zhao Bowen. Lin Feng was equally puzzled and glanced at his phone, realizing it had inexplicably powered off. Uncle Zhao, my phone is dead. What brings you here? Zhao Bowen nodded towards Su Yao and cast a curious glance at Zhao Qinghe. Lin Feng hastily introduced, this is my friend Zhao Qinghe from the capital. She happened to be free and came out shopping with Su Yao. Greetings, Miss Zhao. With his keen perception, Zhao Bowen immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of Zhao Qinghe. After a brief exchange, he invited Lin Feng and his companions to join him at Ding Wang Fu. Returning to Ding Wang Fu for the second time, Lin Feng no longer felt like a naive visitor, overwhelmed by the grandeur of the establishment. Zhao Bowen had reserved a private room, and the three were escorted to the Imperial Pavilion on the third floor. A lavish spread awaited them, and Zhao Qinghe, unreserved, urged Su Yao to indulge in the feast. Lin Feng nibbled at his food while the two engaged in conversation. Lin, I've heard that many prominent families have sent representatives to Liyang recently. Do you know why? Lin Feng shook his head, aware of his humble status and lacking insight into the affairs of affluent families. While Liyang was indeed a charming place, he saw nothing particularly alluring that would attract such families. Zhao Bowen leaned in conspiratorially, lowering his voice. It is rumored that there may be a hidden treasure in the vicinity of Phoenix Mountain, containing countless riches. Treasure? Surely you jest, Lin Feng replied. Having lived at the foot of Phoenix Mountain all his life, he had never heard tales of any treasures hidden within its bounds. According to legends, during the prosperous Tang dynasty, emissaries from various nations came to pay respects. The Japanese pirates, eager to learn advanced techniques from the Tang, offered an array of treasures as tribute. Among them was a precious jade stone, said to be passed down from the founding ancestor of the pirates, Su Fu. It was believed to conceal a staggering secret. Possessing this jade pendant could enable one to master unparalleled martial arts, or even attain immortality. At that time, when the pirates arrived in Chang'an, they inadvertently let slip their intentions, provoking fierce competition among various nations. Coincidentally, Empress Wu Zetian was indisposed, delaying the pirates' audience with her. To ensure their safety, the pirates took refuge in Phoenix Mountain, located over 100 kilometers from Chang'an. Thus, they and the Jade Stone vanished from sight. In recent years, whispers from the pirates suggested that they had unearthed clues about the Jade through diligent research of ancient texts. News spread among the prominent families, each vying for possession of such a precious treasure. This led to the involvement of numerous martial arts clans, even those with ancient traditions. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Such a legend was likely a fabrication. Uncle Zhao, are you certain the information is accurate? Zhao Bowen's expression turned grave, his demeanor serious. I received this news from a friend, and I too am uncertain of its veracity. However, recently, there have indeed been many outsiders in Liang, including pirates. The arrival of so many suggests that this rumor may hold some truth. I have heard of this as well, interjected Zhao Qinghe, who was dining. My grandfather believes it is more than likely a scam. Your grandfather? Zhao Bowen inquired, perplexed. Indeed, if that old man says it's a scam, it must be one. She replied. Who is your grandfather? Zhao Bowen asked, intrigued. Zhao Qinghe shot him a glance before resuming her meal, leaving Zhao Bowen feeling somewhat embarrassed. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed suddenly. Zhao Qinghe? Zhao Bowen. Both share the surname Zhao? Could there be a connection between the Zhao family in Kyoto and that in Qincheng? Uncle Zhao, disregard her claims. What are your plans moving forward? Naturally, everyone desires the treasure. It is a matter of skill and capability. Having missed the auction of the ancient jade, Zhao Bowen felt a sense of urgency, eager to surpass that threshold. Lin Feng seemed to perceive his intent and smiled slightly. Uncle Zhao, there is no need for haste. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Let us observe the developments for now, while the treasure remains undiscovered. Everything is negotiable. Once someone locates the treasure, it signifies the onset of conflict. Zhao Bowen nodded in agreement, and Lin Feng intended to partake in the unfolding events. Ding! The host has completed the opportunity clue task. Reward: a limited edition Hongqi Glory S9. The vehicle is parked at the entrance of Dingwang Mansion. Relevant paperwork and keys are placed inside the car. Wow! Lin Feng, who was in the midst of his meal, beamed with joy. His delight akin to a newlywed discovering his bride's purity on their wedding night, nearly leaping from his seat. The limited edition Hongqi Glory S9 is the pinnacle of domestic SUVs. Zhao Bowen, Zhao Qinghe, and Su Yao were taken aback by Lin Feng's exuberance, casting astonished glances his way. Realizing he had lost his composure, Lin Feng awkwardly chuckled, scratching his head. My apologies, I just recalled something amusing. Humph. Zhao Qinghe rolled her eyes at him, while Su Yao wore a more contemplative expression. As Lin Feng's circle of acquaintances expanded, and with a considerable sum of 80 million now at his disposal, his life had transformed significantly. Su Yao worried that he might stray from the right path. Moreover, in just a few days, several beautiful young women had appeared in Lin Feng's life. First Lu Yan, then Chen Shooting, followed by Zhao Jingyi and Zhao Qinghe. There was even the enigmatic Xianyuan Dai, who surprisingly shared the same birthday as him. Before them, Su Yao felt like an ugly duckling. Would Lin Feng develop affections for them? What if luxury cars were bestowed upon heroes, with the ant seated inside? Lin Feng's thoughts had already drifted to the vehicle, while he savored the exquisite delicacies as if they were mere wax. Brother Lin, is the food not to your liking? Zhao Bowen noticed Lin Feng's distraction, assuming he was dissatisfied with the meal. No, I was merely contemplating other matters. With that said, shall we conclude our gathering here? The meal had extended over an hour, and everyone had their fill. Zhao Bowen rose, preparing to depart. As they exited the esteemed Dingwang Mansion, they noticed a large crowd gathered in the parking lot. What could have transpired? Zhao Qinghe, ever forthright, expressed her curiosity, while Lin Feng and Zhao Bowen shared a similar intrigue. In unison, they gravitated towards the commotion, for it is human nature to seek out excitement. As they approached the throng, they could hear a cacophony of voices. What an impressive Hongqi vehicle! How magnificent! Come, help me take a picture. This car must be quite expensive. At that moment, a young man, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Wow, this is the limited edition Hongqi Glory S9, worth over 10 million. The Hongqi Glory S9? The king of domestic SUVs, rendering even the likes of Mercedes and BMW insignificant in comparison. They wondered whose car it could be. Several girls gazed in admiration, likely to seize any opportunity to engage the owner in fervent conversation if he were present. Lin Feng, feeling exasperated, thought to himself, it's just a car. Just as he intended to approach, he spotted Qin Hui squeezing into the crowd alongside Gao Xiaozhong and Bai Xiaojia. "Isn't it just a broken-down vehicle? Must you all be so dramatic?" Qin Hui arrogantly declared, striding confidently towards the car as if he were its owner. "Is this your car?" A fashionable girl leaned against Qin Hui, her face alight with admiration. "What do you think, beautiful?" Qin Hui retorted. What grand entrance will Lin Feng make next? Now that his ex-girlfriend is aware of his wealth, his residence, and his luxurious vehicle, will she come chasing after him? Chapter 56. The ex-girlfriend and the chase. In the center of the crowd stood a brand new SUV, indeed Lin Feng's limited edition Hongqi Glory S9. The sunlight caressed the vehicle, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. This was the car of his dreams. If Su Yao were to sit in the passenger seat, driving it would undeniably be an exhilarating experience. Zhao Bowen, equally captivated by the SUV, marveled. "The S9 is quite rare. I never imagined this lad owned one." "Uncle Zhao? That car does not belong to him." "Oh, how do you know?" "You will see shortly." The four of them remained at the back of the crowd, observing Qin Hui's performance. "Handsome, I am a student at a university. I wonder if I might have the chance to ride in your car?" As she spoke, the girl playfully nudged against Qin Hui. "Ha ha ha, female student. I quite like that. How about we first engage in a discussion about life?" The girl's expression slightly shifted as she playfully poked Qin Hui's chest. "Handsome, you are quite mischievous. A man must possess a hint of wickedness to attract a woman. So, shall we depart?" Just as Qin Hui prepared to escort the girl away, Yifeng pushed through the crowd and approached. "Hey, little brother, why the rush? This car is quite expensive. If it gets scratched, you wouldn't be able to afford the damages." A bystander, seeing Lin Feng trying to squeeze closer to the car, kindly warned him. Onlookers assumed Lin Feng intended to pose for a picture with the vehicle, as the youth of today often relish flaunting their experiences, perhaps hoping to attract some attention on social media. This was nothing new to the crowd. Lin Feng smiled faintly and remarked, "No worries, if it gets scratched, it gets scratched." With that, he boldly opened the car door and retrieved the keys from the seat. The crowd gasped, astonished to see the car keys in Lin Feng's hand. It dawned on them that the S9 indeed belonged to this young man, who appeared to be in his early 20s and strikingly handsome. "Could I add you on WeChat?" At that moment, the girl clinging to Qin Hui noticed Lin Feng presenting the car keys, and her expression soured dramatically. She forcefully pushed Qin Hui aside and slapped him across the face. "You deceitful scoundrel, how dare you trick me?" Qin Hui, covering his face, glared fiercely at Lin Feng. "Is this car yours? Using a fake key to deceive us?" "Not mine. Is it yours then?" Lin Feng smirked, a hint of sarcasm playing on his lips as he pressed the lock button on the key fob. The car lights flashed, accompanied by a beeping sound. "See, does this not confirm it is my car?" Qin Hui's face flushed crimson, humiliated by the disdainful gaze of the woman beside him. "Humph. Even if it is yours, what does it matter? You are just a penniless brat. How could you possibly afford such an expensive car? Who has to say you're not just riding on a woman's coattails?" With a swift motion, Lin Feng tossed the vehicle registration in Qin Hui's face. "Take a look at the owner's name." As Qin Hui read the name on the registration, his face turned ashen. Lin Feng, uninterested in further banter, opened the car door and beckoned to Su Yao and Zhao Qing'e. The two women, surprised, climbed into the car, their faces alight with excitement. Zhao Qing'e smiled at Lin Feng and remarked, "Lin Feng, this car is impressive. It will certainly make it easier for you to impress the ladies in the future." Lin Feng grimaced, casting a sidelong glance at Su Yao. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who drives a car to impress women?" With that, Lin Feng started the engine and pressed the accelerator, sending the red flag off in a cloud of dust, leaving Qin Hui fuming in place, stamping his feet in frustration. The surrounding girls cast scornful glances in his direction. Bai Xiaojia was utterly astonished, her mouth agape, her eyes revealing a glimmer of envy. "Xiaojia, what do you think has happened to Lin Feng? He suddenly became wealthy, purchasing both a house and a car." Gao Xiaozhong expressed his bewilderment, wrapping an arm around Bai Xiaojia, as a malicious thought began to brew in his mind. Bai Xiaojia shrugged her shoulders, instinctively pushing Gao Xiaozhong away, feeling a flicker of disdain towards him. "This scoundrel merely took advantage of me. Lin Feng is the one who truly loves me. I must earn Lin Feng's forgiveness. That car is mine." The once heartless woman had an epiphany and truly repented. "I suddenly feel unwell. I must leave." With a swift declaration of her stomachache, Bai Xiaojia hurried to the roadside to hail a taxi. "Driver, follow that red flag car." The driver glanced back at her with a cheerful grin, his fingers dancing in a playful manner. Bai Xiaojia retrieved a bill from her wallet, asking, "Is this sufficient?" "Hold on tight," the driver replied with a smile as he accepted the money. "We're about to take off." With a roar, the taxi surged forward, catching up to Lin Feng's SUV in under 5 minutes. Bai Xiaojia rolled down the window, urgently calling out, "Lin Feng, please stop. I have something to say to you." Upon seeing Bai Xiaojia through the window, Lin Feng furrowed his brow and pressed the accelerator, speeding away. Undeterred, Bai Xiaojia urged the taxi driver to continue the pursuit. "If you want to keep chasing, it will cost more. Do you even realize what kind of car that is compared to mine?" The driver smirked, relishing the rare encounter of a romantic chase. Bai Xiaojia, watching the SUV grow distant, felt a pang of anxiety and pulled out several bills. "Hurry up." "All right." The driver replied nonchalantly as he counted the money before pulling out his phone. "Who's south on Jianlong Avenue? Help me stop a red flag Glory S9. There's a reward for assistance." Taxi drivers have their own WeChat groups, and once he called out, several drivers responded immediately. "I'm on it. I see the car," exclaimed driver A. "I'm here too. Is it a black SUV? I'm across from you. Quickly stop it. I'm on my way." The driver continued at a leisurely pace for about 5 or 6 minutes, then turned a corner to find a traffic jam ahead. He deftly maneuvered through a side street, positioning himself directly in front of Lin Feng's vehicle. 2 taxis were parked closely together, their drivers, bare-chested, engaged in a loud argument. Bai Xiaojia exited her taxi and rushed to Lin Feng's car, spreading her arms wide as she shouted, "Lin Feng, get out of the car. I have something to tell you." "Damn it." Lin Feng was taken aback upon seeing Bai Xiaojia, and his curse encapsulated his feelings. "Lin Feng, who is this woman? Surely you didn't sleep with her without paying?" Zhao Qinghe leaned forward from the back seat, wearing a sly smile as she regarded Lin Feng. Su Yao's expression shifted slightly. Although she had never met Bai Xiaojia, Lin Feng had shown her a photograph. "Xiao Feng, why don't you go down and have a proper conversation?" "Su Yao, there's nothing to discuss with her. A woman of such low character is not worth my attention." "Oh, so you really know each other. What is your relationship?" Zhao Qinghe inquired with keen curiosity. "Qinghe, she is Lin Feng's ex-girlfriend, Bai Xiaojia." "Ah, an ex-girlfriend. Now I understand." With that, she playfully patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Come on, get out of the car. I'll help you teach her a lesson." Will Lin Feng forsake his sister-in-law and revert to being a sycophant? How will his sister-in-law respond to Bai Xiaojia? Stay tuned. Chapter 57. Guard Against Fire, Theft. And male best friends Lin Feng retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag before pushing the car door open. Upon seeing Lin Feng step out, Bai Xiaojia beamed with a radiant smile, fully aware of Lin Feng's soft heart, which she had expertly manipulated before. In the past, whenever Lin Feng was upset, a single word from her would make him eagerly turn into a sycophant. She rushed to Lin Feng's side, feigning anger with a playful pout. "Darling, I've been searching for you everywhere. Where have you been? Do you not want me anymore?" As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, portraying a picture of innocence and grievance. "Please forgive me this once. I understand my mistakes. I promise not to upset you again." Lin Feng quickly stepped back, dismissing her. "It's unnecessary. I am not as significant to you as your male best friend." Under normal circumstances, such words from Lin Feng would have provoked Bai Xiaojia into a rage. This time, however, she held her temper in check, maintaining a smile. From her bag, she produced a brand new smartphone, her expression tinged with guilt. "Darling, I know you've always wanted this phone. I bought it just for you." As she spoke, Bai Xiaojia unwrapped the packaging, revealing the pristine device. Lin Feng glanced at it, exhaling a smoke ring and scoffing quietly. "So, now you're willing to spend extravagantly on a phone. You have calculated well, understanding the principle of small investments yielding great returns, but alas, it is too late. I don't need it. I prefer domestic products. Perhaps you should give it to your male best friend. He might appreciate it more." Bai Xiaojia, having endured for so long, could no longer contain herself. "Lin Feng, how can you be so cruel? I've already admitted my fault. What more do you want from me? You assaulted Gao Xiaozhang so severely, yet I pleaded for him to let you go. Otherwise, you would still be behind bars. Don't be so ungrateful." "Humph." Lin Feng remained unmoved, uninterested in her lengthy excuses. "Stop wasting your breath. We've been together for 3 years, and I haven't even held your hand. I've spent all my money on you, and thankfully we aren't married yet. It's not too late. You go your way, and I'll go mine. We owe each other nothing. Lin Feng, I love you. I cannot live without you. In a fit of desperation, Bai Xiaojie knelt on the ground, clinging to Lin Feng's legs and weeping uncontrollably. Lin Feng is merely my close male friend. We are not what you presume. I can swear by the heavens that my heart holds only you. I assure you, my relationship with him is utterly platonic. Should there be any impropriety, may I meet a dire fate. In a bid to earn Lin Feng's trust, Bai Xiaojie swore an oath. Upon hearing her explanation, Lin Feng merely chuckled. Whether or not you have a relationship is no longer my concern. What do you mean? She queried. It means nothing. We have already broken up. Bai Xiaojie's countenance shifted dramatically, her face etched with terror as she gazed at Lin Feng. What did you say? You would end our relationship over something so trivial? Lin Feng regarded her calmly, shaking his head. If being flirtatious with another man is trivial, then what constitutes a serious matter? Must one ascend to the bedroom for it to be deemed a valid reason for separation? Suddenly, Bai Xiaojie stood up, her expression fierce. Lin Feng, I never held your poverty against you. After 3 years by your side, now that you have succeeded and gained wealth, you wish to cast me aside. She raised her voice, calling upon the bystanders to judge the situation. The onlookers, oblivious to the truth, were indeed swayed by her words. Isn't this the modern-day Chen Shimi? He looks decent, yet reveals himself to be a scoundrel. Some girls even clamored to punish Lin Feng. Bai Xiaojie, feeling triumphant, believed she could coerce Lin Feng into submission. At that moment, a gentle voice emerged from behind Lin Feng. Brother Feng, is this your ex-girlfriend? A sweet-faced, graceful girl approached, linking her arm with Lin Feng's. Bai Xiaojie was taken aback, her eyes brimming with jealousy and resentment as she beheld the pair. Lin Feng momentarily froze, then smiled knowingly, patting the girl's hand. Alas, I was indeed blind back then. How embarrassing it has been for you. Zhao Qing he adopted a different demeanor, much to Lin Feng's astonishment, yet continued to play along. You have indeed brought me shame. Look at the ex-girlfriend you chose. TSK. Lin Feng, who is she? Bai Xiaojie pointed furiously at Lin Feng, her glare capable of scorching him. I am Lin Feng's new girlfriend, Zhao Qing he. Is there a problem? Zhao Qing he interjected, her bearing exuding an air of refinement that made it clear she was not an ordinary individual. I am speaking to Lin Feng. What business do you have here, you shameless mistress? Slap. As soon as Bai Xiaojie finished her sentence, Zhao Qing he struck her. Clean up your mouth. What are you pretending to be innocent for? You dare to hit me? Bai Xiaojie covered her face, incredulous. What of it? Lin Feng, will you allow your girlfriend to be bullied like this? Are you still a man? Cough, cough, cough. Lin Feng coughed intermittently, exclaiming, Oh dear, this is not my concern. My girlfriend is rather possessive. She doesn't even allow me to glance at other women, let alone insult her. Bai Xiaojie trembled with indignation, feeling utterly helpless. With gritted teeth, she shouted, Lin Feng, if you wish to break up with me, then I might as well end my life. With that, she dashed towards a speeding car. A screech pierced the air as the vehicle came to a halt beside her, and a concerned head emerged from the window. Xiaojie, what are you doing? You scared me to death. Gao Xiaozhong alighted from the car, enveloping Bai Xiaojie in a protective embrace, his face etched with worry. Lin Feng was taken aback. Although they had broken up, witnessing her peril was an ominous omen. Upon recognizing Gao Xiaozhong, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Gao Xiaozhong, noticing the marks on Bai Xiaojie's face, rushed over, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Feng. Is this how you treat Xiaojie? Have you no decency? Lin Feng, I misjudged you. I never imagined you to be so petty. What is wrong with me dining with her as a close friend? Must it escalate to this? A smirk crept across Lin Feng's face. Indeed, they were a pair of rogues. A male best friend? Wasn't he that just a euphemism for a free lover? In this day and age, one must be wary of both fire and theft, as well as the so-called male best friends. It appeared they had all misjudged that lad. This shameless couple was truly outrageous. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves at the sight of Gao Xiaozhong. At that moment, Su Yao also stepped out of the car, positioning herself beside Lin Feng. Xiaojie, I hope you and Xiaofeng can part amicably and remain friends. Bai Xiaojie hesitated at the sight of Su Yao. Lin Feng, I can't believe you are two-timing and have even found a woman like her. Su Yao's appearance added a layer of complexity to the situation. How would Bai Xiaojie perceive her? How would Lin Feng respond to Bai Xiaojie? Chapter 58. The monster of Phoenix Mountain. Su Yao's well-meaning advice was misconstrued by Bai Xiaojie, whose expression darkened in response. Lin Feng stepped forward, pulling Su Yao back and delivering a slap to Bai Xiaojia's face. Bai Xiaojia, are you challenging my patience? Can you not comprehend simple decency? How dare you hit me? Bai Xiaojia retorted. What of it? You brought this upon yourself. Your sister-in-law was merely trying to offer you guidance. Was that truly out of line? Sister-in-law? Is she your sister-in-law? I suspect she is merely your mistress. Bai Xiaojia, already at her wits' end from the blows, spoke without thinking. Lin Feng, incensed by her words, raised his hand to strike again, but Su Yao quickly intervened, wrapping her arms around him. Xiaofeng, listen to your sister-in-law. How can you strike a woman? You heard her. What she said was beyond reproach. Seeing her situation deteriorate, Bai Xiaojia grabbed Gao Xiaozhang and fled. Gao Xiaozhang glanced back at Lin Feng with a fierce look, then at Su Yao, letting out a cold snort before he followed Bai Xiaojia into the car, speeding away. Alas, what kind of people do you associate with? Truly unbelievable. As Zhao Qinghe spoke, Lin Feng offered an awkward smile and shook his head. The vehicle resumed its journey, and Lin Feng's mood quickly turned somber. Although Bai Xiaojia did not merit his lamentation, they had shared 3 years together. Even raising a dog could forge a bond. The atmosphere in the car grew heavy as they traveled. Su Yao gently reassured Lin Feng. Xiaofeng, don't take it to heart. My sister will introduce you to someone better. Lin Feng responded quietly. Su Yao, let us just go to Phoenix Mountain, shall we? Upon hearing the suggestion of an outing, Zhao Qinghe clapped her hands in delight. Yes, let's go. It's the perfect opportunity to clear our minds. We shouldn't let that scoundrel ruin our spirits. Lin Feng managed a strained smile. Phoenix Mountain, renowned for its resemblance to a phoenix, is a place steeped in history and legend. It is the final resting place of 5 emperors from the Tang dynasty, as well as the tomb of Empress Wu Zetian. Leaving the county town, they traveled northward for approximately 30 kilometers until they reached the mountain's base. Lin Feng, is this Phoenix Mountain? Zhao Qinghe inquired as she alighted from the vehicle, her expression one of immediate disappointment at the barren summit. Do not be deceived by its desolation. This mountain holds numerous tales, Lin Feng mused, curiosity piquing within him about the treasures that might lie ahead. Just as the trio prepared to ascend the mountain, a black Mercedes-Benz skidded to a halt beside them, kicking up dust from the ground. The door swung open, and several individuals clad in black suits and sunglasses emerged, surrounding a grim-faced middle-aged man. The man's icy gaze swept over Lin Feng and his companions before he strode directly toward the mountain. What a lack of decorum, Zhao Qinghe muttered, pouting. Lin Feng shook his head, realizing that the rumors were not without basis. Let us proceed. We shall treat this as a hike for fitness. The elevation of Phoenix Mountain is modest, with a mere 200 meters of ascent, and they followed the group ahead. As they ventured deeper into the mountain, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate, with barren rocky hills devoid of any foliage. Suddenly, an odd sound echoed ahead, causing the men in black to tense up. Shielding the middle-aged man, Lin Feng and his companions halted, eyes alert to the unfolding scene. A fearsome roar erupted from somewhere ahead, and the ground began to tremble. A colossal beast, covered in black fur, emerged from behind the rocks. The creature's roar resonated painfully in their ears, dislodging stones that cascaded down the slope. What in the world is that? A black-furred monster? Lin Feng exclaimed. How can there be a beast here? Zhao Qinghe leaned against Lin Feng, her excitement tinged with apprehension. Xiaofeng, we must flee. That creature is terrifying. Su Yao grasped Lin Feng's arm, trembling slightly as she spoke in a quavering whisper. Lin Feng swiftly enveloped Su Yao in his embrace, assuring her, do not worry. With me here, you shall be safe. He sheltered both women behind a large boulder. Fire. Quickly fire. A middle-aged man hurriedly issued commands, prompting the cloaked figures to swiftly draw their firearms and fire upon the creature. The incessant clang of bullets striking the beast was akin to metal colliding with steel, sparking without inflicting any tangible damage. The creature, enraged by the gunfire, lunged ferociously at one of the black-clad figures, sending him hurtling through the air with a single swipe of its claw. What on earth is this thing? A wolverine? Or perhaps a dinosaur? Lin Feng cautiously leaned forward, observing the creature's movements with keen interest. He pondered the identities of these individuals, astonished that they wielded firearms. This was no ordinary beast. It stood 3 meters tall, its body adorned with spiky bristles. Its crimson eyes were set deep within its hollow skull, and its sharp claws scraped against the stone, producing showers of sparks. This was no mere monster. It resembled something out of a Transformers film. Another figure in black continued to pull the trigger, while the creature turned its immense body, raising another claw. With a swift motion, it sent the black-clad man and a nearby large stone soaring into the air, crushing the man's chest inward and propelling him several meters away, where he landed heavily on the ground. Changed to armor-piercing rounds, now? The middle-aged man bellowed, maintaining his composure. The surrounding bodyguards immediately switched magazines. The air was filled with a rapid succession of gunfire, bullets cascading upon the creature like relentless raindrops. The beast let out a cry, releasing wisps of smoke from its body. This only served to further provoke it, as it charged towards the remaining figures in black. The creature swung its head, executing a sharp turn mid-charge, its long tail sweeping through the air and flinging the two foremost black-clad men aside. Su Yao clung tightly to Lin Feng's arm, trembling uncontrollably. "Xiao Feng, we must flee. This monster is too terrifying." Her voice trembled with fear, a sight Lin Feng had never witnessed before. Sunlight illuminated his face, his gaze sharpening into a fierce blade. Only two black-clad figures remained, and Lin Feng felt a pang of sympathy for their impending doom. However, he refrained from acting recklessly. "Su Yao, find a safe place to hide," he instructed. They discovered a narrow crevice between the large stones to conceal themselves, retreating into its depths. Seizing a stone, Lin Feng hurled it towards the opposite side as a distraction. At that moment, the creature lunged at the last two black-clad figures, one of whom valiantly shielded the middle-aged man. In an instant, the beast clamped its jaws around his head, silencing him forever. The remaining middle-aged man stood frozen in shock. Suddenly, Lin Feng sprang into action. He leapt high into the air, his fist raised, and aimed for the creature's head. Despite its massive size, the beast reacted with remarkable agility. As Lin Feng's fist descended, it struck the creature's cochlea. The impact resounded like a thunderous clang, reverberating through Lin Feng's hand and leaving his palm numb. The monster quivered, clearly in distress. Lin Feng seized the opportunity to mount its back, his hands gripping it like iron nails. The middle-aged man stood frozen for a moment before hastily retrieving a dagger from his bosom. "Use this," he shouted, hurling the dagger towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng caught it deftly and plunged it into the creature's neck. The monster's bristly mane pricked Lin Feng's hands like barbed wire, leaving him with numerous wounds. Gritting his teeth, he tightened his grip on the dagger and twisted it fiercely. With a splatter, dark crimson blood gushed forth, a warm torrent splattering across Lin Feng's face. "Lin Feng!" Su Yao's piercing scream echoed. Despite the pain, Lin Feng managed a pained smile. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. "Su Yao, no." He saw Su Yao, unarmed and charging towards the monster, shouting, "Do not harm Lin Feng, I will kill you." The audacity of her courage astonished Lin Feng, igniting a desperate urgency within him. "Su Yao, don't rush in. This is a death sentence." Yet her singular focus on saving Lin Feng made her blind to the peril. Would she perish in this reckless endeavor? Chapter 59. The remarkable Su Yao. Lin Feng released his grip and propelled himself towards Su Yao with all his might. His sole thought was to save her. He could not bear the thought of anything happening to her, lest he lose his sanity. "Su Yao." His cry was drowned out by the monster's roar as it raised its forepaw to strike Lin Feng. Helplessly, he was flung aside, distancing him further from Su Yao, who was now perilously close to the creature. With a thud, Lin Feng crashed against the rock wall, his insides rebelling violently, and he spat blood. The monster did not pause. It opened its cavernous maw and lunged for the advancing Su Yao. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, Lin Feng struggled to rise, reaching out towards her, desperate to save her. Yet, he found himself unable to move an inch. As the monster's jaws threatened to engulf Su Yao, Lin Feng let out a silent scream. "No." His fingers dug painfully into the rock, blood staining his hands. He could not bear to watch as the creature prepared to devour Su Yao, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Su Yao, I'm so sorry. Su Yao, forgive me. Su Yao, I'm sorry." Lin Feng closed his eyes, a sense of despair enveloping him as if a dagger were twisting in his heart. "Heaven, please save Su Yao." He silently pleaded with the heavens to spare her the agony, considering her solitary and arduous existence. He had yet to care for her properly, to grant her a life filled with joy. They had not yet wed, nor had he ensured the continuation of his family line. But now, all those dreams seemed unattainable. Lin Feng ceased his weeping, surrendering to the hopelessness. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has ceased to hope. Su Yao has passed away. What meaning does my existence hold now? Lin Feng opened his eyes, yearning for one last glimpse of Su Yao, determined to accompany her in spirit. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld an astonishing sight. A gentle radiance enveloped Su Yao, forming an invisible shield that warded off the monstrous entity's menacing jaws. After a few furious roars, the creature's wrath dissipated in an instant, transforming into a docile kitten that lay on the ground, nuzzling against Su Yao as if she were its master. Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Su Yao slowly turned, offering Lin Feng a tender smile as she rushed to his side and embraced him. Xiao Feng, we are safe now, we are safe. Lin Feng clung to Su Yao, tears streaming down his face, murmuring, as long as you are unharmed, that is all that matters. Su Yao, genuinely concerned for Lin Feng, had been frightened moments ago, unable to fathom the consequences of their predicament. Xiao Feng, please promise you won't leave me, she implored. Lin Feng's face flushed, his heart pounding like a drum, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing, as he nodded vigorously. Su Yao, I am sorry. Su Yao's cheeks blushed, and she pulled Lin Feng to his feet. At that moment, the previously ferocious creature abruptly stood, picking up a softly glowing orb from the ground and presenting it to Su Yao. As she accepted the orb, a flicker of realization crossed her eyes. Xiao Feng, this orb feels so familiar, almost as if it were my child. Lin Feng, taken aback, took the orb from Su Yao's hand and immediately felt a surge of energy coursing through his body, invigorating him immensely. His misaligned organs swiftly returned to their rightful positions, and his visible wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate. Wow, this is incredible. Lin Feng, overwhelmed with joy, exchanged a glance with Su Yao, both astonished by the unfolding miracle. What could this possibly mean? Lin Feng grasped Su Yao's hand tightly and declared, no matter what, I will always stand by your side. Just then, the creature let out a long howl, gazing at Su Yao with a look of reluctance before suddenly turning and sprinting into the mountains, vanishing from sight. Bravo! What a pair of lovebirds. Zhao Qinghe's untimely arrival interrupted the tender moment between them. Qinghe, stop joking. Oh, Su Yao, why are you blushing? They are both unmarried. What is the issue? Lin Feng turned away, noticing the middle-aged man from earlier, now looking at him with a face full of surprise. Who are you? And what brings you to Phoenix Mountain? Sensing Lin Feng's hostility, the man hurriedly produced an identification badge. Young man, I cannot disclose my identity. But once you see this badge, you shall understand. Lin Feng, puzzled, cautiously accepted the badge, which bore a resplendent national emblem. 749 Bureau. Colonel Gu Chenyang? Isn't this the department from the film 749 Bureau? Lin Feng wore a puzzled expression. Could it be that the stories depicted in the movie were based on actual events? Indeed, Gu Chenyang nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, we would have faced complete ruin. As the head of the Qincheng branch of the 749 Bureau, Gu Chenyang had received intelligence about treasures hidden in Phoenix Mountain and had come to investigate, only to unexpectedly encounter a monstrous creature. Colonel Gu, what was that monster? I've never seen anything like it. Lin Feng exclaimed. It was a Ji, Gu Chenyang replied. A Ji? Lin Feng inquired with curiosity. The Shanhai Jing describes the Ji as resembling a cow, with a dark, almost black hue, a single horn, and a body covered in thick black fur, its hide robust enough to be fashioned into armor. Despite Gu Chenyang's decades of experience handling the bizarre and the extraordinary, he could not fathom how such a colossal beast could exist in Phoenix Mountain. Youth, may I see that pearl? Gu Chenyang asked, noticing Lin Feng's hesitation. Rest assured, I only wish to examine it, I mean no harm. Lin Feng silently mused that such words were often sweetly spoken, yet behind them lay insincerity. Who could be trusted in a world where even one's life was not one's own? Nevertheless, Lin Feng handed over the pearl, intrigued to discover what made it unique. Gu Chenyang scrutinized the pearl for a considerable time, yet could discern nothing extraordinary about it. It appeared to be an ordinary bead. However, he understood in his heart that this pearl was undoubtedly remarkable. He yearned to take it back for thorough examination. Lin Feng, sensing Gu Chenyang's intentions, swiftly reclaimed the pearl. Colonel Gu, if there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. The recent commotion would surely attract nearby attention, and Lin Feng wished to avoid being seen. Oh, Gu Chenyang's face showed reluctance, but he nodded in agreement. He then produced his phone and dialed a number to arrange for the situation to be handled. At that moment, Lin Feng was besieged by countless questions. He was eager to understand why Su Yao had been able to subdue the monster. Why did the creature fear her? What was the nature of the light surrounding Su Yao? And why had the monster bestowed the pearl upon her? Chapter 60. The shy woman Lin Feng hastily brought Su Yao back to his home. He guided her to the sofa, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Su Yao, do you feel unwell anywhere? Feeling flustered under his gaze, Su Yao's cheeks flushed slightly. I feel perfectly fine, Xiao Feng. Please don't look at me like that. Qing He is still here. With a bashful demeanor, she spoke softly. Just pretend I'm invisible. I'll go take a shower. Zhao Qing He feigned closing her eyes and promptly ascended to the second floor. Lin Feng finally regained his senses, scratching his head in mild embarrassment. He hurriedly filled a cup with hot water from the dispenser and prepared a cup of tea for Su Yao. Su Yao, what on earth happened up on the mountain? I don't know, she replied, reflecting on the perilous moment. When I saw you in danger, I rushed out without thinking, convinced that you must not come to harm. The recollection of the earlier crisis sent a shiver of fear through her. Where had she found such courage? Deep down, she had already accepted Lin Feng, and the memory of her initiating a kiss made her cheeks flush with warmth. Lin Feng, still pondering Su Yao's peculiar behavior, suddenly noticed her face was flushed, stirring a sense of concern within him. Su Yao, are you all right? Lost in her bliss, Su Yao barely registered his words. Lin Feng, taken aback, raised his voice while reaching out to touch her cheek. Su Yao, what is wrong? Startled, Su Yao gasped softly, causing the steaming tea in her hand to spill. Unfortunately, she was wearing the new dress Lin Feng had bought for her. It burns, she cried, the scalding liquid splashing onto her leg, eliciting a yelp of pain. Caught off guard, Lin Feng quickly seized a tissue from the table to dab at the wound on her pale leg, which was already marked with a vivid red. No, Su Yao exclaimed in a flurry, pushing Lin Feng away, her face a portrait of shyness as she thought. How could you act so carelessly? Stay still, Lin Feng commanded, his tone imbued with a commanding authority that brooked no dissent. Su Yao, who usually scolded Lin Feng, found him to be as compliant as a lamb in that moment. He swiftly retrieved a first aid kit and procured a cotton swab along with burn ointment. Gently lifting the hem of her dress, he applied the ointment to the burn. His touch tender. Ah, be gentle, she winced. Lin Feng leaned down, softly blowing on the injured area while carefully spreading the ointment. Meanwhile, Zhao Qinghe had just emerged from her bath when she heard Su Yao's cries from downstairs, her ears burning and her expression shifting in surprise. Peeking down cautiously, her face flushed with embarrassment as she witnessed the scene unfolding below. Oh, she nearly gasped, hastily covering her mouth, feeling a mix of shame and irritation. She had assumed they were merely acquaintances, but the reality was far more intimate. As Lin Feng finished applying the ointment, he wrapped Su Yao's leg with gauze. For the next few days, avoid bathing to prevent any risk of infection, he instructed. Su Yao nodded obediently, her heart racing with excitement and embarrassment. Too shy to meet Lin Feng's gaze. This was utterly mortifying. After placing the first aid kit aside and scrutinizing their position, Lin Feng realized how intimate it appeared. Kneeling before her, cradling her delicate leg, his face flushed and his neck grew warm. Shall I carry you back to your room? He offered. Lin Feng hurriedly rose to his feet, lifting Su Yao into his arms in a princess carry. No need. This minor injury is nothing. I can manage the stairs on my own, Su Yao replied. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze and hastily tugged at her skirt to cover the burn. Thud, thud, thud. In the stillness of the living room, the only sound was the rapid beating of their hearts. Lin Feng felt an unprecedented sensation within him. His heart raced, and his hands trembled. At that moment, Su Yao looked up and saw Zhao Qinghe, wrapped in a bath towel, standing above them, gazing intently. Their eyes met, and Zhao Qinghe's mouth fell open in surprise. Instantly, Su Yao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She quickly yanked her skirt down over her legs and extricated herself from Lin Feng's embrace, standing on the floor. Qinghe, Su Yao stammered, overwhelmed with emotion and momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Feng turned to glance back, momentarily taken aback, realizing that their intimate position had undoubtedly been witnessed by Zhao Qinghe. An awkward scratch of his head followed. Qinghe, Su Yao accidentally scalded herself with tea. I was just treating her wound. Since you finished your shower, could you help Su Yao change? Zhao Qinghe's expression shifted slightly, a strained smile forming on her face as the misunderstanding dissolved. Oh, is it serious? Should we go to the hospital? She asked, hurrying down the stairs in slippers, scrutinizing Su Yao from head to toe. Where did you burn yourself? On my leg, Su Yao replied, her embarrassment palpable. On your leg? Zhao Qinghe looked puzzled. Is it on your thigh? Could you help me up? Su Yao, blushing deeply, placed her hand on Zhao Qinghe's shoulder. The awkwardness was suffocating, and Lin Feng longed for a crevice to hide himself in. Yet, witnessing Su Yao's shyness brought him a sense of joy. Su Yao, take this bead with you. After taking a few steps, Lin Feng felt the bead still nestled in his pocket. Su Yao accepted it, a wave of comfort washing over her as the pain from her burn significantly diminished. She clutched the bead tightly, pressing it against her chest. This bead is truly remarkable. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Feng felt as if he were in a dream. In just a few days, his life had undergone a staggering transformation, something he had never dared to imagine. He pulled out his phone and gazed at the treasure hunting app, a sense of yearning stirring within him for what surprises might lie ahead. Upon opening the app, Lin Feng noticed a red dot. What does this red dot signify? The location matched his own. Could there be a hidden treasure in the house? Oddly, there were no prompt notifications this time. Lin Feng paced around the living room. Yet the red dot remained steadfast in its position. He closed the app and reopened it, only to find the same result. After much contemplation, he was still left without a clue. Brother Tongzi, why not take a stroll? What could this possibly mean? Lin Feng repeatedly called out to the system in his mind. Yet the system, with its distinctive personality, remained unresponsive. 3 days swiftly passed, and upon returning home from a shopping trip with Su Yao, Lin Feng had barely settled when he received a peculiar phone call. Lin Feng, hasten to the ruins of Nian City, or your woman will lose her life. Hello? You must have dialed the wrong number. Chen Hui is in my possession. Do you truly believe I made a mistake? Chen Hui? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, recalling the woman who drove the Maserati. Had something happened to Chen Hui? Chapter 61. Are you insane? What concern is your wife to me? Nian City lay shrouded in mist, enveloped in an eerie silence that starkly contrasted with the bustling metropolis. Once the old county seat of Liang, it had succumbed to the ravages of urban development, now reduced to a desolate wasteland. Crumbling buildings loomed darkly, illuminated only by spotlights that failed to penetrate the shadows within Qin Yunshan's heart. Qin Yunshan's surgery had been remarkably successful. He had intended to revel in his triumph before his wife, only to be confronted with a disquieting revelation that no man could bear. His cold gaze turned fierce, resembling a furious beast poised to strike at its prey. Before him stood a woman bound to a pillar, his wife, Chen Hui. A tumult of love and hatred, rage and humiliation swirled within him. Never had Qin Yunshan imagined that his wife would bestow upon him the unbearable humiliation of infidelity, especially with his sworn enemy. This indignity was intolerable. What do you intend to do, Qin Yunshan? Chen Hui awoke, bewildered and terrified, having been inexplicably taken captive. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out, struggling to comprehend why Qin Yunshan would treat her in such a manner. Had he discovered her one-night affair with Lin Feng? Yet what of it? Their marriage had long been a mere formality, and Qin Yunshan himself had numerous affairs. Qin Yunshan sneered, his gaze malevolently fixed on Chen Hui. You will soon find out. Lin Feng, you had better hurry, otherwise, your woman will be lost. His voice echoed ominously through the desolate ruins, instilling a chilling fear. Chen Hui, with swollen eyes and trembling body, thought of Lin Feng, hoping he would come to her rescue. Alas, Qin Yunshan had succumbed to madness, blinded by hatred and devoid of reason. At that moment, Lin Feng had just entered his home when the call came. To spare Su Yao from anxiety, he concocted an excuse to step out for a pack of cigarettes. Standing on the street outside the community, he could not conceal his fury. Qin Yunshan, have you lost your mind? Chen Hui is your wife. Do as you wish with her. It is of no concern to me. Lin Feng was genuinely astonished to discover that Chen Hui was, in fact, Qin Yunshan's wife. It appeared that the situation had become rather precarious. Lin Feng, you cannot shirk responsibility. You dared to lay hands on me and toy with my wife. Do you truly believe I would let you off the hook? Now, I offer you a singular opportunity. Bring one person to ruin, or you shall be the one to collect Chen Hui's remains. Qin Yunshan's voice thundered through the phone, reverberating in Lin Feng's ears. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Lin Feng's mouth. It was outrageous that Qin Yunshan would resort to using Chen Hui as leverage against him. Although Chen Hui had once shared a fleeting romance with Lin Feng, it had merely been a mutual arrangement. Qin Yunshan, you are nothing but a mad dog. He retorted. You had better hurry. Chen Hui cannot withstand much longer. Qin Yunshan's voice dripped with cold menace, brimming with insanity. Lin Feng ended the call, a flicker of turmoil flashing in his eyes. Qin Yinshan had lost all reason and was capable of any atrocity. He needed a foolproof plan. Although Chun Hui was no longer his concern, he could not bear the thought of her demise due to his actions. Upon returning to his car, he sped towards Grinding City, his mind consumed with thoughts of Chun Hui's alluring figure and Qin Yinshan's blatant threats. This venture could very well be a matter of life and death. Grinding City, perched atop a high platform, resembled a solitary island. The only access routes lay to the east and north, creating an imposing stronghold. As Lin Feng approached the base of the city, Qin Yinshan quickly spotted him. Ascending the long slope towards Grinding City, Lin Feng soon arrived at the ruins of an abandoned factory. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply to steady his frazzled nerves. Upon entering the derelict building, he beheld Qin Yinshan seated on the second floor, with Chun Hui bound to a pillar beside him. Lin Feng's gaze fixated on Chun Hui, whose complexion was ashen and devoid of color. The moment she laid eyes on Lin Feng, a spark of hope ignited within her. She had not anticipated that he would truly come to her rescue. She struggled in excitement, though her mouth was muffled with a cloth. Lin Feng, you truly dare to show up. Qin Yinshan sneered, glancing over Lin Feng's shoulder and noting the absence of any companions. His expression was one of triumphant derision, suffused with a frenzied hatred. Lin Feng extinguished his cigarette and responded coldly, "Release her. Direct your grievances toward me." Qin Yinshan erupted into laughter. "Toward you? Who do you think you are? Or do you admit that you are responsible for my plight?" The rancor in Qin Yinshan's eyes was palpable. As he recalled his own misfortunes, it was as though he were not the one driving, but rather, someone else was at the wheel. Initially, he had reveled in his newfound status, having traded his bicycle for a luxury car, only to find that the vehicle belonged to another. As he spoke, Qin Yinshan slowly approached Chun Hui, drawing a gleaming dagger. The cold blade pressed against her cheek, inciting sheer terror in her wide eyes as she writhed and struggled desperately. "Do not harm her," Lin Feng shouted, rushing forward instinctively. Upon reaching the staircase, a group of individuals wielding clubs emerged from the corner. "Ha ha, Lin Feng, are you not known for your prowess in combat? I am eager to witness your true capabilities." Qin Yinshan had specially brought along dozens of bodyguards, all seasoned fighters from martial arts academies, each a master in their own right. Lin Feng cast a glance at them, his gaze instantly sharpening with intensity. Taking a deep breath to loosen his muscles, he inquired, "Qin Yinshan, what exactly do you intend to do?" A cruel smile crept across Qin Yinshan's lips. His serpent-like eyes fixated on Lin Feng, filled with a desire to see him utterly destroyed. "Lin Feng, I am aware that you took the Jade Stone." As he spoke, he pressed a dagger against Chun Hui's throat. Lin Feng remained composed, refraining from making a hasty move, for Chun Hui was in his grasp, and he wanted to avoid alarming the snake. "What Jade Stone? Humph, do not attempt to deny it." Qin Yinshan's voice carried a hint of madness. Lin Feng let out a cold chuckle, a look of disdain upon his face, his eyes glinting with contempt. "Qin Yinshan, are you implying that you stole my ancient jade and I am not entitled to reclaim it? What audacity you possess." Qin Yinshan's expression turned ferocious as he waved his hand. "Attack! Break his 3 legs. I want him to suffer beyond measure." With Qin Yinshan's furious command, the black-clad men on the first floor swiftly surrounded Lin Feng. In the face of the rushing adversaries, Lin Feng exhibited no fear. In a narrow confrontation, the brave prevails. The one who draws first blood shall triumph. Lin Feng was the first to strike, his figure flickering like a specter amidst the crowd. His fists like a dragon surging through the river, swiftly knocking several men to the ground. Though he initially caught the black-clad fighters off guard, they quickly adapted their strategy, employing tactics of diversion and encirclement, utilizing all 36 stratagems. Lin Feng gradually felt the strain of the battle. From the second floor, Qin Yinshan observed with a triumphant grin, his dagger playfully gliding across Chun Hui's face. "You vile woman, dare to accuse me? Today, you will witness how I eliminate her, and soon. You shall have a companion on the road to the underworld. Rest assured, even in death, I will remain the daughter-in-law of the Qin family. And they shall pay dearly for this." Chun Hui gasped, her face pale, panic-stricken yet powerless, as she closed her eyes in terror. Chapter 62. Unable to capture the wolf without sacrificing the child. Seizing the opportune moment, Lin Feng delivered a powerful kick that sent a nearby black-clad fighter flying. Using the ground as leverage, He leapt towards the second floor with great force. Upon witnessing this, Qin Yunshan's face darkened, and he thrust his dagger towards Lin Feng, the blade glinting ominously in the dim light. Come at me. Lin Feng sidestepped gracefully, effortlessly evading the dagger's strike. Qin Yunshan, I've heard you've acquired a new toy. Is it still functional? How does it feel to wield it? The words struck at the very heart of Qin Yunshan's vulnerabilities, causing veins to bulge on his forehead and his countenance to darken further. I shall end your life. Qin Yunshan had never endured such humiliation, and in a fit of rage, he brandished his dagger, lunging once more at Lin Feng. Lin Feng silently chuckled, his eyes betraying a sense of disdain, perceiving him as nothing more than a jester. Praying mantis fist. Qin Yunshan bellowed, his left hand forming a fist while his right wielded the dagger towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng, taken aback by the old man's cunning feint, swiftly countered with a powerful thrust of his fists, exuding a momentum akin to a landslide directed at Qin Yunshan. Although momentarily halted, Qin Yunshan, a seasoned fighter, quickly regained his footing. The two became entangled in a fierce struggle, fists clashing against the dagger. True to his reputation as a martial arts master, Qin Yunshan seized a fleeting gap in Lin Feng's offense, executing a sudden shift in tactics as the dagger lunged at Lin Feng's throat from an unpredictable angle. Lin Feng reacted swiftly, arching his back and raising his knee sharply to strike Qin Yunshan in the abdomen. With a muffled grunt, Qin Yunshan staggered back. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng unleashed another fierce punch, propelled by a gust of wind, aimed directly at Qin Yunshan. Qin Yunshan's pupils dilated in alarm. He had not anticipated such a ferocious assault from Lin Feng. In a panic, he raised his arm to block. With a resounding crack, Qin Yunshan's arm shattered, the dagger clattering to the ground. Yet, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he swiftly retrieved a handgun from his waist. Die, he sneered, mercilessly pulling the trigger. Bang! In the nick of time, Lin Feng pivoted sharply, the bullet narrowly grazing the edge of his garment. Damn it, this scoundrel lacks martial integrity. Lin Feng, enraged and humiliated, surged forward with his left hand, seizing Qin Yunshan's wrist. You will perish, he proclaimed, twisting with force, eliciting a blood-curdling scream from Qin Yunshan as the handgun fell to the ground. In quick succession, Lin Feng delivered a spinning kick that struck Qin Yunshan squarely in the groin. Ah! Qin Yunshan howled in agony, collapsing to the ground, his body curling in distress. Lin Feng, with a decisive kick, sent him sprawling, and after a few futile struggles, Qin Yunshan lay still, brushing off the dust from his attire. Lin Feng turned to Chen Hui. Ripping away the cloth binding her mouth, he inquired with genuine concern, Sister Hui, are you unharmed? Tears glistened in Chen Hui's eyes as she shook her head. Lin Feng, you must leave quickly. Just as Lin Feng helped her to her feet, she forcefully pushed him away. Suddenly, a sinister laughter echoed from behind. Lin Feng, did you truly believe you could defeat me? Qin Yunshan brandished a remote control in his hand, eliciting a pang of alarm in Lin Feng's heart. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, a shrill alarm sounded from Chen Hui's body. Lin Feng, flee at once. I have a bomb. Chen Hui sobbed, using her body to shove Lin Feng aside. A bomb. Lin Feng exclaimed in shock. Lin Feng never anticipated that Qin Yunshan had truly gone mad. As Qin Yunshan slowly advanced, Lin Feng retreated step by step, a flicker of disdain crossing his gaze. Qin Yunshan, you are truly amusing. She is your wife. Do you think I would care for her? Her demise is of no consequence to me. She belongs to you, so understand that clearly. If you have the guts, then go ahead. Anyone who hesitates is a coward. With that, Lin Feng lunged toward Qin Yunshan, attempting to seize the remote control from his grasp. You claim you wish to end her life. If you cannot bear to do it, allow me to assist you. Chen Hui's complexion instantly paled, disbelief etched across her features as Lin Feng uttered such words. A glimmer of despair flickered in her eyes, the last vestige of hope utterly shattered by Lin Feng's declaration. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly broke into a sly smile. Qin Yunshan appeared momentarily dazed, his finger hovering uncertainly over the remote control, unsure whether to press the button. Before he could regain his composure, Lin Feng swiftly stepped forward and seized the remote from his hand. Qin Yunshan's eyes widened in disbelief. You're lying to me. Give me back the remote. He attempted to reclaim the device, but alas, he lacked the strength. Lin Feng scoffed, saying, Did you truly think I was indifferent to Sister Hui? You underestimate me far too much. I made that statement merely to lower your guard. With that, Lin Feng pressed the button on the remote, and the previously blaring alarm ceased abruptly. Chun Hui, now smiling through her tears, felt a flicker of hope rekindled within her. It's all right, Sister Hui. Lin Feng hurried forward to untie the ropes binding her, and Chun Hui immediately flung herself into his embrace, holding him tightly. Witnessing Lin Feng embrace his wife, Qin Yunshan spewed a mouthful of blood in despair. You scoundrel, don't you dare, before he could finish his sentence. Qin Yunshan collapsed to the ground, his face a mask of hopelessness. Lin Feng gently patted Chun Hui, who was weeping uncontrollably. I thought you no longer wanted me. I was frightened. Sister Hui, it was I who put you in danger. After speaking, Lin Feng lifted Chun Hui into his arms, casting a glance at the fallen Qin Yunshan before striding purposefully away from the ruins. Just after Lin Feng and Chun Hui departed, a shadow appeared beside Qin Yunshan. What a useless fool. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. With that, the figure dragged Qin Yunshan away into the night. Lin Feng initially intended to escort Chun Hui back to the provincial city, but her spirits were low and her emotions unstable. She had no desire to return. She wished to sever all ties with Qin Yunshan. Reluctantly, as night had fallen, Lin Feng sought a hotel and booked a presidential suite for her. As they entered the room, the atmosphere suddenly became charged with energy, as if a tempest was brewing. The wind howled and the horses neighed. Lin Feng, tell me the truth. Did you deliberately approach me last time? After a considerable time, Chun Hui nestled in Lin Feng's embrace and softly inquired. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, but eventually nodded. Sister, at that time, I was unaware of your true identity. I thought you were part of a deceitful scheme. What are you afraid of? Sister does not hold it against you. Chun Hui replied with a faint smile, lifting her head to plant a kiss on Lin Feng, her face devoid of any anger. Is that truly so, sister? You ought to express your gratitude to me. I have long wished to divorce Qin Yunshan. Yet due to familial pressure, our marriage has been a mere facade for many years. Speaking of her union with Qin Yunshan, Chun Hui's expression turned to one of profound disappointment. The Qin family, once flourishing, had succumbed to the demands of the Qin family, each party seeking their own advantage. Suddenly, the urgent ringing of a mobile phone interrupted their tender moment. Upon seeing the caller ID, Chun Hui's complexion changed drastically. What is it, sister? Why is father calling at this hour? Has something happened? Chapter 63. A great stir. Chun Hui typically maintained minimal contact with her family, having been coerced into a perilous situation by them. You stay put, brother. I'll take this call. Lin Feng chuckled, leaning against the headboard with his eyes closed. Father, do you not see the time? Are you still waking people up? Chun Hui feigned sleepiness, yawning and feigning irritation. Do you still have the luxury to sleep? It is your actions that have brought calamity upon the Qin family. Her father, Chun Guoqiang, replied with a frigid tone, laced with palpable resentment. Oh, father, why are you shouting in the middle of the night? What have I done? Chun Hui shifted position, her voice suddenly laced with a breathy tone as she shot a glare at Lin Feng. From her father's words, she sensed that the Qin family might have already approached the Qin family with troubles. As expected, Chun Guoqiang's next words delivered a staggering blow to Chun Hui. An hour earlier, Qin Yunshan had arrived at the Chun residence, seething with rage and intent. Son-in-law, what brings you here at such an hour? Chun Guoqiang had just begun a conversation with a female streamer, having lavished gifts upon her to secure his status as a top patron. Just as they were about to engage in a discussion about life, he received a call from Qin Yunshan, leaving him both startled and pleased. Though he felt a tinge of displeasure, the visit of his son-in-law surely indicated a matter of significance. What brings you here? You seem on the verge of a stroke. Chun Guoqiang's expression darkened. While the Qin family was not as formidable as the Qin family, they were nonetheless one of the four prominent clans of Qin City. It was only natural for any father-in-law to feel slighted by such blatant disrespect. Just as he was about to express his indignation, Qin Yunshan thrust his phone forward. Take a look for yourself. This is the consequence of your daughter's actions. Curiosity piqued, Chun Guoqiang took the phone and his expression immediately soured. The screen displayed a video of his daughter with an unfamiliar man. This cannot be. It is utterly impossible. Chun Hui would never do such a thing. The video is so clear. Do you still wish to deny it? Qin Yunshan's words left Chun Guoqiang speechless. The Qin family must provide me with an explanation. Otherwise, the Qin family will not spare the Qin family. Qin Yunshan seethed with rage, his anger seeking an outlet. Just then, the female streamer whom Chun Guoqiang had rewarded, clad in her sleepwear, walked in. Upon seeing her, Qin Yunshan's eyes glinted with desire. Ah, it appears my esteemed father-in-law has such tastes. Noticing Qin Yunshan's gaze, Chen Guoqiang gritted his teeth, realizing that one must take risks to reap rewards. Good son-in-law, I'm feeling unwell. I'll step out for a moment. Please take care of her for me, he said, turning to pull the streamer closer. Mosey, this is my son-in-law. He is a top-tier rich second generation. Let him look after you while I'm away. Mosey's eyes sparkled at this revelation. Chen Guoqiang, being aged and unattractive, would not have captivated her interest were it not for his generous gifts. In contrast, Qin Yunshan, young, accomplished, and handsome, was precisely the kind of prey she sought. Winning his favor could potentially lead her into a wealthy family. As Mosey fantasized about marrying into affluence, Qin Yunshan wasted no time, seizing her and pressing her onto the sofa. An hour later, the sound of urgent sirens pierced the air as an ambulance raced into the villa district, halting at Chen Guoqiang's doorstep. Chen Guoqiang's expression shifted, and he hurried back into the villa. Good son-in-law, what has happened? Qin Yunshan, with a smug look, licked his lips and plopped down onto the sofa. The patient is in the bedroom. You all must hurry and take her for treatment. The emergency medical personnel entered the bedroom, finding the bed stained with blood. Mosey lay pale, groaning in distress. It hurts, that guy is a beast. The doctor rushed forward, pulling back the covers, and gasped in shock. Good heavens, this is serious. Thankfully, there was no immediate threat to her life, but she had suffered severe lacerations and needed to be taken back for sutures. Chen Guoqiang's face darkened. Was this truly the act of a human being? This was utterly outrageous. Qin Yunshan scoffed, leaving with a warning. If the Chen family does not provide the Qin family with a satisfactory response, prepare to face our wrath. Chen Hui's expression changed. She had not anticipated Qin Yunshan would resort to such villainy. Dad, things are not as you think. Chen Guoqiang interrupted her sharply. I don't care what happens. You need to come back immediately. Frustrated, he could only vent his anger on his daughter. Chen Hui quickly sat up and dressed. Brother, I'm heading back now. Once I handle things at home, I will spend time with you. Lin Feng shook his head, fearing the situation was more complicated than it appeared. Sister Hui, let me accompany you back. Perhaps I can be of assistance. No more. It is best that you do not involve yourself in this matter. I can handle it well on my own. Chen Hui wished to spare Lin Feng any trouble, for the Qin family was no mere lamb. If Lin Feng were drawn into this, he would undoubtedly find himself in great difficulty. As she spoke, she gave Lin Feng a gentle kiss. Do not worry, sister. Once this matter is resolved, I shall be a free person, and I will warm your bed every night. Lin Feng's face flushed slightly as he embraced Chen Hui. Sister Hui, remember, if you encounter any difficulties, you must tell me. Chen Hui's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her heart overwhelmed with emotion. She had not anticipated that this seemingly innocent young man could be so deeply devoted to her. Shifting her grip, she wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck and tilted her head to kiss his lips. The kiss carried a hint of saltiness mingled with sweetness, and they held each other tightly, only parting after a lengthy moment. You must be tired. Sleep a little longer. I can return on my own. Lin Feng smiled, licking his lips and gently brushing aside a strand of Chen Hui's hair. Allow me to escort you home. I cannot bear to leave you alone. After more than an hour, Lin Feng drove to Qin City, where the Chen family's villa was situated by the riverside in the western part of the city. Chen Hui looked back at Lin Feng with reluctance, and after taking a few steps, she turned and ran back towards him. A deep kiss followed. As she walked away, glancing back 3 times, she slowly made her way to the Chen family villa. Lin Feng stood rooted to the spot, surprised by Chen Hui's boldness to act so freely at her own doorstep. Once he saw her enter the villa, he finally returned to his car. As he drove away, a pair of eyes on the 3rd floor of the villa withdrew their gaze. Follow that vehicle, you know what to do. Understood. Watching his daughter kiss Lin Feng stirred an unsettling feeling within Chen Guoqiang, who spoke into the phone with a tone laced with malice. Almost immediately, a black sedan sped out from beside the villa. Kid, if you dare to steal a woman from the Qin family, do not blame me. Inside the black car sat a gaunt figure, with beady eyes glinting with malicious intent. Hey Huang, catch up to that lad, and find a way to force him into the river. Got it. Chapter 64. Life and Death on the Highway. Lin Feng drove alone, suddenly noticing a bright light following closely behind him. In the stillness of the night, the road was nearly devoid of vehicles. Initially, he thought little of it, leisurely listening to music. However, after 10 minutes, the The vehicle remained steadfastly behind him. Intentionally, Lin Feng slowed his speed, only to find that the other car mirrored his actions. Without warning, he pressed the accelerator, and the red flag SUV surged forward like a wild stallion. After traveling 20 or 30 kilometers, a smirk crept across Lin Feng's lips. This pursuer is quite amusing, brazenly tailing me. At that moment, the highway was empty. Lin Feng slammed on the brakes, quickly engaging the handbrake, causing the SUV to spin and come to a halt in the middle lane. The headlights illuminated the rear. As the black sedan gradually slowed down, its windows darkened. Lin Feng stepped out of the vehicle, arms crossed, casting a cold gaze at the opposing car. The door swung open, revealing a slender man clad in black athletic gear. His eyes sharp and penetrating. "You possess quite the audacity to halt your vehicle, little one. Merely a mouse, yet you dare to follow me. Speak. Why are you tailing me?" Lin Feng retrieved a cigarette, placing one between his lips. The man smirked, a mysterious smile playing at his lips. "Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that you have provoked someone you ought not to have." Lin Feng furrowed his brows, realizing that in such a short span, the Chen family had discerned his presence. "Is that so? Do you truly believe you can intimidate me?" The mouse-eyed man let out a chilling laugh. "Just you? I could crush you with a single foot." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the mouse-eyed man lunged forward, akin to a bolt of lightning piercing the night, striking towards Lin Feng with blinding speed. Lin Feng, taken aback for a moment, flicked away the cigarette butt and deftly leaped to the side. The mouse-eyed man missed his target and executed a swift somersault in midair, landing gracefully. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He had not anticipated Lin Feng's agility. "Well, I did not expect you to possess such skill. It seems I must take you seriously. Oh, I have more than just a few tricks up my sleeve. You remain blissfully unaware of my capabilities." Without hesitation, the mouse-eyed man launched another assault, his fists charged with vigor, striking fiercely towards Lin Feng. "Dodge!" Lin Feng shouted, effortlessly parrying the man's punch with a swift palm strike, immediately following up with a kick aimed at the man's abdomen. The mouse-eyed man reacted swiftly, leaping backward to evade Lin Feng's attack. "Oh, I must say, your speed is rather impressive for a mouse-eyed fellow." Lin Feng began to regard him with newfound respect, seizing the opportunity to hone his own skills. A lethal strike was still somewhat foreign to him. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their movements a blur on the highway. What on earth? Are these two lunatics fighting on the freeway? Hey, is this the police? There are people brawling in the middle of the highway. What the hell? Stopping in the middle of the road at this hour? Are they seeking death? Several vehicles passed by, their drivers slowing down to vocally berate the two fighters. The mouse-eyed man unleashed a flurry of attacks, failing to graze even the hem of Lin Feng's clothing, while he himself endured several kicks from Lin Feng. Suddenly, the mouse-eyed man feigned a weakness, and as Lin Feng fell for the ruse, he swiftly drew a dagger from his waist, lunging it at Lin Feng. Lin Feng chuckled. Having anticipated the trickery, he quickly seized the man's wrist, twisting it forcefully. The dagger clattered to the ground. In the next moment, Lin Feng delivered an elbow strike, sending the mouse-eyed man crashing to the ground. A man lay on the ground, panting heavily, with a glimmer of unwillingness in his eyes. "You are impressive, but today's affair is far from over." With that, he swiftly rose and drove away. Lin Feng brushed off the dust from his clothes and returned to his vehicle. "Humph, you dare to hope for a next time? Next time, I shall cut you down." After fastening his seatbelt, he pressed the accelerator. With a whoosh, the SUV spun 180 degrees on the spot, and Lin Feng felt his body lean back, an intense sensation of propulsion surging through him. The vehicle instantly accelerated to 180 miles per hour, akin to a bullet being fired from a cannon, and in the blink of an eye, he closed the gap on the black sedan. The navigation indicated that there were no cameras along this stretch of road. Lin Feng showed no signs of deceleration, and upon seeing Lin Feng closing in, the man in the sedan quickly swerved onto the emergency lane, terrified. The SUV sped past him, nearly causing the man to lose control in fright. A lunatic, an absolute lunatic. After cursing Lin Feng, he slammed on his brakes, narrowly avoiding a collision. Lin Feng chuckled and pressed the gas pedal, departing at high speed, leaving the man fuming, his face turning purple as he pounded the steering wheel. "Damn it. If I had known, I would have brought that tank out to run you over." By the time Lin Feng returned to the seaside residence, it was already 8 in the morning. He did not head straight home upon arriving in Liang, but rather circled the county several times to ensure he was not being followed before slowly driving into the Haitian community. Upon entering, he spotted Su Yao seated in the living room. "Sister-in-law, I'm back." "Xiao Feng, you're back. You must be hungry, right?" Lin Feng then noticed several plates turned upside down on the dining table. Without a doubt, beneath them lay the delicious dishes Su Yao had prepared specifically for him. The thought of it filled his heart with joy. "Yes, I'm starving. What delectable treats have you prepared for me?" He approached the dining table, lifting a couple of plates to reveal 4 dishes underneath. They remained untouched, as Su Yao had been waiting for Lin Feng to return home to serve them. There were sour and spicy shredded potatoes, braised pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and stewed chicken pieces, all of Lin Feng's favorites. Though the food had cooled, it did nothing to quell his appetite. Just as he reached out to grab some food, a small hand slapped down on his wrist. "It's all cold now. Let me heat it up for you." Su Yao shot him a disapproving glance, her expression a mix of playful annoyance, before she took the plates to the kitchen. Soon, the sound of utensils clashing filled the air. Lin Feng smiled softly, shedding his outerwear and taking a seat at the dining table. Suddenly, a stone thudded to the ground, startling him. He then recalled that it was the stone he had brought back from Zhao Jingyi last time. "Xiao Feng, the food is heated. Come eat. Please help me put this stone away. It's inconvenient to carry around." As Su Yao grasped the stone, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her. "This stone feels so endearing. Where did you acquire it?" She held it in her hands, gazing at it repeatedly, unable to part with it. "I obtained it from Boss Zhao. It might very well be a treasure." The more Su Yao looked, the more she cherished it, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from it. "This must be worth quite a fortune, right?" "Who knows?" Lin Feng replied, popping a piece of braised pork into his mouth. "Wow, this is absolutely delicious. At your age? Go wash your hands." Lin Feng chuckled, making a playful face before darting off to the bathroom. Su Yao brushed her hair back, her face radiant with a blissful smile. She shared a knowing smile that left Lin Feng mesmerized. Lin Feng shook the droplets of water from his hands and approached the dining table, devouring his meal with gusto. "Why the rush? No one is competing with you. Your cooking is so delightful. Eating slowly would feel like a disservice to your efforts. Aren't you going to eat?" "Why aren't you eating?" Halfway through his ravenous feast, Lin Feng suddenly noticed Su Yao's troubled expression, and his heart sank. Has something happened? Chapter 65. Do such relatives exist? Just then, the doorbell rang. Lin Feng paused, having not informed anyone of his new address after purchasing the house. Who could it be so early in the morning? Su Yao quickly rose, stashing the stone away, and hurriedly opened the door. A moment later, a middle-aged woman and a young man followed her inside. Lin Feng's expression shifted slightly upon seeing them. They were Su Yao's stepmother and her cousin. He had previously heard Su Yao mention borrowing money from her family to pay for her brother's medical bills. He had asked his sister-in-law, and Su Yao had assured him that the debt had long been repaid. At the time, he hadn't paid much attention. "Xiaofeng, my stepmother and Taozi are here. Quickly fetch them a glass of water." Lin Feng greeted them and turned to the refrigerator, retrieving 2 bottles of drinks for the guests. "It's hot. A refreshing drink will quench your thirst." "Well, I didn't come here for a drink. I'm here to inquire when you will repay the money you owe us." The stepmother brusquely pushed aside the drink Lin Feng offered, her expression one of disdain. It felt as though a creditor had come to demand repayment. Showing no regard for familial ties, she seemed less like Su Yao's stepmother and more akin to a stern uncle. "Mother, didn't I repay the money I borrowed from you long ago?" Su Yao asked, her face a mask of confusion as she gazed at her stepmother, wondering if she had forgotten. To repay her stepmother's debt, Su Yao had scrimped and saved, denying herself even a single new piece of clothing. Over 2 years, she had managed to repay the 8,000 yuan debt, a remarkable feat for a woman from the countryside. "Haha, what you repaid was merely the interest. The principal remains unpaid." The stepmother pouted, plopping herself down in a chair and glancing at the spread on the table. "So, you've become prosperous now? Living a good life, yet you won't even settle this small debt?" When the loan was initially taken, the terms were clearly established, a 5% interest rate, with interest to be repaid first. Upon calculation, I found that the 80,000 you have repaid merely covers the interest. What remains is the principal. Aunt Su Yao then produced an A4 sheet, which was the original loan agreement. It bore Su Yao's signature and fingerprint. Lin Feng examined the document, noting it was filled with haphazard writing. "Aunt, wasn't it agreed upon that the annual interest was 5%? How has it transformed into a monthly rate of 5%? Su Yao expressed disbelief, as the terms were entirely different from what had been conveyed. The distinction between monthly and annual interest, though a mere word apart, was fundamentally significant. Aunt swiftly snatched the agreement back, coldly stating, "According to the terms of the document, you owe me a total of $220,000. Considering your plight as a widow, I shall only demand the principal of $80,000 as an act of kindness. At your young age, instead of seeking a good family, you cling to that deceased husband, burdened with a child. However, should you agree to my terms, I shall waive this debt. Contemplate it." Su Yao's expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated such behavior from her own aunt. "Sister, if you cannot repay the money, this villa will belong to us. It will serve as my marital home, as I am to be wed shortly." Her cousin, Su Tao, entered the room, his eyes immediately fixating on the villa. He discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with his mother, both of them comprehending the implication. Lin Feng finally grasped their intentions. They were coveting the house. With a disdainful scoff, Lin Feng's gaze turned cold and fierce. "Your calculations are rather audacious. If I were to call the police, you would be guilty of extortion. Do you truly believe we are fools for taking that fraudulent loan agreement at face value? I assure you, no one shall bully Su Yao." Lin Feng was astonished by the sheer greed displayed by the two. They had borrowed $80,000 and claimed to have repaid over $90,000, yet insisted that it was merely interest. This was more terrifying than online loans. It was a blatant act of usury. He was confident that, should the matter reach the court, such unlawful lending would not be upheld. Aunt Su Yao wore a look of disdain. "Su Yao, I was merely trying to help you, and yet you wish to default on your debt? How could you act in such a manner? The terms are clearly written. I am not afraid of involving the authorities." However, despite her words, her tone lacked conviction. With reddened eyes, Su Yao bit her lip, unable to fathom how familial bonds could crumble under the weight of monetary concerns. Initially, Lin Feng believed that, as Su Yao's aunt, they were family and that money was a trivial matter. With several million in his pocket, giving her a sum of 10 to 20,000 seemed inconsequential. Nevertheless, witnessing their brazen demeanor, Lin Feng slammed his palm on the table. "I advise you not to overstep your bounds. If you continue to raise your voices, I will not hesitate to call the authorities. Out of respect for my sister-in-law, I have been patient with you, but do not mistake my tolerance for weakness." Upon hearing this, Su Yao's stepmother's expression turned exceedingly grim, her eyes betraying a sense of panic. In that moment, Su Yao found herself engulfed in turmoil, torn between her family and their unreasonable demands. Such avarice was truly reprehensible. Unable to tolerate this any longer, Su Yao had never before encountered relatives so insatiably greedy. Initially, she had harbored gratitude towards her stepmother, for it was she who had offered assistance in her time of need. Yet, the agreed-upon annual interest had morphed into monthly interest, and despite repaying over $90,000, she claimed it was all merely interest. This was a reality Su Yao struggled to accept. Her pent-up anger could find no outlet, manifesting instead as silent tears cascading down her cheeks. Lin Feng, witnessing his sister-in-law's distress, felt a pang of sympathy and wished to alleviate her burden. "Sister-in-law, how much did you borrow from her? I shall repay it now." His words warmed Su Yao's heart. "I borrowed $80,000 in total, and I have already repaid over $90,000. Upon hearing Lin Feng's intention to settle the debt, the mother and son exchanged glances of delight, though they spoke with a tone laced with sarcasm. "You intend to repay? With what resources? If it weren't for your burdensome presence, Su Yao wouldn't be in this predicament. Had you heeded my advice, she would have long been living in a mansion and driving a fine car." Lin Feng dismissed their taunts, calmly requesting their account number. He promptly transferred a sum of money. "Please confirm receipt. From this moment forth, we are square." Su Tao hastily opened his phone, and upon seeing the notification, his face lit up with excitement. A sum of 100,000 had indeed been credited. The ease of acquiring such funds astonished him. Why only 100,000? Su Tao's expression twisted with anger. Previously, it was 100,000. Now it must be at least 300,000. Since Lin Feng can readily produce 100,000, surely he has more to spare. This opportunity is fleeting. What? Wasn't it agreed upon as 80,000? How did it escalate to 300,000? Su Yao shouted in outrage. "What more do you want from us?" Lin Feng, pocketing his phone, darkened his expression. "Take the 100,000 and leave. If you do not depart, you shall forfeit this sum as well. Do you dare to challenge me to call the authorities?" Confronted by their despicable demeanor, Lin Feng had managed to maintain his composure. "Sister-in-law, such relatives are better left behind." He seized the promissory note and tore it to shreds. Su Yao, overwhelmed, could not contain her tears. With a sudden burst of emotion, she wept. Even the strongest of hearts can break under such pressure. Lin Feng hurriedly enveloped her in his embrace, offering her solace. In times of poverty, no one in the bustling city cares. In wealth, distant relatives emerge from the mountains. An ancient saying echoed through his mind, true through the ages. The stepmother, seeing the 100,000 had indeed been transferred, leisurely took a sip of her drink. Lin Feng shot her a piercing glare, his expression devoid of warmth. Take the money and leave. Individuals like you are not welcome here. Su Yao, look at your uncle, speaking to your stepmother in such a manner. Sister, the matter of money is settled. Now let us discuss the house. We are entitled to half of it. Chapter 66. Will you promise me one thing, sister-in-law? A sly smile crept across Su Tao's face. Money was trivial, but the house was their true objective. The house. Lin Feng and Su Yao exchanged astonished glances. Since Su Yao had not remarried, she was entitled to half of the Lin family's estate. As Su Yao's maternal family, what belonged to her was rightfully theirs. Thus they decided to move in. Indeed, what belongs to Su Yao is ours. My son is about to marry. This place will serve perfectly as a marital abode. Yes, it's just right with 2 floors. Although the second floor is slightly smaller, we can endure that, while the spacious first floor will be yours. The mother and son harmonized as if they were the rightful owners. Lin Feng remained silent, casting a disdainful glance at the duo before looking at Su Yao. He promptly took out his phone and dialed Lu Yan. Hello, I need to report an intrusion. Someone is causing a disturbance in my home and attempting to seize my property. Lu Yan had just arrived at the station when she received Lin Feng's call, taken aback. It was evident that the Qin family had come to create trouble at Lin Feng's residence. She hastily approached her superior to report the situation. This is a serious matter. We cannot handle it alone. I will call the director immediately. You should go over and assess the situation and advise Lin Feng to remain calm. All right. I will take a team over. Please urge the director to dispatch assistance swiftly. With that, Lu Yan, accompanied by a dozen officers, rushed towards the Haitian community. What can the police do? This is merely a civil dispute. We haven't committed any illegal acts, so what is there to fear? Exactly. We've consulted attorneys. This is our rightful claim. Su Yao was rendered speechless. Do not be upset. The police will arrive shortly. Lin Feng continuously reassured Su Yao. Wishing to avoid further conversation with the pair, fearing he might lose his composure. He knew that a physical altercation would only deepen Su Yao's sorrow. Gently patting Su Yao's shoulder, he reminded her that it was a minor issue. The 100,000 was a trivial sum to him, and it would settle any perceived debts to them. Within 5 minutes, the sound of police sirens echoed from outside. Su Tao and her son's expressions shifted. They had not anticipated Lin Feng would actually report them. Lin Feng approached the door and swung it open. Lu Yan, armed and flanked by several officers, stormed in. Lin Feng, are you all right? Lu Yan inquired with concern. Where are they? Officer Lu, I am fine. They are still in the living room. Lu Yan strode confidently into the living room, her gaze shifting between Su Tao's family and Lin Feng. Her expression filled with confusion, as if questioning Lin Feng's inability to handle such a simple matter. Is this a jest? Upon seeing a dozen officers approach, Su Tao and her son sprang to their feet, trembling uncontrollably. Are you the ones attempting to seize Lin Feng's home? Lu Yan holstered her firearm, her demeanor icy as she confronted the duo. Su Tao, having experienced the world, straightened his chest and feigned composure. Officer, this is a family matter. We merely wish to reclaim our rightful share of the property. This is not unlawful, is it? Lu Yan scoffed. As far as I know, this house was recently purchased by Lin Feng. What connection do you have to it? Regarding your alleged debts, should you possess evidence, pursue it through legal channels instead of causing a disturbance at someone's home. At that moment, an array of sirens echoed from outside. As the chief arrived personally with his team, after understanding the situation, the chief solemnly warned the two, the property deed bears Lin Feng's name. Thus, this house belongs to him, with no ties to you. Concerning your claims of a share, we currently see no evidence. If you have proof, take him to court. They will consider your case. Now, you must leave this place immediately, and do not return to create further unrest. Su Tao and his mother turned pale. Not anticipating the situation would escalate to such proportions, Su Tao wished to argue, but upon meeting the chief's stern gaze, he swallowed his words. Had it not been for Su Yao's reputation, they would have already faced dire consequences. The mother and son departed, their earlier bravado extinguished. Lin Feng had intended to treat Lu Yin and the chief to a meal, but they declined due to their commitments. Lin Feng, I must take my leave. I am currently busy with several cases. I will reach out to you later. Please take care. As they watched Lu Yin depart, Su Yao's expression gradually returned to normal. All right, do not be upset. We have done right by them. I never imagined my stepmother would be such a person. In the face of money, people can easily lose their way. Let us not dwell on them. Lin Feng, having only partially finished his meal, felt his stomach grumbling once more. Let's go out for dinner. I will treat you to Western cuisine. Since their return, the two had yet to dine alone together. After years of hard work, Su Yao had always refrained from indulging herself. Now that Lin Feng had the time, he decided to treat her to a nice meal. Su Yao wiped the tears from her face and smiled softly. There is food at home. Why waste money? With that, she turned to the kitchen to prepare a meal. But Lin Feng gently pulled her back. We have money now. Why exhaust yourself? I would feel pain to see you struggle. Su Yao's cheeks flushed slightly. Feeling a bit shy? What nonsense are you talking about? Is cooking really that tiring? Lin Feng took Su Yao's hand and led her outside, heading straight for the Western restaurant on Lianhu Road. It was the only Western restaurant in Liang, primarily catering to couples and romantic dates. Upon entering the restaurant, the elegant music and soft lighting created a truly romantic atmosphere. Su Yao felt a bit shy as Lin Feng guided her, and they chose a window seat. The waiter promptly presented the menu. Lin Feng handed the menu to Su Yao. You order first. Choose whatever you desire. Su Yao took the menu and, upon seeing the prices listed, hesitated momentarily. After flipping through it for quite some time, she still could not decide on a dish. Lin Feng gently grasped her hand, his gaze filled with tender affection. Let us order the couple's set meal, accompanied by a bottle of red wine. Instantly, Su Yao's cheeks flushed, her heart racing with excitement. When the dishes arrived, the waiter introduced each one, leaving Su Yao's face feeling warm. The first dish, first encounter rose, which was nothing but French foie gras paired with raspberry sauce, its name sounding remarkably poetic. Next came love in the deep sea, pan-seared lobster with saffron cream sauce. Then, entwined in time, black truffle pasta with parma ham. Finally, eternal vow, molten chocolate cake served with vanilla ice cream. Naturally, no Western meal is complete without steak and foie gras. Once the dishes were served, Lin Feng expertly sliced the steak for Su Yao and poured her a glass of red wine. To our encounter, cheers, he exclaimed. Su Yao, unsure of what to say, raised her glass and clinked it with Lin Feng's. As they dined and conversed, the atmosphere grew lively, and Su Yao gradually relaxed, her face glowing with a smile of happiness. Lin Feng thoroughly enjoyed the meal. Upon reaching the bill, Su Yao felt a pang in her heart. 18,000 for a single meal. As long as I can dine with you, the cost is of no concern. Yet, we cannot spend so extravagantly. Even the richest will eventually run out of wealth. Do not worry. I have transferred 10 million to that card of yours. Eat and spend as you please. I intend to make you the happiest woman in the world. Su Yao's face flushed, and she playfully withdrew her hand from Lin Feng's grasp, feigning annoyance as she said, What are you saying? It sounds as if you intend to support me like I'm a mere trophy. Yet, inside, she felt a surge of joy. Hand in hand, Lin Feng and Su Yao strolled through the streets of Liang, sunlight cascading upon them, as if draping them in a golden veil. Lin Feng, promise me one thing. Will you? Suddenly, Su Yao turned to face Lin Feng, her expression serious. Lin Feng was taken aback, sensing the gravity of her demeanor. Was something significant about to unfold? Whatever it is, do tell. Whether it be one matter or 100, I shall comply. If you desire the stars from the sky, I shall ascend to fetch them for you, he vowed, patting his chest confidently. In his heart, no issue concerning Su Yao was trivial. Huh? Su Yao chuckled, giving Lin Feng a playful glare. Am I truly such a troublemaker? What I mean to say is, you are no longer a child. It is time to seek a proper career. We cannot live off our past. If you wish to continue your studies, let us pursue a master's degree together. You must promise me not to be led astray. Lin Feng suddenly realized, his anxious heart finally settled. So this was the situation. It had frightened him terribly. Just place your heart in your belly. No matter how wicked I may be, my affection for you is as unyielding as steel, steadfast, and unwavering. Su Yao playfully punched Lin Feng's shoulder with her small fist. You certainly have a sweet tongue. Lin Feng gazed deeply at Su Yao, retrieving a new bank card from his pocket. This is a new card I acquired using your ID. It contains 10 million. What? Why would you give me so much money? Su Yao exclaimed in shock. The 1 million on that card is for you to spend. Keep it and use it as you wish. No, 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 I don't want it. Do you dare refuse? Do you believe I will embrace you right here and kiss you? Su Yao glanced at the passers-by on the bustling street, quickly crossing her arms defensively while looking at Lin Feng. Xiao Feng, don't act recklessly. There are so many people watching. So what about this card? Lin Feng grinned proudly. Understanding Su Yao's stubborn nature, Lin Feng knew that once she made a decision, it would be difficult to alter. So he resorted to a mix of persuasion and coercion, swiftly slipping the card into her pocket. All right then, I will temporarily keep it for you. Just let me know whenever you need money. Su Yao said, feeling quite embarrassed, and Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Hand in hand, they walked down the vibrant street. At that moment, Lin Feng's phone rang. Upon answering, he heard Zhao Jingyi's voice, heavy with despair. Little brother, can you come keep me company? I want to talk to you. Perhaps Zhao Jingyi sounded profoundly disheartened, as if she had been crying. Lin Feng was taken aback, wondering what had happened to Zhao Jingyi. Why was she seeking him out? Was it merely for conversation? Lin Feng, are you there? Hearing Zhao Jingyi's sobs, Lin Feng sensed she must be facing a significant issue. So he did not overthink it. Sister Zhao, I'm here, go ahead. I'm about to return to Kyoto, and before I leave, I want to see you. Zhao Jingyi gathered her courage to express her longing to meet Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt something was amiss. Zhao Jingyi was returning to Kyoto, which did not mean she wouldn't visit again. Why the urgency to meet him? However, recalling their shared experiences in the secret room, Lin Feng felt a flutter of excitement. All right, I'll first take my sister-in-law home and then come over. After hanging up, Lin Feng candidly recounted the situation regarding Zhao Jingyi seeking him. You should go quickly. If it's something important from the boss, I can return by myself. Su Yao, ever understanding, urged Lin Feng to leave promptly. I'll take you back first. No matter how significant the matter, I can't let you walk such a distance alone. With that, he took Su Yao by the hand and headed toward the parking lot. Zhao Jingyi was not at Tianshang Rinjian, but at a new apartment on Donghuan Road. Following the address provided by Zhao Jingyi, Lin Feng quickly located the place. The door was slightly ajar as Lin Feng gently pushed it open. Sister Zhao? He called out, but received no response. The living room was in disarray, resembling the aftermath of a violent altercation. Observing the closed bedroom door, Lin Feng cautiously approached and gently opened it. There, he found Zhao Jingyi reclining on the bed, her expression vacant and lost. The room was a chaotic mess, with stuffed toys and various trinkets strewn across the floor. Sister Zhao, what has happened? Has the house been burglarized? Zhao Jingyi slowly lifted her head, her eyes swollen and red, her voice hoarse as she uttered, Lin Feng. With heartfelt urgency, she leaped into Lin Feng's embrace, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks as she clung to him tightly. Lin Feng, I want you to have me. I wish to give you my first. As she spoke, she began to frantically claw at his clothing like a distressed kitten. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly halted her actions. Sister Zhao, please don't do this. Tell me what has truly happened. With a sudden cry, Zhao Jingyi sobbed even more sorrowfully, shaking her head repeatedly. Last night, her father had called, using a commanding tone to force her to return to Kyoto, and had hastily advanced her wedding, seizing all her properties in Qin City. Despite her protests against the marriage, a fierce argument ensued, with her father threatening to send someone to abduct her if she refused to comply. In a fit of rage, Zhao Jingyi had wreaked havoc in her home. Lin Feng, I feel so hopeless. I do not wish to marry him. You must want me, don't you? Lin Feng understood that Zhao Jingyi was speaking out of anger. He gently patted her back, saying, Sister Zhao, do not act impulsively. Matters of marriage should not be taken lightly. You must first calm down. Zhao Jingyi raised her tear-streaked face to gaze at Lin Feng. I do not care. I only want you. Just then, Zhao Jingyi's phone rang, displaying an incoming call. After a moment's hesitation, she abruptly hung up. The phone rang again almost immediately. Sister Zhao, answer the call. It might be important, Lin Feng urged. Glancing at him, Zhao Jingyi slowly accepted the call. Jingyi, why did you hang up on me? Came a resentful male voice from the other end, as if Zhao Jingyi had no right to disconnect. Your father has informed you. Our wedding has been moved up. You must return to Kyoto immediately. The man spoke in an authoritative tone, causing Zhao Jingyi's expression to darken. Gritting her teeth, she replied defiantly, I will not return. What can you do about it? With that, she hung up the phone angrily. Lin Feng stroked Zhao Jingyi's hair, observing her irate demeanor, and sighed. Sister Zhao, if you do not wish to marry, then you should have a proper conversation with your family. There is no need to torment yourself like this. You know he is nothing but a hypocrite, a deceitful scoundrel. Zhao Jingyi was acutely aware that her fiancé harbored no genuine affection for her. Rather, he sought to exploit her for his own gain. Why did you inform your parents? Lin Feng inquired soothingly. Zhao Jingyi shook her head in despair. It is futile. Marriages within prominent families always prioritize profit over the happiness of women. As long as one marries for the sake of familial benefit, it matters not if the partner is akin to a swine. The marriage must proceed. This is the unyielding law of affluent clans, and it is the lament of women. Suddenly, an urgent series of knocks echoed through the room. Zhao Jingyi instinctively pulled away from Lin Feng, retreating a few steps. Lin Feng, startled, instinctively glanced towards the door. Zhao Jingyi, open the door. I know you are inside. Come back to Kyoto with us. A stranger's voice called from beyond the threshold. Overcome with fear, Zhao Jingyi clung to Lin Feng, who reassured her with a gentle pat. Do not be afraid. I will protect you. Chapter 68. Are you threatening me? Zhao Jingyi nodded, wiping away her tears. Lin Feng approached the door. Casting a final glance at Zhao Jingyi, their eyes meeting momentarily. With a decisive motion, he swung the door open, and an enchanting fragrance wafted in. Almost instantly, a woman, mimicking the act of knocking, tumbled into Lin Feng's embrace. Ah! She exclaimed, raising her hand to slap him. Lin Feng swiftly grasped her arm, their eyes locking in surprise. Lin Feng, Zhao Qinghe, what are you doing here? He queried, his face a canvas of confusion, as he had just arrived himself. Was it possible that Zhao Qinghe had been following him? Zhao Qinghe, equally astonished, hadn't anticipated encountering Lin Feng at her sister's residence. Observing the disarray of the living room, her brow furrowed as she scrutinized Lin Feng. Could it be that Lin Feng and her sister were entangled romantically? Spotting Zhao Jingyi behind Lin Feng, her cheeks flushed and demeanor bashful, only deepened Zhao Qinghe's suspicions. Pulling Lin Feng outside, she noticed that Zhao Jingyi had not followed and whispered urgently, Lin Feng, you two didn't consummate the relationship, did you? What nonsense are you spouting? Am I that kind of person? Even if you doubt me, surely you trust your sister? Lin Feng retorted, irritation creeping into his voice. He mused inwardly about how brazenly intrusive this girl was. How could one pose such questions? Fortunately, he and Zhao Jingyi shared no significant bond. Even if they did, would he disclose it to her? That's a relief. If you have designs on my sister, you would meet a most grim fate. Are you threatening me? Lin Feng's temper flared. I am merely looking out for your well-being. Her fiancé is quite possessive. If your intentions are merely playful, you may seek me out. I can entertain you. Zhao Qinghe's reputation as a formidable figure in Kyoto was not unfounded, and Lin Feng was left feeling somewhat awkward in her presence. Goodness, you think I would engage in such frivolities with you? I am a person of discernment. With a fleeting glance at Zhao Qinghe, Lin Feng promptly retreated to his room. Has Qinghe threatened you? No. She merely expressed concern for you. She? Concerned for me? Zhao Jingyi's expression was one of disbelief. Sister, please do not be upset. I will accompany you back. At that moment, Zhao Jingyi's phone rang once more. Upon observing the incoming number, her complexion suddenly paled. It's him again. Instinctively, Zhao Jingyi considered hanging up. Lin Feng gestured for her to answer the call, signaling that one must confront what they must, for evasion is not a solution. Just as Zhao Jingyi was about to answer, Zhao Qinghe snatched the phone and connected the call. The voice on the other end was a man's furious roar. While the specifics were inaudible, the palpable rage was unmistakable. Lin Feng and Zhao Qinghe exchanged glances, yet Zhao Qinghe smiled and said, Brother-in-law, it's me. My sister and I will return to Kyoto shortly. Qinghe? Why is it you? I came to fetch my sister, and I promised to return her in pristine condition. I apologize, I should not have lost my temper. After a brief exchange, Zhao Qinghe ended the call. An oppressive silence enveloped the trio. Lin Feng turned to Zhao Jingyi, momentarily at a loss for words to comfort her. The esteemed Zhao family felt worlds apart from someone like Lin Feng. He felt a sense of helplessness. Sister Zhao, if you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Zhao Jingyi regarded Lin Feng, her eyes filled with helplessness and turmoil. What you must do is keep your distance from my sister. Do not complicate matters for her. Zhao Qinghe spoke the truth. If her brother-in-law were to learn of Lin Feng's involvement with Zhao Jingyi, it would only serve to complicate matters further. Lin Feng felt a pang of discomfort. After a considerable time, he drove the two to the airport, where Zhao Jingyi turned back repeatedly, gazing at Lin Feng with reluctance. Had she not been born into the Zhao family, Perhaps she could have freely pursued a romance with Lin Feng. Watching Zhao Jingyi approach the boarding gate, Lin Feng's spirits plummeted. Just then, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. A message from an unknown number read, "Lin Feng, you and we inhabit different worlds. It is best you keep your distance from Zhao Jingyi." The message concluded with a skull emoji. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. This was undoubtedly a warning from Zhao Jingyi's fiancée. Though he felt a sense of indignation, he understood that he and Zhao Jingyi were indeed from separate realms. As he gazed at Zhao Jingyi's retreating figure, Lin Feng silently vowed, one day, he would rise above and trample him beneath his feet. Suddenly, a waft of fragrance enveloped him. Zhao Jingyi returned, throwing herself into Lin Feng's embrace. With eyes filled with affection, she planted a tender kiss on him. "Kiss me." Lin Feng froze, instinctively tightening his embrace around Zhao Jingyi. Zhao Qinghe's expression darkened, her gaze seething with fury. Zhao Jingyi closed her eyes, lost in her thoughts, tears welling in the corners of her eyes. Just as the tears were about to fall, she swiftly turned and fled, leaving Lin Feng standing there in a daze. Perhaps, with her departure, the two would never cross paths again. Lin Feng stood motionless for a long time, his heart a tumult of emotions. At that moment, his phone rang again, from that same unfamiliar number. Do you think a kiss can change anything? Do not harbor such delusions. Remember this, if there is a next time, I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Lin Feng gripped his phone tightly, a glint of ferocity flashing in his gaze. In Qin City, at the Qin family villa, Qin Sen sat across from a young man who appeared to be in his 20s. He exuded an aura of authority that is not easily imitated, a presence cultivated through years of discipline. Qin Sen stood before the young man with utmost respect. Young Master Li, are you implying that Zhao Jingyi has a connection with Lin Feng? The Zhao family in the capital is a formidable entity. The Qin family cannot even be compared to them, Qin Sen confessed, his trepidation evident. However, with young Master Li's visit, Qin Sen saw a glimmer of hope. The young man's lips curled into a cold smile. A reckless fool dares to meddle with the Zhao family. Qin Sen furrowed his brow, contemplating the young man's words. What do you wish for me to do, young Master Li? Qin Sen hesitated. However, that young man possesses some rather peculiar skills, learned from an unknown source, making him a formidable opponent even for me. Although they had not engaged in direct confrontation, all signs indicated that his son had fallen victim to Lin Feng's schemes. Unsure of Lin Feng's true identity, Qin Sen hesitated to act impulsively. The young man's gaze sharpened. Skills? In the face of absolute power, he is merely a jester. I will dispatch experts from the Li family to support you in the shadows. You may proceed without worry. A spark of hope ignited in Qin Sen's eyes. With the backing of the Li family, the Qin family would surely soar to new heights. Excellent. With your support, Lin Feng's demise is imminent. The young man reclined in his chair, taking a deep draw from his cigar. I will negotiate with the Zhao family. You need only focus on your task. Initially concerned about the Zhao family's involvement, Qin Sen's anxieties dissipated with young Master Li's assurance. Rest assured, young Master Li, I will execute this flawlessly. The young man nodded and discarded his cigar into the ashtray. If this matter is handled well, the Li family will not treat you poorly. Qin Sen promptly rose. Young Master Li, fret not. I shall make arrangements immediately. The young man entered his vehicle, his eyes icy, as a conspiracy against Lin Feng began to unfold. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained blissfully unaware, lost in slumber. Chapter 69. To his surprise, the older sister-in-law's computer contained adult films in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed. Lin Feng spent his days accompanying Su Yao on shopping excursions, exploring the bustling streets and hidden alleys of Liyang. On that particular day, Lin Feng was nestled on the sofa, engrossed in Douyin, when his phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at the screen, which displayed the word sister-in-law. Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly, exited Douyin, and answered the call. He was taken aback that Chen Shooting would reach out to him. The mere thought of her sister-in-law-like demeanor prompted him to sit upright. Hello, sister-in-law. Oh no, I mean Chen Jia. Chen Shooting paused for a moment, as the term sister-in-law felt somewhat peculiar to her. Subsequently, her gentle voice resonated. Mr. Lin, are you busy at the moment? Oh, I'm not busy. What can I do for you? That's great to hear. I was hoping you could assist me. My computer is malfunctioning. It has been stuck on a blue screen since I rebooted it. Could you take a look? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Chen Shooting sought him out merely to repair her computer? That seemed unlikely. A woman of her stature should have no trouble fixing such a trivial issue herself. Why would she turn to him? If you're busy, then it's fine, she added, her tone tinged with a hint of disappointment as Lin Feng fell silent. I'm not busy at all. Just tell me the location, and I'll head over immediately, he replied hastily, aware that Qin shooting had brought him good fortune in the past. Had the ancient jade not been placed for auction at the Wanbao Pavilion, he would not have accrued such wealth. Helping with the computer issue seemed a small favor worth extending. All right then, I'll send the address to your phone. Qin shooting's voice brightened noticeably. What is going on here? Lin Feng pondered as he ended the call, his expression one of confusion. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng arrived at Qin shooting's doorstep, surprised to discover that her residence was situated within the high-end community. He pressed the doorbell. Qin shooting appeared, clad in comfortable loungewear, her hair cascading over her shoulders as if she had just stepped out of the shower. You've arrived so quickly. Come in, she said, stepping aside to allow him entry. As Lin Feng brushed past her, his arm brushed against her chest inadvertently. Wow, quite impressive, he thought to himself. Where's the child? She is on a study trip organized by the kindergarten in Kyoto, and 1T returned for a week. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. A solitary man and woman together. Didn't Qin shooting fear the implications? She closed the door behind them and handed him a pair of slippers. As she bent down, Lin Feng averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight before him. The computer is in my room. Could you check it for me? Lin Feng proceeded towards the direction Qin shooting indicated, adeptly powering on the computer. It turned out that a crucial patch for the blue screen issue had been overlooked during a system upgrade. Having encountered similar problems during his university days, he promptly entered safe mode and, after a series of operations, restored the computer to normalcy. He also took the liberty of conducting a thorough antivirus scan, only to be astonished by the detection of numerous viruses. According to the path of the virus file, Lin Feng opened a folder on the D drive. It was a download from Xuanlei. It turned out that the downloaded file was infected, revealing that women often disregard viruses when downloading files. Initially intending to eliminate the virus file directly, Lin Feng hesitated, fearing accidental deletion. Upon opening the folder, he discovered a plethora of files bearing English names, many of which were videos. Curiosity piqued, Lin Feng double-clicked on one of the files. Suddenly, a video player popped up on the desktop, and the video began to play. Lin Feng's expression shifted dramatically, his mind short-circuited, leaving him stunned in his seat. The room was immediately filled with inappropriate sounds. Oh, is this an adult film? Lin Feng, what are you doing? Hurry and turn it off. Qin shooting's urgent voice pierced through the air. Turning around, Lin Feng saw Qin shooting standing behind him. Her face flushed, holding a can of Red Bull. Her complexion transitioned from a slight red to a deep crimson, from her forehead down to her neck. Sister Qin, I didn't know. Lin Feng's expression changed, and he hurriedly grabbed the mouse to close the video, but the more frantic he became, the more flustered he felt. Just as he managed to close the player, he accidentally opened another file too quickly. The newly opened video was even more provocative, a bit overwhelming for the eyes. We shall refrain from detailing the inappropriate visuals. Quick, turn it off. Turn it off. I'm sorry, I clicked the wrong one. Lin Feng felt mortified and ultimately resorted to pressing the power button. After 10 seconds, the world finally regained its peace. Lin Feng looked at Qin shooting, their gazes locked. Both unsure of what to say. The atmosphere in the room turned awkward, punctuated only by their heavy breathing. He never expected someone like Sister Qin to indulge in such films, especially of such an explosive nature. She seemed gentle and virtuous, not the type to engage in such behavior. Qin shooting bit her lip, inwardly scolding Lin Feng. This boy must have done it on purpose. How am I supposed to face others after this? After years of divorce, raising a child alone, the nights were often fraught with inner turmoil. By chance, she once heard a doctor say that women should learn to release themselves. He advised her to find a steady partner. If that wasn't feasible, she should handle it herself. Otherwise, over time, it could lead to hormonal imbalances. Embarrassment washed over her, and Qin shooting couldn't even muster the courage to look up. That little brat. Couldn't he come up with a topic to diffuse the awkwardness? Must I, as a woman, take the initiative? Just then, an ear-piercing ringtone shattered the silence, and they both instinctively reached for their phones. Lin Feng was about to answer his call, but realized his phone screen had not lit up at all. Qin shooting answered her call. Hello, who is this? Beep, beep, beep. A busy signal echoed through the receiver. It was likely a wrong number. Seizing the opportunity, Qin shooting remarked that the awkward atmosphere had finally dissipated. Sister Qin, the computer has been fixed. Lin Feng hurriedly stood up, pointing at the laptop with a smile. Chen Shooting took a deep breath, a faint smile gracing her lips. Has it really been resolved so swiftly? With the computer repaired, Lin Feng felt somewhat reluctant to linger. Just as he was about to concoct an excuse to leave, Chen Shooting called out to him. Lin Feng, wait. In her haste, she grasped his arm. When Lin Feng turned around, they were mere inches apart, and he caught a whiff of her delicate fragrance. Why don't you stay for dinner? I've prepared everything. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, intending to decline, but upon seeing the hopeful glimmer in Chen Shooting's eyes, his heart softened, and he nodded in agreement. A radiant smile instantly illuminated Chen Shooting's face. Actually, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. What is it? Lin Feng inquired, a look of confusion adorning his features. Please, have a seat. The meat is simmering in the pot, and I'll have it ready shortly. With that, Chen Shooting dashed towards the kitchen. Lin Feng was left bewildered, struggling to comprehend her intentions. Could it be that she harbors feelings for him? First Zhao Jingyi, and now Chen Shooting. Could he be some sort of enchantress to married women? Chapter 70. You lean on the wall. I support you. Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings. The purple decor suggested he was in Chen Shooting's bedroom. Purple? The color of subtle allure. It seemed that his sister-in-law possessed a passionate heart. He hastily exited the room and settled onto the sofa in the living room, draining a beverage in one gulp. At that moment, Chen Shooting entered, adorned with an apron, carrying 2 plates. Upon seeing Lin Feng lounging on the sofa, she paused slightly. I thought you were engrossed in your computer. Don't you usually play games? Lin Feng scratched his head, chuckling. Your bedroom is quite distinctive. The purple is particularly striking. Chen Shooting was momentarily taken aback, a meaningful smile creeping across her face as she set down the plates. Oh, you have an eye for such things? Do you like purple? Lin Feng cleared his throat, attempting to sound serious despite feeling somewhat awkward, casually replying, purple can be rather suggestive. I prefer red. The moment the words escaped his lips, he regretted them, realizing they might be construed as flirtatious towards Chen Shooting. To his surprise, she burst into laughter. Do I appear suggestive to you? Lin Feng's face flushed crimson, leaving him momentarily speechless. Chen Shooting, her laughter vibrant and infectious, said, All right, go wash your hands. It's time for dinner. In no time, she had prepared a splendid feast. As Lin Feng gazed at the array of dishes, he couldn't help but ponder. There was deer tendon with kidney, ginger lamb soup with angelica, stir-fried chives with walnuts, and goji leaf egg soup. The more he looked, the more he sensed something amiss. The 4 dishes were evenly balanced in terms of meat and vegetables. However, they all seemed to serve a similar function. Each dish, rich in color and nutrition, appeared somewhat singular in purpose. For those suffering from kidney yang deficiency, there exists a remarkable restorative effect. In the realm of adulthood, some matters are understood without the need for explicit articulation. Lin Feng was acutely aware that a fierce confrontation awaited him today. Sister Chen, would you care for a drink? Alcohol emboldens the timid, and observing Chen Shooting's bashful demeanor, Lin Feng felt compelled to take the initiative. All right, I shall fetch the wine. A sense of joy filled Lin Feng's heart. Chen Shooting returned with a bottle of red wine, pouring for both of them. Lin Feng raised his glass, clinking it with Chen Shooting's. Sister Chen, they say women at 30 are as fierce as wolves and tigers. Do you doubt my vitality? No sooner had Lin Feng's words left his lips than Chen Shooting's face turned crimson, her delicate features nearly bursting with embarrassment. What do you mean? These dishes were recommended by my close friend, she replied, lowering her gaze, her heart racing. Her fingers nervously tugged at the edges of her apron, and even her ears flushed like ripe cherries. She glanced at the wine glass, then at the spread on the table, too shy to meet Lin Feng's eyes. A light cough escaped her lips as she attempted to mask her discomfort, inadvertently intensifying the situation. I don't really understand these things. I merely wish to prepare a delightful meal for you. As she spoke, she picked up her chopsticks and clumsily placed a generous piece of lamb into Lin Feng's bowl. Her nerves made her hands tremble, nearly causing the morsel to topple onto the table. Lin Feng stifled a chuckle, gently saying, Sister Chen, it's just the 2 of us. There's no need to feel shy. Chen Shooting's cheeks flushed even deeper, wishing for a crevice to hide within. Please, don't tease me, she murmured. In such a situation, even a fool would grasp the underlying tension. Lin Feng had little appetite for food, prioritizing the pressing matter at hand. Sister Chen, how about we retreat to the room first and enjoy the meal later? Ah, Chen Shooting exclaimed in surprise, shaking her head vigorously. The food will get cold if we wait. Let us eat while it's hot. Lin Feng chuckled softly. Her insistence on the food being served hot did not equate to a rejection of his invitation. With her evident enthusiasm, Lin Feng could not disappoint Chen Shooting. He turned and moved beside her, lifting her effortlessly in a princess carry. "Ah, what are you doing? Put me down. I smell of cooking oil." Yet, the scent of cooking oil could not mask the fragrance that enveloped Chen Shooting. "Come on, baby, let us go." 58 minutes later, Chen Shooting emerged, leaning against the wall, while Lin Feng was already seated at the dining table. "Take your time," he urged, quickly assisting her into her seat before deftly placing a piece of lamb into her mouth. "You must be exhausted. Have some lamb to regain your strength. It's all your fault. I was mortified." The meal stretched over 3 hours, and only then did Lin Feng feel satisfied. Chen Shooting poured him a cup of tea, nestling comfortably in his embrace. "It is entirely your fault that I almost forgot my important matters. 3 days ago, the Antique Association issued a notification regarding the upcoming inaugural National Antique Enterprises Conference, which would also host a unique competition, the Taba Conference. This extraordinary gathering, organized by an eccentric individual, boasts equally eccentric rules. One of the events is indeed Taba, where contestants must sift through numerous antiques to find a singular piece, which will then be appraised by experts. The one with the highest value will emerge victorious. Concurrently, participants in Taba must also engage in a martial arts contest, requiring competitors to be both erudite in appraisal and skilled in combat. Chen Shooting's antique shop initially had no intention of participating, but upon recalling Lin Feng, she resolved to invite him to represent Wanbage in the competition. For Lin Feng, this presented a splendid opportunity. After hearing Chen Shooting's introduction, Lin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing an underlying disquiet. Was this competition not tailored to him? The coincidences were too many to be mere happenstance. Was there a hidden scheme at play? What do you think? If you do not wish to participate, then so be it. But if I were to withdraw, wouldn't he that render Chen Jia's sacrifices excessively substantial? Lin Feng jested, fully aware that Chen Shooting was not the type of woman to act frivolously. No sooner had he spoken than Chen Shooting's expression shifted dramatically, as if she had been taken advantage of. Lin Feng quickly kissed her, increasing the pressure of his embrace. "Ha, it was merely a jest. Look at how flustered you are. Do you think I am the kind of person who would deny my obligations after the fact? You are my woman. Who else would I assist if not you?" Chen Shooting, tickled by his playful teasing, could not help but laugh. "I am not your woman. You have so many women around you. I only wish." "Only wish what?" Lin Feng asked with a mischievous grin. "Humph, I shall ignore you. You only know how to bully me." The two indulged in a tender evening together. Chen Shooting urged Lin Feng to stay, but he hesitated, concerned about tarnishing her reputation, and thus returned home. After all, a widow often attracts unwarranted gossip. Upon entering his home, he was surprised to find Su Yao seated in the courtyard. "What are you doing here?" Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. "Xiao Feng, you're back. I've been feeling quite warm lately, so I'm sitting outside to cool off." "Warm? It's only May. How could it be so hot?" Lin Feng queried, bemused by her statement, as the weather was quite mild for this time of year. "I'm not certain. Perhaps I am just feeling a bit weak. Should we visit the hospital to ensure you aren't unwell?" Chapter 71, Taba. Lin Feng touched Su Yao's forehead and found it cool to the touch, as if she had just perspired. His heart sank, and concern surged within him. He quickly asked, "Su Yao, are you feeling unwell?" Su Yao gently opened her eyes and weakly shook her head, her voice barely audible. "I'm fine. Perhaps I'm just overtired." However, Lin Feng was not easily swayed. He insisted on taking Su Yao to the hospital. Just then, Su Yao's phone vibrated unexpectedly, and a text message popped up on the screen. "Transfer the money to this account immediately, or I will sever our mother-daughter relationship." A long string of numbers followed. Lin Feng, with keen eyes, caught a glimpse of the message and, mistaking it for a scam, chose to disregard it. Su Yao's expression turned slightly frantic as she hastily tucked away her phone. Nowadays, there are so many scammers sending junk messages. Indeed, one must be cautious not to fall for such tricks. The two sat in the living room, reminiscing about the past, and Su Yao's complexion gradually returned to normal. Yet, she still appeared somewhat distracted. The following day, at Liang Antique Street, Lin Feng meandered aimlessly when suddenly the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Ding! The system has detected a treasure nearby. Please activate AR navigation." What a delightful surprise. Lin Feng's heart soared with joy. Who would have thought that a simple stroll could lead to fortune? It was indeed a splendid day. Whistling a cheerful tune, he followed the navigation instructions to an antique shop named Guinjai. Upon entering the shop, Lin Feng was greeted by an array of various antiques, calligraphy, and artifacts. An elderly man with graying hair sat before a tea set, engaging in conversation with a young man. The young man clutched a black leather bag, which seemed to contain something valuable, gripping it tightly. Feel free to browse. Let me know if anything catches your eye, the young man offered. All right, I'm just taking a casual look. Lin Feng's eyes swiftly scanned the shelves, but nothing particularly striking caught his gaze. He casually picked up a small porcelain bottle that resembled a wine jug, though it was not quite like one. Examining it closely, he struggled to discern its purpose. Excuse me, what is this item? How much does it cost? Lin Feng inquired. The elderly man and the young man turned to look at him, the former setting down his teacup. You have a good eye, young man. This is a snuff bottle from the Song dynasty, priced at 80,000 yuan. Lin Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a small porcelain bottle could be so exorbitantly priced. If it were truly a treasure, would the owner display it so casually on the shelf? Did he not fear someone might take it? I am not interested in your asking price. Please provide me with a selling price, Lin Feng insisted. The elderly man smiled slightly, stroking his beard. Then you may propose a price. 80. The elderly man's companion, having just sipped his tea, sputtered upon hearing Lin Feng's offer. His gaze shifted to Lin Feng, seemingly questioning, Are you serious? Surely, you jest. The elderly man merely smiled, continuing his tea session with the young man. At that moment, a woman entered the shop, walking directly to the tea table. Boss, this is my friend Jiahua. He happens to have something for sale. Jiahua hastily rose, and Hongyu introduced the young man to the elderly man. Hongyu has arrived. Come. Let us enjoy some tea. The elderly man poured a cup of tea for the woman named Hongyue, and the three engaged in conversation. How has business been lately, boss? Hongyue remarked casually while sipping her tea. Not too bad, the boss replied with a smile. This trade is quite intricate, akin to the profound depths of the peach blossom pool. Without substantial experience, making a profit is exceedingly challenging. It's commonplace for items bought for a mere 100 or so to be resold for hundreds of thousands. Though the antique shop may seem to have few customers, this industry operates on the principle of 3 years without a sale, yet when it opens, it thrives for 3 years. Boss, my friend has a painting she'd like to sell. Could you take a look? At that moment, Hongyue set down her teacup and gestured to the man beside her, Jiahua. Jiahua hurriedly opened his bag and carefully extracted a scroll. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng approached the tea table to witness the artwork. All right, let me see whose painting it is. The elderly man took the scroll and brought it to a nearby table. Boss, this painting was passed down from my grandfather. It's said to be a family heirloom, Jiahua asserted. Haha. The boss chuckled as he unfurled the scroll on the table. Young man, everyone who comes here to sell something claims it's a family treasure. In all these years, I've yet to encounter a genuine artifact. Just yesterday, an old lady brought in a chipped bowl, adamantly claiming it was the very bowl used by Zhao Kuangyin during the wine ceremony that relinquished military power. Listening to the boss, Lin Feng realized he was attempting to set a trap. I assure you, it's true. If it weren't for the urgent need for money due to my child's hospitalization, I would never part with it. Jiahua insisted anxiously, repeatedly addressing the boss. Let's take a look first. The boss, having seen countless individuals over the years, did not engage in argument with Jiahua. Upon unveiling the painting, the boss's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Is this the portraits of historical emperors by Yin Libin? This painting is not particularly renowned, but Yin Libin is quite unique. He was a highly esteemed prime minister during the Tang dynasty. While others toiled for a decade to achieve the highest honors and fame, he took a shortcut, rising to prominence through his artistry and earning the favor of both Emperor Taizong and Emperor Gaozong. The painting features 13 emperors, from Emperor Zhao of Han to Emperor Yang of Sui. Boss, I am not mistaken. This truly is a remarkable treasure. Jiahua appeared exceedingly excited. Yet the boss shook his head. The boss then picked up a magnifying glass and scrutinized it further, setting aside his reading glasses. Alas, it is yet another forgery. How can it be a forgery? You must be mistaken, Jiahua protested vehemently. That cannot be. Yin Libin was renowned for his lifelike depictions. In this painting, the figures are indistinct, their expressions unclear, which clearly indicates it is a counterfeit. The boss pointed at the painting and provided Jiahua with a thorough explanation. A forgery? This is absolutely impossible, My family has passed this down for generations, and it cannot be counterfeit. Jia Hua clearly did not believe this and inquired how much the proprietor could offer. The owner examined the painting once more and extended 5 fingers. 500,000. A look of delight appeared on Jia Hua's face. What are you thinking? At most, I would offer 500. Though it is a forgery, it could still serve as a decorative piece. 500? A look of disappointment washed over Jia Hua's face. Lin Feng leaned in for a closer inspection. The painting was exquisite, and apart from the slightly blurred facial expressions, it bore no other flaws. Come on, boss, we are all friends here. Can't you offer a bit more? At that moment, Hong Yu stepped in to mediate, assisting Jia Hua in the negotiations. Indeed, boss. If it weren't for my urgent need for cash, I wouldn't even consider selling it. Ding. The system has detected a treasure right before your eyes. The painting of emperors throughout the ages holds a secret. The host will acquire the painting and gain additional skills in treasure appraisal, with an eye for discerning authenticity. As Lin Feng observed the unfolding scene, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Wow, it turns out this is my chance to seize a bargain. Elated, Lin Feng quietly stood by, waiting for the opportune moment to make his move. Jia Hua, clearly dissatisfied with the 500, exchanged a knowing glance with Hong Yu, and the two began to negotiate in tandem. We're all friends here. I don't wish to take advantage of you. Just name your price, and if it's reasonable, I will agree. If not, you can explore other options. The owner maintained a sincere demeanor, while Jia Hua raised 5 fingers once more. Chapter 72. Seizing the bargain. Jia Hua, brimming with confidence, extended 5 fingers again. The owner gazed at him, perplexed. 5,000. The proprietor hesitated momentarily. 50,000. Jia Hua declared with utmost seriousness. I might consider 5,000, but 50,000 is utterly impossible. No one on this street would pay that. There exists an unspoken rule among antique shops. Once a customer enters the first store, if negotiations do not succeed, their subsequent offers at other stores cannot exceed the initial price. Boss, 50,000 is truly not excessive. Please reconsider. 50,000 is out of the question. I run a business to make a profit, not to incur losses. Jia Hua hesitated. 50,000, I will take it. Just then, Lin Feng seized the moment, raising his voice as he approached the table, gazing at the painting. Jia Hua and Hong Yu's eyes brightened with surprise. The owner's expression darkened as he turned to Lin Feng, saying, Young man, are you not aware of the customs in the antique world? There is always a first come, first served principle. Boss, as you said, this is a forgery. If you do not want it, may I not have it? If you secure it for 500, it would not be so simple for me to buy it back for 50,000 later. Brother, how about 50,000? If that works, I can transfer the funds to you right now. Lin Feng turned to Jia Hua, directly extending an olive branch. He was acutely aware that Jia Hua himself could not ascertain the authenticity of the painting. Even he lacked certainty about its legitimacy. Presently, Lin Feng's greatest concern was that his boss might interfere. As for himself, he was merely wandering about, having recently acquired a new house and intending to purchase several paintings for decoration. Although this particular artwork was a counterfeit, being a portrait of an emperor, it could surely serve to ward off malevolent spirits when displayed in his home. If you deem the price reasonable, then let us proceed with the transaction. Warding off spirits? Jia Hua was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had heard someone suggest buying antiques and artworks for such a purpose. Do you even understand art? You probably intend to use it as toilet paper. A sneering laugh echoed through the air. The crowd turned to see Lin Feng cursing inwardly, astonished that this fool seemed to appear everywhere. He spotted Bai Shao Jia entwined with Qin Hui, her body pressed against his. Lin Feng, did you expect to see me here? Upon seeing Qin Hui, Lin Feng felt a wave of displeasure. Witnessing their conspiratorial demeanor was particularly nauseating. Oh, the scrap collector has arrived. You look quite radiant. I suppose you've had a delightful time rummaging through junk? It was indeed unexpected for Lin Feng to see this fellow entangled with Bai Shao Jia. Her method of casting a wide net for selective nurturing was executed with finesse, truly a master in the art of fishing. Scrap collector? Qin Hui was momentarily stunned. His family was affluent, and he had no need to gather scraps. Bai Shao Jia, however, glared at Lin Feng, her expression one of barely contained fury. Are you foolish? He is insulting you. She nudged Qin Hui. How dare you insult me? Qin Hui seethed, pointing an accusing finger at Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his hand, poised to deliver a slap. Hey, calm down, my friend. Jia Hua hastily intervened, restraining Lin Feng. Qin Hui, do you know him? The boss inquired. Uncle. Not just acquainted. He's quite a notable figure. Qin Hui replied with a sarcastic tone. He is now a millionaire. This revelation clarified the dynamics among the three. Lin Feng was taken aback to learn that Qin Hui was the boss's nephew. Although Lin Feng and Qin Hui were familiar with one another, it was evident they harbored a profound animosity, which the boss quickly grasped. Ah, so you are acquainted. That is even better. I advise against your purchase, otherwise, your 50,000 will be for naught. The boss made a calculated remark, aware that if Lin Feng truly bought the painting, he would be the one at a loss. Money cannot buy my desires. As long as it pleases me, it is worth any sum. With that, Lin Feng took Jia Hua by the arm and prepared to transfer funds. Jia Hua felt a surge of delight. He had initially quoted a casual price, anticipating the boss would negotiate, yet Lin Feng did not haggle. This transaction would yield a profit of 45,000. Brother, you've struck an incredible deal. This painting is undoubtedly genuine, and flipping it for hundreds of thousands is a certainty. That is splendid news. I'm set to gain immensely. Lin Feng was also grinning broadly. Flipping it could yield not merely hundreds of thousands, but potentially millions. Ding. The scan was successful. The transfer was completed. My friend, the money has been transferred, and now this painting belongs to me. Lin Feng picked up the painting and examined it with great seriousness, his joy growing with each glance. Uncle Qin Hui was taken aback, unable to believe that Lin Feng had truly purchased the artwork. The rat-like eyes of the shopkeeper flickered uncertainly as he glanced between Qin Hui, Lin Feng, Hong Yu, and Jia Hua. He even suspected that Lin Feng was a pawn hired by Jia Hua, conspiring to deceive him. Indeed, it must be so. The shopkeeper wore a smug smile, thinking that this time they had failed in their performance. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received the Fire Eye skill reward. Lin Feng carefully stored the painting scroll and felt an overwhelming joy as the system announced his reward. Suddenly, a flash of light crossed before his eyes, prompting him to shut them tightly. His mind was flooded with new insights. His vision became clearer, allowing him to discern the authenticity of the items on the shelves at a glance. To his astonishment, in such a large store, there was not a single genuine item. Shopkeeper, do you have any treasures left in your store? He inquired. Hee, there are plenty of good things, just afraid you won't recognize their worth, the shopkeeper replied, feeling a sense of triumph at having seen through Lin Feng's supposed scheme. Qin Hui was momentarily stunned, not expecting Lin Feng to actually purchase the counterfeit painting. Lin Feng, my uncle has already stated that it is a replica, yet you rush to buy it. I see you must be foolish with money, he scoffed. Bai Shao Jie remained silent, astonished by Lin Feng's wealth, spending 50,000 without a flicker of hesitation. Regret washed over her. She lamented giving up on Lin Feng for the sake of her male friend. Had she not done so, that money would have been hers. Lin Feng, you should quickly retrieve your money. That painting is fake. Lin Feng was surprised that Bai Shao Jie would actually advise him. True and false, who can say? Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Qin Hui, brimming with pride, delighted in the thought of Lin Feng wasting his money on a counterfeit. This would be his bragging point for a year in their WeChat group. With your level of discernment, can you really tell the genuine from the fake? My uncle has already declared it a replica. Do you think he misjudged, and you've stumbled upon a great fortune? Lin Feng, don't dream, ha ha ha. Unfazed by Qin Hui's mockery, Lin Feng remained indifferent. Bai Shao Jie followed suit, her words dripping with sarcasm. Lin Feng, you ought to consider that winning the lottery is already a stroke of luck. How can you expect to strike gold in antiques? Such fortune is rare. Don't be foolish. With that 50,000, I could be your girlfriend for a few more days. As she spoke, she shook her head. Through various inquiries, she had finally discovered that Lin Feng's wealth came from winning the lottery, a sudden windfall. While she felt envious, she believed that being with a second-generation miner was far superior to Lin Feng. Say what you will, Lin Feng dismissed them with a wave of his hand. At that moment, his Fire Eye skill had unveiled the truth. It must be said, the true owner of the painting had turned the tables. They had transformed a fake into what was claimed to be genuine through their deception. Yet he, in a twist of fate, has rendered the genuine artwork a mere imitation. It appears that this painting conceals some profound secret. Chapter 73. The Fire Eye, Golden Vision. It must be said, the rewards from the system are undoubtedly exquisite. With the Fire Eye, one can discern the essence at a mere glance. The painting is obscured by a layer of thin paper, as delicate as a cicada's wing. No wonder it appears to be an authentic piece. Only the facial expressions remain muddled, and this thin paper has gone entirely unnoticed. Qin Hui gave Bai Shao Jia a playful twist, a look of triumph on his face. Lin Feng, we have spoken the truth. You have no retort now, do you? Lin Feng turned to Jia Hua, offering a slight smile. Seizing the moment, he inquired about the painting's provenance, to which Jia Hua maintained it was a family heirloom. Brother, I assure you, I speak no falsehood. You may ask my grandfather if you wish. His shifty gaze betrayed him. Lin Feng purchased the painting for 50,000 yuan, having secretly reveled in his success. Red Moon was also in on the scheme, and together they had played the proprietor and Lin Feng for fools. A chuckle escaped Lin Feng's lips, yet he refrained from exposing their ruse. Initially feeling guilty, he now realized he had been too lenient. Qin Hui inwardly cursed, calling Lin Feng a fool for spending 50,000 on a counterfeit. Upon observing the two depart, and scrutinizing Lin Feng's expression, the proprietor finally understood that Lin Feng was not allied with them. Doubt crept into his mind. Lin Feng, what brings you here? At that moment, a striking young woman entered, her surprise evident upon seeing Lin Feng. Xian Yuan Butterfly? Lin Feng was taken aback as Xian Yuan Butterfly linked arms with an elderly gentleman. Exuding an air of intimacy, his gaze involuntarily shifted to the elder, wondering if it was truly a case of a young flower drawn to an old cow. Goodness, what sort of look is that? Xian Yuan Butterfly's cheeks flushed slightly as she reproached him. This is my grandfather. Grandfather, this is Lin Feng, whom I mentioned to you. The elder scrutinized Lin Feng with a smile, nodding slightly. So, you are Lin Feng. A fine young man. I hear from Butterfly that you possess an eye for treasures. I did not expect your interest to extend to calligraphy and paintings. Lin Feng hesitated, a look of confusion crossing his features as he regarded Xian Yuan Butterfly. He thought to himself, you have played me for a fool, and yet you dare to introduce me to your grandfather? May I, an old man, indulge in viewing your painting? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng laid the artwork upon the table. The elder cast a glance at the piece, a flicker of appreciation igniting in his eyes. As he approached the table and beheld the emperor's portrait, his eyes brightened. Yen Libin's emperor's portrait, a true treasure, a rare masterpiece. Just as everyone anticipated the elder to affirm the painting's authenticity, he shifted his tone abruptly. However, this painting has its issues. Everyone gasped, and Qin Hui and his uncle immediately regarded Lin Feng with malicious glee. Lin Feng, did you hear that? Lin Feng chose to ignore them. The elderly man leaned in closely, scrutinizing the painting with a magnifying glass for an extended period, his face clouded with uncertainty. His expression fluctuated between calm and furrowed brows. Something was amiss. This painting had clearly been tampered with. Ha ha ha. The old gentleman indeed possessed keen insight. This was merely a counterfeit. The shopkeeper finally seized the opportunity to embarrass Lin Feng. How could you purchase a forgery, Lin Feng? Xian Yuan Dai looked bewildered, questioning whether Lin Feng truly lacked the knowledge of art appraisal, and if his previous success had merely been a stroke of luck. A forgery? Xian Yuan Dai's grandfather set down the magnifying glass, his demeanor serious. Young man, might I request that you sell this painting to me? Name your price. The antique shop owner stood in stunned silence, perplexed by the day's events. Why were they clamoring to purchase a counterfeit? Had he truly misjudged its authenticity? Impossible. Qin Hui's smile faltered. Surely, this old man was an actor hired by Lin Feng. Xian Yuan Dai hastily grasped her grandfather's arm. Grandpa, that's fake. What do you want it for? Old man, are you certain you want this painting? Lin Feng had discerned the secret within the artwork. If the price was right, he could part with it. Keeping it held little value for him. The elder nodded affirmatively. Lin Feng found himself in a quandary. How should he set a price? After a moment's hesitation, he tossed this dilemma back to Xian Yuan Dai's grandfather. Perhaps you could suggest a price. I am unfamiliar with this market. Lin Feng, you shouldn't go too far. Do you genuinely intend to sell a forgery to my grandfather? Dai, do not speak recklessly, the elder interjected, turning to Lin Feng with utmost seriousness. I shall not take advantage of you. How does 8 million sound? What? 8 million? Qin Hui and the shopkeeper were stunned, questioning whether they had misheard. Are you joking, old man? 8 million for a counterfeit? Even an authentic piece would only be worth 5 or 6 million. Doubts began to creep into the shopkeeper's mind. He had scrutinized the old man closely while examining the painting, and the expression on his face was not feigned. There must be something hidden within the artwork. Very well, I shall heed the elder's words. 8 million it is. Lin Feng found the price reasonable and readily agreed. Xian Yuan Dai was left speechless, feeling as though Lin Feng had deceived her grandfather. Though several million was not significant to them, being tricked was unacceptable. Just as she was about to intervene, her grandfather shot her a stern glance. Transfer the funds to Lin Feng. Grandpa. The elder's expression darkened. All right. I will transfer it. Xian Yuan Dai glared at Lin Feng, quickly operating her phone. Ding. A notification chimed, and as Lin Feng received the bank message, a subtle smile graced his lips. Inwardly, he rejoiced. Xian Yuan's grandfather truly possessed remarkable acumen. His discerning eye was impressive. Esteemed elder, I am the proprietor of this establishment. You may refer to me as Zhang Defa. Greetings, Boss Zhang. I never anticipated such treasures to be found within your shop. Esteemed elder, might you unravel a riddle for me? This is clearly a counterfeit. Why would you invest in it at the price of an authentic piece? Zhang Defa remained unconvinced. Having devoted his life to antiques, he could not accept the possibility of having erred in judgment. Elder Xian Yuan smiled faintly, gesturing towards the imperial painting. Who claims this is a counterfeit? This is the genuine work of Yen Liben. What? Zhang Defa gasped in astonishment, while Qin Hui appeared utterly incredulous, as if he had just swallowed a fly. How can this be? Esteemed elder, observe the blurriness here. How could this possibly be an authentic piece? Although I am not an expert in this field, my experiences from the 1930s lead me to believe this painting is indeed a counterfeit. Zhang Defa pointed at the figures' faces in the painting, his tone unwavering despite his evident confusion. Elder Xian Yuan remained silent, casting a glance at Lin Feng. He understood that Zhang Defa, lacking clarity on the matter, would undoubtedly struggle to find rest that night. Lin Feng, why not enlighten everyone and unveil the truth? Lin Feng shook his head, reluctant to reveal his capabilities too soon. Esteemed elder, I simply find this painting aesthetically pleasing. It is not as convoluted as you presume. Elder Xian Yuan nodded, his regard for Lin Feng elevated. He appreciated the young man's composure, humility, and steadiness. Such qualities were indeed rare in today's world. A true gem. Grandfather, do share. What hidden secrets lie within this narrative? Chapter 74. Who has regrets? Xian Yuan Dai was growing impatient, urging her grandfather to disclose the truth. Elder Xian Yuan glanced at Zhang Defa before picking up the scroll. Boss Zhang, you are correct. At first glance, this painting does appear to be a counterfeit, with the expressions of the figures quite indistinct. Indeed, just this alone suffices to disprove it as the authentic work of Yen Liben. Have you not realized that this was done intentionally? Intentionally? What do you mean? Elder Xian Yuan feigned mystery, requesting a basin of hot water. Zhang Defa hastily instructed a staff member to bring it forth, placing the steaming basin on the table. The onlookers exchanged glances of bewilderment. Was there to be an attempt to wash the painting? Elder Xian Yuan grasped both ends of the scroll, positioning it over the steam. Moving his hands gently from side to side, the paper began to absorb moisture under the influence of the vapor. After approximately 2 minutes of steaming, Elder Xian Yuan had the basin removed. He unfurled the scroll on the table and retrieved a craft knife. With delicate precision, he began to scrape the edge of the scroll, revealing a thin layer of paper. He then carefully peeled away the fragile layer, his movements tender and unhurried. 5 minutes later, a flawless sheet of paper was removed, unveiling beneath it a vividly lifelike imperial painting, now visible to all present. The expressions of the figures in the painting are vivid and lifelike, as if they have come to life. The venerable Xian Yuan exclaimed, "Indeed, it is the genuine work of Yen Liben." Zhang Defa and Qin Hui gazed in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Xian Yuan Dai playfully winked at Lin Feng, while the old gentleman gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. Lin Feng smiled at the elder, saying, "You, old sir, are the true expert. You discern the intricacies at a glance. Ha ha ha, you truly have an eye for talent and have struck gold." Zhang Defa, perplexed, wondered why this was the case. Indeed, genuine paintings by Yen Liben are rare, with most on the market being forgeries. The reason the venerable Xian Yuan could identify it is that the Xian Yuan family is a hidden lineage, originally part of the Guanshan aristocracy. During the Tang dynasty, the Xian Yuan family was not particularly renowned. However, several women within the family had husbands of distinguished status. Among them was a clan member who was the legitimate wife of Yen Liben and was well acquainted with his works. Yen Liben had a peculiar habit of only giving his authentic paintings to the royal family. Yet, he enjoyed painting so much that he would deliberately cover his genuine works with a thin layer of paper, leading others to believe they were forgeries. Upon understanding the reason, Zhang Defa murmured to himself, what a missed opportunity. He wished he could slap himself in frustration. Bai Xiaojie was left dumbfounded, staring at Lin Feng. Just this one turn of events, and 800,000 would be in hand. If she had not strayed, that fortune would have been hers. With 800,000, who would need to raise fish? Who would need to drive for others? The more she thought about it, the more she felt she had suffered a significant loss. Her expression shifting as she gazed at Lin Feng with newfound eyes. She quietly released her hold on Qin Hui, hesitating to speak. That was indeed 800,000. What car, what house, what luxury bags, all would be easily within reach. Bai Xiaojie felt an overwhelming urge to throw herself at Lin Feng. In her heart, she repeatedly questioned, who has a remedy for regret? If anyone were to feel remorse, it would be Zhang Defa. Once, a painting had been presented to him, and he had failed to cherish it. If time could be rewound, he would unhesitatingly offer 50,000 for a tea house. Lin Feng and the venerable Xian Yuan shared pleasant conversation over tea, while Xian Yuan Dai sat quietly to the side, unable to interject. Pouting, she sipped her tea continuously. Lin Feng, I never expected someone your age to be so adept at appraising treasures. Old sir, I am merely fortunate, Lin Feng replied. You are too modest. It is good for the young to be humble, yet one should not be excessively so. Your praise is unwarranted, Lin Feng responded with a chuckle. The elder and the youth, sharing a pot of tea guanyin, enjoyed a delightful conversation, their laughter resonating throughout the elegant room. After their laughter subsided, the elder gently lifted his teacup, bringing it to his lips, but then setting it down. I heard from Dai that you have a sister-in-law who shares the same birthday as her. Lin Feng was taken aback. The conversation had shifted too abruptly for him to grasp the elder's intent. With a mechanical nod, he anticipated the elder's next words. Lin Feng, I have an unusual request. Might I have the opportunity to meet your sister-in-law? Lin Feng was taken aback, his gaze fixed intently on the venerable Xian Yuan. The elder wore a sincere expression, his eyes glimmering with a hint of hope. Filled with perplexity, Lin Feng ultimately nodded in acquiescence. Certainly. However, Su Yao is feeling a bit unwell today. Perhaps we could arrange for another day? Although slightly disheartened, the elder's smile remained intact. Very well, he repeated thrice, leaving Lin Feng somewhat bewildered. Xian Yuan Dai looked puzzled, unable to fathom why her grandfather wished to meet Su Yao. Could it be that Su Yao was her twin sister? Yet they bore no resemblance. Grandfather, shouldn't we be on our way? Noticing the time had slipped by 2 hours, Xian Yuan Dai hastily inquired. Indeed, it is time to depart. The elder appeared somewhat disappointed as he cast a glance at Lin Feng and shook his head. Lin Feng, you are always welcome to visit Kyoto. Kyoto? Lin Feng was perplexed. What was the purpose of going to Kyoto? Do you not know? The Xian Yuan family resides in Kyoto. Xian Yuan Dai looked astonished, questioning how Lin Feng could be unaware of the illustrious Xian Yuan clan's whereabouts. The Xian Yuan family in Kyoto? Lin Feng truly did not know, as his previous station had not afforded him access to such prominent families. Now, his heart was solely occupied with Su Yao. Everything else seemed trivial. What concern is the Xian Yuan family of mine? Should the opportunity arise, I shall certainly visit, Lin Feng offered politely, escorting the two out of the tea house. Just outside the door, they encountered Lu Yan. Lin Feng, what brings you here? And little Dai is with you? Lu Yan exclaimed, astonished. Upon seeing Xian Yuan Dai, her expression changed dramatically, her heart seething with resentment towards Lin Feng for clandestinely arranging a rendezvous. Lu Yan, I happened upon Elder Xian Yuan and engaged in conversation for a while. Happened upon? Is that your excuse for a date with little Dai? Lu Yan questioned, her disbelief evident as she shot a hostile glance at Xian Yuan Dai. Hey, what kind of look is that? Do I owe you something? Xian Yuan Dai retorted defiantly. Dai, let us leave. The elder smiled gently, beckoning his granddaughter, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Feng as they departed. Lin Feng, why have they left? Did I interrupt something? Lu Yan's face fell, tinged with jealousy. Lin Feng merely smiled, saying nothing further. What could he say? Explanation is but a guise. The innocent remain untainted. Do you have something to attend to? If not, shall we stroll through the antique street? Lin Feng deftly shifted the topic, recognizing he needed to hone his observational skills. Lu Yan, taken aback, exclaimed, what? Are you serious? You plan to take a girl to browse the antique street? Chapter 75. Pretending to be a boyfriend, though a twinge of reluctance lingered in Lu Yan's heart, she strolled alongside Lin Feng down the antique street. The mere act of wandering through the market with Lin Feng brought her a measure of joy, despite her outwardly sullen demeanor. Lin Feng, however, paid little heed to her mood, his gaze flitting eagerly from one roadside stall to another. After passing a dozen or so vendors without discovering anything of worth, the vibrant array of curiosities on display captured their attention. The antique street, bustling with life, featured numerous stalls lined along both sides, showcasing a kaleidoscope of peculiar items. Each possessing a singular trait, they were all counterfeit. Yet, the throngs of people here outnumbered those in the established antique shops, united by a shared aspiration to stumble upon a hidden treasure, to become instant millionaires. They dreamed of acquiring an aged relic for a mere $5, only to later uncover its true value as an extraordinary artifact. Lin Feng, you aren't here to hunt for treasures, are you? She teased. Haha, I'm merely browsing. The odds of finding a gem here are slimmer than winning the lottery. As they ambled leisurely through the market, Lin Feng's attention was suddenly captured by a glimmering object. He turned to find a copper mirror displayed prominently on a nearby stall, drawing him closer with its aura of antiquity. The mirror bore a sense of age and history, its surface somewhat hazy, obscuring any reflection. Intricate and bizarre patterns adorned its edges. The stall owner, a man in his 30s, appeared to be quite the character. Upon noticing Lin Feng's approach, his face broke into a wide grin. Young man, everything here is a treasure. Feel free to browse. If you find something you like, I can offer you a discount. Lin Feng glanced at the copper mirror before shifting his gaze towards a porcelain bowl, shaking his head in disinterest. He then picked up a jade pendant nearby. What is the price of this jade pendant? This, my friend, is a fine piece, once worn by Empress Wu Zetian. It is known as Phoenix Jade, the vendor replied, a glint of pride in his eyes. Wu Zetian wore this? Did you unearth it from a tomb? Lin Feng jested. Ah, young man, please do not misinterpret my words, the stall owner quickly interjected, waving his hands. In this trade, there exists an unspoken rule. We judge items solely by their authenticity, not their provenance. Lin Feng tossed the jade aside, a look of disdain crossing his face. Items belonging to the deceased are considered inauspicious. With that, he picked up several silver coins, scrutinizing them closely. The vendor immediately seized the opportunity to elaborate. Young man, these are truly remarkable. This silver dollar features a longevity character at its center, flanked by 2 dragons, appearing exquisitely crafted. Yet, this does not seem like a genuine silver dollar. It looks more modern, Lin Feng observed keenly. You have a discerning eye, my friend. This is known as the Longevity Double Dragon, a gift presented to Empress Dowager Cixi, the vendor explained in detail. Unlike ordinary silver dollars, this one is a minted piece. And how much do you ask for this? Lin Feng inquired. If you desire the solid piece, I can offer it to you for a flat price of 88,000. As the system's prompt echoed, a wealth of knowledge regarding appraisals flooded Lin Feng's mind, prompting a knowing smile. Boss, you are rather unscrupulous, he remarked. What do you mean? If this item were genuine, it would be worth at least 100 to 180,000. Unfortunately, it is a product of modern craftsmanship, valued at most in the thousands. The Double Dragon character is prevalent in the market, nearly all of which are counterfeit. It is said that only 10,000 were produced back in the day, most of which were seized by the 8-Nation Alliance, leaving very few authentic pieces in circulation. Oh, so you are quite the connoisseur, the vendor said, his expression turning awkward. He had intended to fleece a naive buyer but found himself facing an expert. Lin Feng examined the item thoroughly for quite some time. How about this? 10,000, and you can throw in a sample of your wares, he suggested. The vendor hesitated upon hearing the offer. 10,000? That would mean a loss for me. How about 30,000, and you can choose any item you like? Deal. Lin Feng responded readily. The vendor was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether he had underestimated the situation. With that, Lin Feng feigned interest in the various items on display. Finally, his gaze settled on a copper mirror. This one is quite nice. It should fetch a decent price as scrap metal. He picked up the copper mirror and scrutinized it closely, his intuition suggesting that it was no ordinary piece. Lu Yen, standing nearby, expressed her disdain. Good items wouldn't be found here. It's obvious they are all fakes. My dear, one cannot dismiss the world of antiques so easily. Authenticity is often in the eye of the beholder, Lin Feng countered. Without further ado, he scanned the payment and cheerfully departed with the copper mirror and silver dollar in hand. Lin Feng, are you out of your mind? Spending 30,000 on that trinket? Lu Yen exclaimed, her her irritation palpable as they exited the antique market. Lin Feng chuckled, acknowledging that 30,000 for a counterfeit silver dollar was indeed a loss. However, he believed the copper mirror was worth far more. Just then, Lu Yan's phone buzzed, but she showed no intention of answering. Why aren't you picking up? Are you just going to sit there? Lin Feng prodded, thinking she hadn't heard the ringtone. Reluctantly, Lu Yan answered the call, and after a brief exchange, her displeasure was evident. How old am I? Why the rush to get married? Stop pressuring me. What? You want to introduce me to a boyfriend? No way. She protested vehemently. Why not? Don't I have the right to choose my own partner? 3 o'clock in the afternoon? I want to be there. Lin Feng watched in astonishment. He had not expected someone as remarkable as Lu Yan to be facing such pressure to marry. As her frustration escalated, her voice grew louder. I can't talk to you anymore. I already have a boyfriend, and I'm out shopping with him. You don't believe me? Fine. I'll have him speak to you. Lu Yan covered the phone with one hand while looking at Lin Feng. Do me a favor. Just say you're my boyfriend and have a word with my mom. Lin Feng was taken aback. How had he suddenly become Lu Yan's boyfriend? This was rather inappropriate. Wasn't he it? It is not true. It is merely a ruse to deceive my mother. Lin Feng's mind was still in a haze when Lu Yan shoved her phone into his hands. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Feng spoke into the receiver. Hello, Annie. I am Yan Yan's boyfriend. Is that so? When did you begin your relationship? How did you meet? Where is your family from? What do your parents do? Do you have any siblings? A barrage of questions left Lin Feng at a loss for words. Lu Yan snatched the phone back and shouted into it, Mom, are you conducting a census? Now do you believe me? I'm hanging up. What? You wish to meet? Lu Yan's expression shifted dramatically, and she glanced at Lin Feng with embarrassment. She had not anticipated her mother wanting to meet him, which put her in a difficult position. There is no time. Why should you insist on meeting my boyfriend? Lu Yan and her mother argued on the phone for quite some time, but ultimately, she was defeated. Standing on the roadside with the phone in hand, she was visibly upset. Lin Feng found himself puzzled. Given that Lu Yan came from a well-off family and her father was a figure within the establishment, why was she facing such pressure regarding marriage? Lu Yan turned to Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Lin Feng, could you do me a favor once more? Pretend to be my boyfriend and meet my parents. She looked at him with a pleading expression. Pretending to be a boyfriend? Meeting her parents? Lin Feng hesitated. If his sister were to discover this, how could he possibly explain it? What would Su Yao think upon learning that Lin Feng had a girlfriend? Would she ignore him, considering that love tends to be inherently selfish? Chapter 76. Mistaking the mother-in-law for an older sister, Lu Yan was filled with anticipation. The boyfriend her mother introduced was the son of a powerful official, a second-generation rich kid. His father was Lu Yan's father's superior. Lu Yan held a strong disdain for him, as he was nothing but a debauched scion who, relying on his family's influence, squandered his time on frivolities instead of education. Recently, it was rumored that he had taken advantage of a female university student, leading her to commit suicide by jumping off a building. In the aftermath, he merely paid 30,000 yuan and faced no consequences. Lin Feng, please help me. You wouldn't want me to marry that beast, would you? After listening to Lu Yan, Lin Feng felt exasperated but reluctantly nodded. Only this once, and you cannot seek my assistance again in the future. Instantly, Lu Yan's face lit up with joy as she linked her arm through his and pulled him toward the parking lot. Hey. It is inappropriate for you to hold my arm. From this moment on, you are my boyfriend. I'm merely getting comfortable. As they walked, they began to synchronize their stories, for if they were to be found out, it would not bode well. The narrative was as follows. They were high school classmates, and Lin Feng had harbored a secret crush on Lu Yan. However, after entering university, they had lost contact. Upon graduating from university, Lin Feng and Lu Yan serendipitously crossed paths once more at a class reunion, igniting the embers of love anew. Lin Feng, now possessing considerable wealth, deemed himself a suitable match for Lu Yan and ardently pursued her affections. Consequently, they became a couple. As they arrived at the parking lot, Lu Yan instinctively reached for her own car. However, Lin Feng grasped her arm and insisted, let us take my car. After all, a son-in-law should not ride in his future father-in-law's vehicle. How presumptuous. Who said I am your future father-in-law? This is merely a pretense. Lu Yan retorted with a playful glare, playfully pinching Lin Feng's waist. Ouch! Are you attempting to murder your husband? Lin Feng exclaimed dramatically, seizing Lu Yan and raising his hand as if to swat her, but hesitating midair, unsure where to land it. Lu Yan, with an air of confidence, puffed out her chest, and teased, "Oh, so you truly wish to strike me?" The delicate atmosphere swiftly morphed into a flirtatious exchange. After settling into the driver's seat, Lin Feng was pleased to see Lu Yan occupy the passenger seat naturally. Soon, they arrived at Lu Yan's residential community, where an inexplicable nervousness enveloped Lin Feng. This was his first encounter with his girlfriend's parents, albeit under false pretenses. Stealing a glance at Lu Yan beside him, Lin Feng felt as though his heart might burst from anxiety. The seatbelt accentuated her curves, rivaling those of Su Yao. Lu Yan, clad in form-fitting jeans, showcased her long legs, leaving Lin Feng momentarily entranced. Noticing Lin Feng's gaze, Lu Yan's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently tapped his shoulder. "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a house before? We're almost there." Snapped back to reality, Lin Feng awkwardly chuckled. Perhaps their previous familiarity had dulled his awareness of her beauty. Upon reaching her doorstep, Lu Yan inhaled deeply and tugged at Lin Feng to enter, but he hesitated, prompting her to glance back curiously. "Lu Yan, perhaps we should reconsider," he suggested. "What? We are at the door, and you wish to back out? I'm feeling a bit anxious. After all, this involves deceiving your parents. This isn't deception. It is merely a benevolent fib. We are classmates. Do you truly wish to watch me plunge into a perilous situation?" Lin Feng felt as if he had become a savior and reluctantly nodded in agreement. "Remember what we just discussed. Do not mention any splits." "Rest assured," she replied. Just then, the door behind them swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman. "Yan Yan, you're back. Why are you standing at the door? Come in." The woman was none other than Lu Yan's mother, Gao Rulin. Hearing her mother's voice, Lu Yan swiftly turned around, greeted by her mother's radiant smile. "Yenner, why don't you introduce us? Is this your boyfriend?" "Hello, I am Lin Feng, Lu Yan's boyfriend," he said, feeling both excitement and trepidation. Lin Feng immediately embarked on an enthusiastic self-introduction. Upon hearing Lin Feng address her as sister, Gao Rulin felt a slight flush of embarrassment, yet her heart swelled with delight. She turned to Lu Yan and said, "Yenner, aren't you going to make an introduction?" "Mom, this is Lin Feng, my boyfriend," Lu Yan casually replied. Before turning to Lin Feng, "Don't call her that. This is my mother." "Oh, so this is our mother? Had you not mentioned it, I would have mistaken her for an older sister." "Hello, Mom." Lu Yan and her mother were strikingly alike, as if sculpted from the same mold. Gao Rulin, despite being in her 40s, appeared as youthful as 31, a testament to her diligent self-care. Lin Feng's words brought immense joy to Gao Rulin, causing her to smile radiantly. "This child is just jesting. Aunties are not as marvelous as you say." Dressed in comfortable home attire, Gao Rulin hastily opened the door for her daughter and Lin Feng to enter. At that moment, Lin Feng noticed a middle-aged man seated on the living room sofa. Appearing to be around 50 years of age, it was evident that he must be Lu Yan's father, Lu Guoqing. He possessed a commanding presence, exuding vitality with sharp features, a robust physique, and piercing eyes that reflected a sense of righteousness. "Ah, this man looks somewhat familiar," Lin Feng mused. "Isn't he the one who appeared on television?" Qin Cheng. It dawned on him that this was indeed Lu Yan's father, which explained why she seemed to navigate life so effortlessly. She was, after all, a privileged second-generation offspring. Lu Guoqing nodded slightly and turned to Lu Yan. "Yenner, why don't you introduce him to your father?" "Oh dear, Dad. Are you succumbing to your occupational habit again? Must you always scrutinize and invade our privacy? This is my boyfriend Lin Feng. We are high school classmates." "Hello, Uncle." Lin Feng greeted with a warm smile, bowing slightly in acknowledgement of Lu Guoqing. Lin Feng. Upon hearing the name, Lu Guoqing momentarily paused, as if recalling something. Noticing a shift in Lu Guoqing's expression, Lin Feng's heart sank. Could it be that his future father-in-law harbored some prejudice against him? "Please, have a seat." Lu Yan urged Lin Feng to sit on the sofa, while Lu Guoqing gently pushed a cup of tea towards him. Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Yenner, you and your mother go prepare dinner. I have already arranged the ingredients." Lu Yan hesitated, concerned about her father potentially saying something inappropriate in Lin Feng's presence. However, upon noticing her mother's persistent signaling, she reluctantly stood up. "Lin Feng, you stay here with my dad. I'll go cook." "All right, you go ahead. I will have a chat with Uncle," Lin Feng replied, pulling out a cigarette and offering one to his future father-in-law. When Lu Guoqing saw that Lin Feng was smoking a Huazi, his expression darkened. "Young man, you should not engage in such comparisons. What is your monthly salary that permits you to smoke such a brand?" In Lu Guoqing's eyes, Lin Feng had just graduated from university, and even with a commendable job, his earnings likely amounted to only 6 or 7,000 yuan, hardly sufficient to afford Huazi. It was merely a facade for show. Such a vain man is unworthy of entrusting my daughter to him. Uncle, I am currently unemployed. A young man like you is living off his parents? Living off them? I wish I could, but alas, my parents have long since passed. Then how do you manage to survive? I dabble in antiques and have earned a bit of money. An antiquities dealer? Lu Guiqing was somewhat taken aback. A mere vendor hardly belonged to their social echelon. Their backgrounds were incompatible, and his daughter must not associate with him. Having said this, Lu Guiqing's countenance fell, and he lapsed into silence. Chapter 77. What do you have to compare with me? The atmosphere in the living room grew somewhat oppressive and awkward. Lin Feng wished to clarify matters, yet he deemed it unnecessary to reason with someone so superficially minded. Lu Yan, in the kitchen, held a scallion in her hand, absent-mindedly picking at it while her ears remained attuned to the happenings in the living room. Upon hearing her father's words, she pouted and murmured, "What arrow is this? Still so futile. Is being unemployed tantamount to living off one's parents? There are those who have far more money than you. Yenner, what are you mumbling about in there? Hurry and peel that scallion. Mom, please don't introduce me to anyone anymore. I already have a boyfriend." Silly girl. Do you truly know Lin Feng? Let your father vet him first. If he approves, then you may cultivate your relationship. Otherwise, it would be wise to abandon this notion as soon as possible. Why should it matter? It's not him who is dating this stubborn girl. Your father only wishes the best for you. What? You have a boyfriend and yet have not shared this with us, which caused us to arrange a meeting for you. He will arrive shortly, and I advise you to observe closely who is more suitable. With a sudden motion, Lu Yan flung the scallion aside. Mom, what are you doing? Upon hearing that a suitor had been invited to their home, Lu Yan's demeanor shifted dramatically. Lin Feng, let us leave. I shall not return to this house again. Lin Feng, who had been sipping tea, was momentarily taken aback by Lu Yan's words. Yenner, what is the matter? Lu Yan remained silent, pulling Lin Feng to depart. Stop. This is becoming increasingly outrageous. Do you not see me as your father? Lu Guiqing's voice rang out, his expression darkening. Just then, a knock echoed through the air, prompting Lu Guiqing's expression to soften slightly as he called out to the kitchen. Dear, someone is here. Go and open the door. Lin Feng was astonished, having not anticipated such overt paternalism from his future father-in-law. Must one call upon the mother-in-law merely to open a door? Coming. Gao Guolan cheerfully responded, hurrying out. Upon opening the door, a sharply dressed gentleman appeared, holding a high-end gift, accompanied by a small assistant who bore a multitude of items. Hello, Auntie, I hope I'm not late. Ah, you're here. You needn't have brought so much. Just come in. Needn't have brought so much? Lin Feng furrowed his brow upon hearing Gao Rulan's address to the man. Was he truly so oblivious as to smile in the face of such an insult? As the man entered, he sported a playful grin and warmly greeted, Uncle Lu. The beast has arrived. Come, take a seat. He placed his items on the coffee table, while the man behind him meticulously arranged his offerings. Uncle Lu, knowing your fondness for tea, I specially had someone procure 2 boxes of fine tea leaves for you. The man lifted the 2 gift boxes, which were clearly of premium quality. Just judging by the packaging, they must cost at least 10 to 18,000. Additionally, there were 2 bottles of rare Maotai, 2 bottles of 95 Zun, and a Ginseng King set. Goodness. Just these gifts alone were conservatively estimated to be worth around 80 to 90,000 yuan. Gao Rulan and Lu Guiqing beamed with delight, eagerly inviting the man to sit down, while Lu Guiqing personally served tea. Yan, it's been a while. I brought you a gift. I hope you like it. Saying this, the man pulled a box from his suit pocket. This is a necklace I had custom made for you. Try it on. As he opened the box, a dazzling diamond necklace revealed itself, the pendant glimmering brilliantly. Oh, Lu Yan. Quickly put it on and see. This thing is quite expensive. Lin Feng nudged Lu Yan's arm, chuckling. Wear it. Are you hoping I'll wear a green hat? Lu Guiqing shot a disapproving glance at his daughter. The beast is here, and you don't even greet him? Is that appropriate? Before Lu Yan could respond, Lin Feng took the necklace and gracefully adorned Lu Yan's neck. Not bad, not bad. Though it seems a bit ostentatious, it doesn't quite suit your profession. After saying this, he removed the necklace and returned it to the man. Your name is Beast? How did your parents come to name you that? Lin Feng said with utmost seriousness, this necklace doesn't suit Lu Yan. I'll buy her a jade one later. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lin Feng, Lu Yan's boyfriend. Lin Feng was aware he was facing a rival, and thus chose to act first. Given the current situation, it was evident that the beast had already gained the favor of Lu Yan's parents, securing an advantage. The two stood there, casual sportswear versus a designer suit. A country lad versus a scion of a prominent family. Empty-handed versus laden with lavish gifts. The outcome was apparent. Lin Feng was utterly defeated. However, he maintained a smile. For he possessed a secret weapon. Lu Yan. Lu Yan feigned intimacy, linking her arm with Lin Feng's, and the two began to display their affection openly. Lin Feng. That name sounds familiar, but allow me to correct you. My name is Qin Shou, Qin from the land of the three Qin. And Shou meaning longevity like the southern mountains. Do you understand? Qin Shou articulated each word with a hint of menace. Isn't that still the beast? Did I say something wrong? Lin Feng, with exaggerated expressions, looked at Qin Shou in shock. Indeed, Qin Shou was the beast. Uncle Lu. Now that Lu Yan has a boyfriend, I shall take my leave first, Qin Shou remarked, his expression darkening as he turned to Lu Guoqing. Anyone could discern the underlying resentment in his words. Qin Shou, do not heed his nonsense. That is merely Lu Yan's ordinary friend, not her boyfriend, Lu Guoqing interjected, pulling Qin Shou to sit beside him. How has your grandfather been lately? Qin Shou inquired. He is faring well. We are currently in a critical period. And if all goes smoothly, we can make further progress, came the reply. That is splendid news. The Qin family is bound to ascend to greater heights in the future. Lu Guoqing jested. Qin Shou's face beamed with pride as he cast a disdainful glance at Lin Feng, treating him as if he were invisible while engaging in animated conversation about the political landscape, a topic Lin Feng found utterly uninteresting. Lin Feng could perceive Lu Guoqing's intentions of seeking higher connections. At that moment, Qin Shou shifted the conversation to Lin Feng. I wonder what Mr. Lin's family does. Lin Feng smiled slightly. I am self-reliant, ensuring that one person can eat well enough to spare the family from hunger. I am an unemployed wanderer. Oh, are you planning to let Lu Yan sleep on the street then? That seems rather inappropriate, does it not? I possess a seaside apartment in Liang. Why would I sleep on the street? Lin Feng replied earnestly. However, if Lu Yan prefers the street, I shall naturally accompany her. A seaside apartment? Qin Shou was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lin Feng could afford such luxury. Instantly, he regarded Lin Feng with newfound respect and categorized him as his foremost rival. Such possessions are far from sufficient, of course. Naturally, a single apartment cannot suffice to win Lu Yan's affection. That would be rather laughable. Qin Shou spoke with unwavering confidence, boasting of his lineage and wealth. A 2,000 square meter villa, a Rolls-Royce, and a set of 3 diamonds. These are merely the engagement gifts for Lu Yan. If she marries me, it would be akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, soaring to success. She would enter into a life of luxury. Lin Feng, what do you have to compete with me? The blatant disdain and mockery. What should Lin Feng do? Should he continue to play the role of the boyfriend? What if the charade turns into reality? What if Su Yao then? I have heard that tipping allows one to glimpse future plot developments. I wonder if this is true. Chapter 78. A charade turning real? Inviting the wolf into the house. Lin Feng had not anticipated Qin Shou's directness. With a smirk, he fired back at him. What do I possess? I would rather inquire what you possess. Which of these things did you earn through your own efforts? At your age, still relying on your parents? To put it kindly, you are a man-child. To be blunt, you are a spoiled rich kid. Without your parents and ancestors, you would be nothing. What if I lack such things? I purchased my home through my own labor. Every penny I spend is earned by me. Qin Shou's expression grew increasingly grim. Lu Guoqing's face darkened, fury flickering in his eyes. Enough. No matter how eloquently you speak, you are not welcome in our home. Leave. And do not return. Huh. Is this how easily you become enraged? With a cold laugh, Lin Feng cast a guilt-ridden glance at Lu Yan. Yenner, I am truly sorry for having messed everything up. It matters not, she replied. The child within me is yours. You are the father, and that is an immutable truth. Since this family has no place for you, I shall return with you. Boom. Lu Yan's words detonated like a bomb amidst the crowd. What? A child? Lu Guoqing pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Yan, momentarily speechless. What do you mean, Lu Yan? Are you carrying this scoundrel's child? Qin Shou stammered, desperately wishing this was a fabrication. Yet, the resolute look in Lu Yan's eyes chilled him to the bone. Very well. Lu Guoqing trembled with rage, his finger quivering. You have brought disgrace upon the Lu family. Qin Shou's face turned ashen, filled with anger and disbelief. Lu Yan, is this how you treat me? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, his heart filled with trepidation. How could such a mundane excuse be brought forth? However, since Lu Yan had spoken, he steeled himself and stood protectively before her. Given the circumstances, Uncle Lu, please do not be enraged. I know my words may not be pleasing to you, but I must declare that I will take responsibility for Lu Yan and the child. I will ensure they live well. Lu Guiqing scoffed at Lin Feng's declaration. Responsibility? What can you offer? What do you possess to provide for them? As he spoke, Lin Feng produced a bank card. This card holds 70 million. I believe that should suffice for a lifetime, and I can continue to earn. 70 million? Both Lu Guiqing and Qin Shou were taken aback. How could you possibly have 70 million? Surely, you are not attempting to deceive us with a counterfeit card? Is 70 million a substantial amount? Lin Feng shot a glance at Qin Shou. This money, in fact, originates from the Qin family. The Qin family? Qin Shou was taken aback. From his expression, Lin Feng could ascertain that he referred to the same Qin family as Qin San. The world is vast, and one may never traverse every corner of the earth in a lifetime. Yet, it is also small. Even feigning a boyfriend can lead to encounters with old adversaries. Qin San is your uncle, is he not? And Qin Yunshan is your cousin, correct? How do you know this? Qin Shou's question provided Lin Feng with an affirmative response. You could inquire with your third uncle to verify my claim regarding the 70 million. With that, Lin Feng sank onto the sofa and lit a cigarette for himself. After taking a puff, he hastily extinguished the cigarette. My apologies, dear. I forgot that I am not supposed to smoke. Just as well, Lu Yan shot him a glare, inwardly chastising him for being audacious enough to call her wife. Such familiarity was courting disaster. Qin Shou promptly dialed his third uncle's number, conversing briefly with Qin San before hanging up. So, you are Lin Feng. No wonder this name sounded so familiar. The ancient jade originally belonged to you. No wonder you possess 70 million. What? This fellow truly has 70 million? Lu Guiqing's face was filled with astonishment, his eyes reflecting a hint of shock. The living room fell into a hushed silence, and the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. All right, everyone, let us not linger in silence any longer. Let us dine, Gao Rulin announced, inviting everyone to prepare for the meal. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Guiqing stood up, stating, the meal is ready. Let us move to the dining room and enjoy our meal while we converse. In the dining room, everyone gathered around the table. Although Qin Shou remained silent, his eyes still conveyed a sense of unwillingness. Lu Guiqing observed Lin Feng, his gaze complex, uncertain whether to continue his disdain or to reassess this young man. During the meal, the atmosphere remained somewhat delicate. Suddenly, Lin Feng's phone rang, and upon answering, his complexion turned ashen. After hanging up, Lin Feng appeared flustered. I apologize. There is an urgent matter at home. Yinner, I must return. Why not finish the meal first? Lu Yan attempted to persuade Lin Feng, but he was in a state of distress. No, the situation is quite pressing. I must leave now. With that, he bid farewell to Lu Guiqing and Gao Rulin before heading towards the door. I'll see you off. Lin Feng hurriedly approached the elevator and pressed the down button. Lin Feng, what happened? Do you need my assistance? Lu Yan inquired with concern, instinctively grasping his arm. Behind them, 3 pairs of eyes were fixed intently on the two. Just then, Lin Feng suddenly enveloped Lu Yan in his embrace and kissed her fervently. Lu Yan was taken aback by this unexpected kiss, her eyes wide open, staring at Lin Feng in bewilderment. The kiss arrived too swiftly, leaving Lu Yan momentarily at a loss for words. The 3 onlookers in the living room were utterly stunned by the scene before them. Lu Guiqing had assumed Lin Feng was merely a casual acquaintance, a mere facade for Lu Yan to manage her family, but he never anticipated that their connection was genuine. Qin Shou, his expression darkened, glared at Lin Feng with malice, harboring deep resentment. You wait, I'll make you pay, he seethed inwardly. As Lu Yan gradually acclimated to Lin Feng's kiss, joy welled within her. It seemed Lin Feng had fully engaged in the moment. Lin Feng, you cannot escape my grasp. Ding! The elevator bell chimed, and the doors opened. Only then did Lin Feng release Lu Yan, a mischievous smile gracing his face. What do you think you're doing? My parents are watching over there. And what of it? I'm merely kissing my fiancée. What is there to fear? Who is your fiancée? You wish. I am not your fiancé. With children already. Do you intend to find a surrogate? Oh, spare me. I was merely speaking casually. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Yan pinched Lin Feng's waist sharply, prompting him to yelp, ouch. Are you attempting to murder your husband? Lu Yin hastily covered Lin Feng's mouth, glaring at him with fierce intensity. What are you shouting about? Suddenly, Lin Feng launched a surprise attack and darted into the elevator. Ding! As the elevator doors closed, Lu Yin glared at the elevator and said with disdain, "Humph. You think you can take advantage of me and just leave? Just wait, I'll show you how I deal with you next time. Did you dare kiss me without my consent? My first kiss has been lost just like that? This rascal must be trying to turn a farce into reality. Have I unwittingly invited a wolf into my home?" Chapter 79. Another father-in-law arrives. The more Lu Yin thought about it, the angrier she became. She pressed the elevator button in frustration, and just as the doors were about to close, they opened again with a swoosh. Without hesitation, Lu Yin slipped into the elevator, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Feng. "We agreed to pretend. Why are you playing it for real?" Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment, chasing after her merely to ask this question. "Lu Yin, wasn't I trying to make it convincing? I sacrificed my first kiss for this, and you still find it unacceptable?" Fuming with rage, Lu Yin raised her fist, ready to strike Lin Feng. The villain cried first, turning the tables on her. Lin Feng had done it deliberately, intending to provoke Qin Shou into retreat. Lu Yin fixed her gaze on Lin Feng, their eyes locking in a tense standoff. Lin Feng refused to back down, staring intently at Lu Yin. At that moment, a man must never show weakness. Otherwise, there would be no chance for redemption. Feeling her heart race and a tingling sensation enveloping her, Lu Yin stared at Lin Feng, yearning to reclaim her first kiss. "Return my first kiss to me." Lin Feng frowned, taken aback. He had not anticipated that was Lu Yin's first kiss. Nowadays, college graduates rarely held on to their innocence, let alone their first kiss. "You took my first kiss. You must take responsibility," Lu Yin declared boldly, not allowing Lin Feng a moment to react before the elevator doors opened. As they reached the entrance of the unit, Lu Yin stood angrily blocking the door, her expression one of grievance. "That was also my first kiss. Neither of us has lost out. It's even now. Lin Feng, are you still a man?" Furious, Lu Yin pointed an accusing finger at Lin Feng, her face flushed with anger, her chest rising and falling dramatically. "How am I not a man? You dare claim that was your first kiss? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Lin Feng's face turned crimson, feeling embarrassed and wishing to vanish into the ground. Then, his expression shifted. With a playful grin, he said, "Wasn't I just getting too into character? It was also to save your face. If you truly want me to take responsibility, then marry me. At worst, I'll support you for a lifetime." Lu Yin burst into laughter, having intended only to intimidate Lin Feng, but he had responded with such a declaration. "Are you confessing to me? Wanting to marry me isn't that simple." Lu Yin's attitude took a sudden turn, leaving Lin Feng bewildered. "Is this some kind of joke? All right, you hurry back." Lu Yin playfully pushed Lin Feng and cheerfully dashed back to the corridor. Lin Feng grinned, revealing his teeth, and shook his head. In the Haidin community, a middle-aged man sat across from a composed and mature woman, both facing Su Yao. "How much longer until Lin Feng returns?" "He'll be back shortly. He went to a friend's house nearby." Su Yao felt a twinge of apprehension as they had come directly to their home in search of Lin Feng, worried he might be in trouble. She carefully attended to the two visitors. "Lin Feng is still young. If he has offended you in any way, as his sister-in-law, I sincerely apologize on his behalf." "You are Lin Feng's sister-in-law? Where's his family?" The man was taken aback, not expecting the woman across from him to be Lin Feng's sister-in-law. "Lin Feng is an orphan. I am his only family." The man gazed meaningfully at Su Yao, attempting to discern something from her expression. Just then, the door swung open, and Lin Feng entered. He initially froze upon seeing the middle-aged man, but upon noticing the mature woman beside him, he offered a slight smile. "Huijie, what brings you here?" "Lin Feng, this is my father. I hope you don't mind our unexpected visit." Chen Hui's father, Chen Qiming, stood up and coldly remarked, "Lin Feng, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" Lin Feng's expression shifted. It seemed Chen Hui's matters had not escaped her father's notice. "Dad, what are you saying? We agreed not to bring this up." Su Yao, visibly anxious, tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve and whispered, "Xiao Feng, let us discuss this calmly." Lin Feng gently patted Su Yao's hand. "Sister-in-law, you should head upstairs. I need to talk with them." Chen Hui observed their interaction with a puzzled expression. Once Su Yao ascended the stairs, she turned her attention back to Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, is my sister-in-law upset?" "Not at all. Huijie, what brings you both here?" As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Chen Qiming snorted disdainfully, fixing Lin Feng with a cold stare. My daughter has divorced from the Qin family, and they have made it clear they will not forgive the Qin family. They will demand compensation, and I initially intended to confront you about this. However, under Chun Hui's persuasion, I decided to come and discuss matters with you earnestly. With the ties to the Qin family severed, the Qin family urgently needed significant support. If Lin Feng could facilitate a connection with the Zhao family in the capital, the Qin family would be of little consequence. Chun Hui had inadvertently learned of Lin Feng's relationship with Zhao Jingyi from her friend. After all, in a town as small as Qincheng, any developments were swiftly known within the circles. Now, with the cooperation between the Qin and Chun families disrupted and the Qin family withdrawing investments, the Qin family faced a financial crisis. Chen Qiming fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, speaking in a grave tone. Lin Feng, I shall be direct. Huier has divorced Qin Yunshan because of you. The Qin family intends to target our Qin family. As long as you can assist the Qin family in overcoming this crisis, I shall overlook this incident. As for your relationship with Huier, it is for you to handle. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, yet before he could speak, Chun Hui's face flushed as she reproached, Father, what is it? If you can resolve this, we can return immediately. Chen Qiming shot a glare at his daughter. Truly a case of a daughter growing too independent, her allegiance seemingly straying. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Although the affairs of the Chun family were not directly his concern, they were indeed a consequence of his actions. However, the financial crisis faced by the Chun family could not be remedied with mere hundreds of thousands or millions. He felt incapable of aiding the Chun family. Nevertheless, upon hearing Chen Qiming's words, his anxious heart began to ease. For Hui Jie's sake, I am willing to give it a try. Lin Feng was not overly confident, but he would endeavor to assist. Chen Qiming's eyes brightened, and his demeanor softened significantly as he glanced at his daughter, followed by a sigh. Lin Feng, I understand in my heart that even without your involvement with Huier, the Qin family would eventually resort to such actions. Why? Lin Feng inquired curiously. In the realm of powerful families, collaboration is driven solely by mutual benefit. When such benefits are unattainable, cooperation becomes an impossibility. Chen Qiming was acutely aware that the Qin family sought to engulf the Qin family. Lin Feng grasped the situation, realizing that in this world, it was indeed the larger fish that consumed the smaller. Then I entrust this to you. The Qin family shall not forget your kindness. Lin Feng nodded. Very well, I shall do my utmost. However, I cannot guarantee success, so you must also prepare for other contingencies. Chen Qiming nodded. Good, good. Your assurance is enough. Chen Hui gazed at Lin Feng with gratitude. Thank you, Lin Feng. Lin Feng pondered thoughtfully. It seemed he could only attempt to reach out to Zhao Jingyi, as she was the only one capable of providing assistance. If the Zhao family could invest in the Qin family, then the Qin family would think twice before making any rash moves. Yet, Lin Feng felt troubled. Although he had some connection with Zhao Jingyi, persuading the Zhao family to invest a substantial sum in the Qin family would not be an easy feat at that moment. Chen Qiming's phone suddenly rang. A tech company under the Qin family was facing a collective demand for debt repayment from their suppliers. If the outstanding payments were not settled, they would collectively cease supply. This would paralyze the company and lead to even greater losses. This was undoubtedly a scheme orchestrated by the Qin family. He had not anticipated their retaliation would come so swiftly. Father, what should we do now? Chen Hui asked, her face filled with urgency. Su Yao, listening from upstairs, was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the nature of the relationship between Chen Hui and Lin Feng. Why had Lin Feng come to their door? Did he have a special connection with Chen Hui? Chapter 80. A fortuitous encounter with a beautiful neighbor. Although the Qin family had prepared themselves, they had not foreseen that the Qin family's revenge would arrive so quickly and in such a manner. All the company's funds had been invested in a project. Now, there was no money left to pay the suppliers. Chen Qiming was also exasperated. These suppliers had previously been eager to deliver funds, and payments were settled only once every 6 months. The Qin family instigated discord among them, making their motivations purely profit-driven. When the wall crumbles, everyone pushes. It is the nature of commerce to pursue profit. I have 60 million here. I will transfer it to you for emergency use. Observing Chen Hui's anxious demeanor, Lin Feng immediately withdrew his own capital. Lin Feng, this is merely a temporary remedy, he thought. Let us navigate this immediate crisis first. There is always a way when the heavens do not forsake us. With matters having reached this point, there was no alternative. Upon receiving the funds, Chen Qiming returned directly to the provincial capital, leaving Chen Hui behind. Although Chun Hui felt discomfort in her heart, she refrained from voicing any complaints. Sister Hui, do not fret. Everything will eventually be resolved. Lin Feng continuously reassured Chun Hui while contemplating their next steps. Was it worthwhile to assist the Chen family? And the Zhao family? How could he forget about the Zhao family? Suddenly, Lin Feng recalled the Zhao family from Qin City, the arch-rivals of the Qin family. He promptly took out his phone, preparing to call Uncle Zhao, but as soon as the call connected, he quickly hung up. Such matters were best discussed face-to-face. Clarity could not be achieved over the phone. Sister Hui, we are heading to Qin City. To Qin City? Lin Feng's declaration was followed by a shout upstairs. Sister-in-law, please pack. We are going to the provincial capital. Su Yao, lost in thought, hastily stood up and made her way to the second floor. Are we leaving now? How many days will we be gone? 3 to 5 days, perhaps. It's hard to say. All right, I will grab a few changes of clothes. Su Yao eagerly returned to her bedroom, fetching several outfits and sleepwear, then went to Lin Feng's room to help him gather some clothes. 15 minutes later, Lin Feng drove his Hongqi SUV with Su Yao in the passenger seat and Chun Hui in the back, on the highway to the provincial capital. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat awkward. While driving, Lin Feng pondered how to approach Uncle Zhao upon their arrival. Suddenly, a black Mercedes surged from the side, darting in front of Lin Feng's vehicle. He slammed on the brakes and swerved slightly left to avoid a collision. What the hell? How can one drive like that? I could have been killed. Just as Lin Feng prepared to accelerate and chase down the Mercedes, Su Yao, pale-faced, urgently intervened. Xiaofeng, don't stoop to their level. Safety comes first. Let us not be angry. Let's south, just drive slowly. Clearly shaken, Su Yao's chest rose and fell unevenly. Seeing her distressed expression, Lin Feng abandoned the thought of retaliating against the Mercedes. One cannot bite back when bitten by a dog. In the back seat, Chun Hui furrowed her brow upon spotting the license plate of the car ahead. Lin Feng, that vehicle appears to be from Qin City. With a leopard insignia? It seemed this car was anything but ordinary. After glancing at the plate, a sense of foreboding settled within her. At that moment, the car in front accelerated, and the driver's window rolled down, revealing a man with a lewd expression and a lascivious gaze. Beside him sat a woman with her bare back exposed, crouching and seemingly engaged in some unknown activity. The man raised his middle finger at Lin Feng, casting a scornful glance in his direction. A provocation? Lin Feng let out a cold laugh, choosing to ignore the man. After all, his sister-in-law and Chun Hui were in the car. He would never gamble with their lives. He silently noted the man's license plate. As the Mercedes observed Lin Feng's lack of reaction, it sped away with a swift press of the accelerator. At 6 in the evening, at the Sheraton Hotel in Qin City, Lin Feng parked at the entrance, and the doorman hurriedly approached to open the door. Welcome. The doorman greeted with a smile, taking the car keys from Lin Feng and leading him into the hotel. He guided the trio into the lobby, where a charming hostess approached them. Please prepare 2 rooms and reserve a table for me in the restaurant. Certainly. The hostess, clad in a light blue qipao, possessed a beauty that exceeded 90 points. With a professional smile, her every gesture exuded feminine grace. Sister-in-law, Huijia, please return to your rooms for a bit of rest. I have a friend to meet. In the presence of others, Lin Feng still preferred to address Su Yao as sister-in-law. Su Yao and Chun Hui nodded in understanding without inquiring about whom Lin Feng was meeting. Uncle Zhao, this is Lin Feng. Are you free tonight? Young Lin, have you arrived in Qin City? Just got here, and I would like to discuss something with you. All right. I'll handle a few matters and come over in half an hour. Sounds good. Lin Feng proceeded to the restaurant, entering the reserved private room and requesting a glass of plain water. Sir, would you like to order now or wait a while? A waitress, dressed in a fitted dress, approached him with an iPad in hand. I'll wait a bit. My guest hasn't arrived yet. Lin Feng, engrossed in his thoughts, remained oblivious to the waitress's gaze that lingered upon him. A strange smile crept onto her lips as she noticed Lin Feng sitting still. Quietly, she approached him, and as she stood behind him, she suddenly clasped her hands over his eyes. Lin Feng was enveloped by a fragrant aroma, feeling a soft body press against his back. Instantly, darkness descended before him. What was happening? A flicker of surprise coursed through Lin Feng as he prepared to resist. However, a gentle voice whispered in his ear, "Guess who I am?" Hearing the familiar tone, Lin Feng struggled to recall where he had heard it before, but found himself at a loss. Who are you? Do you know me? Lin Feng, you ungrateful soul, can't even recognize my voice. The woman, realizing Lin Feng's inability to guess, released her hands, and crossed her arms. A look of indignation on her face. Lin Feng turned to look, momentarily stunned. Wang Wan, how is it you? Do you still remember me? I thought you might have forgotten me after becoming wealthy. After graduating from university, Lin Feng found himself without the means to rent a place, thus relying on a classmate in Shajing village for accommodation. Wang Wan lived next door at the time, and their paths frequently crossed, leading to a budding familiarity. While their relationship was not particularly close, Lin Feng had dined at Wang Wan's home on a couple of occasions. She was 5 years his senior, having divorced her husband after he squandered their fortune on vices, leaving her to rent alone in Shajing village. I work here, striving to earn a living, she remarked. It's been a long time since we last met. What have you been up to? Have you struck it rich? Lin Feng smiled and briefly recounted his recent experiences. Wang Wan looked at him with envy. Lin Feng, you have truly made something of yourself. By the way, are you here dining with friends tonight? Lin Feng nodded yes. I've arranged to meet a friend to discuss some matters. Wang Wan enthusiastically suggested, let me recommend some of our restaurant's signature dishes. I assure you they are delicious. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and Zhao Bowen entered. Upon seeing Wang Wan, he paused momentarily before smiling. Oh, Wang Wan, what brings you here? Wang Wan's expression shifted, her eyes betraying a moment of panic. Zhao boss, are you dining here too? Lin Feng, surprised, interjected, do you two know each other? Wang Wan and I were neighbors once. Zhao Bowen teasingly remarked. Well, I suppose we are acquainted. Perfect, then let Wang Wan serve us well. Wang Wan forced a smile. Lin Feng felt a twinge of curiosity, but refrained from probing further, recognizing that everyone has their own social circles. As they sat down to eat, Lin Feng called for Su Yao and Chen Hui. Zhao uncle, this is my friends Su Yao and Chen Hui. Chen Hui, is your father Chen Qiming? Zhao uncle inquired. You know my father? Chen Hui, having met Zhao Bowen only once, felt a bit awkward. Yes, I've heard about your divorce from that Qin fellow, Zhao Bowen said, observing her nod in acknowledgement. He did not pursue the topic further, casting a significant glance at Lin Feng, pondering whether the young man had connections to the notorious Chao. Su Yao was a widow, Chen Hui was a widow, and Wang Wan was also a widow. What was it about Lin Feng that attracted women of such circumstances? Lin Feng smiled slightly, indicating to Zhao Bowen that it was not the time for conversation. Let us all enjoy the meal, the dishes will cool soon. He intended to invite Wang Wan to join them, but she was at work and could not dine with the guests. Half an hour later, having indulged in a hearty meal, Lin Feng requested a pot of fine tea. Sister-in-law, Huijia, please entertain yourselves for a while. I need to discuss something with Zhao uncle. You two carry on. We'll step out for coffee, Chen Hui promptly responded. Already anticipating that Lin Feng wished to talk to Zhao Bowen about matters concerning the Chen family, she led Su Yao to the coffee area outside. After Su Yao and Chen Hui departed, Lin Feng poured a cup of tea for Zhao Bowen and slowly began to speak. Uncle Zhao, the purpose of my visit today is to discuss matters pertaining to the Chen family. Their situation is quite dire, and they have encountered some troubles. Zhao Bowen set down his teacup, his expression turning grave. I have had a few encounters with Chen Qiming. He is a man driven solely by profit. However, the crisis facing the Chen family is not merely the result of machinations by the Qin family. As one of the 4 prominent families in Qinqing, the Zhao family possesses its own intelligence channels. I am well aware of the enmity between the Qin and Chen families. There is a covert force launching an offensive against the Chen family's enterprises, but I have yet to ascertain who it is. The Zhao family is reluctant to become entangled in this murky affair. Nevertheless, with Lin Feng now speaking up, Zhao Bowen felt compelled to reassess the situation. Had it not been for Lin Feng's life-saving intervention, Zhao Bowen might have met his demise long ago. The Qin family is currently at the height of its power. Offending them could lead to repercussions for the Zhao family as well. However, Zhao Bowen could not forget Lin Feng's act of salvation. After weighing the options, Zhao Bowen ultimately agreed to Lin Feng's request. A union between the Zhao and Chen families would deter the Qin family from acting recklessly. Lin Feng discerned Zhao Bowen's hesitation and furrowed his brow, inquiring, Uncle Zhao, if this poses a difficulty, we can set it aside. No, I will agree to your request. But I must have a thorough discussion with Chen Qiming first, Zhao Bowen replied. Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback by Zhao Bowen's prompt acquiescence. Uncle Zhao, this matter is of great importance. You must consider it carefully. Zhao Bowen smiled slightly. Brother Lin, you should avoid getting involved with Wang Wan, her husband. Just then, Wang Wan entered with a kettle of hot water, prompting Zhao Bowen to quickly halt his words. Lin Feng awkwardly chuckled. Uncle Zhao, you worry too much. There is nothing between us. To his surprise, Wang Wan walked directly to Lin Feng's side and leaned in to whisper, Lin Feng. It seems your two friends are encountering some trouble. You should go check on them. Lin Feng's expression shifted abruptly, and he sprang to his feet, rising too hastily and inadvertently colliding with Wang Wan's chest. Wang Wan winced in pain, clutching her chest and scolding. You little rascal, was that intentional? Apologies, apologies. Let me help you, Lin Feng hurriedly offered, preparing to massage her. Get lost. What are you thinking? Wang Wan retorted, hastily shielding her chest with one hand. Lin Feng stood there, visibly embarrassed. Just then, a loud crash echoed from outside as a cup shattered. Lin Feng abandoned Wang Wan and dashed out, leaving Zhao Bowen looking perplexed. Wang Wan, what happened? Someone is bullying the two ladies who were here a moment ago. What? Zhao Bowen's expression darkened with concern for Lin Feng, and he followed him outside. As Lin Feng burst through the door, he spotted Su Yao and Chun Hui standing before three men clad in designer attire. One of the men, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Yao, exclaimed loudly, You should obediently come with me. I've already booked a room. Serve me well, and you need not accompany me in that attire. Su Yao, her face awash with panic, timidly replied, Why should I compensate you when it was clearly your fault for colliding with me? Moments earlier, as she exited the restroom, this man had collided with her, subsequently claiming she had damaged his suit and relentlessly demanding compensation. Huh? Do you dare to be defiant? Do you believe I won't take matters into my own hands right here? With that, he reached out, attempting to touch her face inappropriately. Su Yao swiftly evaded his lecherous hand. Observing the commotion, surrounding patrons hurriedly distanced themselves. Chen Hui pulled Su Yao back, saying, What do you think you're doing? If you persist, I shall call the police. Oh, the little lady intends to call the authorities? How about you play with me instead, and we can let this matter slide? Upon noticing Chen Hui, the man's eyes lit up, and he reached for her arm. Filled with rage, Lin Feng surged forward, seizing the man's wrist and twisting it with force. The man screamed in agony as Lin Feng executed a shoulder throw, leaving him sprawled on the ground, wailing in pain. Dare to bully my friend? I assure you, by the time I'm done, your mother won't recognize you. Just as Lin Feng prepared to stomp on him, Su Yao restrained him from behind. The other two men quickly rushed to assist their fallen comrade. You dare to lay a hand on him? Do you know who he is? Only then did Lin Feng observe the man's features, his expression shifting dramatically. What the hell? So it's you. You scoundrel. The man looked up at Lin Feng and recognized him as well. Haha, I didn't expect to see you, Brother Hongqi. He was indeed the one who had attempted to cut him off on the highway. Encountering a foe brought forth a fierce animosity. No matter who you are, kneel and apologize to our young master. Otherwise, these two ladies will have to entertain him for the night. Young Masterly? With a swift motion, Lin Feng's lips curled into a smirk as he delivered two resounding slaps, silencing the two men immediately. I care not for your young master Li or any other title. If you dare to bully my friend, you shall be punished. You've got guts. I am Li Xingyuan of the Li family in Kyoto. Who are you? State your name. Li Xingyuan declared, his demeanor arrogant and furious. The Li family of Kyoto? Lin Feng had never heard of them, but he was aware that this was Qin City, not Kyoto. I am Lin Feng, and I shall not alter my name or my character. If you seek revenge, feel free to come at me. After speaking, Lin Feng turned to Su Yao, asking, Are you all right? She shook her head, signaling that she was fine, her gaze seemingly urging him not to provoke further trouble. Lin Feng. Li Xingyuan paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, as if a thought had struck him. Ha! So you are Lin Feng? I was just looking for you. And here you are, delivered to me. However, his laughter abruptly ceased, and his expression darkened. Kid, you're as good as dead. Lin Feng was perplexed. Why had someone from the capital come searching for him? Chapter 82. The beautiful neighbor steps forward. Li Xingyuan pulled out his phone and uttered something before abruptly hanging up. Lin Feng, I've heard of your prowess in combat. Today, I would like to witness it firsthand. Lin Feng's expression shifted slightly as he discerned a murderous intent in Li Xingyuan's gaze. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Lin Feng, you should never have touched a woman from the Li family. A woman from the Li family? Lin Feng was bewildered, for among the women he knew, none bore the surname Li. At that moment, a middle-aged man hurriedly approached. This is Lin Feng. Break his legs but spare his life. Li Xingyuan instructed the man before stepping back to watch from the sidelines. Lin Feng positioned Su Yao and Chun Hui behind him. Recognizing that the man was a skilled fighter, Zhao Bowen approached Lin Feng, saying, "Brother Lin, the Li family from the capital is a prominent clan. It would be wise to avoid conflict. A simple apology should suffice." Lin Feng furrowed his brow. What kind of family could instill such fear in Zhao Bowen? Was it akin to the Zhao family? Zhao family? Li family? Could he be the fiancé of Zhao Jingyi? Lin Feng's countenance turned icy as he replied, "Uncle Zhao, I know my limits. Just protect Su Yao and Qin Hui." The middle-aged man, upon hearing Li Xingyuan's command, began to stretch and coldly advanced toward Lin Feng. His steps were steady, each one exuding an air of pressure that only a martial artist could perceive. Lin Feng took a deep breath and stepped forward to meet the man. Before the battle commenced, he could not afford to lose his momentum. As they drew within 2 meters of each other, the middle-aged man suddenly lunged forward, his right fist flying toward Lin Feng with alarming speed. A true expert reveals their skill immediately. The force behind the man's punch was formidable. Should it connect, it could be fatal. Lin Feng chuckled softly and deftly sidestepped. As the man brushed past him, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to grasp the man's arm, pulling him off balance. The man, taken by surprise, staggered momentarily. Before Lin Feng could capitalize on this, the man quickly regained his footing, springing back over 2 meters with a flick of his toes. A glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. "Not bad, kid. Perhaps you should concede and leave with your master." "Concede?" The man paused, then scoffed. "You must be deluding yourself." With that, he charged forward again, revealing a dagger in his hand. The blade glimmered ominously under the sunlight, radiating a lethal intent as it lunged toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, swiftly retreating a step as the man launched a fatal strike. With a simple yet cunning maneuver, Lin Feng executed an unexpected counterattack. The man felt a sharp pain in his arm, nearly losing his grip on the dagger. However, he quickly steadied himself and aimed the blade once more at Lin Feng's midsection. Lin Feng sidestepped, swiftly delivering a kick to the man's knee. The man's leg went numb, and he knelt on one knee. Seizing the dagger from the man's hand, Lin Feng reversed it, and with a flick of his wrist, thrust it deep into the man's arm. Blood sprayed forth. The middle-aged man widened his eyes in disbelief, mouth agape, at a loss for words. Lin Feng then kicked him in the abdomen, sending the man flying backward. Thud! He crashed heavily to the ground, his face ashen, breaths coming in rapid gasps. In an instant, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, holding their breath as they regarded Lin Feng with the awe reserved for a monster. Was this truly the end? Li Xingyuan's expression transformed dramatically. The middle-aged man was his bodyguard, a renowned figure in the martial arts community, once undefeated in the underground boxing arenas of the capital. Was Lin Feng exceptionally skilled, or was the man simply inadequate? As the crowd regained their senses, it was as if a bomb had been thrown into boiling water, causing a flurry of retreat as they sought to avoid any impending carnage. When gods clash, it is often the innocents who suffer. Zhao Bowen was equally astonished, never having anticipated Lin Feng's remarkable prowess. At that moment, a raucous laughter erupted, as a man strode in with an air of arrogance, flanked by a cadre of bodyguards. 2 others in traditional attire accompanying him, reminiscent of martial arts film heroes. This was the Qin family, the son of Master Qin San. The arrival of the Qin family promised an escalation of the spectacle. Those dining at the Sheraton were either affluent or influential, and they instantly recognized the newcomer, Qin Yinshan. As the foremost family in Qin City, the Qin family wielded immense power, dominating both the underworld and legitimate society. In Qin City, it was less about the 4 great families and more about the singular supremacy of the Qin clan. Lin Feng observed Qin Yinshan, sensing a subtle shift in his demeanor since their last encounter. "Lin Feng, we meet again," Qin Yinshan declared, striding directly toward Li Xingyuan. "Li Gongzi, it appears your subordinate is rather incompetent." Li Xingyuan's expression darkened, puffing up his chest, adopting a demeanor of bravado. "This is your territory. You can handle it." "Oh, passing the buck? Ha ha." Qin Yinshan laughed boisterously, casting a knowing glance at Li Xingyuan. This was the son of Master Qin San. It seemed a show was about to unfold. Lin Feng was in for a rough time. It was rumored that Qin Yinshan had acquired a martial arts manual and achieved a breakthrough overnight, now a formidable figure in the transformation phase. However, I've heard whispers that Qin Yinshan suffered a severe injury. Is there any truth to that? Do you wish to die? Keep your voice down. If he hears you, it's over. With a fierce glare from Qin Yunshan, the surrounding murmurs ceased instantly, and the crowd retreated in haste. The Qin family in Qin City was an entity of unparalleled stature. The onlookers were acutely aware of the formidable reputation of the Qin family, as if they had already envisioned Lin Feng's dire fate. Chen Hui, it seemed, rendered the existence of the Chun family unnecessary. Upon noticing Chen Hui's presence, Qin Yunshan's expression darkened considerably. She represented his humiliation. Chen Hui's countenance also soured, astonished to discover that Qin Yunshan was acquainted with Li Xunyuan, indicating that they had indeed come prepared. Lin Feng, if you kneel down and call me grandfather 3 times, I might spare your life. Wang Wan, concealed within the crowd, observed Lin Feng's solitary figure, her teeth clenched in frustration. Suddenly, she pushed through the throng and rushed forward. What are you doing? This is a restaurant, not a venue for brawls. If anyone dares to strike, I will promptly call the police. The crowd fell silent, stunned by the emergence of a server. Isn't this courting death? Qin Yunshan sneered, his eyes roving over Wang Wan, lecherously remarking, Ah, little beauty, with your ample form, you would surely bear a son. Why not come with me? I promise you'll experience ecstasy beyond imagination. Wang Wan, unfamiliar with Qin Yunshan and oblivious to his hidden prowess, retorted, Go find your mother if you want to procreate. Infuriated by the public humiliation from a mere server, Qin Yunshan's rage boiled over, and he lunged forward to strike Wang Wan. Lin Feng, quick as a flash, interposed himself before Wang Wan. What kind of prowess is it for the esteemed heir of the Qin family to bully a woman? He swiftly shielded Wang Wan behind him, urging her to retreat. After a moment's struggle, she stepped back, heeding Lin Feng's warning gaze. Qin Yunshan approached slowly, halting a meter from Lin Feng. The animosity between them was palpable, with murderous intent radiating from his eyes. I know it was you that night. Today, I shall end your life. Ha ha ha, whether or not I am significant is irrelevant. What matters is your inflated arrogance. Others may not comprehend, but Qin Yunshan grasped Lin Feng's meaning. After a minute of intense scrutiny, Qin Yunshan suddenly erupted in laughter. A cruel smile etched upon his face as he made a slashing motion across his throat. How foolish and ignorant you are, believing yourself invincible. Today, I will show you the true essence of martial prowess. I shall cripple you and then, before your very eyes, extinguish the life of the woman you cherish most. His gaze shifted to Su Yao and Chen Hui, laughter echoing in the air. Lin Feng remained silent, recognizing the insincerity of their theatrics. Where is the logic in two parties preparing to engage in combat while indulging in endless banter? It was sheer nonsense, merely an attempt to capture attention. In a brawl, there is no need for words. One word suffices, act. 2 men clad in traditional Tang suits exchanged glances, and the slimmer one stepped forward. Despite his slender frame, he exuded an air of confidence as he approached Lin Feng, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Go. The bodyguards immediately surged forward, encircling Lin Feng, each drawing out a baton from their jackets. With a resounding crack, they swung their metallic clubs, each over a foot long, creating a cacophony of sound. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, initially believing he would be the one to engage, only to realize that the bodyguards were merely being used as cannon fodder. Qin Yunshan lounged leisurely on a chair, his legs crossed and a cigar dangling from his lips, observing Lin Feng and the others with a sardonic smile. These bodyguards were seasoned fighters, hired for a substantial sum, each possessing remarkable skills. With a chuckle, Lin Feng raised his hands, signaling Zhao Bowen and the others to step back. He then approached the table and picked up the coffee left behind by Su Yao. Feeling parched, he took a moment to refresh his throat. The onlookers were taken aback. How could he think of coffee at such a moment? Surely, he must have lost his wits. Qin Yunshan mocked him, his face a picture of disdain. Undeterred, Lin Feng savored a sip of coffee before gently placing the cup back on the table. All right, I've cleared my throat. Let us begin. The bodyguards brandished their batons and charged. In response, Lin Feng moved like lightning, darting into the ranks of the bodyguards, engaging in a flurry of punches and kicks. The bodyguards, caught off guard, were unable to react in time as 2 of them were swiftly dispatched. The remaining guards quickly reformed their ranks, seemingly adopting a formation. They surrounded Lin Feng without seeking to eliminate him, resorting to a strategy of attrition to wear him down. Lin Feng, however, deftly evaded their strikes, soon discerning their tactics. Dream on, he thought. While you engage in a war of attrition, I strike with lethal precision. With a cold chuckle, he launched into a rapid assault, weaving through the crowd. In no time, the bodyguards were howling in pain, collapsing one after another. Each blow a decisive strike. Qin Yunshan's expression darkened, his brows furrowing as he was compelled to reassess Lin Feng's prowess. Suddenly rising to his feet, he discarded his cigar and shouted to the slender man in the Tang suit, "Bu Si, go now." The two men he had brought, known as Bu San and Bu Si, were hidden masters of the Qin family. The tall, lean Bu Si stepped forward, a smile gracing his features, as he swiftly hurled a glass orb. In the instant the orb left his hand, Bu Si's figure surged forward at Lin Feng like an arrow. Yet, Lin Feng remained unfazed, calmly clapping his hands together and stepping forward to meet Bu Si. The next moment, a sharp crack echoed as the glass orb exploded, sending a flurry of shards scattering outward. The surrounding onlookers hastily retreated. Time seemed to freeze as the unfolding chaos began. Lin Feng executed a swift spin, his right leg extending in a powerful kick, colliding forcefully with Bu Si's abdomen. "Ah, this is bad." Bu Si, suspended in midair, attempted to alter his trajectory. But it was too late. He hastily gathered his energy to shield his stomach. Thud! The impact of flesh against flesh resonated with a dull sound, and Bu Si's abdomen caved in instantly. Following this, a piercing scream escaped his lips, echoing back to whence it came. Crack! As Bu Si was hurled backward, he crashed violently into a table behind him, shattering it. Upon hitting the ground, he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Qin Yunshan stood frozen. His eyes narrowed into slits, fists clenched tightly. The onlookers were left speechless, mouths agape, holding their breaths. Was it truly that swift? Had the battle concluded in a single move? How could this be? Qin Yunshan continuously questioned himself, bewildered by Lin Feng's extraordinary strength. Bu San, with an expression of horror, felt his pupils constrict as he regarded Lin Feng with newfound apprehension. "Young master, could it be that Lin Feng? No, it's impossible, absolutely impossible." Qin Yunshan had meticulously investigated Lin Feng's lineage, uncovering generations of farmers, devoid of any martial practitioners. Moreover, Lin Feng's transformation had occurred merely in the past fortnight. Undoubtedly, something extraordinary had transpired. Astonished yet composed, Bu San slowly advanced, scoffing, merely a trivial skill. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Bu San's eyes glinted with malice. It appeared he must resort to his most formidable techniques. "If I am not mistaken, you employ a lethal strike." "Oh, you are aware of this?" This time, it was Lin Feng who was taken aback, surprised by Bu San's perceptiveness. A lethal strike is something everyone can learn. However, knowing how to execute it is an entirely different matter. Bu San waved his hand, causing a teacup on the table to soar directly toward Lin Feng. The spectators gasped in astonishment. This was the pinnacle of martial arts, a skill attributed only to the legendary masters of energy manipulation. When one masters this technique, who can rival them? Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly. He recalled hearing Zhao Bowen speak of such martial artists, capable of killing without a trace. "You foolish child, you are courting death. After merely 2 days of training, you believe yourself invincible? Those who do not enter the realm of energy manipulation are but ants. Open your eyes and witness what true martial prowess is." Bu San sneered coldly, thrusting his hands forward. The glass orb accelerated suddenly, aiming straight for Lin Feng's vital points, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Smack! Lin Feng had no time to ponder. He deftly utilized the force of the incoming strike to redirect the glass orb. The orb veered off course, hurtling towards a nearby wall. Boom! A thunderous crash ensued, leaving a gaping hole the size of a bowl in the wall. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Without a moment's respite, Bu San lunged forward, his speed akin to that of a bullet fired from a gun. In an instant, he was upon Lin Feng, delivering a punch midair. The force of his strike compressed the air, creating a sonic boom that resonated with explosive sounds, imbued with destructive power as it aimed directly at Lin Feng's forehead. Even before the fist arrived, the wind preceded it. For an ordinary individual, such a punch would surely instill terror. Yet, before Bu San stood Lin Feng, an extraordinary figure, with unwavering composure and a slight smile gracing his lips. Lin Feng lifted his right hand with ease. "Freeze!" came a commanding cry, and Lin Feng firmly grasped Bu San's fist. The force of the punch caused Lin Feng's garments to flutter, while Bu San's internal energy dissipated entirely. Bu San's fist felt as though it were ensnared by an adhesive bought from a bargain store, immovable despite his greatest efforts. Even as he exerted all his strength to retract it, he found himself utterly unable to do so. "What sorcery have you employed, boy?" Busan's expression shifted dramatically, his brow furrowing deeply, his eyes turning a shade of green. "Have you mastered some nefarious technique?" Having practiced for 3 years in the realm of transformation and dominated the martial world for 30, he had never encountered such humiliation. While he would not claim to be invincible, he was certainly accustomed to facing few rivals. To his astonishment, he found himself confronted by a prodigy like Lin Feng in Qin City. With a swift assertion, Lin Feng applied pressure, gently pushing forward. As his words fell, a crack resonated from Busan's fist, which shattered under the force. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Before Busan could register any pain, a powerful counterforce surged through him, propelling him into the air, his body bending into an arc. The onlookers, bewildered, scarcely comprehended what had transpired before witnessing Busan soar backward, a mist of blood trailing behind him. With a thud, he landed at the foot of Qingyun Mountain, his eyes wide and mouth agape, before succumbing to unconsciousness. Lusan. Qingyun Mountain's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly crouched down, his fingers probing Busan's neck. Fortunately, a faint pulse remained. However, a tide of dread surged within him. He had previously felt the brunt of Busan's strength and could only imagine how formidable Lin Feng truly was. An ominous premonition washed over him, and doubt began to take root in his heart. Suddenly, Qingyun Mountain's face contorted grotesquely, his features misaligned. What now? He felt trapped in an inextricable predicament. "Lin Feng, who exactly are you?" Qingyun Mountain fixed Lin Feng with a gaze filled with reluctance, his voice distorted, resembling the wails of a tormented spirit. The crowd stood in stunned silence, eyes wide in disbelief as they regarded Qingyun Mountain. "Lin Feng, who are you truly? Hasn't that question already been answered? Who are you, Lin Feng?" "Ha ha ha." Lin Feng burst into laughter, stepping boldly towards Qin Yunshan. "I am Lin Feng. Do you not know this?" A sinister glint emanated from Qin Yunshan's eyes, which were a dark crimson. Lin Feng narrowed his gaze, fixated on Qin Yunshan's eyes. The aura surrounding Qin Yunshan surged violently. Goodness, is he about to succumb to darkness? Lin Feng was secretly alarmed, bracing himself cautiously. Qin Yunshan's presence grew increasingly formidable, an ominous black mist suddenly billowing around him. The mist gradually dispersed, coalescing into a massive, ethereal figure. A colossal gorilla materialized before the onlookers. Lin Feng's expression turned grave. This surpassed his understanding. Such a spectacle belonged only in television dramas and novels, did it not? Ignorant youth. The figure's mouth moved, emitting a deep, hoarse voice. As it spoke, Lin Feng felt his heart tremble. There was an almost enchanting quality to that voice, unsettling the mind. The crowd instinctively retreated, distancing themselves from the apparition. Qin Yunshan's movements mirrored those of the figure, as if he were a marionette. With a flick of his hand, a black sphere formed from the mist hurtled through the air like a shooting star. Wherever it passed, the air erupted with a piercing crack. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed as he swiftly retreated. The black sphere detonated at the spot he had just vacated, leaving a deep crater in the iron-hard granite floor, revealing the basement beneath. The figure raised its hand again, conjuring 2 black spheres that lunged towards Lin Feng. "Ignorant child, my power is beyond your capacity to withstand." Qin Yunshan cackled madly, having completely lost his sanity. The figure, in echoing Qin Yunshan's laughter, grew increasingly grotesque, countless bony claws unfurling from the black mist. Akin to a horde of famished fiends, lunging at Lin Feng with malevolent intent. Lin Feng was caught off guard, overwhelmed by the barrage of black spheres and bony claws. He was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood spurted from his mouth, his complexion paling instantly. Yet, before he could catch his breath, the figure's assault surged forth once more. "Xiao Feng." In a critical moment, Su Yao's voice cried out, her face paling as fear and despair filled her heart. She dashed towards Lin Feng recklessly. "No!" Lin Feng shouted urgently, desperate to deter Su Yao. He understood that her approach would only lead to her demise. "You cannot die?" In Su Yao's eyes, only Lin Feng's figure remained, her mind consumed by a singular thought. She could not allow Lin Feng to perish. "We shall die together," Su Yao cried out, unwavering as she rushed to Lin Feng's side. "You cannot die, you cannot die." Lin Feng gazed at Su Yao, who had collapsed beside him, his heart overwhelmed with despair and urgency. His hands flailed in the air, desperate to grasp Su Yao and pull her to safety, yet he found himself powerless, collapsing to the ground. Sister-in-law, why must you endure this? Lin Feng's voice quivered with anguish, filled with self-loathing for his inability to protect Su Yao. No. If we must perish, let us perish together. Su Yao clung tightly to Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with resolve. At that moment, a golden radiance suddenly erupted from within Su Yao, forming a protective barrier around them. The dark orb struck the shield, creating ripples, yet it could not breach it. Both Qin Yunshan and the ethereal figure were momentarily taken aback. Amidst the brilliance, Su Yao's gaze hardened with unwavering determination, her aura surging. She formed seals with her hands and chanted incantations, and a colossal golden rune materialized, descending upon Qin Yunshan and the specter. Wherever the rune passed, the black mist dissipated, and the specter howled in agony, attempting to resist in vain. Qin Yunshan's complexion turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. Ultimately, the rune crashed down, causing the specter to vanish instantly, leaving Qin Yunshan sprawled on the ground. The onlookers were rendered speechless by the spectacle. Just then, Su Yao's body softened, collapsing onto the floor. Lin Feng hurriedly reached out, cradling her gently in his arms. Wake up, wake up. His expression grew grave. Su Yao's breath was faint, as if it could cease at any moment. What was happening? Why was it like this? Meanwhile, Qin Yunshan stirred awake, his eyes filled with confusion. What had just transpired? Why did it feel as though someone had commandeered his body? Upon seeing Lin Feng holding Su Yao, a surge of fury ignited within him. Humph, perish. Channeling his inner strength to his palms, Qin Yunshan surged forth, striking Lin Feng's back with both hands. Sensing the imminent danger, Lin Feng did not hesitate. He swung his hand backward, unleashing every ounce of his strength. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed. Qin Yunshan's eyes widened in disbelief as he felt his body hurtling backward. Crack! Crack! His form shattered countless tables and chairs, and when he hit the ground, he was drenched in blood, a mere shadow of himself. Lin Feng, cradling Su Yao, felt his complexion shift dramatically. Anger, fury, a desire for annihilation. With his sister-in-law gone, what was left for this world? Qin Yunshan lay curled on the floor, gasping for breath, yet miraculously alive. Such is the nature of this world. The virtuous perish young, while the wicked thrive for centuries. Lin Feng's aura radiated an intense murderous intent, utterly unmasked. Qin Yunshan, do you have any final words? A palpable aura of death enveloped Qin Yun Mountain. Please, do not kill me. Do not kill me. Chapter 85. In a state of turmoil. Suddenly, in his arms, Su Yao stirred, coughed lightly, and, struggling, murmured, Xiao Feng, do not take a life. Lin Feng was taken aback, the overwhelming intent to kill dissipating in an instant. Su Yao, how do you feel? Su Yao lifted her hand to caress Lin Feng's face. But just as she uttered a word, her head drooped, and she fainted again. Su Yao, Lin Feng exclaimed, panic-stricken as he called her name. Yet, there was no response from her, and desperation clawed at his heart. Wang Wan rushed over, checking Su Yao's breath. She still has a pulse. We must get her to the hospital. Lin Feng finally snapped to attention, cradling Su Yao as he dashed towards the door. Upon reaching the entrance, an elderly man in white appeared before him, unnoticed by Lin Feng. The old man did not walk in. He seemed to glide, his feet never touching the ground. Lin Feng, if you trust me, hand her over. I assure you, I will heal her and return your sister-in-law to you, lively and well. The old man positioned himself in front of Lin Feng, exuding an ethereal presence. Do you know me? Lin Feng asked, bewildered. I know you are Lin Feng, and she is your sister-in-law, Su Yao. But how can I trust you? The old man was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to convince Lin Feng. Just then, Gu Qingyang rushed in, followed by a pair of figures clad in black. Lin Feng, this is the renowned healer Hua Rini. Only he can save Su Yao. Upon seeing Gu Qingyang, Lin Feng felt a flicker of trust, though hesitation lingered. Trust me. I mean you no harm, Hua Rini spoke calmly. While she is not in immediate danger, she will not awaken for a while. Lin Feng, I will provide a detailed explanation later. Right now? Saving her is of utmost importance, Gu Qingyang urged. What is happening here exceeds ordinary understanding. Our Bureau 749 specializes in such matters. Reluctantly, Lin Feng, observing Su Yao's condition, decided to entrust her to Hua Rini. In a month, seek out Gu Qingyang. By then, Su Yao should be well. With that, Hua Reni instructed his aides to carry Su Yao away. Gu Qinyang secured the hotel, while Zhao Bo offered Lin Feng a few comforting words before departing. Chun Hui intended to stay and care for Lin Feng, but a call from her father compelled her to leave as well. Seeing Lin Feng's distress, Wang Wan gently embraced him. Lin Feng, your sister-in-law is destined to be safe. She will be all right. Lin Feng held Wang Wan tightly, her unique tenderness gradually soothing his turmoil. Bureau 749 operated with remarkable efficiency, resolving matters within half an hour. Everyone was documented, and a strict confidentiality order was issued. Some well-meaning individuals had initially recorded a video, intending to post it on Douyin to garner a measure of traffic, only to have their phone data swiftly erased by the enigmatic 749. Lin Feng, this incident is exceedingly peculiar. We must continue our investigation, Gu Qinyang remarked, as he sat in a cafe with Lin Feng, casually smoking a cigarette. Lin Feng recounted the events in a succinct manner, yet his mind was engulfed in confusion. Utterly bewildered, why had Qin Yinshan suddenly turned dark? It resembled a scene from a novel, as if an elderly spirit had taken possession of his body. Gu Qinyang, having never experienced such a phenomenon, was equally at a loss for conclusions. According to Qin Yinshan, he too was unaware of the circumstances, having abruptly lost consciousness. Lin Feng found himself even more perplexed. Gu Qinyang informed him that Hua Reni was the most renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner within the 749 Bureau, often referred to as a miraculous healer. As long as there was breath in one's body, he could pull a person back from the brink of death. However, Su Yao's situation was rather unique. She had not sustained external injuries, but seemed to have suffered a disruption of her spirit. Gu Qinyang speculated that Su Yao must have experienced some form of stimulus that unleashed a particular ability within her, akin to activating a latent superpower. Yet, employing such extraordinary abilities was profoundly taxing on one's mental faculties. If not handled properly, it could result in a state akin to a vegetative condition. Is it truly that grave? Lin Feng gasped in shock. Do not panic. This is merely conjecture. We must await the divine healer's examination for specifics. Then why am I not permitted to go? Lin Feng pressed. You understand, the 749 Bureau is a specialized department. Your presence there is not appropriate. The 749 Bureau had always been shrouded in mystery, known only to a select few, and its exact location remained undisclosed to anyone outside the inner circle. As Lin Feng was not affiliated with the Bureau, his entry was, of course, prohibited. Rest assured, I will notify you the moment Su Yao awakens. I appreciate your efforts. Please inform me of any requirements you might have. After conveying his instructions, Gu Qinyang departed. Today's events had surpassed his capacity, and he needed to contact headquarters for assistance. Once alone, Lin Feng sat in desolation, feeling as if his soul had been lost, his spirit vacant, and his eyes devoid of light. Coincidentally, Wang Wan had just finished work and, upon noticing Lin Feng's despondent state, approached him and gently patted his shoulder. Lin Feng, do not despair. Your sister-in-law will surely be fine. Why not come back with me? You can stay at my place for a few days. Wang Wan was aware of Lin Feng's challenging financial circumstances. Previously, he had been reluctant to rent even a modest abode, opting instead to reside in a friend's rental. Little did she know, Lin Feng had recently found success. In his days, Lin Feng failed to register Wang Wan's words. He allowed her to lead him back to the apartment she rented. By now, it was already past 8 in the evening. Upon entering, Wang Wan promptly offered Lin Feng a pair of slippers and urged him to settle on the sofa. She then set down her belongings, tied on an apron, and made her way into the kitchen. Lin Feng, please take a seat. I will prepare dinner first. Observing Wang Wan's retreating figure, Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings. This was not the same place where Wang Wan had previously resided. In the past, it had merely been a single room, furnished with nothing but a bed and a simple cooking stove. Yet here, it was evidently a 2-bedroom apartment, albeit modest, impeccably tidy. The room was spotless, revealing that Wang Wan was indeed a woman who took pride in her domestic life, akin to Su Yao. Suddenly, the sound of chopping vegetables resonated from the kitchen, prompting Lin Feng to glance in that direction. He beheld Wang Wan's silhouette, clad in a conservatively oversized black t-shirt paired with faded yet pristine jeans. Wang Wan's figure was the epitome of curvaceous beauty, particularly accentuated by her snug jeans, which highlighted her shapely rear. In stark contrast to the allure of Chun Hui and Chen Shooting, Wang Wan exuded a distinctly different charm. Sensing someone's gaze upon her, Wang Wan's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned to look at Lin Feng, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, observing someone is not a crime, particularly since she was dressed modestly. If one were bored, they could always watch some television. Wang Wan casually remarked before returning to her task. Leaning against the sofa, Lin Feng watched Wang Wan's figure for a good 10 minutes. As he gazed, his thoughts drifted, and he momentarily envisioned Su Yao in her place. During their university days, he often found himself watching his sister-in-law cook in the same manner. A faint smile graced Lin Feng's lips as he slowly rose and approached the kitchen. With arms encircling her waist, he rested his head on her shoulder, saying, "Sister-in-law, you've worked hard." Wang Wan stiffened. Since her divorce, no man had embraced her in such a manner. The sudden warmth of Lin Feng's embrace stirred unfamiliar feelings within her, prompting her to lean back ever so slightly. Chapter 86. Do you prefer vegetables or humans? After a brief moment of daze, Wang Wan quickly regained her composure. Gently extricating herself from Lin Feng's hold, she blushed and chuckled. "Lin Feng, don't do that. I still need to cook." Lin Feng paused, realizing he was indeed holding Wang Wan. "I'm sorry. Never mind, you carry on. I will wait outside." Wang Wan, feeling a tad embarrassed, did not turn back as she spoke. Her heart raced wildly, akin to a herd of deer in a frenzy. She never anticipated that after a brief separation, Lin Feng would have the audacity to embrace her so boldly. Feeling awkward, Lin Feng scratched his head and hastily exited the kitchen. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, he was overtaken by a wave of inexplicable emotions. His gaze frequently darted toward Wang Wan, struggling to control himself as if an invisible force compelled him. The warm orange light illuminated Wang Wan's figure, her curvaceous silhouette creating an enchanting allure. The snug jeans accentuated her shapely derriere, enhancing her captivating femininity, especially the tightly closed legs. Lin Feng had once heard on Douyin that such women were either virgins or had been without men for a long time. If Lin Feng were unaware of Wang Wan's divorce, he might have even believed that she was still untouched. Here's a little secret to share. When searching for a girlfriend, observe the size of the gap between a woman's closed legs. The larger it is, the more one should steer clear, as it undoubtedly indicates a woman of vast experience. Any man fortunate enough to have Wang Wan as his wife would indeed be blessed. Before long, Wang Wan emerged with 2 plates of dishes, prompting Lin Feng to wash his hands and prepare for the meal. Following this, she brought out a plate of pickled vegetables and a spicy oil dish, and they sat facing each other. The atmosphere was somewhat delicate. The 2 simple dishes, sour and spicy shredded potatoes and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, evoked a sense of home. Lin Feng gazed at the food on the table, his stomach growling. "Hurry and eat. The dishes will get cold," he urged. Wang Wan broke the silence first, placing a helping of food into Lin Feng's bowl and offering him a steamed bun. As Lin Feng lifted his gaze to meet her gentle eyes, his tension dissipated instantly. "Sister Wan, you should eat too," he encouraged, picking up his chopsticks and taking a bite of the bun followed by a mouthful of vegetables. Delicious. It's even better than the food at your restaurant." Wang Wan's cheeks flushed slightly. "If it's good, then eat more." "Sister Wan, since I'm waiting for Su Yao, I might as well stay at your place and I'll pay you for the meals," Lin Feng joked, asserting that eating in a hotel could never compare to this comfort. "It's the same expense. I might as well give it to you." Upon hearing this, Wang Wan's expression shifted slightly. "What do you mean? Are you implying that you would pay for meals here? What do you take me for? I can't allow people to say that I'm supporting you, can I? Just eating and drinking for free?" Lin Feng, caught off guard, blurted out such a remark. Wang Wan's face instantly turned crimson, glaring at him with a mix of annoyance and jest. "What nonsense are you saying? Who is supporting you? I can barely support myself, let alone you." Wang Wan was bewildered, finding herself in a discussion with a grown man about who was supporting whom. Her heart raced. Haha. Lin Feng had just bitten into a large piece of bun when he suddenly choked, letting out a burp. Wang Wan quickly handed him a glass of water. Without a glance, he took the cup and drank deeply, only to realize it was Wang Wan's drinking glass. Did this not imply an indirect kiss between them? Lin Feng's face turned beet red, and he awkwardly set the cup back on the table, stammering, "Sister Wan, I'm so sorry." Wang Wan also realized that Lin Feng had used her cup, her blush deepening. She hurriedly looked down, softly replying, "It's fine, it's fine." In that moment, the atmosphere at the dining table grew even more delicate. "Sister Wan, I shall take on the responsibility of purchasing groceries, while you shall prepare our meals. Surely, that arrangement is acceptable?" The primary reason is that your culinary creations are simply exquisite. Lin Feng is indeed capable of cooking, primarily to alleviate Wang Wan's financial burdens. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly refuse, for Wang Wan is an independent and self-reliant woman who does not wish to take advantage of others, particularly men. Otherwise, she would not have left her marriage with nothing. Wang Wan did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, she slightly raised her gaze, biting her lip as she looked at Lin Feng. "What? Are you unwilling?" Lin Feng inquired, setting down his chopsticks. "Then I shall take my leave." Upon seeing Lin Feng rise to depart, Wang Wan hastily gestured for him to stay. "What are you doing?" she murmured shyly, her voice barely audible. "I did not say I would not agree, merely." "Merely what?" Lin Feng questioned, slightly perplexed. Wang Wan hesitated, feeling as though she would be taking advantage of him. As she spoke, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "It's settled then, let us eat," Lin Feng decisively proclaimed, and they resumed their meal. Wang Wan, her cheeks flushed, lowered her head, eating her steamed bun in small bites like a bashful bride. Observing her reluctance to eat anything but the bun, Lin Feng placed a piece of egg in her bowl. "Have some egg, it is nutritious." "Thank you," Wang Wan replied shyly. And Lin Feng found himself captivated by her demeanor. Noticing her bashfulness, he pretended not to see, concerned for her discomfort. A simple dinner stretched into 2 hours as Lin Feng's gaze remained fixed on Wang Wan, making her feel quite uneasy. "Lin Feng, are you here to dine or to devour me? Do you harbor some ill intentions?" As Lin Feng set down his chopsticks, Wang Wan shot him a playful glare, her face a blend of shyness and indignation. "Oh, Sister Wan, I am here for a meal, not as a cannibal," he jested, concluding their dinner. Lin Feng intended to assist with the dishes, but Wang Wan insisted, "What does a man need to wash dishes for? You should go to sleep." After a long day, Lin Feng was indeed weary. After a refreshing shower, he collapsed into the small bedroom and fell into a deep slumber. Once Wang Wan had finished tidying up, she lingered in the kitchen for a while before emerging. Glancing at Lin Feng's room, she found her thoughts adrift. If only she were not older than Lin Feng. She mused, he would indeed make a splendid husband. Alas, she was a divorced woman, unworthy of him. With a sigh, she shook her head. Why had she not encountered Lin Feng sooner? Just as Wang Wan was lost in her reverie, a sudden, urgent knock echoed through the stillness of the night. Instinctively, she glanced towards the door, pondering who might come at such a late hour. Accustomed to living alone, her sense of security was heightened. She did not rush to open the door. Instead, she approached and securely locked the deadbolt. "Who is it?" she shouted towards the door. "It's me, sister-in-law. I've come to see you," a man's voice echoed from outside the security door. Upon hearing the voice, Wang Wan felt a surge of panic and instinctively pressed against the door. "What do you want at this hour? We can discuss it tomorrow." "Sister-in-law, I miss you terribly. I can't wait until tomorrow." The man's tone dripped with lewdness. "Open the door quickly, or I'll break it down." Chapter 87. Fist Fighting the Scoundrel. The beautiful neighbor is rescued. The one outside was none other than her ex-husband's brother, Wang Ergu, a good-for-nothing vagabond. Ever since Wang Wan married into their family, he had persistently sought her out, incessantly asking for money. On several occasions, he had even laid hands on her. After the divorce, his harassment escalated, with him frequently stalking Wang Wan. She was acutely aware of his malicious intentions. She had hoped that moving away would distance her from his torment, but here he was, at her door once again. "I'm asleep. Whatever it is, we can talk about it tomorrow." Wang Wan firmly rejected him, knowing full well what opening the door would imply. "Sister-in-law, I traveled a long way to see you. You can't just leave me outside, can you? That's rather unreasonable, don't you think? What would others say about you?" He continued, "I just wanted to see you. Is that a crime?" His words grew increasingly vulgar, and Wang Wan felt the heat rise in her cheeks. Seeing that she remained unyielding, his tone shifted to one of intimidation. "If you don't open the door soon, I'll break it down. Just wait until the neighbors wake up. I'll relish seeing who will be embarrassed then." Bang, bang, bang. Wang Ergu was nothing but a fool, a typical simpleton, and he began to pound on the door with force. The loud noise nearly made Wang Wan's ears ring. "Please, stop knocking. I promise to give you money tomorrow." Wang Wan's face was fraught with anxiety as she glanced towards Lin Feng's room, her mind wavering. "Then open the door now. I'll take the money and leave." Wang Ergu ceased knocking, anticipating that Wang Wan would eventually relent. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Wan finally unlocked the security door. A wave of alcoholic odor hit her as Wang Ergu entered, reeking of liquor. "Why did it take you so long to open the door?" Are you hiding a man in there? Upon stepping inside, his lascivious gaze was unmasked as he openly scrutinized Wang Wan. His eyes roamed over her body, lingering on her chest, as if he could devour her whole. Wang Wan, alarmed, quickly crossed her arms to shield her figure. Where are your eyes wandering? Ha ha ha. What is wrong with looking? You won't lose anything. At his words, Wang Wan instinctively stepped back, distancing herself from him. What are you hiding from? Seeing her retreat, Wang Erga tossed aside the bottle of liquor and lunged towards her. You, what do you want? I'm telling you, don't mess around. Otherwise, I'll call for help. Call then, if you don't mind the shame. Let me have you once. After all, good things shouldn't go to outsiders. We're family, aren't we? Wang Ergu grabbed Wang Wan, groping her body randomly with his hands, his breathing growing rapid. Get off me. Wang Wan shoved Wang Ergu away and ran toward the bedroom. Wang Ergu chased closely behind. Just as Wang Wan was about to close the door, Wang Ergu stuck his foot in to block it. Sister-in-law, just this once, please agree to me. After speaking, Wang Ergu leaned in with his stubbly mouth to kiss her, while one hand reached for Wang Wan's belt. Filled with terror, Wang Wan used all her strength to push Wang Ergu away. Wang Ergu, you bastard. You animal. Are you even human? Knocked to the ground, Wang Ergu only laughed sinisterly. He got up and closed in on Wang Wan step by step. You've been divorced from my gambling addict brother for so long. You must be craving a man, right? Why go far when what you need is right here? I'm right here for you. Why refuse something so enjoyable? In the small bedroom, Lin Feng was sleeping when he suddenly heard noises outside. There even seemed to be a man's voice. At first, he didn't pay attention, but he snapped to his senses when Su Yao shouted. He scrambled to his feet and immediately heard Su Yao's voice. You beast. Get out. Don't touch me. Right after that came Wang Wan's scream of terror. Lin Feng rushed out and saw a man pouncing on Wang Wan, tearing at her clothes. At that moment, Wang Wan's top had already been torn apart, her breasts partially exposed. The man was trying to yank off Wang Wan's pants, but she clutched her belt tightly, her face filled with despair. Fuck, son of a bitch. Lin Feng sprinted over and kicked Wang Ergu hard in the lower back. Wang Ergu fell to the ground, and Wang Wan took the chance to throw herself into Lin Feng's arms, sobbing loudly. Sister Wan, it's okay. It's okay now. As Lin Feng held Wang Wan, he could feel the softness against his chest, and Wang Wan's tears soaked his shirt. Wang Ergu got up, his voice furious. Fuck your mother. Who the hell are you? What are you doing in my house? Get out. The word out had barely left his mouth when slap, slap, slap. Lin Feng stepped forward and slapped Wang Ergu several times in quick succession, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Not satisfied, Lin Feng kicked Wang Ergu again, stepping on his waist, and smashed his fists hard against Wang Ergu's body. I'll beat you to death, you beast. Beat you to death, you bastard. Wang Ergu's face was black and blue, and he sobered up from the alcohol. Stop. Stop hitting me, damn it. Slap, slap, slap. You think this is a game? You still dare to curse me? Lin Feng slapped him again, this time harder. With one slap, blood gushed from Wang Ergu's nose. Stop hitting me. I was wrong. Wang Ergu knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly to beg for mercy. Lin Feng, still unsatisfied, delivered another kick to Wang Ergu's abdomen, nearly sending him into the realm beyond. Please, sir, spare me. I promise I shall not offend again. Now you know fear? Lin Feng retorted. Weren't you quite arrogant just a moment ago? Upon seeing the tears of Wang Wan, Lin Feng felt that merely sparing him would be too lenient. He unleashed 2 more kicks, knowing that Wang Ergu would take months to recover. Trembling, Wang Ergu cursed Lin Feng inwardly for his lack of chivalry. One should inquire before resorting to violence. Yet, he dared not voice his grievances. Are you even a man? Bullying your own sister-in-law? If murder were not a crime, I would have ended you, you wretched creature. With so many women in Jixiang village, why not seek them instead? After hurling a few more insults at Wang Ergu, Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the nearly bare Wang Wan. In that moment, even the most splendid of sights made Lin Feng feel embarrassed. Sister Wan, what shall we do? This amounts to a crime of assault. With tear-streaked cheeks, Wang Wan appeared lost and bewildered. In a fit of desperation, Wang Ergu crawled towards her, but as he raised his head, Lin Feng struck it back down. Where do you think you're looking? One more glance, and I will poke your eyes out. Wang Ergu, bowing his head in supplication, begged Wang Wan not to report him and vowed never to harass her again. Get lost, the farther the better. I never wish to see you again. Yet, Wang Wan's heart softened. Lin Feng shook his head. After all, he was an outsider. Without further ado, Wang Ergo crawled away in haste. Wang Wan collapsed onto the bed, weeping bitterly, her cries heart-wrenching. Lin Feng watched her in sorrow and approached. Enveloping her in his embrace, Wang Wan fell into his arms, as if she had found a safe haven, oblivious to her state of undress. Lin Feng was at a loss as to where to place his hands, unwilling to take advantage of her vulnerability, yet the sight before him was undeniable. Sister Wan, perhaps you should put on some clothing? I fear I might. After crying for a considerable time, Wang Wan had calmed somewhat. It was then that Lin Feng gently reminded her. Upon hearing his words, Wang Wan shivered, her face flushing crimson as she hastily grabbed a garment to cover herself. Meeting Lin Feng's fervent gaze, she took a bold and astonishing action.